This video continues with Chapter 35 Training. Demon Slayer. I'm a beacon of light in the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 35 Training. With heavy hearts, the Hashira arrived at Kyojiro Rengoku's infirmary. The flame Hashira leaned half upright against the propped-up bed, his right arm bound in a heavy cast across his chest. His face remained pale, but upon seeing his colleagues, his golden-red eyes still struggled to radiate their usual brilliant intensity, though deep within, they could not hide the exhaustion from his severe injuries and a lingering solemnity. Hearing that everyone had come to learn more details about the battle with Upper Moon 3, Kyojiro Rengoku did not hold back. He nodded heavily, and although his booming voice was weaker and raspier than usual due to his injuries, it still carried that characteristic candor and earnestness. Since everyone wants to hear it, I shall speak of it again. He took a deep breath, which tugged at the wound on his chest, causing him to furrow his brow slightly. However, his gaze swept over every colleague, his expression extremely serious. That Upper Moon 3, Akaza, is strong, very strong. It is not merely a matter of great strength or speed. It is his martial arts, physique, combat instincts, and that twisted obsession with fighting itself that together construct a suffocating power. He paused for a moment, as if recalling every detail of that fierce battle, his golden-red eyes reflecting the firelight and ghostly shadows of that time. His speed was so fast that I had to push flame breathing to its limit just to barely track his movements, and his changes in technique and feints were impossible to guard against. His strength was even more terrifying. When my flame tiger clashed with his fist, if not for Terayuki providing support from the side, a single blow would likely have shattered my bones completely. Rengoku's voice dropped low. But what was most despair-inducing was not any of that, but his unparalleled, near-immortal recovery speed. The room fell into silence, save for the sound of Rengoku's pained breathing. During the battle, I pierced his lungs with unknown fire and severed his arm with rising scorching sun, Rengoku said slowly, each word striking like a heavy hammer against everyone's hearts. But the pierced flesh began to knit together almost the instant the blade was withdrawn. And as for the severed arm, I saw it with my own eyes. Before the severed limb even hit the ground, a new one had already grown out from the stump on his shoulder like a viper striking. It was perfectly intact, as if he had never been injured. That speed and fluidity of regeneration completely defied reason. It was as if time had been accelerated in reverse at the sight of his wounds. Even though they had already read the relevant descriptions in the reports, hearing Rengoku recount it in such a heavy tone still sent shivers through the Hashira. Sanmi Shinizugawa's face was ashen, Iguro Obanai's serpent-like pupils constricted into thin lines, and Tenjin Yuzui's fingers, which were crossed over his arms, tightened unconsciously. The Buddhist chant that Jaiomai Haimjima murmured under his breath carried a deeper sense of compassion. Mitsuri Kenroji could not help but cover her mouth with her hand. Muichiro Takedo's multicolored pupils shifted slightly, as if imagining the scene. Jiu Tomioka stood silently by the window, his silhouette appearing exceptionally cold and rigid. The only thing capable of inflicting sustained damage and significantly delaying his regeneration, Rengoku said, his gaze shifting toward the door as if he could see through the walls to Terayuki in the other room, is Terayuki's breath of light. The wounds left by his strikes would continue to burn, and the regeneration speed slowed down visibly. Although it was still fast, at least it gave us the possibility of inflicting substantial damage and accumulating results. My flames could also cause damage, but the healing speed was far faster than the wounds caused by the power of light. He paused, a complex light flashing in his eyes, admiration, lingering fear, and a hint of confusion. And the most crucial turning point was the technique Terayuki used at the very end. If I heard correctly, he shouted, "Breath of light, fifth form, universal illumination." Universal illumination, Tenjin Yuzui repeated. Yes, Rengoku nodded affirmatively, his expression becoming increasingly grave. That technique was not a direct slash, nor was it a large-scale burst of light. I didn't see exactly how it was executed, but the result was, under that technique, Akaza's arm was severed right at the shoulder, and the stump was as smooth as a mirror, showing no signs of regeneration whatsoever. No, it wasn't just that the severed arm couldn't regenerate. His entire upper body seemed to have been subjected to some bizarre purification or suppression, and his regenerative ability seemed to have been briefly sealed or stripped away. It was precisely that strike that severely wounded Akaza, greatly weakening his combat strength and creating the decisive opportunity for us to hold out until dawn. Unable to regenerate for a short time, Iguro Obanai asked, his voice raspy with shock. This effect was far more astonishing than the delayed regeneration mentioned in the previous report. Yes, unable to regenerate for a short time, Rengoku confirmed, his brow furrowed. But the cost? Everyone has seen it. After using that technique, Terayuki ended up in his current state. As for how he actually accomplished it, he shook his head and said candidly, I do not know either. It seems to involve the most core and dangerous secret of his power. The room fell into silence once more, with only the rhythmic ticking of the instruments and the heavy breathing of those present. Rengoku's description was more vivid and impactful than the dry report. Akaza's terrifying regenerative ability and Terayuki's strike, which came at a great cost but yielded such strange results, hung over everyone's hearts like a heavy cloud. Such terrifying recovery speed. After a long while, Jaiomai Haimejima's deep voice broke the silence, carrying a profound sense of anxiety. If we cannot, like Master Terayuki, temporarily suppress it with special means, how are we to break the deadlock when facing them head-on? Even if we can inflict damage, it heals in an instant. In a prolonged battle, human strength is finite, while demonic power is nearly infinite. This was the hidden worry in everyone's hearts. Knowing the enemy's strength was certainly important, but finding a way to counter it was even more so. The intelligence gained at the cost of Rengoku and Terayuki's severe injuries revealed the horror of the Upper Moon demons, but it also raised an even more severe question. Next time, if someone with special abilities like Terayuki were not present, or if Terayuki could no longer use such a technique, how would they fight against such monsters? Perhaps, Tenjin Yuzui mused, we need more extreme bursts of power to inflict damage far exceeding their regeneration limit in a single instant. Or, we must find the core or weakness of their regenerative ability. His compass needle can sense fighting spirit and killing intent. Surprise attacks and finding weaknesses will likely be extremely difficult. Sanmi Shinizugawa scratched his hair in frustration. Mitsuri Kenroji whispered, could it be that we can only rely on Terayuki, but the state he is in now? Jiwu Tomioka suddenly spoke, his voice calm yet carrying a certain resolve. Become stronger. Become much stronger than we are now. This sentence was simple, yet it stated the most fundamental answer. In the face of an absolute gap in strength, any tactic might be pale and powerless. Only by becoming stronger oneself, strong enough to crush that terrifying regeneration, strong enough to completely destroy them before they can recover, can we prevail. Kyojiro Rengoku leaned against the headboard, listening to his colleague's discussion, the flames in his golden-red eyes burning silently. He knew that this brutal battle had not only changed his and Terayuki's fates, but, like a giant boulder thrown into a deep pool, would inevitably stir ripples that would propel the Demon Slayer Corps toward a more difficult and resolute future. Iguro Obanai's raspy voice, like a viper sliding through the silence, suddenly dragged everyone out of their heavy contemplation of regenerative abilities and cast their focus in another direction. His slender snake-like pupils swept over every Hashira present, finally settling on the void, as if recalling that shocking scene at the Hashira meeting. Slayer Mark, bright red Nichiren sword, transparent world. Obanai slowly spat out these three terms, each word carrying the texture of grinding metal. That guy Terayuki mentioned them at the meeting, the three special powers possessed by Yoriichi Tsujikuni. If we could obtain any one of them, would we have a way to deal with that level of regeneration, or even deal with the upper moons? These three terms seem to carry a magical power, instantly attracting everyone's attention. The sound of Jaiomai Haimejima's Buddhist chant paused. Sanmi Shinizugawa looked up sharply. Tenjin Yuzui narrowed his eyes. Mitsuri Kenroji stopped her tears. Jiwu Tomioka's gaze shifted slightly, and even Muichiro Takedo's multicolored pupils seemed to focus for an instant. Slayer Mark can greatly stimulate potential, but it comes with a huge price. bright red Nichiren sword, may be related to increasing the power of the Nichiren sword. Transparent world is a very high realm of perception. Terayuki's vague description at the time, now set against the backdrop of Akaza's terrifying strength, appeared exceptionally alluring, yet also incredibly ethereal. That might be a glimmer of hope, leading to a higher level of power and breaking the current stalemate. But immediately following that came a deeper sense of powerlessness. How do we obtain it? Sanmi Shinazugawa scratched his hair in frustration. That kid only said Yoriichi was born with it. He didn't leave behind any cultivation method. The recorded biography has also weathered and decayed. Tenjin Yuzui added, his tone carrying a hint of imperceptible sarcasm, unsure if it was directed at that overly coincidental decay or at this slim hope of a clue. Jaiomai Heimjima pressed his hands together, tears streaming down his face. Namu, the path of power is profound and unfathomable. The three realms spoken of by benefactor Terayuki sound truly extraordinary, but the method to unlock them has already vanished into smoke. Mitsuri Kenroji whispered, only Mr. Terayuki has read that book, but he. Indeed, the only person who might know more details, or perhaps even contain hidden clues, was currently lying in the sunlight, his life force fading, unconscious. He was like a secret tome that had been forcibly closed, its pages tattered. All the answers and possibilities were locked deep within that failing shell and silent consciousness. This realization made the atmosphere in the sick room even more stifling. Hope seemed to be within reach, yet it was firmly blocked by a transparent wall named coma. In the end, this visit, which brought heavy gains and even more questions, dispersed in silence. The Hashira departed one by one, their hearts weighed down by the shadows of the upper moon, the serious injuries of their colleague, and a vague anticipation regarding those three mysterious powers. The path to the future seemed a little clearer. They must become stronger and find any method to break through their current limits. Yet it also appeared shrouded in mist due to the silence of the key person who knew the truth. Time quietly slipped by for another week, amidst the medicinal scent and faint groans of pain in the butterfly mansion. Kyojiro Rengoku was truly worthy of being the Flame Hashira, possessing top-tier physical fitness and an indomitable will. Under the meticulous care of the butterfly mansion and his own unyielding recovery power, his injuries stabilized at an astonishing speed. Although his right arm was still in a cast, his sternum still needed stabilization, and his internal organs had not fully healed. He was already able to carefully get out of bed and move around with the support of others. The first thing he did after being able to get out of bed was to visit Terayuki again, supported by a member of the Kakashi. When he saw with his own eyes Terayuki lying in the sunlight, pale, fragile, and with a breath as weak as a candle in the wind, this man, who was always as hot and dazzling as a flame, revealed, for the first time, an unconcealable heavy sorrow and deep self-reproach in his eyes. He stood by the bed, silent for a long time, his left hand under the cast clenched into a fist. If it weren't for supporting me, he wouldn't have had to end up like this. This debt of gratitude, this chance at life he almost traded his own for. I, Kyojiro Rengoku, will keep it engraved in my heart. The thought of repaying the debt, the urgency of not wanting to waste time, and that sense of responsibility belonging to a Hashira instantly intertwined. He could not fight, but he could still do something else. Thus, after his injuries were basically stable, and he received strict permission from Kachu Shinobu to only teach, and absolutely must not use breathing style or aggravate the old injury on the right arm, Kyojiro Rengoku took over the unfinished work of the unconscious Terayuki, teaching Kamado Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inasu Kashibira. He had a Kakashi member bring a chair and sat on that familiar forest clearing behind the butterfly mansion, which was now somewhat uneven and pitted. The three youths had already received the news and stood before him, feeling both nervous and expectant. Tanjiro's eyes held worry and determination. Zenitsu's face still bore lingering fear over Terayuki's condition, and Inasuke was restless. Kyojiro Rengoku's gaze was like a torch slowly sweeping over the three. Although his golden red eyes had lost some of their usual scorching intensity due to his injuries, They now possessed a greater sense of settled depth and unquestionable majesty. He made no small talk, opening his mouth with a loud and serious voice. Although his breath was not as full as usual, it still clearly reached the ears of every youth. Kamado Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, Inasu Kashibira. The three of them subconsciously straightened their backs. Terayuki has fallen because he wanted to protect his comrades and uphold his beliefs. You have all seen the price he paid. Rengoku's voice suddenly rose, carrying a scorching power. Look at yourselves now. Can tears and fear make him wake up? Can they make him recover? Can they live up to the time and opportunity he bought with his life? Tanjiro bit his lip hard, forcing back the heat in his eyes. Zenitsu also stopped sobbing. Inasu let out a low growl. If you are truly grateful to him, if you really want to do something for him, and if you really want to not become a burden in the future, or even be able to protect the people important to you. Rengoku's gaze was like a branding iron, imprinted on the faces of the three, then swallow that useless sadness and fear. Turn it into the sweat shed for becoming stronger, the pain endured, and every sword strike you unleash. Do you want Terayuki to wake up only to see the same weak, powerless, and unimproved versions of you? Answer me. No, Tanjiro was the first to roar, the veins on his forehead bulging. No, I don't want that. Zenitsu also cried out, but this time it was a cry filled with determination. I am going to become stronger than a wild boar, Inasu roared. That's more like it. Kyojuro Rengoku nodded heavily. Immediately after, his face revealed an expression slightly different from when he encouraged juniors in the past, sharper, and even deserving to be called cruel. Then, starting from today, I will guide you. Terayuki laid a good foundation based on your characteristics, but next, we will go deeper and also more thoroughly. He paused and said slowly, my teaching will be more meticulous than Terayuki's and also more hellish. If you can't take it, you can quit now and go back to crying. But if you stay, you must have the resolve to risk everything. We will stay, the three said in unison, their eyes burning. Very good. The corners of Kyojuro, Rengoku's mouth, curled into a nearly fierce arc. Thus, the hellish special training unfolded once again on the mountain, behind the butterfly mansion. Rengoku's meticulousness was reflected in his nearly harsh corrections and repeated tempering of every breathing rhythm, every detail of power exertion, and every footwork transition. And his hell was reflected in the training intensity that far exceeded Terayuki's period, the endurance requirements that nearly squeezed them to their limits, and the extreme training on pain tolerance and adversity explosive power, combined with his own experience of serious injury. Tanjiro was required to be blindfolded and, relying solely on his sense of smell and hearing, maintain total concentration breathing, while dodging soft cork balls thrown by Rengoku with different wind sounds in an area full of obstacles and traps. Once hit, or if his breathing became disordered, it meant double the training. Rengoku would even suddenly burst out with a faint but precise killing intent just as he was about to succeed, training his focus under extreme pressure. Zenitsu's Godspeed training was raised to a new height. Rengoku required him to perform ultra-high-frequency, complex directional shuttle thrusts while maintaining total concentration breathing, and at the end of each thrust, he had to precisely pierce a falling leaf with the tip of his blade. Failure or failing to meet the speed standard meant carrying heavy stones while doing the same distance of shuttle runs until he was exhausted or succeeded. Zenitsu's screams once again echoed through the mountains and forests, but gradually, the screams began to be interspersed with the whistling of blades breaking through the wind. Inasuke's training was full of wild collisions. Rengoku did not suppress his wildness, but instead guided him to make that ferocity and beastliness more concentrated and more destructive. He made Inasuke fight several wooden posts wrapped in thick cotton, requiring that every attack be accompanied by explosive exhalation and full-force bursts, and the attack rhythm had to form a unique, oppressive cadence. Rengoku even personally held a cotton-wrapped wooden sword in his left hand to engage in savage sparring with Inasuke, training his defensive instincts and evasive intuition during wild attacks. The training ground was a mess every day, but Inazuk's beast breathing became more threatening and controllable at an astonishing speed during that violent sparring. Every day, the three youths would drag their seemingly falling apart bodies, covered in bruises and sweat, back to the butterfly mansion and collapse into sleep. It was indeed unpleasant, even more painful and agonizing than Terayuki's teaching. But none of them called for it to stop. In Tanjiro's eyes burned the fire of avenging his mentor and protecting his sister. In Zenitsu's extreme fear and pressure, the occasional burst of lightning seemed more solid. And in Inazuk's wildness, a trace of the sharp edge belonging to a warrior began to mix in. Kyojuro Rengoku sat in his chair, watching the youths desperately pouring out sweat under the setting sun, the dancing firelight reflected in his golden red eyes. He could not swing a sword, but his will and experience were transforming into another form of fire, scorching and tempering these hopes for the future. This was his repayment to Terayuki, and also an investment in the future of the Demon Slayer Corps. Chapter 36, Welcome Back. The boundless darkness and heavy, muddy sensation had lasted for who knows how long. Terayuki's consciousness was like a pebble sunk at the bottom of a cold, deep pool, wrapped in thick, viscous despair and nothingness. He could not feel the passage of time. There was only an eternal, suffocating dullness and repression, as if countless hands were dragging him downward. He could not think or feel, simply existing in a way that was extremely painful yet numb. Then, from who knows when, a trace of an extremely faint, yet incomparably clear sensation, like the first ray of light piercing through thick ice, stabbed into that chaotic darkness. That sensation was warmth, brightness. The sinking consciousness began to have a vague, upward trend. It was no longer sinking passively, but as if being lifted upward, little by little, from the depths of the mire by some gentle yet firm force. The pressure gradually lessened. Although still unable to control anything, Terayuki began to feel his own existence, feeling as if he were rising, escaping that despairing mire. Finally, as if breaking through some invisible boundary, his vision was suddenly filled with boundless, pure, and gentle golden light. It was a vast, tranquil, all-encompassing, glorious radiance. Terayuki opened his eyes, if this perception on the consciousness level could be called opening eyes. He found himself lying on a simple, yet exceptionally stable bamboo raft, which rose and fell gently with some invisible rhythm. Beneath the raft, it was not water, but a boundless, calm, and waveless golden ocean, condensed from the purest, gentlest light, radiating a comforting warmth and glow. And he, just lying on this bamboo raft, drifting with the current. No, not entirely drifting with the current. He felt that the raft was being pulled by an extremely faint, yet clearly existing traction force, floating slowly and steadily towards a fixed direction. He tried to sit up, tried to row, even tried to think, but all efforts were like a stone sinking into the sea. Although his consciousness was clear, it seemed to have completely disconnected from this perceived body. He was just a passenger, a forced observer. Time lost its meaning here. There was only that eternal golden radiance and the gentle rise and fall of the bamboo raft. After drifting for who knows how long, a dot appeared on the previously uniform golden horizon ahead. It was tiny at first, but rapidly expanded, and the light it emitted became increasingly intense, possessing an increasingly indescribable sense of presence. Finally, when the raft drew close enough for Terayuki's vision to capture its outline, he saw clearly. It was a sphere huge beyond imagination, burning entirely with pure golden flames, perfectly round and flawless. It hung silently in the golden void, as if it had existed there since ancient times, the core and source of this golden world. The sense of oppression brought by its immense size formed a strange contrast with the vast, gentle power contained within that light, making Terayuki's consciousness tremble, yet also giving rise to an indescribable sense of intimacy stemming from the depths of his soul. The bamboo raft remained uncontrolled, steadily and persistently drifting towards that golden sun. The closer it got, the more clearly Terayuki's uncontrollable body could feel a mixed, intense emotional fluctuation from that sun. It was not the complex thoughts of an intelligent being, but a more primitive, more authentic state being transmitted, blending heavy pain, stifling discomfort, and a faint yet clear plea directed outward, a longing to be purified and comforted. This complex emotion, like a silent tide, washed over Terayuki's consciousness wave after wave, making him empathize, as if the sun's suffering had become his own. Just as the bamboo raft was about to touch the churning golden flames on the surface of that golden sun, Terayuki's vision caught something unusual. On that flawless, pure golden flame-burning surface of the sun, near a certain location, there was an extremely small, yet jarringly out-of-place spot. The spot presented a deeper, more viscous dark gold, constantly writhing, spreading an extremely subtle, unsettling, dark aura to its surroundings. It was its existence that seemed to cause the mixture of pain and pleading emotions transmitted by the sun. The bamboo raft stopped in front of the spot. A thought, uncontrolled, surfaced in Terayuki's clear consciousness, as if pushed directly by the sun's mixed emotional tide. "Help me, clear it." The next instant, Terayuki felt that his right hand, which had been unable to move, actually raised slowly and uncontrollably, fingers splayed, reaching towards the dark golden spot on the sun's surface. "No, wait." A silent scream erupted in Terayuki's consciousness, but it was useless. His hand unwaveringly passed through the layer of warm golden flames on the sun's surface, and his fingertips gently touched that constantly writhing dark golden spot. The moment the tactile sensation arrived. Boom! It was not an external loud noise, but a violent explosion at the core of his consciousness. First came an indescribable, terrifying agony that seemed to want to grind his very existence into powder. This pain did not come from the point of contact, but seemed to instantly pierce through some long-numbed channel, reconnecting him with some distant, heavy, crack-ridden vessel. Every inch of skin, every bone, every organ sent back a sense of crushing and tearing that was on the verge of collapse, sluggish, yet incredibly real. It was like an ancient corpse that had slept for 10,000 years suddenly being injected with boiling magma. Every cell was screaming as it awoke, and at the same time, screaming as it shattered. This pain was so real, so concrete, it almost scattered Terayuki's newly cleared consciousness once again. Immediately after, no, almost simultaneously, another, completely different, yet equally lethal sensation, along those touching fingertips like the most venomous ice snake, suddenly burrowed in. It was a viscous, icy, dark aura filled with endless malice and the scent of decay and rot. It did not bring physical pain, but pierced straight into the deepest part of his consciousness, bringing a great terror that his soul was about to be frozen, contaminated, and dragged into eternal silence and darkness. This chill crazily eroded his consciousness tentacles that were in contact with the sun and spread towards the core of his consciousness. Wherever it passed, it felt as if even his thoughts were about to be frozen stiff and dyed black. Two terrifying torrents. One was the awakening, destructive agony that seemed to come from the root of his body. The other was the yin-evil energy from that dark gold spot that eroded his consciousness, collided, intertwined, and raged crazily at the level of Terayuki's consciousness. His existence trembled violently under this double impact. The bamboo raft swayed crazily in the invisible storm, the golden ocean stirred up monstrous waves, and even the giant sun seemed to emit a silent wail and vibration due to this contact. Terayuki felt his consciousness being torn, squeezed, and contaminated by these two forces from two directions simultaneously. Time lost its meaning at this moment. At the first light of dawn, pale golden spots of light were cast onto the floor of the intensive care ward in the butterfly mansion through the window lattice. Kachu Shinobu pushed open the door gently, her footsteps carrying a trace of undisguised exhaustion. Last night, she had again processed the backlog of paperwork and medical reports sent from various places until late at night, only managing to sleep for less than 4 hours before waking up before dawn. It was as if something was hanging in her heart, preventing her from resting peacefully, and eventually she came here. Ai, who was performing basic morning care for Terayuki, looked up at the sound. Seeing the faint dark circles under Shinobu's eyes, she couldn't help but put down the warm towel in her hand and said softly with concern, "Lady Shinobu, you were busy until so late last night. You should have rested more. For Lord Terayuki here, Only simple cleaning and observation can be done now. I can handle it. Shinobu shook her head, a familiar, reassuring, gentle smile appearing on her face, though the smile did not completely dispel the fatigue between her brows. It's all right, AI. Leave this to me. Go and prepare the medicinal decoctions to be distributed today. Her voice was soft but unquestionable. Part Gemini 3-0 Flash. AI knew she couldn't win against this superior of hers, who was exceptionally stubborn once she had made up her mind. After all, this scene had played out almost every day for the past 3 months. As long as Shinobu was at the Butterfly Mansion and didn't have any life-or-death medical emergencies, she would always find the time to come to this ward personally and take over the nursing duties. Even if all she could do was wipe the face of the comatose man, move his limbs, adjust the angle of the sunlight, or silently watch over his nearly stagnant vital signs. This had seemingly become a silent, yet indispensable ritual in her busy schedule. AI let out a soft sigh, bowed, and quietly withdrew, carefully closing the door behind her. Shinobu walked to the window and pulled back the curtains that had been drawn last night, allowing the more abundant and fresh morning sunlight to flood in unobstructed, bathing the bed and Terayuki. Then, she skillfully checked the cushions and straps securing Terayuki's body, ensuring no bedsores or discomfort had developed from prolonged lying, before carefully pushing the specially made wheeled bed to place him in the best position for the sunlight. Every movement was gentle and steady, carrying the precision and meticulousness unique to a physician. Having finished this, she sat on the low stool by the bed, her gaze falling upon Terayuki's face. 3 months of coma and reliance solely on sunlight had not greatly marred his originally handsome features, but that pallor remained startling, and the veins beneath his skin were clearly visible, making one's heart ache. Sunlight fell upon his long eyelashes, casting a small, quiet shadow beneath his eyelids. Looking at this peaceful face, Shinobu somehow suddenly remembered the sunlight battle between her and Terayuki in the courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion a long time ago. At that time, Terayuki had a radiant smile and bright eyes, like a big child who craved warmth. If he knew that I'm now personally pushing him into the sun every day, he would probably smile triumphantly, wouldn't he? This sudden thought caused the corner of Shinobu's mouth to curve almost imperceptibly, only to be immediately overwhelmed by a deeper fatigue and an indescribable bitterness. Her vigil here was less about a firm belief that sunlight could create miracles and more about fulfilling a promise, to the one in a coma, to herself, and perhaps a stubborn waiting for a truth that had been hidden. And this waiting, day after day with no end in sight, consumed her energy and wore down her initial shock and anger, leaving only deep concern and a hollow, vast exhaustion. Drowsiness, like a tide, crept in again along with the rising temperature in the room and the warmth brought by the sunlight. Shinobu tried to pull herself together, but the days of hard work and lack of sleep finally took the upper hand. Her eyelids grew heavy, her head began to nod, and finally, unable to resist the exhaustion, she leaned gently against the edge of Terayuki's bed and fell into a shallow, restless sleep. Time flowed quietly in the sunlight. An unknown amount of time passed, perhaps only a moment, perhaps half an hour. A slight but exceptionally clear vibration passed through the edge of the bed to the arm Shinobu was resting on. Shinobu's eyelashes fluttered, though she wasn't fully awake yet. But the vibration did not stop. Instead, it became more intense, more impossible to ignore. The entire bed frame was vibrating slightly. No, it wasn't the bed frame, it was the person on the bed. Shinobu woke with a start, instantly snapping her head up, the drowsiness in her purple eyes completely dispelled by shock and alertness. She saw Terayuki's body, which had been lying peacefully, trembling violently and uncontrollably. It wasn't a seizure-like convulsion, but a vibration that seemed to seep from the depths of his bone marrow, filled with pain and struggle. His brow was knit tightly, fine beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his originally pale cheeks flushed with an unnatural redness. From his throat, broken and indistinct syllables began to emerge, as if his throat were being constricted, or like the unconscious groans of someone battling invisible pain. Ah. Shinobu's heart suddenly constricted. She stood up instantly and rushed to the bedside, one hand quickly pressing against Terayuki's forehead while the other tried to hold down his trembling shoulder, calling out urgently, "Terayuki-san? Terayuki-san? Can you hear me? It's me, Kachu Shinobu." Under her call and touch, the trembling of Terayuki's body seemed to pause for a fleeting moment. His thick eyelashes, which had been closed for over 3 months, fluttered violently like the wings of a startled butterfly. Then, under Shinobu's gaze, so tense she was nearly holding her breath, those eyes, those golden eyes that once seemed filled with sunlit amber and were always warm with smiles, slowly and with great difficulty opened a crack. At first, his pupils were dilated and unfocused, blankly reflecting the ceiling and the light from the window, filled with bewilderment and pain that had yet to fade. But as Shinobu's anxious face came into view, that scattered gold began to coalesce bit by bit, extremely slowly, like a glimmer of light gradually brightening in a fog. His lips were chapped and parted slightly, as if he wanted to say something, but could only produce a raspy, airy sound from the friction. Shinobu. The voice was so low it was almost inaudible, but Shinobu caught it. It was him. He really was awake. "Terayuki-san, you're awake. Don't worry, don't speak, take it slow." Shinobu's voice carried a tremor she hadn't even noticed. Excitement, relief, and the heartache of seeing him in such pain. She spoke quickly, trying to calm him. "You've been in a coma for a long time. Your body is very weak. I'll go get water and medicine right now you need." Her words stopped abruptly, because a cold hand had suddenly and exceptionally forcefully gripped her right wrist, just as she was about to pull it back to get the supplies. It was Terayuki's hand. The skin of that hand was pale and cold, but the strength it exerted at this moment was surprisingly great, carrying a death-defying persistence like a drowning man clutching a piece of driftwood. Shinobu looked down at her gripped wrist in shock, then snapped her head up to look at Terayuki. Terayuki's eyes were now fully open. Though they were still dim and bloodshot, the gold within them had reconsolidated, locking onto her with difficulty but absolute clarity. His chest heaved violently, each breath a struggling rasp like a broken bellows, as if he were using every ounce of strength in his body to finally squeeze a few intermittent, raspy, yet perfectly clear syllables from his parched throat. "Shinobu, I'm back." He spoke very slowly, each word sounding as if it had been ground against his throat like sand, accompanied by heavy panting and slight tremors of his body. But in those eyes staring fixedly at Shinobu, there was a faint yet incredibly stubborn light, as if confirming something or perhaps declaring it. Kachu Shinobu was stunned. All her movements and thoughts seemed to freeze in this instant. The cold sensation and undeniable strength from her wrist, the raspy yet clear declaration in her ears, and the faint but stubborn light in those golden eyes. Over 3 months of worry, waiting, doubt, and fatigue, along with the wild joy and heartache at the moment of his awakening, surged like a flood, suddenly breaking through the perfect dam of composure she had always maintained. Without warning, her eyes grew hot, instantly filling with warm liquid. She bit her lower lip hard, forcing the surging emotions down, but her reddened eyes and slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed the turmoil in her heart. She didn't pull her hand away. Instead, she used her other slightly trembling hand to gently cover the back of his tightly gripping hand. From her fingertips came the coldness of his skin, yet she felt as if she could sense the faint, rhythmic pulse of life reigniting beneath it. She looked up into Terayuki's golden eyes, which were struggling to stay wide and reflecting her own figure, and forced a smile onto her face. That smile was no longer flawless. It even carried a trace of watery moisture. But it was exceptionally real and exceptionally tender, her voice carrying a barely perceptible sob. "Yes, welcome back, Terayuki-san. Chapter 37, Shut Up." Under Kachu Shinobu's personal care, Haitru Terayuki struggled to swallow half a small bowl of warm, liquid medicine infused with precious herbs. The warm stream of medicine slid down his parched esophagus, seemingly soothing his throat, which felt as if it had been scrubbed with sandpaper, and his empty stomach, yet it also brought an irresistible, heavy sense of fatigue. His eyelids began to fight each other again, and his consciousness retreated in waves. Kachu Shinobu carefully wiped the medicine stains from the corners of his mouth with a warm, soft cloth. Watching him struggle to stay awake, his gaze unfocused from extreme weakness, a flicker of unquestionable resolve flashed in her purple eyes. She gently pressed down on Haitru Terayuki's hand as he tried to lift it. Her voice returned to its usual clarity and gentleness, yet carried the authority unique to a healer. Haitru Terayuki, you have just woken up and your body is severely overdrawn. What you need most right now is rest. The medicine will help you recover, but sleep is essential. Please rest easy. I will be here. Perhaps it was the effect of the medicine. Perhaps it was bodily instinct. Or perhaps it was the reassuring power in Kachu Shinobu's words. But Haitru Terayuki's final shred of strength to struggle slipped away. He glanced at Kachu Shinobu hazily, her gentle silhouette reflected in his golden eyes, which had only just reopened. Then, he slowly closed them, his breathing gradually becoming long and steady as he sank back into sleep. But unlike the deathly coma of the past 3 months, this slumber carried the rhythm and warmth of reviving life. After confirming that Haitru Terayuki was truly sound asleep, Kachu Shinobu carefully checked his vital signs once more. Satisfied that everything was stable, she stood up lightly and dimmed the light in the room, leaving only enough sunlight to maintain warmth. She tiptoed out of the patient room and gently closed the door. The flawless, gentle smile on her face finally expanded uncontrollably, tinged with a genuine, relieved warmth. She found AI and the others busy in the pharmacy and shared the wonderful news with them. In an instant, the gloom that had been suppressed for over 3 months seemed to be dispelled by sunlight. The girls let out low cheers, their eyes welling up with tears of excitement. A light-hearted and joyful atmosphere instantly permeated the butterfly mansion. Unfortunately, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke were not at the butterfly mansion. Not long after Kyojuro Rengoku's injuries stabilized and his right hand was set in a cast, the restless flame Hashira had used rehabilitative training and guiding juniors as excuses to take the 3 youths away from the butterfly mansion. They headed to a nearby mountainous area said to have a harsher environment, better suited for tempering the body and mind, to continue their special training. Kyojuro Rengoku's recovery was astonishing. 3 months had passed, and apart from his right arm still needing the cast, his other injuries had healed by 70 or 80%. Although wielding a sword with his left hand was not as skillful as his right, given his strength, ordinary demons were no longer a threat. He was more than capable of self-defense and guiding the training. Kachu Shinobu, after a careful evaluation, had no choice but to reluctantly agree, though she repeatedly urged them to be careful and to have the Kasugai Crow report their situation regularly. After sharing the joy with her companions at the Butterfly Mansion, Kachu Shinobu immediately spread paper and ground ink. In the most solemn format, she wrote a detailed report and sent it urgently via Kasugai Crow to the Yubayashiki estate, informing them of the news that the light Hashira, Haitru Terayuki, had awakened this morning, and briefly explaining his current weak but stable vital signs. The message was returned quickly. Kaguya Yubayashiki's reply was swift and filled with relief. The letter first expressed his joy at Haitru Terayuki's awakening and his gratitude for the Butterfly Mansion's tireless treatment over the past few months. The tone then shifted, gentle yet clearly instructing. It is a great fortune that Haitru Terayuki has awakened. However, as he has just recovered from a critical illness and his source of vitality has been greatly depleted, he is like a candle in the wind. One must not be hasty. I earnestly hope that Kachu Shinobu will continue to provide careful care with a healer's benevolence, ensuring his vitality is restored gradually and his foundation is stabilized. All other matters, whether inquiries for intelligence or the handover of team duties, can be postponed. Wait until his mind is clear and his physique has slightly recovered before discussing them. Your hard work is appreciated. This letter undoubtedly gave Kachu Shinobu the greatest authority and peace of mind. She no longer had to worry about other Hashira rushing to obtain information from him and disturbing his recuperation. Meanwhile, the news of Haitru Terayuki's awakening was also quickly transmitted via Kasugai Crow to the Hashira scattered in various locations. When Seinmi Shinizugawa received the news, he was just pulling his Nichiren sword from the neck of a low-level demon. Upon hearing it, his movements paused, and he let out a cold snort, but his tightly furrowed brows seemed to relax slightly as he cursed under his breath. Tough-lived bastard. Tenjin Yuzui was counting a batch of newly arrived ninja tools. From beneath his flashy mask came a soft chuckle. Oh, finally awake. This is at least some flashy news. Mitsuri Kenroji jumped up with joy, tears of happiness instantly welling in her pink and green eyes as she thanked the messenger Kasugai Crow repeatedly. Jiomai Heimjima pressed his hands together, tears streaming down his face, and murmured, Namu Amida Butsu. The heavens have shown mercy. Benefactor Haitru Terayuki has finally awakened. May the Buddha be merciful. Muichiro Takedo stood quietly on a treetop, his colored pupils gazing in the direction of the butterfly mansion. After a long while, he gave a soft. Jiwu Tomioka finished his patrol and stood by the water, looking at the note brought by the Kasugai Crow. His deep blue eyes reflected the ripples in the water, and he nodded imperceptibly before carefully putting the note away. Iguro Obanai poked his head out from the shadows, Kaburamaru coiled around his neck, hissing. He stared at the Kasugai Crow with his slender, snake-like eyes and rasped, Awake? That is well. Those questions will need an answer sooner or later. Even Kyojiro Rengoku, who was in the mountains, wielding his sword with his left hand and strictly urging the three youths through hellish training, had his usually stern, gold-red eyes suddenly burst with dazzling radiance upon receiving the message from the Kasugai Crow. His loud, resonant laughter startled the birds in the forest. Umu, that is great. Haitru Terayuki, I knew you wouldn't fall so easily. He turned and roared at the three Tanjiro and the others, who were so tired they were almost collapsing. Did you hear that? Haitru Terayuki is awake. This is the power of will. Pull yourselves together. Continue training. The next morning, the sunlight visited the patient room punctually as always. Haitru Terayuki was propped up in the raised hospital bed. Although his face was still pale to the point of transparency, and his lips lacked color, his golden eyes were much clearer than yesterday, at least able to clearly reflect the figure of the person sitting by his bedside. He watched Kachu Shinobu holding a steaming bowl of medicine, her profile focused as she gently blew away the steam. He subconsciously moved his lips, his voice smoother than yesterday but still hoarse and weak. Kachu Shinobu, I can do it, Mai. Before he could finish his sentence, Kachu Shinobu lifted her eyelids and swept a calm, indifferent glance at him with her purple eyes. The gaze was calm and waveless, and the corners of her mouth even held a hint of her customary gentle arc, but Haitru Terayuki inexplicably felt a familiar, unquestionable pressure. The rest of his words stuck in his throat, and he could only obediently and helplessly shut his mouth. Kachu Shinobu withdrew her gaze in satisfaction. She scooped a small mouthful of the medicine at a moderate temperature with a porcelain spoon and brought it to his lips, her movements natural and fluid, as if she had practiced it countless times. Open your mouth. Her voice was soft but carried the irresistible, commanding tone of a healer. Haitru Terayuki had no choice but to obediently open his mouth and swallow the complex, bitter medicine. Kachu Shinobu fed him spoon by spoon with patience, while using her calm and pleasant voice to recount the events that had occurred during the 3 months he had been in a coma. You have been in a coma for a full 3 months, Haitru Terayuki. Kachu Shinobu stated calmly while feeding him the medicine. 3 months, Haitru Terayuki swallowed the medicine, his eyes unable to hide his astonishment. His voice raised slightly, but immediately after he coughed softly because of the strain on his weak body. It's been that long. Kachu Shinobu timely offered him warm water to soothe his throat. After he caught his breath, she sighed softly, a trace of lingering fear and gravity flashing in her purple eyes. We didn't expect it to be this long either. Do you know what you looked like when you were first carried back to the butterfly mansion? She paused, seemingly weighing her words, but ultimately chose to be direct. You were no different from a corpse, just missing that one last breath. Your whole body was ice cold, your breathing so weak it was almost imperceptible, and your inner vitality had withered to a terrifying degree. We all thought. She did not continue, but the meaning was already very clear. Haitru Terayuki was silent for a moment, his golden eyelashes drooping slightly, masking the complex emotions in his eyes. When he raised them again, His voice carried an apology and a trace of imperceptible fatigue. "Sorry for making you worry." Kachu Shinobu shook her head and did not continue this heavy topic, instead skillfully changing the subject, her tone becoming lighter. "Kyojuro Rengoku is recovering very quickly and should be able to get out of bed in about a week. He is very grateful to you." She looked up at Haitru Terayuki. He said that to repay the debt of saving his life, and also so as not to waste the time spent recovering, he took the initiative to take over the work of teaching Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inasok. As she spoke, the corners of her mouth curved into a slightly teasing arc. "However, Kyojuro Rengoku's training method is much harsher than yours was. The intensity is several times higher, and the requirements are terrifyingly strict. Even I feel, well, it is quite the flame Hashira style. Every day when Tanjiro and the others come back, they look like they've been fished out of the water and fall asleep the moment they hit the bed." Hearing this, a trace of genuine smile finally appeared on Haitru Terayuki's pale face. Although it was faint, it made him look a bit more lively. "Is that so?" He chuckled softly, with a bit of understanding and sympathy. "Then Tanjiro and the others are in for a rough time. When Kyojuro Rengoku gets serious, he is quite, well, enthusiastic." Kachu Shinobu also smiled slightly, continuing to feed him medicine while chatting casually about some trivial matters at the Butterfly Mansion. Which patient had recovered and been discharged, what rare medicinal herbs had been brought in, and how AI's cooking skills had improved, and so on. The atmosphere was warm and peaceful, as if two old friends were just chatting. However, just as Haitru Terayuki was gradually relaxing, Kachu Shinobu suddenly changed the subject, her tone still soft and smiling as she brought up another matter. "Speaking of which, that child Tanjiro seems to have become quite close to Kanao recently. After training ends, I often see him looking for Kanao to talk." Haitru Terayuki had just swallowed the medicine. Upon hearing this, he subconsciously chimed in, his tone carrying a bit of a master's gratification at his disciple's good social skills, as well as a hint of the child is growing up sentiment. "Is that so? That's quite." Before the word good could be uttered, he felt a calm, waveless gaze that inexplicably sent a chill down his spine land on his face. Kachu Shinobu had raised her eyes at some point, her amethyst-like eyes watching him quietly. The gentle arc at the corners of her mouth remained unchanged, but Haitru Terayuki read the silent warning in it, "A sense of you had better think clearly before you speak." Haitru Terayuki instantly fell silent, swallowing the rest of his words. He blinked his golden eyes, revealing a bit of innocence and caution. He cleared his throat. Under Kachu Shinobu's gentle gaze, he carefully weighed his words, his voice involuntarily lowering, with a hint of probing and an intention to put in a good word for his foolish disciple. I mean that child Tanjiro, his heart is simple, his character is pure, and he is a very good child. If he can really get along with someone, make more friends, and look out for each other, it's not a bad thing. After all, that child Kanao also." Before he could finish his sentence, or even express the complete thought that Kanao also needs friends, he saw Kachu Shinobu already pick up the medicine bowl beside her with fluid and natural movements. She scooped up another spoonful of medicine at just the right temperature, and with irresistible precision, brought it directly to his lips, perfectly interrupting all his subsequent potential lofty talk and matchmaking. Haitru Terayuki, Kachu Shinobu's voice remained soft, her purple eyes curved, her smile deepening, yet it inexplicably made Haitru Terayuki feel a chill down the back of his neck. Medicine is most effective when drunk while hot. "Come, Haitru Terayuki." "Fine, I'll shut up, I'll take the medicine." He could only obediently open his mouth, swallow the spoonful of medicine, and swallow the unfinished words along with the subtle relief and worry in his heart. That his own pig had finally learned to root for someone else's good cabbage, mixed with the bitter medicine. Kachu Shinobu watched him finish with satisfaction, a barely perceptible glimmer of something like your sensible flashing deep in her purple eyes. She then changed the subject as if nothing had happened, as if the conversation about the young boy and girl had never taken place. Chapter 38 Foundation. Inside the hospital room, the sunlight was mild and warm, and the medicine bowl was empty. The little episode earlier regarding Tanjiro and Kanao seemed to have quietly passed with the swallowing of the last spoonful of medicine, and the atmosphere returned to a state of near-warm tranquility. Terayuki leaned against the soft pillow, feeling the subtle warmth brought by the medicine within his body and the comfort of the sun's caress. His tense nerves finally relaxed a little, and he even began to calculate how he should educate his own ignorant and fearless Tsugyuko once he felt better. Just then, Kachu Shinobu gently placed the empty medicine bowl on the small table nearby, picked up a warm, damp towel, and meticulously wiped the corners of his mouth. Her movements remained gentle and elegant, and an impeccable, gentle smile hung on her face. Then she spoke in a tone as plain as discussing the weather is nice today. So, Mr. Terayuki, she lifted her purple eyes, her gaze calmly looking into his suddenly stiff golden pupils. What about the explanation you mentioned back then? Terayuki felt the blood in his entire body. No, every nerve that had just relaxed, freeze in that instant. Explanation? What explanation? Oh right, that one. On the night before the departure of the Mugen train, in the pharmacy, forced by circumstances, he had made a promise to her when asking for permission to pass, using a heavy tone as if entrusting his final affairs. When I return, no matter the result, I will definitely give you a clear and unambiguous explanation. But, he had just experienced a fierce battle where he almost died, and he had been in a coma for 3 whole months. His consciousness had floated and struggled in a golden ocean and an agonizing cold. He had finally managed to crawl back to reality, yet his body was as weak as a rag doll, and he even needed to be fed his medicine. Where would he find the time? Where would he find the energy to concoct that explanation, which was destined to be full of holes, yet had to be clear and unambiguous? The immense pressure made him subconsciously want to look away. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but his mind was blank, leaving only the scrolling panic of it's over, I'm about to be interrogated. Kachu Shinobu just watched him quietly, taking in every subtle change in his facial expression. From relaxation to stiffness, from confusion to panic, from attempting to think to a complete blank, all into her eyes. The look in her purple eyes did not change in the slightest. She remained in that posture of gentle listening, but Terayuki felt as if he could see a trace of predetermined, all-knowing understanding from the depths of those calm eyes. Sure enough, she spoke softly, her voice still steady and pleasant, yet every word was like a needle, precisely piercing his last bit of wishful thinking. Mr. Terayuki, she tilted her head slightly, revealing an innocent expression with a hint of confusion, as if she were truly just curious. You wouldn't be trying to tell me that because you were in a coma for 3 months, you forgot what you promised me, would you? No, he didn't forget. How could he dare to forget? He just hadn't made it up yet. Or Shinobu's smile deepened slightly, and a faint, almost dangerous glimmer flashed in her purple eyes. You have actually already thought it through, and are just planning to use another. Poorly crafted lie that was carefully prepared, like the one about purchasing nightglow grass to deal with me. Purchasing nightglow grass, she really was still hung up on that. She never believed it at all. All the doubts and the anger from being deceived had never truly dissipated. They had just been temporarily suppressed by the worry and medical work of these past 3 months. Now, with his awakening, they suddenly raised their heads like a dormant, venomous snake. Immense psychological pressure and the body's instinctive weakness intertwined. Terayuki suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, his throat itched, and he couldn't help but cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Shinobu, I feel so dizzy, it hurts so much. My vision is going black, I think I'm about to pass out again. While coughing, he weakly raised his hand to his forehead, his eyes half closed, and his breathing deliberately became chaotic, attempting to muddle through with this trick. After all, he was a patient who had just recovered from severe injuries, so a relapse was perfectly reasonable. However, his exquisite acting skills were clearly not enough in front of Kachu Shinobu. The smile on Shinobu's face did not change in the slightest. Even when his performance of being on the verge of passing out reached its climax, she gracefully picked up the water cup nearby and took a sip of water in a leisurely manner. Then she put down the cup, her purple eyes refocusing on Terayuki's agonizingly painful face. The corners of her lips curled into an arc so sweet it made one's heart crawl, and she said slowly in that coaxing, incredibly soft voice, "Oh my, Mr. Teruyuki, do you have a headache and are about to faint? That is truly terrible." She leaned forward slightly, getting closer, her breath like orchids, her voice dropping lower, carrying a hair-raising, gentle killing intent. However, as the master of the butterfly mansion and the insect Hashira, Kachu Shinobu, I solemnly remind you, if you dare to fake a faint in front of me. She paused, a cold light flashing in her purple eyes. Her voice was as soft as a whisper, yet it was clear enough to make every pore on Teruyuki's body suddenly contract. "I will truly make it so you can never open your eyes again, to sleep forever and ever. You should believe that I can do it, and I will absolutely not leave any trace of a medical accident." A bone-chilling cold instantly shot from his tailbone to the top of his skull. All of Teruyuki's pain performance came to an abrupt halt. The coughing stopped, his hand clutching his forehead froze in midair, and even his deliberately chaotic breathing stopped instantly. He widened his eyes abruptly, looking in disbelief at that beautiful face close at hand, which wore a sweet smile but had cold eyes. He believed it. He absolutely believed it. Given Kachu Shinobu's medical skills and proficiency in pharmacology, coupled with the unfeigned, suppressed anger and cold scrutiny in her eyes right now after being deceived for so long, she absolutely could do what she said. And she could do it seamlessly. The path of faking a faint was completely blocked, and he had almost buried himself in it. Teruyuki stiffly and extremely slowly lowered his hand from his forehead, trying hard to squeeze out an ingratiating smile that was uglier than crying, his voice dry. Well, Miss Shinobu, I suddenly feel. My head doesn't seem to hurt as much, my vision is clear, I'm not dizzy at all." Kachu Shinobu straightened up in satisfaction, sat back in the chair, her hands elegantly folded on her lap. Her face restored that impeccable, gentle listening posture, her purple eyes smiling, signaling him to continue. "That's good. It seems Mr. Teruyuki is recovering very quickly." So she lifted her hands slightly, making a pleased gesture, her tone gentle yet carrying an unquestionable urgency. "Please begin your explanation, Mr. Teruyuki." "I am all ears." Teruyuki sat on the hospital bed, with warm sunlight behind him and the insect Hashira, who was smiling like a flower yet radiating an overwhelming aura, in front of him. He felt his brain working even faster than when he faced Akaza, but it was still a blank slate. He couldn't escape, and faking death had failed. What to do? Make it up on the spot. But those purple eyes of Shinobu's, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, were locked firmly on him. Any trace of a lie would likely be instantly exposed by her, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Explanation? How on earth should he explain so that it could be clear and unambiguous without exposing those secrets that must never be told and still make this Kachu Shinobu before him, who clearly had exhausted her patience and was at the peak of her intelligence? At least temporarily satisfied. Time seemed to have frozen in this moment. A fine cold sweat seeped from Teruyuki's temples, his golden pupils flickering rapidly, every brain cell burning crazily, trying to grasp that only possible, fragile chance of survival in this desperate situation. Teruyuki was silent for a moment, his golden eyes lowered, as if he were organizing his thoughts or perhaps struggling to weigh his words. The sunlight inside the hospital room remained warm, but the aura around him seemed somewhat stagnant due to this silence. Finally, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze not meeting Kachu Shinobu's probing look directly, but falling on his own hand resting on the snow-white sheets. That hand which was still pale and thin, with visible pale blue veins. "Miss Shinobu," he spoke, his voice even hoarser and deeper than before, carrying a fatigue and honesty that was almost like dissecting himself. "You and everyone at the Butterfly Mansion must be very curious, perhaps even unable to understand. Why, even though my external injuries are healing and my vital signs have stabilized, the internal condition of my body is still terrible to that extent, like an empty shell drained of all vitality, only able to barely maintain itself by relying on sunlight." He paused, his fingertips curling unconsciously. "Mr. Rengoku should have already told you that the move I finally used is called Universal Illumination." Kachu Shinobu gave a soft hum, her purple eyes looking at him quietly, signaling him to continue. Actually, the move, universal illumination itself, is not complicated. One could even say, it is very simple. Terayuki's voice was very soft, as if he were recalling it is not some exquisite swordsmanship. Its core is simply to scatter the power of light stored within my body from the surface of my body to the maximum extent at a specific frequency and method, forming a field of purification. The principle is somewhat similar to the defensive halo of radiance, just that the direction is outward, and it is more thorough. Then why Shinobu spoke at the right moment, her voice calm and waveless. Could universal illumination cause that kind of purification effect on Akaza that is almost like sunlight, and even temporarily deprive him of his regenerative ability? And why was the price you paid so tragic? Terayuki took a deep breath. Even this simple action seemed to make him feel strenuous, his chest rising and falling slightly. Because what drove universal illumination at that time was not that part of the power of light that I usually call upon during battle, which drifts in my meridians and body surface. He lifted his eyes, finally looking at Shinobu. His golden pupils appeared somewhat transparent in the sunlight, yet deep inside, they seemed like ashes after burning. At that time, the conventional light energy within my body had already been completely exhausted in the entanglement with Akaza. So his voice dropped lower, carrying a calm that was almost self-destructive. I used the foundation. Foundation? Shinobu's purple eyes narrowed slightly, repeating the word. Yes, Terayuki nodded, his gaze falling back to his hands, as if staring at something invisible in his palms. Since I was young, I have had an affinity for light that is different from ordinary people. Not just the breathing style, but a deeper connection with sunlight itself. Over a dozen years of practice, meditation, fighting, and even simple sunbathing. Sunlight, or rather, a certain special quality within sunlight, had long ceased to be just external energy, but slowly, continuously, seeped into my internal organs, my bones and marrow, and even produced a kind of inseparable fusion with the source of my life. He attempted to describe that mysterious and internal feeling. Ordinary power of light is like water flowing in a riverbed. It can be called upon, it can be squandered, and after being exhausted, it can be slowly replenished from the heavens and earth from the sunlight. But the foundation is the water vein that has long since seeped deep into the soil on both banks of the river, even becoming one with the soil itself and becoming a part of its solid foundation. It is one of the fundamental reasons why my body is healthier than normal people, has stronger recovery, and rarely gets sick. It is also the cornerstone of why my breath of light is truly powerful. This light that has been tempered and precipitated over a dozen years, or even longer, and finally fused with the source of my life, its nature, has already undergone a certain transformation. Terayuki's tone carried a hint of complexity. Its restraint and purification effect on demons is far stronger than the commonly called upon power of light, and its nature is already very, very close to true sunlight. Therefore, under universal illumination, Akaza's regenerative ability was temporarily suppressed, because that touched upon his most fundamental fear and natural enemy as a demon. He gave a bitter smile, that smile pale and weak. But this foundation is the root, it is a part of life. Forcibly stripping it from its fused state and scattering it is equivalent to burning the source of my life, destroying the foundation upon which my body relies to be strong and to function. That is why the price is so huge. It is not just exhaustion, but a withering and failure from the root. Terayuki finally lifted his eyes again, looking at Kachu Shinobu. Those golden eyes, which were always warm, were now filled with fatigue and a hint of imperceptible gloom. This is why, even though I have woken up now and my external injuries have improved, my body is still like an old person on the verge of death, recovering extremely slowly and with extreme difficulty. The lost foundation cannot be quickly replenished by ordinary sunlight and medicine. It needs time, a long time, to reaccumulate, to let sunlight seep and fuse bit by bit again, to repair that damaged life foundation. Perhaps it will never be able to fully recover as it was. He paused for a moment, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. Universal illumination is essentially a one-time gamble with one's life, using potential that may never be recovered in the future or even a shortened lifespan to exchange for a momentary, limit-surpassing light of purification. This is the part of the explanation I can give regarding the current state of my body. A brief silence fell within the hospital room. There was only the subtle sound of the sunlight moving and Terayuki's slightly rapid breathing. Kachu Shinobu listened quietly, the expression on her face changing from the initial calm scrutiny to gradually becoming solemn, the depths of her purple eyes flashing with the light of thought and evaluation. Terayuki's explanation seemed logical and consistent with the strange condition of his body. That concept of the light foundation, fused with the source of life, even more explained why he was able to burst out with an effect close to sunlight, and why he paid such a tragic price involving the source of life. Chapter 39, Destiny, Premonition. Kachu Shinobu's fingertips tapped lightly against the armrest of her chair, her purple eyes refocusing on Terayuki's face. Her gaze remained calm, yet it seemed to possess a penetrating power. A very reasonable explanation, Mr. Terayuki. Regarding your foundation and the price of universal illumination, I understand, and I believe you. Her tone shifted, remaining gentle yet carrying an unavoidable sharpness. However, this does not seem to explain another, more critical question. How did you know when to head to the Muichiro train and utilize this one-time desperate gamble? Terayuki wore a wry smile, a mixture of helplessness and as expected, and shook his head slightly. As expected, thinking that he could divert Kachu Shinobu's attention with those magical and somewhat tragic-sounding explanations about his foundation, and the cost of universal illumination was far too naive. This sharp-witted insect Hashira had never forgotten the initial and most core question. He sighed slightly, his golden eyes gazing out at the boundless clear sky outside the window, as if organizing his thoughts or seeking confirmation from some intangible existence. A moment later, he looked back at Shinobu, his voice carrying a rare, almost ethereal sense of confusion and sincerity. This is indeed difficult to explain with common logic. Shinobu, he paused, looking directly into her purple eyes that seemed capable of peering into the human heart, and asked slowly, do you believe in fate or perhaps destiny? Without waiting for Shinobu to answer, he continued, his tone carrying a trance-like sense of reminiscence. Since I can remember, since the first time I truly saw a demon and felt that nauseating cold and evil radiating from them. It was as if there was a voice in my heart. No, not a voice, but a more vague yet more certain realization telling me, my destiny is to slay demons. To kill every demon in this world that brings harm to humanity. No one taught me this, but the thought is as natural as breathing, as certain as sunlight dispersing darkness, branded deep into my consciousness. He pressed lightly against his abdomen, which remained flat but felt empty inside, and whispered, it is a kind of premonition or pull of destiny that is very difficult to describe directly in words. It has no concrete imagery, no clear instructions. It is just a strong, directional intuition. Light swirled in Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes as she listened quietly, without interrupting. The gentle smile on her face faded slightly, replaced by a deep sense of scrutiny. Destiny, premonition. For Shinobu, who believes in rationality, medical science, and her own efforts, these are somewhat ethereal concepts. However, considering Terayuki's special power of light and the various peculiarities he has displayed before, she could not completely dismiss them. So Shinobu's voice sounded steady, carrying a note of inquiry. You went to the Muichiro train because of this premonition. Terayuki nodded, his gaze somewhat unfocused as if lost in memory. It was not just a vague premonition. Before heading to the Muichiro train, or to be precise, during the time I started considering returning to my post, I had a very, very real dream. He began his narration, describing the golden ocean, the bamboo raft, the massive sun, and the dark golden stain on the sun's surface that he had experienced while his consciousness was sinking, all in a polished and adapted manner. He omitted the details about the bamboo raft being out of control and his passive contact with it. He also downplayed the details of the terrifying, intense pain and the cold aura, instead packaging it into a clear, symbolic dream. In the dream, I seemed to transform into a ray of light, drifting on a boundless golden ocean, heading toward a massive, sun-like golden sphere. That sun gave me a feeling of immense intimacy, but on its surface, there was a disturbing, squirming dark stain. Teruyuki's voice was low, carrying a dreamlike quality. In the dream, I approached it, and then, somehow my hand touched that stain. He paused deliberately here, took a deep breath, and appropriately displayed a hint of lingering fear and trepidation on his face, as if recalling something terrifying. The moment I touched the stain, in my mind, no, deep within my consciousness, some fragmented yet incredibly clear images and feelings suddenly exploded. His voice trembled slightly as he tried to make the description sound real and shocking. I saw Mr. Rengoku, alone, beside an overturned train, fighting a fierce battle against a figure radiating terrifying blue-white battle spirit. I saw Mr. Rengoku covered in blood, his right arm twisted, and finally, under the violent attacks of that figure, he fell into the deepest darkness before dawn and never stood up again. And that blue-white figure stood beside Mr. Rengoku, emitting excited and crazed laughter. Teruyuki closed his eyes, his fingers gripping the bedsheet unconsciously until his knuckles turned white, his voice strained. That feeling was too real. The unwillingness and regret when Mr. Rengoku fell, the violence and satisfaction of that blue-white figure, and that suffocating feeling as if it were a predetermined, unchangeable fate. It was as if I had experienced it myself. No, it was even more despairing than experiencing it firsthand, because that was the predetermined ending. He opened his eyes again and looked at Shinobu, his golden eyes filled with the lingering shock of that dream and a sense of desperate determination. After I woke up, I was cold all over, but that image and feeling were branded firmly into my mind, unable to be shaken off. I cannot explain why I had such a dream, and I cannot prove its authenticity. It sounds too fantastical, too bizarre. If I told anyone, no one would believe it, and it would only be dismissed as a hallucination after a severe injury or as a result of excessive stress. However, Teruyuki's voice suddenly became firm, carrying an unquestionable stubbornness. I could not take the risk. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance that it was true, I could not just watch Mr. Rengoku head toward that ending in the dream. That premonition, that destiny-like pull, combined with this bizarre and terrifying dream, left me unable to sit still. Therefore, I had to go. I had to go and confirm it myself to change the future that might happen. Even if there was no concrete evidence, even if I had to use a lame excuse, even if I had to gamble with my own life. As his final words fell, the ward fell into silence once again. Teruyuki's description was complete, from his childhood destiny premonition to the specific dream that foretold death, and finally to the action he chose based on this, a choice that appeared reckless but held deep meaning. Logically, it seemed to form a closed loop, explaining why he knew to go to the Mugen train, why he was willing to lie to go there, and why he ultimately risked everything to change the ending he saw in the dream. Kachu Shinobu sat quietly, her purple eyes as deep as an ancient well, gazing at Teruyuki for a long time. The gentle smile that usually graced her face had long since vanished, replaced by an extremely complex look of gravity and contemplation. She was rapidly analyzing, weighing, and judging. Teruyuki's explanation did indeed sound so fantastical that it bordered on the absurd. A sense of destiny, a precognitive dream. This was completely beyond the scope of medicine, or even conventional norms. Given Shinobu's rational, pragmatic, and evidence-oriented personality, she would instinctively harbor deep doubts about such ethereal and illusory explanations. However, Teruyuki's previous explanation regarding the foundation of the power of light and the cost of universal illumination fit perfectly with his bizarre physical condition, revealing a particularity that transcended ordinary understanding, yet possessed its own internal logic. This made his current account regarding his premonition and dream seem, perhaps not entirely impossible. After all, for someone who could merge with sunlight and unleash a godlike strike, possessing some perceptions that exceeded conventional logic seemed plausible, right? More importantly, the emotions, details, and the state of lingering fear when recalling the events in Teruyuki's entire narrative were captured perfectly, not appearing to be faked. He attributed the unverifiable precognition to the mysterious destiny and dream, cleverly shifting himself away from the most fatal point of questioning. How did you obtain specific intelligence? To the more subjective and harder to falsify level of taking action based on ineffable intuition. Shinobu could not determine whether what Terayuki said was true or false. He provided a set of logically self-consistent statements that could even partially explain his special abilities. But the foundation of all this was built upon the void concepts of destiny, premonition, and dream, which could neither be proven nor disproven. Did such a fantastical destiny pull and precognitive fragment truly exist? Or was Terayuki's lying technique so advanced that he could weave such a perfect, heart-touching lie? One he was even willing to use self-destruction to corroborate its authenticity. Kachu Shinobu ultimately did not continue to press the matter. The complex scrutiny and contemplation in her purple eyes gradually settled, and that layer of customary, reassuring, gentle smile resurfaced, though behind that smile, there seemed to be an added, indescribable, and unresolved depth. She stood up, picked up the empty medicine bowl, and elegantly smoothed out her already tidy hem. A very astonishing experience, Mr. Terayuki. She repeated softly again, her tone calm, without much fluctuation. Destiny, premonition, dream. These indeed exceed the scope of my understanding. She walked to the window, turned her back to Terayuki, and looked out at the bright courtyard. The sunlight gilded her purple hair with a golden edge. I cannot verify whether the dream you spoke of is true, nor can I judge if destiny exists. But one thing is certain. She turned around, her purple eyes gazing quietly at Terayuki, who was leaning against the headboard, her gaze falling on his pale and gaunt face, her voice carrying a subtle, almost admonishing tone. You went, you fought, you changed the ending that Mr. Rengoku might have originally faced, and you also allowed yourself to pay an unimaginable price. She paused, her tone becoming even gentler, yet every word was clear. So, Mr. Terayuki, before you ponder those profound destinies and premonitions, please consider yourself first. The hospital beds at the Butterfly Mansion, she tilted her head slightly, revealing a nearly helpless yet exceptionally beautiful smile, are not always empty. I also do not hope that you will always become a regular here in this way. Having said that, she did not wait for Terayuki's answer, simply nodded slightly, carried the medicine bowl, and left the ward with light steps, carefully closing the door behind her. That purple figure disappeared outside the door, also taking away the invisible, suffocating pressure within the ward. Not until the soft sound of the door closing came did Terayuki's stiff back relax almost imperceptibly, and he let out a long, silent sigh of relief. Cold sweat had already beaded on his forehead. Finally, he had managed to get through it for now. He thought to himself, a strong sense of exhaustion surging up along with the relief. Chapter 40, The Secret Pillar Meeting. After the relaxation came a deeper exhaustion and a clear realization of his own condition. Terayuki closed his eyes, attempting to calm his mind and focus, circulating the breath of light just as he had countless times before. However, the feedback he received made his heart sink slightly. In the past, with just a slight movement of his mind, even without deliberate effort, sunlight from the outside would act like summoned spirits, naturally and intimately penetrating his skin, seeping into his meridians, and merging with the warm, vigorous power of light within his body, circulating endlessly. That feeling was as natural and smooth as breathing. But now, he concentrated with all his might, attempting to guide the sunlight outside the window. He could feel the presence of the sunlight, could sense that familiar warmth brushing against his skin, but that intimate, seamless entry sensation had become abnormally difficult and sluggish. The sunlight seemed to be merely shining upon him, rather than merging with him. He had to expend many times more mental effort than before just to barely capture a trace of the extremely weak quality that could truly be absorbed by his body and transformed into power of light. This wisp of light that was arduously guided into his body flowed slowly through his withered, shrunken meridians like a stream about to run dry. The volume was pitifully small, a world of difference compared to the power of light that used to surge like a river. Moreover, the flow was full of stagnation, as if the inner walls of his meridians were covered with rough gravel, obstructing the passage of this weak current of light. Terayuki looked inward, able to see the state of his internal organs. The healing of external wounds was merely superficial. Internally, his organs remained dim and lusterless, having lost the restrained vitality and resilience nourished by the power of light in the past, presenting a withered, gray decay. The consequences of having the foundation that was integrated into the origin of his life forcibly stripped away were now fully revealed. His body, at the most fundamental level, had lost the container and root to quickly absorb, transform, and store the power of light. Sure enough, it was terrible. Terayuki smiled bitterly in his heart, but he did not despair. No matter how bad the situation was, it was better than being unconscious and on the verge of death. Aside from relying on time, relying on this day-after-day exposure to sunlight, and relying on the most basic method of the breath of light to guide light energy to nourish himself, to bit by bit, extremely slowly repair his damaged foundation and reaccumulate that lost foundation, there was no better way at the moment. He readjusted his breathing, allowing himself to enter a deeper state of meditation. No longer forcing the absorption of large amounts of light, he sank all his focus into his body, guiding that faint yet pure quality from the real sunlight, like the gentlest stream of water, slowly washing and soothing his parched and withered meridians, moistening his dim and weakened internal organs. This process was so slow it was almost imperceptible, and the efficiency was pitifully low. But he was very patient. Sunlight shone through the window, quietly spilling onto his calm, pale face, plating him with a soft golden edge. He sat upright with his eyes closed, his breath gradually becoming long and steady, as if he had merged with the sunlight around him, becoming a silhouette of faint vitality and silent persistence in this quiet hospital room. The road to recovery was long and arduous, but at least it had begun again. Meanwhile, in a remote, quiet room of the Demon Slayer Corps often used for discussing confidential missions, there were no windows, only a few oil lamps providing dim, flickering light, casting the figures sitting around the long table onto the walls, drawing twisted, swaying shadows. The atmosphere was thick enough to be tangible. Except for Terayuki, who was still bedridden at the Butterfly Mansion and knew nothing of this, and Kaguya Yubayashiki, who was deliberately bypassed, all current Hashira members, Wind Hashira, Seinmi Shinazugawa, Sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, Love Hashira, Mitsuri Kenroji, Serpent Hashira, Iguro Obanai, Stone Hashira, Jaiomai Haimjima, Mist Hashira, Muichiro Takedo, Water Hashira, Gyutomi Oka, and Flame Hashira, Kyojiro Rengoku, whose right arm was still in a heavy cast and whose face was slightly paler than usual, had all arrived. They had been privately summoned by Kachu Shinobu in the name of an emergency and absolute secret, through channels each trusted the most, even bypassing the Kakashi Corps. Everyone's expressions varied, but their brows were furrowed with confusion and a hint of the gravity that came with being urgently summoned. Seinmi Shinazugawa tapped the table impatiently with his fingers. The look under Tenjin Yuzui's mask held inquiry. Mitsuri Kenroji twisted her fingers uneasily. Iguro Obanai hid in the shadows, his heterochromatic eyes flickering. Jaiomai Haimjima pressed his hands together, silently reciting Buddhist chants. Muichiro Takedo sat quietly, his colored pupils reflecting the firelight. Gyutomi Oka was silent as always, but his posture was straight. And Kyojiro Rengoku, although his injuries were not yet healed, his golden red eyes were full of seriousness. He cared more than anyone about this sudden, secret gathering that bypassed the master. Everyone is here. Kachu Shinobu sat at the head of the table, her face devoid of her usual gentle smile, her purple eyes looking exceptionally deep and calm under the oil lamp light. She scanned the group and spoke in a calm voice. You must all be wondering why I chose to gather everyone here privately in this manner. Cut the crap, Insect Hashira. Seinmi Shinazugawa broke the silence first, his brows furrowed. Why be so mysterious? What is it? And why did you have to bypass Master? Tenjin Yuzui also chimed in. Indeed, it's not flashy enough, Shinobu. Being this urgent and keeping even Master in the dark is not your style. Kyojiro Rengoku said in a deep voice. Shinobu, what urgent situation has occurred? To require such. He glanced at his right arm in a cast. The implication was clear. Even a severely injured person like him had been forcibly invited. Kachu Shinobu raised her hand slightly, signaling everyone to calm down. Her gaze swept slowly across each face, finally settling on Kyojiro Rengoku's face, lingering for a moment. A flash of complex emotion crossed her eyes, then became even more determined. I called this meeting, she said clearly, enunciating every word for the sake of one person. She paused, letting everyone's attention focus on what she was about to say. The Light Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, our companion. Haitru Terayuki. What? Terayuki. Targeting him. At these words, everyone was shocked. Especially Kyojiro Rengoku, who widened his eyes abruptly and almost stood up from his seat, triggering his injuries and making him grunt, but the shock and disbelief on his face could not be hidden. Shinobu, what are you saying? Terayuki. He just crawled back from the gates of hell. He risked his life to save me, to save everyone on the Mugen train. What do you mean by this? Other Hashira also showed expressions of astonishment, confusion, and even dissatisfaction. Mitsuri Kinroji covered her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief. Sanmi Shinizugawa was stunned for a moment, then a more intense look of inquiry and malice erupted in his eyes. Tenjin Yuzui's brows furrowed under his mask. Iguro Obanai's heterochromatic eyes suddenly contracted, and Kaburamaru raised its head. Jaiomai Haimjima stopped chanting, slowly looking in Shinobu's direction. Jiu Tomioka's posture seemed to stiffen even more. Muichiro Takedo also tilted his head slightly, looking at Shinobu. Facing Kyojiro Rengoku's agitated questioning and the various gazes of the others, Kachu Shinobu's expression did not waver in the slightest. She met Kyojiro Rengoku's burning gaze calmly, her voice remaining clear and steady. Rengoku-san, please calm down first. I understand your feelings, and I have never denied Terayuki-san's sacrifice and achievements in this incident. In fact, it is precisely because of his actions and sacrifices, which far exceeded reason, that I have had to develop the deepest suspicions about certain things. She took a deep breath, turned her gaze to everyone, and began to reveal the hidden part of the truth. At the previous official Hashira meeting, Master specially mentioned and thanked me for timely commissioning Terayuki-san to go to Ming's village to purchase the night glow grass, urgently needed by the Butterfly Mansion, which allowed Terayuki-san to coincidentally pass by the Mugen train and timely support Rengoku-san, eventually forcing back the Upper Moon 3. Everyone nodded. This was the official explanation they all knew. However, Shinobu's tone changed abruptly, cold light flashing in her purple eyes. The truth of the facts is not like that. You could hear a pin drop in the quiet room. Everyone held their breath. Terayuki-san was not commissioned by me to go to Ming's village. Shinobu's voice was not loud, but it exploded like thunder in everyone's ears. On the contrary, it was he who came to me late at night before the Mugen train incident happened, requesting that I issue a permit for emergency procurement, using the excuse that the Butterfly Mansion's stock of night glow grass is insufficient and the situation is urgent. But at that time, the Butterfly Mansion's stock of night glow grass was completely sufficient to cope with several months of needs. It was not urgent at all. The expressions on everyone's faces froze instantly. Kyojiro Rengoku's golden red eyes were full of astonishment. Sanmi Shinizugawa leaned forward abruptly. Iguro Obanai hissed. His expression at that time was very grave, even carrying a kind of determination that was almost like entrusting his affairs after death. Shinobu continued to describe the scene that night, every detail clear and unparalleled. He told me that he must go to Ming's village immediately, even if it meant using a lame excuse. When I questioned him, he finally said. Shinobu paused, as if recalling the heavy words Terayuki said at the time, and then she repeated them clearly, without missing a word. I must go. What is about to happen at the Mugen train involves a great deal concerning the lives of one. No, perhaps multiple important companions. Boom! The impact of this sentence was greater than any before. The lives of multiple important companions. What is about to happen? What did this mean? Terayuki knew, there would be danger at the Mugen train before the incident happened. Knew that Kyojiro Rengoku might meet with an accident. Knew that multiple important companions would face a life-or-death crisis. That was why he didn't hesitate to use lies to obtain the permit and rush there overnight. This was not a coincidence at all. This was a premeditated intervention with a clear goal. The color drained from Kyojiro Rengoku's face. He stared fixedly at Shinobu, as if meeting this colleague in front of him for the first time and as if digesting this unbelievable truth. He recalled the precise timing when Terayuki arrived, recalled Terayuki's certain prejudgments of Akaza's abilities during the battle, recalled Terayuki's desperate outburst at the end. Everything seemed to have another more shocking and more chilling explanation. Sanmi Shinazugawa slammed his fist on the table with a dull bang, the scars on his face twisted. He knew it all along. How did he know? Even the Kakashi Corps had no warning about the movements of that Upper Moon 3. Tenjin Yuzui's voice also lost its usual flashiness, becoming low and serious. Precognition, or some other channel. Iguro Obanai spoke hoarsely, cold light flashing in his heterochromatic eyes. Is this the reason you suspect him? Because he knew too much and was too timely. Jaiomai Haimjima pressed his hands together, tears streaming down, his voice filled with great compassion and shock. Namu, Terayuki Shiju, actually carried such a secret. Mitsuri Kenroji was completely stunned, tears flowing silently, not knowing if it was for this shocking truth or for Terayuki's heavy burden. Jiu Tomioka's lips were pressed into a straight line. Muichiro Takedo's colored pupils turned slightly, seemingly thinking rapidly. The truth revealed by Kachu Shinobu was like a giant stone thrown into a deep pool, stirring up monstrous waves in the heart of every Hashira. Shock, disbelief, vigilance, confusion. Various emotions silently permeated and collided in the dim, quiet room. Shinobu's gaze swept over the faces of everyone with different expressions. Only after the initial shock wave had subsided slightly did she continue, using that calm, almost cold tone to explain why she had to take such an extreme, even secret method that bypassed Master. I summoned you all here secretly for 2 reasons. Shinobu's voice echoed clearly in the silence. First, as you all feel, this matter must never be known to Master, at least not until we find out the truth and obtain conclusive evidence. She paused slightly, a flash of complexity in her purple eyes, a mixture of deep love and respect for Master and the helplessness of having to go against his wishes at this moment. Master is benevolent and generous, holding unconditional trust and protection for every member, especially the Hashira. Terayuki-san has just made a great contribution by saving lives and forcing back an Upper Moon, and has paid a painful price that almost cost him his life. With Master's personality, he would never allow us to question, examine, or even secretly investigate him at such a time. He would think this is a harm to a hero and a betrayal of the bonds between companions. If we were to propose it openly, it would only be flatly rejected and might even startle the snake. Everyone was silent. They understood Master's character. Shinobu's judgment was correct. Second, Shinobu changed the subject, her tone still steady, but with a hint of unquestionable objectivity, and this is the more important point. No matter what secrets are hidden on Terayuki-san, no matter how he knew about the crisis of the Mugen train, one point is a fact that no one can deny and that should never be questioned. He went, he fought, he bet everything he had, and changed the outcome where Rengoku-san was destined to die. The price he paid for this is obvious to all. His actions themselves saved a companion and defended the beliefs of the Demon Slayer Corps. On this point, he is beyond reproach. Kyojiro Rengoku's left hand on the table clenched into a fist unconsciously, his knuckles turning slightly white. He felt the weight of this beyond reproach more deeply than anyone else. Chapter 41 Consensus. For a moment, everyone's gaze focused on Kachu once again. On the face of Kachu Shinobu, there was no panic or embarrassment at having her inner thoughts exposed. She even smiled very lightly and faintly. That smile carried a hint of composure, as well as a trace of indescribable exhaustion. Yes, I do not deny it. Kachu's voice was calm, openly admitting this closeness between colleagues. Terayuki and I are indeed quite compatible. During our time working together at the Butterfly Mansion, he helped a lot. Although he sometimes acted impulsively, which was a headache, his dedication to light, his care for his juniors, and the purity he occasionally revealed that didn't match his appearance made it hard to truly dislike him. To some extent, I viewed him as a colleague or even a friend whom I could trust and talk to. She paused, the light in her purple eyes becoming sharp and clear, as if dousing that trace of warmth that had just arisen with ice water. However, her tone suddenly intensified, every word resonating with weight. This matter has nothing to do with personal friendship. This concerns the survival of the Demon Slayer Corps, the lives of every one of us, and the success or failure of the future decisive battle against Musen Kibitsuji. The secret hidden within Terayuki may be far beyond our imagination. Precognition, or something else? Where does this ability come from? What is its purpose? Is it controllable? Does it involve deeper forces or schemes that we know nothing about? Before the Mugen train incident, I might have attributed his various peculiarities to natural talent or his personality. But this time, he knew too specifically and too timely. This can no longer be explained by simple intuition or coincidence. And when I went to question him, demanding he fulfill his promise to give an explanation. As Kachu said this, her expression became somewhat strange, mixed with deep suspicion, a trace of absurdity, and the displeasure of being given the runaround. The explanation he gave me was a rhetoric about fate and an extremely bizarre dream. Then, while everyone listened with bated breath, Kachu Shinobu recounted the conversation she had with Terayuki in the hospital ward, about the fate of slaying demons that Terayuki had perceived since childhood, about that eerie dream of a golden ocean, a huge sun, and dark stains, and the fragmented images in the dream where he saw Kyoyujiro die in battle, as accurately and objectively as possible. She did not add too much of her own judgment, simply stating the facts. But the more she did so, the more the fantastical nature of that fatalism and precognitive dream sounded. Pale, powerless, and even somewhat ridiculous to the rational and pragmatic Hashira. After Kachu finished recounting, the quiet room fell into an even longer silence. The light of the oil lamp flickered, reflecting on every grave and puzzled face. It is precisely because this matter runs so deep and has such great implications. Kachu Shinobu's voice broke the silence, her purple eyes appearing exceptionally calm and sharp in the light and shadow. She slowly looked around at every colleague present. I alone dare not make a decision, nor do I have the power to bear all the possible consequences alone. That is why I needed you all to gather here. We need to decide together. Regarding this, regarding Terayuki, what exactly should we do? As her voice faded, after a brief silence, different voices began to sound, testing and clashing, like stones thrown into a deep pool, stirring up layers of ripples. What do you mean, what should we do? Is that even a question? Seinmi Shinizugawa was the first to lash out. He struck the table with a fist, not too hard but enough to make the lamp flame flicker, the scars on his face looking even more menacing in the light. The suspicion is the F***G biggest problem. Whether he's dreaming or channeling spirits, he knew things he shouldn't have known in advance. That's a hard fact. If you ask me, let's keep it simple. When he's better, call him over, and in front of all of us, ask him clearly. Whether he's human or a demon, whether he's sincere or fake, I can tell with my own eyes. It's better than sitting here playing guessing games and beating around the bush. His stance was direct and rough, carrying the Wind Hashira's usual decisive style and extreme impatience with conspiracies. Shinizugawa, your method won't work. Kachu Shinobu rejected it almost immediately, her tone calm. Terayuki's current condition cannot withstand such a face-to-face interrogation. Given his wit and that pre-prepared rhetoric, the result would only be another watertight fate and dream story. More importantly, this would completely burn bridges, pushing a potential asset or hidden danger directly into an irredeemable opposition. Don't forget, Master trusts him implicitly. Her fingertips tapped the table unconsciously. This was her habitual gesture when thinking. Direct questioning is indeed inappropriate. It is akin to extorting a confession and not the action of a wise person. Jaiomai Haimjima pressed his hands together, his low voice filled with compassion. Namu Amitabutsu, benefactor Terayuki has the deed of saving lives, and he is in a severely wounded state. Even if there are clouds of suspicion, one should still reserve 3 parts of benevolence and leave 7 parts of room. To force him rashly is likely not the right path. Sanmi Shinizugawa clicked his tongue and turned his head away, but he did not refute further. Kachu's concerns are correct. Tenjin Yuzui took over the conversation, his flamboyant mask turning slightly. Direct questioning isn't flashy enough, and it's too risky. But we also cannot ignore such obvious suspicious points just because of his contributions and injuries. He leaned forward slightly, his tone turning serious. I lean towards a more thorough approach. For instance, during the time he is recuperating at the Butterfly Mansion, have absolutely reliable people conduct unobtrusive observation. Record his every word and action, his recovery status, and even his reactions to certain specific topics. At the same time, re-examine and verify all the intelligence he has provided since joining the Demon Slayer Corps, especially the parts regarding the origin of breathing styles and Musen's weaknesses. Perhaps we can find contradictions or breakthroughs in the subtle details. His proposal was more systematic, leaning towards a form of information gathering and cross-verification that would not alert the target. Observation and verification are indeed necessary. Obanai Aguro's hoarse voice came from the shadows, carrying a snake-like coldness and precision. But perhaps we could be more proactive. Mere observation might yield limited results. Could we design some seemingly accidental scenarios, not directly involving the core, but capable of testing his true perception or reaction to certain things? Of course, it must ensure absolute secrecy so as not to arouse his suspicion. His idea went a step further than Tenjin Yuzui's, carrying a calm, almost cold-blooded calculation aimed at actively inducing a flaw. This proposal caused several people to frown slightly. Involving designing and testing suddenly increased the ethical risks and uncontrollability. Enough, Kyoujiro Rengoku barked, interrupting the potentially deepening discussion. His face was somewhat pale due to excitement and his injuries, but those golden-red eyes were burning with unquestionable flames, staring intensely at Obanai Aguro, who had proposed the testing, and the others who favored a strict investigation. Design, test, what do you take Terayuki for? A criminal who needs to be apprehended and interrogated. His voice trembled slightly with emotion, his left fist clenched. On the Mugen train, he fought to the death side by side with me. His sword pointed at the demons, his light illuminated the path of survival for me. He almost gave his life for it. And now, you want to use underhanded tactics and conduct investigations behind his back because of some unverified premonitions and dreams. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his surging blood, his gaze sweeping over everyone, his voice pained yet firm. I cannot deny that there are mysteries surrounding him, but I also cannot forget that it was he who changed my originally possible ending. Before finding concrete evidence proving he is harmful to the Demon Slayer Corps or harmful to humanity, I, Kyoujiro Rengoku, choose to believe in the comrade who lived and died with me. I believe in the light in his eyes when he swings his sword. Excessive suspicion and secret investigations are the greatest damage to the bond of comradeship, and they will only chill the truly loyal heart. Rengoku-san? Mitsuri Kenroji's eyes turned red again. She looked at the agitated Rengoku, then at the others with their varying expressions, and mumbled softly, I also feel. Terayuki doesn't seem like a bad person. He was hurt so badly, it's so pitiful. Is it? Not very nice of us to suspect him like this. Her stance leaned more towards emotional trust and sympathy, carrying the softness and intuition unique to women. After a long silence, Jiyu Tomioka suddenly spoke, his voice flat and waveless, yet exceptionally clear. He saved Rengoku. 4 short words, stating his attitude. Results are more important than unverified motives. In his eyes, the act of saving a comrade's life itself already carried the greatest weight. Muichiro Takedo's colorful pupils looked quietly at the arguing crowd, as if observing a painting that had nothing to do with him. It wasn't until a moment of quiet arrived that he spoke softly, like sleep-talking. Dreams can also be seeing fragments of reality, just like how I can sometimes see the flow and traces of the wind. His words made everyone pause slightly, thinking of the mysterious nature of the mist Hashira's own perception. But he immediately added, his tone still drifting. but the fragments seen are not necessarily the whole, and they could also be misunderstood. We need more fragments to piece it together. He did not explicitly support either side, but pointed out the possibilities and limitations of precognition type abilities, implying that an investigation might be to obtain more fragments. For a time, opinions in the quiet room were divided, and it was difficult to reach a consensus. The radicals believed that suspicion was proof of guilt. The moderates advocated for secret observation. The trusters emphasized contributions and camaraderie, and the neutral parties reminded everyone of the complexity of the ability itself. Various viewpoints intertwined and clashed, the atmosphere heavy and subtle. Kachu Shinobu took in everyone's reactions, light swirling in the depths of her purple eyes. She knew that disagreement was inevitable, but a resolvable decision had to be formed. Everyone, she spoke again, her voice steady and powerful, suppressing the subtle murmurs. I understand everyone's positions and concerns. I feel the same about Rengoku's anger and defense. Seinmi's straightforwardness, Gyomai's benevolence, Tenjin's thoroughness, Obanai's prudence, Mitsuri's kindness, Jiwu's pragmatism, Muichiro's reminder. All have their merits. She paused slightly, letting her words sink in. Because of this, we need a plan that balances all sides and is safe and feasible. Direct questioning and designing tests are too risky and not advisable for now. But completely letting it go and ignoring obvious suspicions is not a responsible action either. I propose, Kachu slowly stated the compromise solution she had thought through, which was also the path that could currently gain the most consensus, focusing on secret observation and intelligence re-verification. During the time Terayuki is recuperating at the Butterfly Mansion, I will be responsible for arranging absolutely reliable people to conduct daily observation without interference or contact, focusing on recording abnormalities. At the same time, members of the Kakashi Corps skilled in this area will secretly re-audit all key intelligence he has provided, cross-verifying it to find logical loopholes. This move can collect information while minimizing direct conflict, without violating Master's trust, and without harming Terayuki's recuperation or the feelings of Rengoku and others. During the observation and re-verification period, everyone must maintain normal interactions with Terayuki on the surface and not show any abnormality. Any progress will be limited to our knowledge, periodically communicated in a top-secret manner, but not formed into writing for now, nor will any conclusions be made. If significant suspicious points are found or concrete counter-evidence is obtained during this period, we will gather again to decide the next step. This is not a trial, but a necessary inspection. For the sake of his possible innocence, and for the peace of mind of us all, everyone, what do you think? After she finished speaking, her gaze swept calmly over everyone. This plan responded to the demands for an investigation while setting strict limitations, avoiding direct harm to Terayuki and the tearing of relationships within the Corps. Although Seinmi Shinizugawa still felt it wasn't satisfying enough, Obanai Aguro thought it might be too conservative, and Kyojuru Rengoku still had a knot in his heart. They all understood that in the current complex situation, this was perhaps the only method that could be accepted by the majority and had a chance to be implemented. After a long silence filled with weighing pros and cons, in the end, no one raised any explicit objections, either nodding slightly, remaining silent, or sighing softly in their own ways. They tacitly agreed to Kachu Shinobu's proposal. Chapter 42, Tianyuan. At this moment, Terayuki, who was the subject of a secret resolution by the Hashira and had invisibly been placed under the spotlight of their observation, was completely unaware of everything that had transpired in that dim secret room. The sun was shining brightly. He was leisurely strolling under the quiet corridor of the Butterfly Mansion, enjoying the long-lost feeling of being able to walk freely, while also looking to see if there were any manageable light tasks to pass the time. Heaven knows he had been kept like fragile glass by Kachu Shinobu for so many days that his whole body was almost rusting from idleness. Just as he had expected, his external injuries had long since been healed by the superb medical skills of the Butterfly Mansion during his 3 months of coma. His broken bones had healed well, and the terrifying wound on his abdomen had left only a faint pink scar. The real trouble lay within. The emptiness caused by the forcibly stripped away power of light that had been fused into his life source was like a tower with its foundation hollowed out. It looked intact on the outside, but was teetering on the brink of collapse within. This directly led to a comprehensive decline in his bodily functions. His strength, speed, endurance, reflexes, and even his absorption and operational efficiency of the power of light were far inferior to before. In the few days since waking up, he had been trying constantly to actively guide the sunlight, in the gentlest way possible, to let that pure radiance seep bit by bit into his parched internal organs and nourish his withered meridians. It was effective. Like sweet rain after a long drought, his withered vitality was recovering at an extremely slow but definitely existing speed. At the very least, maintaining basic bodily functions and normal movement was no longer a major issue. However, the circulation of the power of light within his body was far from being as fluid and obedient as before, as if the riverbed were clogged with silt. Every cycle carried a distinct sense of stagnation, and the amount he could mobilize was pitifully thin. He secretly estimated that if he were to go all out and mobilize all the power he could currently muster without regard for the consequences, he could probably exert about 30% of his strength from his prime. As for a life-risking move like universal illumination, don't even think about it. He feared that just by having the thought, this body would fall apart first. 30%, it was better than nothing. Just at this moment, Terayuki-san. Terayuki-san, ah. Hey, Boss White. 3 shouts, different in style but equally deafening, exploded behind him like a thunderclap on flat ground. Caught off guard, Terayuki was startled, his whole body jolting. He turned his head back, his heart still pounding, and saw 3 figures rushing over from the direction of the butterfly mansion, gait like unleashed wild dogs, moving at an astonishing speed, bringing with them a trail of dust and an air of excitement. It looked like they were about to give him a passionate bear hug. It was Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inasu Kashibira. Just a few days ago, the Kasugai Crow had brought news that they had benefited greatly from Kyojiro Rengoku's hellish special training and were about to graduate and return. He hadn't expected them to arrive so soon, and to launch a surprise attack at that. Seeing that the 3 were about to pounce on him, Terayuki's expression changed. His current physique could not withstand this kind of passionate greeting. He quickly raised his hand, making a stop gesture, while leaning his body slightly backward, narrowly dodging the pounce from Tanjiro and Zenitsu. Only Inasuke's boar mask almost crashed into his chest, which he gently pushed away with a deft use of force. Stop, 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 stop. Terayuki whispered urgently, a lingering look of fear on his face, and gently rubbed his chest where he had been bumped by Inasuke's mask. You 3, tone it down. These old bones of mine can't take such rough handling. As he spoke, he subconsciously looked left and right, lowering his voice with a touch of survivor's relief and lingering fear. It's a good thing Miss Kachu isn't here right now. If she saw you being so rough with a seriously injured patient like me, you'd be in for it. The special medicinal soups of the Butterfly Mansion have a very rich flavor, you know. Mentioning Kachu Shinobu's name, the 3 who had been so excited they forgot themselves were instantly doused with a bucket of cold water. Their movements froze, the excited expressions on their faces solidified, and they sheepishly took 2 steps back, looking at each other. They all saw in each other's eyes a profound awe of the Butterfly Mansion master's healing, malicious, treatment tastes methods. Tanjiro scratched his head in embarrassment, Zenitsu subconsciously covered his mouth, and even Inasuke put away his aggressive stance. The eyes under the boar mask rolled around, seemingly recalling some not-so-pleasant medicinal diet experiences. Seeing that he had successfully intimidated the 3 brats, Terayuki finally breathed a sigh of relief, straightened his body, and began to look them over. Not having seen them for over 3 months, under the hellish tempering of Kyojiro Rengoku, the changes in the 3 were obvious. Tanjiro seemed to have grown taller, his shoulders were broader, and the determination in his eyes was like steel tempered by fire, calm yet burning. The aura around him was more solid, and the rhythm of his total concentration breathing had almost become second nature. Although Zenitsu still had tear tracks from his earlier excitement on his face, the flicker of fear and panic that often appeared deep in his eyes seemed to have faded quite a bit. In its place was a sharpness, as if he had been pushed to his limit and broken through, and his posture was straighter than before. Inosuke's change was the most intuitive. That wild beastliness was still surging, but it was mixed with a clearer sharpness and control belonging to a warrior. His wildness was not lost, but it was no longer chaotic. It was as if a violent torrent had been guided into a more destructive channel. Not bad, Terayuki curled his lips into a smile, his gaze sweeping over the three. It seems Kyojuro Rengoku's hospitality was very much to your taste. Mentioning the special training, the three immediately perked up, temporarily forgetting their fear of Shinobu, and began to chatter about their experiences over the past 3 months. Tanjiro recounted how he was forced by Kyojuro Rengoku to dodge attacks coming from all sorts of tricky angles while blindfolded, relying only on his sense of smell and hearing. How he climbed up and down cliffs repeatedly while carrying heavy stones to temper his stamina and the stability of his breathing. And how he maintained a steady swordsman's heart under the suffocating murderous intent deliberately released by Kyojuro Rengoku. Zenitsu wailed about how Kyojuro Rengoku abused him with terrifying training volumes, demanding he maintain maximum speed while performing irregular turning and lunging in complex terrain. The punishment for failure was to run further while carrying heavier stones, beautifully termed converting the potential for running away into the speed of attacking. He also whispered that Kyojuro Rengoku would occasionally appear behind him suddenly like a ghost, giving him a fist of love with his left hand that wasn't in a cast, scaring him into truly breaking his speed limit several times. Inosuke's account was the most vivid. He gestured wildly, describing how he fought wooden stakes wrapped in thick cotton cloth, how he engaged in savage sparring with Kyojuro Rengoku, fists hitting flesh and blades drawing blood, and how, under Kyojuro Rengoku's guidance, he fused his wild breathing with his attack rhythm to form a beast's rhythm with more destructive power and oppressive force. He got carried away as he spoke, even striking a few poses full of wildness and power on the spot, drawing the sidelong glances of other recuperating members in the courtyard. Terayuki leaned against a pillar, listening quietly with a gentle smile on his face, nodding from time to time, and occasionally interjecting to ask about a detail or two. He could feel that these three boys had truly been reborn. It was not just an improvement in strength, but more importantly, the tempering of their will, the growth of their combat awareness, and a deeper control over their own power. Kyojuro Rengoku's hellish training, while cruel, had precisely tempered the areas where they most needed reinforcement. It seems that leaving you to Kyojuro Rengoku was the right choice. He thought with gratification in his heart, looking at the burning, fighting spirit and growing confidence in his disciples' eyes. Even the gloomy shadow of the intractable illness in his own body seemed to be dispelled a little. After shooing the three boys, who were still in a state of excitement and chattering non-stop, to the training ground for extra practice, Terayuki returned to the corner of the courtyard with the most abundant sunlight. He found a comfortable recliner, stretched himself out, and let the warm afternoon sun wrap around his whole body without reservation. He closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually sinking into a mysterious state of being half asleep and half awake, focused on guiding the light energy to nourish his body. This was his most important and effective treatment at the moment. Time passed quietly in the tranquil sunlight. I don't know how long it had been, when a burst of quarreling, becoming clearer and clearer and mixed with anger, anxiety, and harsh rebukes, broke this tranquility like a stone thrown into calm water, startling Terayuki from his light sleep and meditation. He frowned, identifying that the direction the sound was coming from seemed to be the front courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion. Moreover, it was mixed with the highly recognizable voices of Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke, as well as a louder, impatient voice belonging to an adult male. Was it Tenjin Yuzui? Terayuki opened his eyes, the warmth of the sunlight still lingering in his golden pupils, but they had quickly regained clarity. He stood up, adjusted his slightly loose hospital gown, and walked in the direction of the commotion. Just after turning the corridor of the front courtyard, he saw a scene of confrontation. The sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, his iconic flashy outfit and the gems on his head were sparkling in the sunlight. He was standing with one hand on his hip, and the other hand was actually carrying AI, who was struggling constantly and blushing furiously, on his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. AI was both embarrassed and anxious, her hands pushing futilely against Tenjin's broad back, shouting, "Let me go, let me go." And opposite Tenjin, Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inosuke Hashibira blocked his way in a semicircle, all three with anger on their faces. Tanjiro gripped the hilt of his Nichiren sword tightly and said sternly, "Tenjin-san, please put AI down. She is not a combatant. She is a nurse at the Butterfly Mansion." Although Zenitsu's legs were shaking from fear, he mustered the courage to block the front, his voice trembling but persistent. "Why, yeah? How can you just grab a girl like that?" Inosuke even drew his dual blades directly, emitting a threatening low growl from under his boar mask. "Bastard, put that woman down, or I'll cut you." A little further away, Kano Tsuyuri stood quietly, her amethyst-like eyes watching AI being carried. Her lips moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she only clenched her fists and could not make a sound, a rare sense of anxiety and helplessness appearing on her face. "So noisy," Tenjin Yuzui dug his ear impatiently, completely unconcerned by the three boys' obstruction. He glanced at Tanjiro, his tone slightly surprised but mostly dismissive. "Huh, she's not a combatant? Tusk, whatever. Looking at this build and reaction, she's not unusable if trained. I urgently need to recruit a female team member to assist in an important and flashy mission. I don't have time to waste with you brats. Scram now, and don't delay the big business of this god of festivals." "No, let go of AI now." Tanjiro would not budge an inch, and Zenitsu and Inosuke also took up fighting stances. Although they were facing a Hashira, their determination to protect their companion outweighed their fear. Chapter 43 Wives. Seeing that the conflict was about to escalate, Terayuki quickened his pace, crossed the courtyard, and spoke aloud. His voice carried the hoarseness of someone who had just woken up not long ago, yet it rang out clearly in the courtyard. "Tenjin, what are you doing?" Terayuki's cold, clear voice rang out, carrying a hint of displeasure. He walked forward slowly, his gaze landing on AI, who was being squeezed until her face was flushed red and tears were welling up, and then he looked at Tenjin Yuzui, who wore an expression of righteous indignation. "Oh, Light Hashira, you're awake? You look like you've recovered quite well." Upon seeing Terayuki, Tenjin Yuzui's eyes lit up, but he didn't let go of his grip. Instead, he shook AI, whom he was holding, and said, "You've come at just the right time. I'm carrying out a very important infiltration investigation mission and need a female team member to assist me. I think this young girl is quite suitable. Lord Terayuki, save me." Seeing Terayuki, AI looked as if she had seen a savior, her voice laced with a sob. Terayuki rubbed his temples, feeling that the little energy he had just regained was already starting to drain away. He tried his best to explain in a calm tone, "Tenjin, AI is a caretaker at the Butterfly Mansion, responsible for medical logistics. She is not a combatant, nor has she been trained for field missions. She cannot carry out your mission. Put her down." Tenjin Yuzui said dismissively, "What does that matter? I can train her on the spot. The mission is urgent. There's no time to be picky." "Nonsense." Terayuki's tone deepened. He stepped forward, looking straight at Tenjin Yuzui. "Every member of the Butterfly Mansion has their own duties. AI is one of Kachu's most important assistants. The Butterfly Mansion cannot function without her. You cannot forcefully abduct non-combatants just because the mission requires it. This is a rule, and it is also basic respect for your comrades." He paused, recalling this colleague's occasional eccentricity and assertiveness beneath his flamboyant appearance, and added another sentence, his tone carrying a hint of warning and a sense of thinking of you. "Besides, it's fortunate that I saw this. If Kachu had seen it." Terayuki deliberately drew out his tone, his face revealing an expression of lingering fear mixed with sympathy and good luck to you. Tenjin Yuzui's movements paused almost imperceptibly, and the expression of "I am the most flamboyant in the world" on his face seemed to stiffen for a tenth of a second. Kachu Shinobu's gentleness was quite famous among the Hashira. Seeing this, Terayuki struck while the iron was hot and began to embellish. His tone filled with exaggerated terror, as if he were recounting some terrifying urban legend. You have no idea how much Kachu values the people of the Butterfly Mansion, especially AI. Last time, a clueless member accidentally knocked over some medicine AI had just prepared during training and got her apron dirty. Terayuki lowered his voice with feigned seriousness. And guess what happened? Kachu smilingly asked that member to help test the medicine and drink the concoction she had just brewed, which was supposedly able to strengthen the body and cleanse the digestive system. And then that member, Tusk, lived in the bathroom for 3 days. When he came out, his face was whiter than a ghost's, and he bowed and apologized whenever he saw AI. And that's not all, Terayuki continued, as if he had opened the floodgates of complaints. That Kachu, while gentle and lovely on the surface, is actually extremely petty and holds a grudge. You're snatching her people, and her most capable assistant at that. I bet she would absolutely, thoughtfully, tailor a pre-mission special conditioning package for you, ensuring you are energetic and have sharp senses during the mission. As for whether the price is diarrhea until you collapse or losing your sense of smell and taste for 3 days, that's hard to say. Terayuki got more and more carried away, pouring out all his suppressed frustration from being disciplined by Kachu and some rumors he had heard. The most critical thing is that you can't even find fault when she's disciplining you. She always has that gentle look on her face, saying, "I'm doing this for your own good," or "this is to help you adapt to various harsh environments." It leaves you unable to voice your grievances or seek justice. It's more agonizing than fighting an upper rank. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inazuk stood to the side, listening in stunned silence. They looked at Terayuki, who was desperately smearing Kachu's reputation with a look of lingering fear, and then at Tenjin Yuzui, whose face was gradually turning green and whose hand holding AI was beginning to loosen unconsciously. They suddenly felt. What Terayuki said seemed to make a lot of sense. Lady Kachu did seem a bit scary. Kano Tsuyuri remained standing there quietly, but a barely perceptible smile, similar to helplessness, flashed across her purple eyes before quickly disappearing. A drop of cold sweat visibly seeped from Tenjin Yuzui's temple. In his glorious and flamboyant career, he had faced countless fierce demons. But at this moment, the image of full of care revenge from that gentle insect Hashira, as painted by Terayuki, seemed to make his spine chill more than the fangs of a demon. He had heard that the concoctions brewed by Kachu Shinobu had ever-changing effects. Tenjin Yuzui gave a dry cough, his flamboyant smile faltering. He placed the still-sobbing AI down with slightly stiff, cautious movements, and even helped her pat away non-existent wrinkles on her clothes. I suddenly feel that maybe the candidate for this mission can be reconsidered. Tenjin Yuzui's eyes drifted, not daring to meet Terayuki's "see how much I'm thinking of you" gaze, nor daring to imagine the scene if Kachu Shinobu were to appear right now. "I'll go check other squads. Sorry to bother you." As soon as her feet touched the ground, AI immediately hid behind Terayuki, patting her chest with lingering fear. Hearing Tenjin's words, she couldn't help but look at Terayuki, her voice still trembling as she asked in a whisper, Lord Terayuki, what you just said. Is Lady Kachu really?" Terayuki immediately made a hush gesture to her, blinked, and also whispered, "SHH, remember to keep it a secret. As for those things, just pretend you never heard them." AI. "Lady Kachu, help, someone is intimidating me here, but I don't dare to say it." Seeing that Terayuki seemed to have agreed, Tenjin breathed a sigh of relief and turned to slip away. He didn't want to stay in this butterfly mansion for even a second longer, fearing that in the next second, that purple figure would appear with a gentle smile. "Wait a moment, Tenjin." Terayuki called out to stop him. Tenjin Yuzui turned back impatiently, his brows furrowed. "What now? I've already let her go and apologized. You don't still want to pursue this, do you?" Terayuki shook his head, a hint of seriousness in his golden eyes. He scrutinized the trace of anxiety between Tenjin's brows, an anxiety that remained even when hidden by his flamboyant mask, and asked, "Seeing how hurried you were just now, that mission seems really urgent. Would it be convenient to reveal the specific situation? Perhaps I could be of some help." Tenjin Yuzui stopped and looked back at Terayuki. his gaze lingering for a moment on his still pale face and thin frame, as if evaluating what this patient could possibly help with. But perhaps it was the seriousness in Terayuki's eyes, or perhaps he was indeed in urgent need of manpower. But Tenjin hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal part of the truth. He walked back a few steps, moved a bit further away from Tanjiro and the others, and lowered his voice, his tone heavy. "It's my wives who are in trouble." Tenjin didn't explain the specific meaning of wives further and quickly said, "They were previously ordered to infiltrate the entertainment district, to investigate intelligence and missing person cases suspected to be related to demons. Originally, encrypted communications were supposed to be sent back periodically, but since the day before yesterday, contact has been completely cut off, and there hasn't been any news from the designated emergency contact points either. This is very abnormal. I must go and investigate immediately, but in a place like the entertainment district, men, especially ones like us, are too conspicuous and easily alert the enemy. I need a reliable female team member to assist me, infiltrate the interior, and investigate the whereabouts and situation of my wives, as well as what they have encountered." Although he tried hard to keep his tone calm, the worry and urgency within could not be completely concealed. To him, the wives were obviously not just subordinates. Terayuki understood, and just as he was about to say something, "Wives." An unbelievable, ear-piercing shriek suddenly exploded. It was Zenitsu Agatsuma. He had been intimidated by Tenjin's aura and speed earlier and had been cowering in the back, but upon hearing the plural term wives, he instantly forgot his fear. His face twisted with envy, jealousy, and hatred as he pointed at Tenjin and yelled, "You flamboyant, muscle-bound bastard. You actually have several wives. This is so unfair. Why?" Zenitsu's clamor was like lighting a powder keg. Tenjin Yuzui was already in a terrible mood because his wives were missing, and the suppressed anxiety was completely ignited by this death-defying scream. "Shut up, annoying clown." Everyone only felt a flamboyant shadow flash before their eyes. Tenjin's figure instantly disappeared from where he was, and in the next moment, he appeared in front of Zenitsu, moving so fast that even Tanjiro couldn't see it clearly. A punch wrapped in powerful force, but with the lethality clearly controlled, landed solidly on Zenitsu's abdomen. "Ugh!" Zenitsu's scream stopped abruptly, his eyes bulging, and he nearly vomited the acid in his stomach. He curled up like a shrimp, clutching his stomach and collapsing to the ground, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Only painful, wheezing sounds remained. He couldn't make any other noise. "Zenitsu!" Tanjiro cried out in alarm and rushed forward to support him. Beside them, Inazu Kashibiura felt no sympathy for Zenitsu's screams. Wearing his boar mask, he looked at Tenjin. His brain clearly hadn't caught up with the meaning of wives, only grasping the keywords missing and investigation. Relying on his beast-like intuition and his usual way of speaking, he loudly and nonchalantly said, "Hey, Sound Hashira, maybe your wives are already dead." Inazu stopped talking. Tanjiro tried to stop him in terror, but it was already too late. "Shut up, boarhead." Tenjin's face instantly darkened, becoming terrifying, and his figure flashed again. Another swift, yet restrained, straight punch slammed hard into Inazu's abdomen. Chapter 44, Ren, why are you back? Tanjiro hurriedly stepped in front of Inazu, bowing repeatedly to Tenjin to apologize. "Tenjin-san, I'm so sorry. Inazu didn't mean it like that. He couldn't find a good excuse on the spot. What Inazu said was truly too harsh. Terayuki waved his hand and stepped forward a few paces, coming before Tenjin. He straightened his back slightly to look less frail, his tone carrying a hint of casualness and eagerness. "Aren't you short on manpower? I'll go with you." Tenjin Yuzui was clearly taken aback, looking Terayuki up and down. His gaze swept over his face, which was still paler than an average person's, and his slightly thin patient gown. "Are you joking? You've only been awake for a few days, right? Your injuries haven't fully healed yet, have they? This is an infiltration mission, not a sunbathing trip." "Injuries?" Terayuki scoffed, his face revealing just the right amount of confidence befitting a strong fighter, mixed with a touch of impatience. "Who do you think I am? That little injury. After lying in bed for a few months, it's already 70 or 80% healed." It's just that Kachu is making a mountain out of a molehill, insisting on treating me like a piece of porcelain." As he spoke, he even voluntarily extended his wrist, looking as if to say, "If you don't believe me, check for yourself. Come on, aren't you a flashy ninja? Take my pulse and see if I still have any internal injuries." This gesture carried a hint of provocation, and was also full of certainty regarding his own special constitution. Tenjin Yuzui was half skeptical, but seeing Terayuki so composed, he curiously extended 2 fingers and placed them on Terayuki's wrist. He was not a physician, but as a top-tier ninja, he had a keen perception of the human body's state and the strength of one's aura. The pulse coming from his fingertips was steady and strong. Although it seemed slightly less vigorous than that of an average Hashira-level expert, there was absolutely no sluggishness or instability indicative of unhealed serious injuries. While the flow of energy within Terayuki's body wasn't surging, it was exceptionally pure and steady, carrying a unique sense of warmth that was completely different from the weak, near-death state he had sensed when Terayuki was in a coma. More importantly, the phenomenon of severe organ failure that Kachu had mentioned was completely undetectable. However, what Tenjin did not know was that Terayuki had already used Breath of Light to forcibly permeate his organs. At the very least, from the surface, they appeared no different from before. This guy, is his constitution really that special, and his recovery ability that amazing? Tenjin Yuzui pondered inwardly. Terayuki's light ability was mysterious to begin with. Perhaps it also had miraculous effects on healing. He withdrew his hand, most of his suspicion gone, but he still frowned. Even if your injuries are fine, this mission requires female members to assist in the infiltration. You. Pedantic. Terayuki cut him off directly, a look of impatience on his face, deliberately using a provocative tactic and a tone of complaint about shared suffering. 2 Hashira acting together, and you're still hung up on the difference between men and women? With the 2 of us joining forces, what kind of place can't we infiltrate? Besides. He leaned in closer, lowered his voice, and wore an expression of frustration that said, "You know how it is. You have no idea how strictly that woman Kachu has been managing me lately. She doesn't allow this, she doesn't allow that, and she forces me to drink that bitter medicine every day as if I'm going to fall apart at any moment. She always thinks her medical skills are the best in the world, but in reality, she can't even see my true recovery status. She's not even as accurate as you, a ninja. I've been wanting to stretch my muscles for a long time. It's the perfect opportunity for us to go together, handle the matter beautifully, and save ourselves from having to deal with her attitude." This speech was half true and half false. It complained about Kachu's excessive concern, flattered Tenjin Yuzui, and expressed his own desire to participate in the mission. It was highly persuasive. Tenjin Yuzui was indeed persuaded to some extent. He was not a person bound by convention. He recognized Terayuki's strength, and he had heard of Kachu Shinobu's gentle control. At that moment, he even felt a subtle sympathy for Terayuki, as if they were 2 people suffering the same fate. But he was still a bit hesitant. "But the master has already arranged for Obanai to assist me in the operation, and he still needs some time to prepare. Our original plan was." "Obanai?" Terayuki understood in his heart, as expected. He immediately seized on the key point in the other's words, putting on an eager look of thinking for your benefit. "Look, you were in such a rush to grab someone earlier. Clearly, the situation is urgent and can't wait, right? I happen to be free right now, and my condition is fine. Adding me, another Hashira, provides an extra layer of security. If the 3 of us Hashira act together, even if we are unlucky enough to run into an upper moon, we might not be without the power to fight if we join forces, and at the very least, a safe retreat would be no problem. Isn't that much safer than you grabbing an inexperienced logistics member at the last minute?" He stared intently into Tenjin Yuzui's eyes. The last sentence seemed casual, but it precisely poked at the other's potential weakness. "Or is it that you think bringing me, this light Hashira, would actually be a burden, and that I'm not as useful as a nurse from the Butterfly Mansion?" "Nonsense." Tenjin Yuzui reacted as if his tail had been stepped on. While he certainly needed female members for easier infiltration, Terayuki's strength and light ability were huge bonuses when it came to dealing with demons, especially if the worst-case scenario occurred during the mission. He thought of his beloved ones who might be drawn into danger, and the scales in his heart tipped completely. Fine, Tenjin Yuzui no longer hesitated. He clapped his hands together, his face blooming with a flashy smile once again, filled with determination. Since you, Light Hashira, have so much sincerity and have recovered so flashily, then you're in for this mission. With 3 Hashira together, it's indeed safer. No time to lose, go change into clothes that are convenient for action, and we'll set off immediately. I'll tell you the specific mission details on the way. Tenjin Yuzui agreed readily. Terayuki felt relieved, his gaze immediately turning to the 3 boys standing nearby with sparkling eyes, their faces clearly saying, "We want to go too." Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inazuki. He thought for a moment, and felt that this was indeed a good opportunity for these 3 boys to broaden their horizons and come into contact with higher-level missions. "You 3, Terayuki tilted his chin at Tanjiro and the others, go get ready too. Be quick and come with us." "Really, that's great." Tanjiro became excited instantly, and Zenitsu and Inazuki rubbed their hands together in anticipation. Just as Terayuki was preparing to leave with the 3 little ones, and Tenjin Yuzui was turning to leave, a slender yet exceptionally firm figure suddenly blocked their path. It was Ai. She had somehow recovered from the shock in Terayuki's earth-shattering nonsense. Her cheeks were flushed red, whether from anger or anxiety, and her hands were tightly gripping her clothes, but her eyes were exceptionally bright, staring straight at Terayuki. "Terayuki-sama." Ai's voice was not loud, but it carried a sense of desperate courage, even trembling slightly. Your own body hasn't recovered yet, so if you want to fool around, fine, but how can you? How can you take Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inazuki to take risks with you? Your own injuries haven't fully healed. Kachu-sama has repeatedly instructed me, and all the nursing staff, that you must have absolute bed rest. In the short term, you absolutely cannot perform any strenuous activities, and even less, you cannot execute any field missions. She took a deep breath, as if using all her strength, and stepped forward a little. Her voice carried a crying tone and a resolute threat. "If you insist on going, I will have to tell her everything you just said. All those slanders against Kachu-sama's medical skills and all those horror stories you made up about her behind her back, every single word. We'll see how Kachu-sama deals with you then." The expression on Terayuki's face froze instantly. The relaxed look of everything is under control disappeared without a trace. His golden eyes widened slightly, flashing with genuine panic. "Oh no, this girl is actually for real. If Kachu finds out about those words, with her vengeful and particular personality, I'm afraid I'll really have to experience what special care that is worse than death feels like." He knew Kachu Shinobu too well, and he also knew that although this girl Ai was usually docile, once it involved the authority and medical orders of her revered Kachu-sama, she would become exceptionally stubborn and unafraid of power. Force wouldn't work, and reasoning with her probably wouldn't get through either. She was clearly determined to carry out Kachu's orders. What to do? The mission must be done. Time was tight. There was no time to waste with this stubborn girl. In a flash, a last resort strategy flashed through Terayuki's mind. He quickly adjusted his expression, revealing a look of extreme surprise, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His gaze suddenly shifted over Ai's shoulder, looking behind her, and his voice carried just the right amount of shock and volume. Kachu, why are you back so soon?" "What, Kachu-sama?" Ai shuddered reflexively, turning her head to look behind her almost instantly. Her face still bore lingering tension and a hint of panic from being caught. After all, she had just threatened a Hashira. Just at the moment, Ai turned her head. "Go." Terayuki let out a low shout, his figure instantly turning into a blurry golden streak of light. Not in a straight line, but like forked lightning, he swept past Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inazuki with incredible speed. He grabbed the back collars of Tanjiro and Zenitsu with one hand each, while simultaneously using his toe to precisely and skillfully hook Inazuki's belt. He scooped up the 3 of them, who hadn't fully reacted yet, like a skewer of candied hawthorns, and then, without looking back, shot out towards the main gate of the butterfly mansion. The movement was smooth and fluid, so fast that it only left a few afterimages and a gust of wind in place. "Ha, well done, Light Hashira." Upon seeing this, Tenjin Yuzui was stunned for a moment, then burst into an unmasked, flashy laugh. He clearly appreciated Terayuki's feint and absconding with people act. Before his laughter had faded, his flashy figure flashed like a ghost, following the trajectory Terayuki had left and chased after him with incredible speed. In a few leaps, he disappeared onto the road outside the courtyard. When AI turned back and found no one behind her, and then turned around sharply again, the courtyard was already empty. Only a few fallen leaves stirred by the breeze remained, along with a faint, lingering trace of Terayuki's unique sunlight aura in the air. AI stood there blankly, maintaining her half-turned posture, unable to react for several seconds, until she confirmed that those people had really run away, a strong surge of emotions, a mixture of humiliation at being deceived, anger at Terayuki for not following medical advice, and panic and self-blame for failing to carry out Kachu-sama's orders, instantly rushed to her head. Her face turned even redder. This time, it was purely from anger. She stamped her feet hard and, facing the direction of the empty courtyard gate, shouted through gritted teeth, "Terayuki-sama, you cheated, you just wait. I will definitely tell Kachu-sama. I'll tell her everything. Let's see how Kachu-sama deals with you when she gets back." After shouting, her chest heaved violently, and her eyes were a bit red, but more than anything, there was determination. She had decided. As soon as Kachu-sama returned, she would immediately, right away, report everything that had happened just now, word for word. Especially Terayuki-sama's treasonous remarks, his blatant disregard for medical advice, and his behavior of abducting patients and members. She believed that with Kachu-sama's methods, she could definitely teach Terayuki-sama a profound lesson. Chapter 45, Crossdressing. The group took advantage of the night to slip quietly into Kyoto's most prosperous and bustling, yet secretly corrupt, red light district, the entertainment district. At night, the entertainment district was like a giant beast waking from slumber, opening its jaws of dazzling radiance, extravagance, and clamor. Buildings lined both sides of the street, with countless exquisite lanterns hanging from the eaves and brackets, illuminating the long street as if it were day, yet with a touch of ambiguous, hazy glow that day lacked. The sounds of string and wind instruments drifted languidly, mixed with the flirting of men and women, the din of drinkers, and the mingled scent of cosmetics, wine, and food, creating a unique atmosphere that was both dizzying and faintly suffocating. Even for the experienced Terayuki, stepping into this world, so diametrically opposed to the solemn and austere atmosphere of the Demon Slayer Corps, could not help but evoke a trace of surprise in his eyes. He usually spent his days training at the base or tracking demons in the mountains. How could he have ever seen such an extreme night scene, a prosperity built entirely upon human desire and indulgence? The streets were crowded with people. Gorgeously dressed courtesans leaned against the railings, smiling coyly as they solicited customers. Heavily made-up geishas held their shamisen, singing softly in brightly lit tea-houses. And then there were the revelers weaving through the crowd, eyes hazy with drink, scattering both their gold and their reason in this land of gentle indulgence. Tenjin Yuzui walked at the front. He had exchanged his overly conspicuous, flamboyant ninja attire for a relatively low-key, yet still exquisite dark kimono, wearing a conical hat to conceal his signature headpiece. As he walked, he lowered his voice to introduce the general layout of the entertainment district to Terayuki and the three boys behind him, pointing out shops that needed special attention and the areas where his wives might have been active before they lost contact. Remember, this place is a mixture of dragons and fish. Not only are there ordinary revelers, but there may also be hidden underworld forces providing shelter or services to demons, and even demons themselves might be lurking here, disguised as courtesans, musicians, or shop owners. Do not be deceived by the superficial prosperity. Stay vigilant. Although the group tried to keep a low profile, their presence felt somewhat out of place with the surrounding environment. although Terayuki was wearing ordinary dark casual clothes. His refined, delicate temperament, characteristic of someone recently recovered from a serious injury, combined with the clean, transparent aura cultivated from long-term practice of the breath of light and living in the company of sunlight, made him stand out strikingly under the lantern light. Not to mention his face, his skin was a nearly transparent, bloodless pale. Under the colorful lantern light, it resembled fine, cold jade, glowing with a delicate, soft luster. It stood in stark contrast to the heavy makeup and warm-toned lights around him, exuding a cold, distant nobility, like a pale prince stepping out of the dark night. This strange quality immediately attracted the attention of some sharp-eyed courtesans upstairs. They were accustomed to seeing pot-bellied wealthy merchants, scholars feigning modesty, or rude and boisterous samurai. How could they have ever seen such a unique, handsome young man who carried a sense of sickly beauty? Immediately, a few bold or self-confident courtesans leaned against the railings, waving their scented handkerchiefs and round fans, calling out coquettishly to Terayuki below. "Oh my, that pale, handsome young Master Tilda, look up here. What a handsome young man, your face is so pale, is this your first time here? Let big sister buy you a drink, Tilda. My lord, come up and sit for a while, I've just learned a new song." Their voices were like orioles and swallows, filled with deliberate sweetness and seduction. However, Terayuki only glanced indifferently at those heavily made-up faces, which looked somewhat unreal in the light, and then turned his gaze away with no interest. Make-up, his heart remained undisturbed. He even felt like yawning. Compared to this beauty built up with cosmetics, he really preferred the natural beauty unadorned by artifice. Just like the face of Kachu Shinobu flashed inexplicably in his mind. That face which always wore a gentle smile, unadorned by powder yet exquisitely beautiful, with her purple eyes shimmering with wisdom and resilience. Facing such a pleasing and richly endowed face every day, these vulgar, painted women before him could hardly stir even a shred of interest in him. But just because he wasn't interested in them, didn't mean his distinctive features weren't attractive to them. His exceptionally fair skin had more than once made Kachu Shinobu feel surprised, and even faintly jealous, back at the Butterfly Mansion. While caring for the unconscious Terayuki, Shinobu had curiously studied it, wondering how, despite never seeing him apply any skincare products and seeing him fight year-round in the wind and sun, this man's skin could maintain such a flawless, cool, jade-like white state. It simply didn't seem like skin a human should have. At this moment, under the focus of the entertainment district's hazy and brilliant lights, this cool white was magnified infinitely. Combined with his slightly slender yet upright figure and eyes that shimmered with a pale golden light in the shadows, it produced a strange, almost bewitching attraction, making even the courtesans who were used to seeing all kinds of men feel fresh and palpitating, causing them to call out even more assiduously. However, among their group, only Zenitsu Agatsuma was left dizzy and disoriented by this spectacle. His face was flushed red, his eyes wandered, and he muttered softly, so pretty, and their voices are nice too, his steps floating, until Tanjiro helplessly yanked him back to his senses. Inasu Kashibira didn't understand at all what these women were doing. He only found it noisy and impatiently clicked his tongue. Kamado Tanjiro was blushing furiously, keeping his head down and not daring to look around. His heart was pure, and he was ignorant and shy regarding matters between men and women. He only felt that the scent of this place was so complex it made his nose itch, and those overly direct gazes and words made him very uncomfortable. Tenjin Yuzui didn't even glance to the side. His mind was occupied with his missing wives. Compared to his 3 outstanding, uniquely charming, and highly capable ninja wives, the vulgar, painted women before him were like clouds compared to mud, so naturally, he couldn't be attracted to them. Terayuki ignored the surrounding commotion and said to Tenjin in a low voice, "It seems your getup isn't low-key enough, or perhaps I should wear a mask." Tenjin snorted and lowered his conical hat. "It's you who are too conspicuous." The group quickly slipped into an inconspicuous utility room deep in a quiet alley that had been arranged beforehand. Closing the door, they cut off the languid sounds of the entertainment district outside, leaving only the dim light and heavy atmosphere inside the room. Tenjin Yuzui removed his heavy conical hat, revealing a serious expression, and began to explain the action plan quickly and clearly. Listen up, Tenjin's voice was very low but carried an unquestionable decisiveness. Before my three wives lost contact, they were respectively lurking in the three most powerful and likely corrupt shops in the entertainment district: Kyogoku House, Ajimoto House, and Takedo House. They were disguised in different identities and regularly sent information, but they lost contact almost simultaneously. These three shops are heavily guarded and particularly vigilant against strange men, so infiltrating them directly to investigate carries extremely high risk and would easily alert the enemy. His sharp gaze swept over Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inasu Kashibira. Therefore, we need someone to work from the inside. The best way is to send people to infiltrate these three shops under the guise of being newcomers or seeking employment, to secretly gather information and look for clues left by my wives or the truth behind their disappearance. He paused and, in a calm tone, threw out the core of the plan that instantly petrified the three boys. And the most suitable candidates to execute this infiltration mission are the three of you in disguise as women. Wati. Crossdressing. I don't want to do that. Three cries of shock rang out almost simultaneously. Tanjiro's eyes widened, his face instantly turning red to the roots of his ears, and he waved his hands repeatedly while backing away. Zenitsu was so scared his soul seemed to fly away, hugging his head and shrinking into a corner as if he had heard something more terrifying than a demon. Inasu jumped straight up, his eyes beneath the boar mask filled with malice, and he had even drawn his twin blades halfway. What kind of joke is this? Make me dress as a woman, you might as well kill me. Tenjin had long anticipated their intense reaction. He snorted coldly, his powerful aura instantly pressing down on them. Shut up, this is an order. It is also to save lives. Do you think this is playing house? Think about the Mugen train. Think about what your master fought to the death for. Now, it is your turn to make necessary sacrifices for the mission and for your comrades. Besides, his gaze was like lightning, his tone carrying an irrefutable strength. Given your ages, builds, and, well, certain traits with a little makeup, it won't be difficult to blend in. This is currently the most feasible and least suspicious plan. There is no room for negotiation. The three boys were cowed by his aura, and coupled with the righteous causes of saving people and the mission. Although they were full of grief and indignation, their voices of protest died down, leaving only desperate groans and Inasuke's unwilling low growls. Terayuki stood against the wall, arms crossed, watching this scene with great interest, the corners of his mouth unable to help but curl into a smirk of schadenfreude. Letting these three boys experience the harshness of society and the diversity of missions seemed pretty good, right? He could almost imagine Tanjiro blushing while wearing women's clothes. Zenitsu would definitely cry worse than anyone else, and Inasuke, well, that image was too beautiful to dare imagine. He was watching with great relish, even considering whether to speak up and encourage them a little. Just then, Tenjin Yuzui's gaze, sharp as a hawk's, as if inadvertently, shifted from the struggling trio and landed slowly and precisely on the face of Terayuki, who was still wearing an observing-the-show expression. No, to be precise, it landed on Terayuki's exceptionally conspicuous skin, which seemed to have its own soft light in the dim environment, cool and white as jade, and his refined profile. Tenjin's gaze rested on Terayuki's face for a few seconds, as if evaluating a piece of fine porcelain. Then, he thoughtfully stroked his smooth chin. Beneath his flamboyant mask, the corners of his mouth seemed to curl into a malicious arc. Come to think of it, Tenjin drew out his tone, his voice filled with the excitement of having discovered a new continent. Terayuki, you're, quite flamboyant skin, this slender yet upright figure, and this face. He looked Terayuki up and down, his eyes becoming brighter, as if he were examining a perfect tool. Seems also very suitable for executing this plan. The smirk of amusement on Terayuki's face instantly froze, like ice, at the corners of his mouth. He blinked, seemingly unable to process it, then raised his finger in disbelief, pointing at his own nose, his golden pupils filled with the words, "What kind of joke are you making?" Me? That's right, you. Tenjin Yuzui nodded affirmatively, his tone becoming matter-of-fact, even carrying a hint of excitement at making the best use of everything. Think about it, in terms of skill and experience, you are much stronger than the three of them, and your adaptability is also stronger. As for qualifications, he looked carefully at Terayuki's face and neck again, clicking his tongue twice. Your skin tone, this profile, with a little decoration, could definitely pass for the real thing. Perhaps even more eye-catching than many real courtesans, making it easier to obtain information. And you are a Hashira. If you encounter an emergency after infiltrating, your ability to protect yourself and respond is far superior to theirs. You are simply the perfect candidate for infiltration. What kind of international joke is this? Terayuki stood up straight abruptly, his expression shifting from rigidity to intense resistance and absurdity. I am a Hashira, the light Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps. You want me to cross-dress and infiltrate the entertainment district. Is this decent? If word gets out, how will I ever be able to face anyone again? He shook his head and waved his hands violently, attempting to use the dignity and status of a Hashira to resist this preposterous arrangement. However, Tenjin Yuzui was completely unmoved by his intense opposition, merely crossing his arms and watching him with composure, the flamboyant smile on his face revealing a trace of cunning and unquestionability. So what if you're a Hashira? Can't a Hashira make sacrifices for a mission? Don't forget, you were the one who volunteered to come along, and you swore that your condition was fine and you could help. Now, the way to best demonstrate your value and help is right in front of you. Or are you saying? He deliberately drew out his tone, his voice becoming light yet carrying invisible pressure. Those things you said before, my injuries are fine. I want to stretch my limbs. I can help. Were they all lies? In reality, you are still a seriously injured patient who needs to lie in the Butterfly Mansion to be carefully cared for by Shinobu, unable to undertake any risky missions at all, if you can't do it. Tenjin turned sideways, made a pleased gesture pointing toward the door, his tone flat yet every word piercing the heart. You can turn around right now, return to the Butterfly Mansion, continue lying on your sickbed, drink your medicine, and enjoy Shinobu's special care. This mission will not trouble you, the light Hashira. Terayuki's movements froze abruptly, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. Return to the Butterfly Mansion, now. What a joke. Before, in order to trick Tenjin into bringing him along, he had belittled Shinobu's medical skills and control as worthless, and even fabricated a whole bunch of tragic experiences. That girl AI must have reported every single word back to her. If he went back now, having accomplished nothing in such a dejected state, given Shinobu's angelic face, devilish heart nature, and that meticulous little notebook of hers, what awaited him would definitely be special care and in-depth communication that would be 100 times more terrifying than cross-dressing to infiltrate the entertainment district, full of variety and lasting for a long time. Just thinking about it made Terayuki's back go cold and his scalp tingle. However, even if he completed this mission perfectly, he wouldn't escape Shinobu settling scores later. But at least he could make amends, perhaps he could die a little more gracefully. No, be punished a little more lightly. More importantly, the fundamental purpose of his coming here was to save Tenjin and change the ending where he might become disabled, as in the original work. If he were to shrink back at the last minute because of a reason like not wanting to cross-dress, causing Tenjin to face danger alone and something to go wrong, and something ultimately happen to him, then wouldn't all his previous efforts, and even the change he had gained in exchange for being in a coma for 3 months, be completely wasted? This muscular, flamboyant bastard sound Hashira. Terayuki let out a silent roar of stifled anger and fury at Tenjin Yuzui in his heart. If it weren't to save you and change your damned future, why would I have gotten into this mess, and why would I have ended up in this godforsaken place, having to cross-dress to infiltrate? I am the light Hashira, and now I actually have to go and dress as a woman. However, all the roaring and fury could only turn into silent groans in the face of reality. He looked at Tenjin's calm do-it or get-out expression, then thought about Shinobu's gentle smile and the unknown punishment awaiting him back at the Butterfly Mansion, and then thought about the true purpose of his trip. In the end, all his struggles, resistance, the dignity of being a Hashira, and his sense of shame in the face of immense pressure, his sense of responsibility toward his comrades, and his deep awe of Kachu Shinobu melted away like snow under the sun, bit by bit, extremely reluctantly. The expression on his face shifted from intense resistance to rigidity, and then to a kind of resigned numbness, mixed with immense shame and helplessness. He slowly and extremely heavily closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if using up all his strength, and squeezed a few words out from between his teeth, his voice so dry it didn't sound like his own. I agree. Chapter 46 missing. Shinobu, if I go back this time, I'm truly dead. But before that, Tenjin, you bastard, you'd better pray that your wives are safe and that our mission goes smoothly. Otherwise. Terayuki thought viciously to himself, already starting to plot how to repay this sound Hashira who had tricked him into cross-dressing once the mission was over. Meanwhile, Tenjin Yuzui, watching Terayuki finally yield, wore an even brighter, more flamboyant smile and clapped his hands. Very good. Then the plan is set. Terayuki, you and Tanjiro are responsible for infiltrating Takedo House. It has the deepest background and is likely the most dangerous of the three establishments. Zenitsu, Inazuk, you will go to Kyogoku House and Ajimoto House respectively. I will tell you the specific disguise details, contact methods, and precautions now. Under Tenjin Yuzui's clever arrangements and the enthusiastic acceptance of the Takedo House proprietress, who treated them like buried treasure, Terayuki, under the alias Teruko, and Tanjiro, under the alias Tanko, settled into the most prestigious and mysterious establishment in the entertainment district, Takedo House. Just as expected, the treatment the two received was worlds apart. As soon as Teruko entered the door, the proprietress regarded her as a secret weapon capable of rivaling the Warren Daki of Kyogoku House in the future, and even restoring the prestige of Kyogoku House, granting her the highest level of hospitality. He was arranged to stay in a spacious, bright, and elegantly furnished side room, exempt from any manual labor. Her only task was to learn how to become a qualified, or even top-tier, Warren. The person responsible for teaching Teruko was none other than the current head Warren of Takedo House, Rika. She was a beautiful woman with a gentle and quiet temperament, soft features, and a scholarly air in her speech, completely different from the gaudy and seductive women common in the entertainment district. She was extremely patient with Teruko, meticulously teaching her everything from the most basic walking, sitting, and etiquette to the fundamentals of the tea ceremony, incense ceremony, and flower arrangement, and even guidance on the melodies of the shamisen. She seemed to genuinely appreciate Teruko's unique, cold temperament and her quick wit, teaching her without holding anything back. Terayuki, watching Rika's silhouette as she carefully organized the musical scores, finally couldn't help but ask the question that had been circling in his mind for a long time. He dismissed the attendant Kamuro, young maid, and asked in a cold, clear voice, Warren Rika, "There is something I do not understand, and I would like to venture to ask." Rika looked up and smiled gently. "Please, feel free to speak, little sister Teruko." Terayuki looked straight into her eyes, his tone calm but serious. "Why are you teaching me with such dedication? Without reservation. You should be well aware that, given the proprietress's expectations for me, I will sooner or later become your most direct competitor and perhaps even replace you. In this entertainment district, jealousy among peers is the norm, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, Rika did not show the slightest sign of being offended or guarded. She put down the musical score in her hand, walked to the window, and looked at a tuberose quietly blooming in the night in the courtyard. She was silent for a moment before slowly speaking, her voice still gentle but carrying a sense of detachment and insight into the ways of the world. Competition, replacement. She shook her head gently and turned around, her gaze falling back on Terayuki. Her eyes were clear and sincere. "Little sister Teruko, perhaps in your eyes, the position of Warren, the adoration of guests, and the reputation of the establishment are things worth fighting for. But for me, that is not the case." She paused as if organizing her thoughts, or perhaps as if stating a principle she had long ago accepted. I teach you because you are worth it. You have a kind of temperament that is incompatible with this place, yet inexplicably attractive. You learn quickly and are very serious. I can feel that you are not learning these things entirely to please others or climb to a high position, it seems. There is another purpose, but that does not hinder me from appreciating your intelligence and resilience. A faint but genuine curve appeared at the corner of her lips. As for being a competitor, I have never regarded any woman as an enemy. In this entertainment district, it is already difficult enough for women to survive. Why must we trample on each other? Everyone has their own way and season to bloom. If you can truly surpass me and become the new star, that is your ability and fortune. As for me, her gaze drifted to the deeper night outside the window, her voice so soft it was barely audible, yet it carried a strange sense of certainty. I have my own path to follow, and people and things I want to protect. We will not become enemies, little sister Teruko. I have that feeling. These words caused a shock in Terayuki's heart. He re-examined the Warren before him, who was as gentle as water but possessed a depth of character within. She seemed more perceptive and more special than he had imagined. The detachment and kindness in her words were like a lotus rising from the mud without being stained, amidst the filth of the entertainment district. Will we not become enemies? Terayuki murmured in his heart, his golden pupils flickering slightly beneath his lowered eyelashes. He knew of the bloody storm to come. He knew of the evil demons hidden here. To him, who knew everything, this kindness and insight from Rika seemed all the more precious and fragile. He secretly made up his mind that while completing his primary mission, he would at least try his best to ensure the safety of this kind Warren. Meanwhile, at Kyogoku House and Ajimoto House, the infiltrating Zenitsu and Inasuk were also struggling to carry out their intelligence-gathering work in their own unique ways. And Tenjin Yuzui, after successfully sending the four of them in, did not go far. He changed into more inconspicuous attire and, using the superb stealth techniques of a ninja, slept during the day and moved at night, wandering like a ghost on the rooftops, in dark alleys, and in the shadows of the entertainment district. He devoted all his energy to night patrols, searching for any abnormal scents, bloodstains, or clues related to the missing persons cases that might be connected to demons, and waiting for the opportunity to reconnect with his undercover wives. His figure was out of place with the bustling prosperity of the entertainment district at night, like a sharp blade hidden beneath the neon lights, quietly waiting for the moment to be unsheathed and slay demons. Inside Teruko's room, incense smoke curled. Terayuki sat opposite Rika, his fingertips brushing the strings of the shamisen, producing a few clear notes, as he seemingly casually steered the conversation toward the missing persons. Warren Rika, Terayuki raised his eyes, his clear gold gaze appearing gentle under his deliberate restraint. Yesterday, I heard the other older sisters chatting. It seems there was a sister named Suma who left not long ago. Did she find a good home and manage to get released from her contract? Rika was just guiding his fingering technique. Upon hearing this, her movements paused almost imperceptibly. She looked up at Terayuki, a trace of very faint complexity passing through her gentle brows and eyes, which then turned into calm tenderness as she shook her head gently. Suma, she, has indeed disappeared. However, whether she was released from her contract, I am not entirely sure. Women in the entertainment district come and go, sometimes it is just that sudden. Terayuki stopped his fingertips, his gaze focused on Rika, his tone carrying just the right amount of curiosity and a trace of imperceptible sharpness. That sudden? Warren Rika, in this entertainment district, are there many people who suddenly disappear, like Sister Suma? Rika met his gaze. Deep within those eyes that always held a gentle smile, something seemed to ripple slightly, only to return to a silent, deep pool. She was silent for a moment before nodding gently. Her voice was still soft, but it seemed to be covered in a thin mist. Yes, often people just disappear like that. Sickness, accidents, debts, or finding a better place and leaving without saying goodbye. The nights in the entertainment district are long and deep. It is not strange for them to swallow up a few figures. Her answer was calm, but it made the string in Terayuki's heart pull tighter. This seemingly ordinary answer, combined with the intelligence he already had, almost confirmed the worst guess. The disappearances were by no means accidental and were very likely directly related to a hidden demon. Beneath Rika's calmness, perhaps she also hid fear and helplessness that she was unwilling to speak of. As expected, Terayuki lowered his eyes, his fingertips unconsciously rubbing the cold silk strings. He had to speed up his actions. The next day at noon, the sun was scorching, but the hustle and bustle of the entertainment district had not yet fully awakened. On the flat roof of a secluded house, the view was wide, convenient for observing the surroundings. Tanjiro and Inazuk had already arrived first. Tanjiro's brows were slightly furrowed as he carefully recalled and organized the fragmented information he had heard the previous night under the identity of Tanko. Inazuk was pacing back and forth impatiently, his eyes under the boar mask wide open, and he roared in a low voice, "Hey, Gonpakaru, there is definitely a demon on my side. That smell and those locked rooms, there is absolutely something wrong. When are we going to make a move? My blades are already hungry and impatient." Inazuk, keep it down. Tanjiro hurriedly stopped him, looking around vigilantly. Wait a little longer. Master Tenjin and Master Terayuki haven't arrived yet, and Zenitsu also. Before he could finish his sentence, a flamboyant, low voice sounded without warning from behind them to the side. Zenitsu is not coming. Tanjiro and Inazuk were shocked and turned their heads sharply. They saw that Tenjin Yuzui had already crouched silently in the shadows at the edge of the roof. His flamboyant attire had been replaced by dark, fitted clothing suitable for night operations, and the smile from the past days was gone from his face. His expression was unprecedentedly grave. Master Tenjin? Tanjiro was quite surprised. He hadn't noticed when the other had approached at all. Inazuk also assumed a defensive stance. Such questions as when I arrived are meaningless. Tenjin stood up and walked in front of the two, his gaze sharp as a blade. Listen, the situation has changed. Zenitsu lost contact last night at Kyogoku House. The agreed-upon signal did not appear. I went to investigate this morning. There were traces of a brief struggle and dragging in the servants' quarters where he was staying, and he is gone. What, Zenitsu? Tanjiro's face turned pale in an instant. Just then, another cold, calm voice came from above them. What happened to Zenitsu? The two were startled again. Looking up, they saw Terayuki landing lightly from a higher eave. His movements still carried the slight stiffness of someone who had just recovered from a serious injury, but he landed without a sound. His golden pupils looked at Tenjin, filled with inquiry, but without much panic. Tenjin glanced at Terayuki, seemingly unsurprised by his ghostly appearance, and said in a low voice, "He lost contact and has very likely fallen into enemy hands." Combined with some traces I found on the outskirts of the entertainment district last night, as well as the abnormal frequency and methods of the disappearances, I can basically conclude. He took a deep breath, enunciating each word, with a storm suppressed in his voice. The demon lurking in the entertainment district is likely not an ordinary lower moon. It is very likely an upper moon. Upper moon? Tanjiro gasped, the terrifying memories of the Mugen train flooding his mind instantly. Inazuk also put away his restlessness, his eyes under the boar mask becoming fierce and vigilant. Tenjin did not look at their shocked expressions, but turned his gaze to Terayuki, his tone carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. Terayuki, the situation exceeds our estimates. An upper moon is not something they can handle. Have your two Tsugyuko retreat immediately, leave the entertainment district, and return to headquarters to report. Leave this to me, and you. He said the last three words with some difficulty. He knew that Terayuki's condition had not fully recovered, and facing an upper moon, their combined chances of winning were slim. But at the moment, there was no better choice. After hearing this, Terayuki's face showed no great ripples. He only shook his head slightly. He walked to the edge of the roof, overlooking the bustling streets below that were beginning to wake up. The sunlight fell on his pale profile, outlining clear contours. Don't worry too much, Tenjin. Terayuki's voice was very calm, even carrying a hint of strange certainty. That kid Zenitsu, though useless in other things, is top tier at saving his own life and running away. He won't die that easily. As for Tanjiro and Inazuk, He turned his head to look at the two youths who were watching him nervously. There was no coercion in his golden pupils, only the calmness of leaving the choice to them. Whether to go or stay, that is their own choice. Whether to follow orders and retreat safely, or to stay and face terror that may far exceed their imagination, risking everything to save a companion and uncover the truth. This path is for them to choose. Master Teruyuki, Tanjiro stepped forward eagerly, his eyes firm. Zenitsu is our companion, we will not leave him behind. Furthermore, Master Tenjin's wives may also be in danger. I want to stay. Me too, Inazuk brandished his dual blades and roared in a low voice. So what if it's an upper moon? It's just right for me to see for myself. I'll snatch that guy and Tenjin's wives back. Tenjin looked at these two youths who knew not the height of the sky or the depth of the earth, yet had burning eyes, and his brows locked tight. He wanted to sternly order them to leave, but Teruyuki's words and their unyielding gazes made him swallow the words that had reached his lips. He scratched his hair irritably and looked at Teruyuki, his tone carrying suppressed agitation and a hint of imperceptible self-doubt. You're quite optimistic. An upper moon is not something to be trifled with, Teruyuki. On the Mugen train, you and Rengoku joined forces and almost died at the hands of that upper moon 3. Although I, Tenjin Uzui, am flamboyant, I'm not confident I can do better than that guy Rengoku. Now your injuries haven't healed, Zenitsu is missing, and the opponent might be an upper moon even better at concealment and tricks. The situation is terrible. As he spoke, he subconsciously raised his hand, his thumb unconsciously rubbing the cold metal patterns on the hilt of his ninja sword, an accessory gifted to him by one of his wives. The coldness from his fingertips made him slightly startled, and then he quickly withdrew his hand as if burned, instead pressing hard on his temples, as if trying to dispel some cold, bone-chilling thoughts that kept surging up. His gaze lost focus for a moment, drifting into the distance, but he quickly pulled it back, refocusing on Teruyuki and the two youths. Only the shadows settled deep in his eyes were a few shades heavier than before. We move tonight. Teruyuki's voice sounded exceptionally clear and decisive under the noon sun, breaking the gravity on the roof. I have already obtained some clues from Warren Rika, but I still lack the final crucial confirmation. The top priority is to save people, Zenitsu and Master Tenjin's wives. He looked at everyone, a sharp light flashing in his golden pupils. We will split up, and based on the intelligence each of us has, we will simultaneously begin searching and confirming after nightfall. Once you discover the trapped persons or the exact trail of the demon, send a signal immediately, and the others will provide support as quickly as possible. The primary goal is to save people and confirm the demon's identity and location, and then retreat immediately, wait for Obanai to arrive and rendezvous, and then formulate the next step for the slaying plan. Do not linger in battle, especially you, Inazuk. He gave a special warning to the restless Inazuk at the end. Everyone nodded, quickly agreeing on a simple signal method and several possible rendezvous points, before dispersing to prepare for the night's operations. Chapter 47 Encounter. The sun sank, and the lights of the entertainment district lit up one by one, adorning the night to be even more luxurious and bewitching than the day. Teruyuki changed out of the woman's kimono that made him feel so uncomfortable, putting back on the black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, and draped that signature white haori over it. The long-lost uniform felt snug and familiar. Although his body still felt empty inside, at least his movements were no longer restricted by clothing. He picked up the crystalline Nichiren sword, his fingers brushing over the cold tsuba, feeling the faint but undeniable resonance of the power of light within it. He took a deep breath and steadily fastened the sword to his waist. He no longer needed to disguise himself. Tonight, he would act as the light Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps to obtain that crucial name. A name he already knew, but one he absolutely could not say himself. He needed to use Rika's mouth to reasonably extract this suspicion, serving as the basis for subsequent actions. Only in this way could he join forces with Tenjin to strike at the heart of the enemy, without causing any suspicion about his precognitive abilities. Moving like a ghost between the eaves and shadows, Teruyuki silently infiltrated Takedo House again, avoiding all maids and guards, and precisely found the room of Warren Rika. It was not guest receiving time. The room was brightly lit and filled with a faint incense. Rika was sitting alone in front of the vanity, facing an exquisite bronze mirror, carefully drawing her eyebrows. Her profile looked gentle and serene under the lamp. Teruyuki did not deliberately hide his presence. He gently pushed open the unlocked window, floated into the room like a feather, and landed soundlessly on the tatami floor, his back against the shadows of the wall. He did not step forward immediately, but quietly watched Rika's focused back. Then, using his original clear male voice, he spoke calmly. "Good evening, Ms. Rika." Rika's hand holding the eyebrow pencil trembled violently, drawing an abrupt mark at the end of her eyebrow. She turned around abruptly, her beautiful eyes filled with unbelievable shock, her pupils slightly contracting as they reflected the figure standing against the wall in black clothes and a white haori. That familiar figure, that abnormally pale skin, that cold and aloof temperament. And those eyes that were no longer deliberately concealed, glowing with a faint golden light in the dim environment. "You are you, Teruko." Rika's voice trembled, her gaze sweeping back and forth between Teruyuki's face and the attire that was so out of place in the entertainment district. As if she couldn't connect this tall, sharp, and invisibly oppressive man with the cold, reticent sister Teruko who was learning Warren skills. Teruyuki stood up slightly, leaving the support of the wall. He took 2 steps forward and stopped a few paces away from Rika, giving her space while maintaining a clear, undeniable presence. He nodded slightly, his golden eyes meeting Rika's uncertain gaze frankly, his voice clear and solemn. "Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Haitru Teruyuki. I am the Light Hashira of the Demon Slayer Corps, with the mission of slaying the evil demons of the world and protecting humanity." Demon Slayer Corps, Light Hashira, Rika murmured, repeating these 2 unfamiliar terms, the shock in her eyes gradually being replaced by a complex realization. Legends of the Demon Slayer Corps occasionally circulated among the people. She seemed to vaguely understand why Teruyuki appeared here, but it was followed by deeper confusion and faint unease. "We have received reliable intelligence," Teruyuki continued, his tone steady but carrying unquestionable seriousness. He deliberately blurred the source of the intelligence. "Hidden within the entertainment district is an extremely dangerous evil demon that feeds on humans. My companions, as well as the family of another colleague, have gone missing here. Time is tight. Every moment of delay puts them in more danger. Ms. Rika, I need your help." He paused, observing Rika's reaction. Seeing that although her face turned pale and her fingers unconsciously clenched the corner of her clothes, she hadn't lost her mind, and instead, her eyes flashed with the light of trying to understand and think. Teruyuki knew the groundwork was sufficient. It was time to get to the point. The so-called demons, he took another half step forward, closing the distance between them, his voice lowering but carrying a power that pierced the heart, every word clearly delivered to Rika's ears, have 2 fatal characteristics that can never be disguised. First, they absolutely cannot survive in the sunlight. Sunlight is an instantly lethal poison to them, so they only act at night or must absolutely avoid the daylight. Second, they feed on humans, especially young, fresh lives, which are the food they use to maintain their existence and power. Teruyuki's gaze locked tightly onto Rika's eyes, not missing any subtle emotional changes on her face. He spoke at a steady pace, but with guiding follow-up questions. "Think about it, Ms. Rika. In this entertainment district, where singing and dancing never cease day or night, among everyone you know or have heard of, is there anyone you have almost never truly seen during the day? Or whose appearance and activities always deliberately avoid the moments when the sun is strongest? And whose location or people related to them always have frequent incidents of disappearance, illness, or leaving, yet are always downplayed and covered up?" Teruyuki's questions were like a precise scalpel, dissecting the most hidden abscess of the entertainment district. He couldn't directly say Daki of Kyogoku House never shows up during the day or people often disappear around her. But he could guide Rika's thoughts in that direction by emphasizing the absolute characteristics of demons and inducing questions. He knew Rika was smart enough and careful enough to have sensed the undercurrents of the entertainment district. She likely already had doubts about the stunningly beautiful, high-status, yet mysterious Warren Daki, whose maids were frequently replaced. The room was deathly silent, with only the occasional crackle of the lamp and Rika's gradually rapid breathing. Teruyuki's words were like a key, opening a certain locked, anxious box in her heart. Those fragmented rumors, those unspoken whispers of fear among the sisters, those unreasonable details surrounding that special existence in Kyogoku House. Under the reflection of the two absolute characteristics proposed by Teruyuki, they suddenly became clear and terrifying. Rika's complexion turned pale under the light, her beautiful eyes filled with struggle, fear, and a trace of sudden, enlightened horror. Her lips trembled violently, opening several times, but it was as if she were being gripped by an invisible force. She looked at Teruyuki. There was no coercion in those golden eyes, only a calm waiting and an unquestionable firmness of please tell the truth. Teruyuki waited patiently without urging. He knew the last layer of window paper needed to be pierced by Rika herself. He was betting on her kindness, her sympathy for the sisters who might still be suffering, and the courage of an ordinary person to choose to stand on the side of the light when facing an existence like a demon that transcends ordinary evil. Finally, Rika seemed to use all her strength, extremely slowly lifting a trembling finger and pointing in a certain direction. It was the location of Kyogoku House. Her voice was so low it was almost inaudible, but it carried a kind of determination to burn bridges and deep fear. The Warren Daki of Kyogoku House. I have almost never seen her show her face in the real daylight. Her processions and important meetings are always arranged after sunset, and the kimuro and maids around her are replaced. Too quickly, so fast, it's not normal. She said that name, the name Teruyuki had been waiting for. Rika's trembling finger pointed towards the direction of Kyogoku House, and that name, Daki, was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, stirring ripples of fear in her heart, and also dropping a logical footnote on Teruyuki's already clear cognition. He nodded slightly, sharp light condensing in his golden eyes, just preparing to take the final and most critical step of confirmation. One last question, Ms. Rika. Teruyuki's voice lowered even further, carrying an urgency that could not afford failure. Where exactly is her residence in Kyogoku House? Which floor? Which room? Or are there any special features? Rika's face was pale, seemingly still immersed in the huge shock of identifying the demon. Hearing this, she subconsciously tried hard to recall, her lips moving, trying to describe. It's on the third floor, on the far east side, the room at the end of the hallway. They say that outside the window you can see that largest cherry blossom tree. She had only said half of it. Clang! A clear and cold sound of metal rubbing against metal suddenly exploded, breaking the silence of the room. Teruyuki, without any warning, at an astonishing speed, violently drew the crystalline Nichiren sword he was holding. The bright blade drew a cold arc under the light, illuminating Rika's eyes, which had widened in extreme shock. Sorry, Ms. Rika, Teruyuki's voice sounded, still steady, but carrying a tension as if facing a great enemy. He didn't even look at Rika, but locked his eyes on the shadow corner on the other side of the room. It's no longer necessary to answer. Rika's heart was about to jump out of her chest. She followed the direction pointed by Teruyuki's blade tip and turned her head in horror. She saw that the gorgeous paper door leading to the outer hallway, which had been tightly closed, had silently slid open a crack at some point. A tall and graceful figure was leaning against the door, watching the room at her leisure. She was wearing a gorgeous purple kimono. Her makeup was exquisite and thick to the point of suffocation, and her golden eyes flowed with inhuman cold luster in the light. A playful smile, mixed with curiosity, amusement, and cruelty, hung on her beautiful face. Most striking was that behind her, several gorgeous sashes shimmering with dark purple luster, as if possessing life, were slowly floating and dancing like vipers, exuding an ominous aura. It was exactly the person Rika had just mentioned, the head warren of Kyogoku House, Daki. Oh my Tilda Daki, or rather, Upper Moon 6 Daki, parted her red lips. Her voice was charming and pleasant, but carried a malicious and condescending scrutiny that made one's scalp tingle, I seem to hear a very interesting conversation just now. Demon? Sunlight? Feeding on humans? Hee hee. Her gaze, as if it had substance, swept over Terayuki, especially when she saw the crystalline, faintly glowing Nichiren sword in his hand and his Demon Slayer core uniform. Her golden demon eyes narrowed slightly, her interest deepening. Are you a Hashira? It feels a bit like it, this outfit and this sword. But she tilted her head, revealing an innocent yet cruel expression of confusion. The aura seems a bit weak. It's not quite the same as those I've encountered before. Are you injured? Or is it just a fake? Her gaze finally fixed on Terayuki's face, especially his abnormally pale skin that seemed to glow with the luster of cold jade under the light. In Daki's eyes, jealousy and a pathological possessiveness grew wildly like poisonous vines. Her own beauty was peerless, but Terayuki's flawless, near-perfect cold white skin made her feel a sense of irritation at being outdone and a strong desire for destruction. However, Daki's voice turned cold abruptly, the smile on her face becoming ferocious. She stuck out her scarlet tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, her gaze scraping across Terayuki's cheeks and neck like a knife. This face, this skin, is beautiful enough to make me a little jealous. Such a perfect canvas. If peeled off and made into a fan or a lampshade, it would surely be very gorgeous, right? Hee hee hee. Before the words fell, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The several purple sashes floating behind her suddenly straightened, like poisonous pythons that had been coiled for a long time, and burst out at a terrifying speed that the naked eye could hardly catch. They didn't all attack Terayuki, but cunningly divided into two groups. The three thickest and sharpest sashes tore through the air, carrying a screech that could cut metal and stone, stabbing directly at Terayuki's face, chest, and wrist holding the sword. And the other two, slightly thinner but equally lethal sashes, like snakes coming out of a hole, bypassed Terayuki at a tricky angle and shot like lightning toward Rika, who was sitting paralyzed in front of the vanity and already scared silly. Attacking what the enemy must save. Attacking both at the same time, forcing Terayuki to make a choice, to protect himself, or to rescue that ordinary Warren who had no ability to resist. Not good. Terayuki's heart sank, as if falling into an ice cellar. They had bumped into each other directly. The plan was all messed up. His original plan was to first obtain the exact address information of Daki, then immediately go to find Tenjin to converge, take advantage of Daki's lack of alertness to prioritize rescuing Zenitsu and Tenjin's wives who might be imprisoned, then evacuate quickly, wait for Aguro Obanai to arrive, and then gather the power of the three Hashira to safely encircle and suppress the Upper Moon 6. But despite all his calculations, he didn't expect Daki to appear at Takedo House at this moment. Apparently, their conversation had been eavesdropped on, and their tracks were completely exposed. If he retreated now, Rika would definitely die. This thought flashed through his mind like lightning. He couldn't just watch this kind and transparent woman, who had just mustered the courage to provide intelligence, die before his eyes. Then, there was only one option left. Terayuki's eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife. All distractions were suppressed, leaving only the instinct for battle and a clear judgment of the current situation. He had to fight. Although his strength was only at 30%, although his condition was terrible, although the worst-case scenario had come true, but there was no other choice. Tenjin, you flashy bastard covered in muscles, you'd better move fast. Rescue the people quickly and then come to support immediately. He roared and hoped silently in his heart to the sound Hashira, whose whereabouts were unknown. Chapter 48, Delaying Time. Swish, swish, swish. The moment the sashes tore through the air, Terayuki's figure vanished from the spot like mist scattered by the wind, leaving behind only a faint golden afterimage. The speed was beyond reason. Even Rika, who was slumped on the ground, was swept up at the same time by a gentle yet irresistible force. In a blur, she had been whisked away from that room filled with killing intent. Bangs, bangs, bang. Several fierce purple sashes struck hard at the spot where Terayuki and Rika had been, sending wood chips flying from the exquisite tatami, vanity, and screen, but they all missed. The next instant, in a dim and secluded back alley dozens of meters away from Kyogoku House, Terayuki's figure suddenly appeared, and he gently set down the still-shaken Rika. It's dangerous here. Run immediately, get as far away from the entertainment district as possible, and don't come back until dawn. Terayuki's voice was urgent and clear, his golden eyes glowing slightly in the darkness, carrying an unquestionable sense of urgency. Rika's face was pale and her lips trembled, but upon meeting Terayuki's calm and resolute golden eyes, she seemed to draw a sliver of courage. She didn't ask another question, nodded forcefully, lifted the hem of her kimono, and turned to run desperately toward the other end of the alley, away from the center of the entertainment district. However, just as Rika had run less than 10 steps, "Wanna run? Have I given you permission?" Daki's charming, yet cold voice came from the direction of Kyogoku House, like a parasite clinging to bone. Several purple shadows, like venomous snakes with life and vision, instantly pierced through the obstructions of buildings and alleyways, attacking Rika's back from different angles at an even faster speed with a sinister grin. Judging by the momentum, they intended to pierce through and tear her apart on the spot. HMPH. A very faint, cold snort. Terayuki didn't even turn to look at the sashes attacking Rika. He simply flicked his wrist, holding his Nichiren sword with pinpoint precision and speed. Clang! A concentrated, scorching, pure golden arc of light that seemed capable of dispelling all gloom suddenly flared from his side. It wasn't a direct slash, but an incredibly precise, lightning-fast upward strike. Breath of Light, fourth form Morning Sun. The golden arc arrived after being launched but struck first, like a precise scalpel, passing exactly across the tips of those sashes without deviation. SSH, SSH, SSH. The teeth-gritting sound of cutting rang out almost simultaneously. Those several tough sashes, capable of piercing walls and cutting through metal and jade, were severed at the tips the moment they touched the golden arc, like snow scorched by the blazing sun. The severed ends were charred black, with wisps of black smoke rising. The broken sashes hung down listlessly, writhing, before finally dissipating into black ash. Oh, not bad, Demon Hunter. Daki's figure landed lightly on a rooftop at the nearby alley entrance, her gorgeous purple kimono fluttering slightly in the night wind. She looked at her severed sashes, a flash of surprise appearing in her golden demonic eyes, but it was replaced more by the annoyance of being provoked and an even deeper interest. To think you could cut my sashes, and you used that detestable light. From the long sleeves behind her, more, thicker, and darker purple glowing sashes poured out like a nest of snakes emerging, spreading crazily. The quantity was several times that of before. Each one contained even more terrifying demonic energy and cutting power, twisting and dancing in the air, emitting a hissing sound as they tore through the air, vaguely locking down the space around Terayuki. Then, what about this move? Let's see how many you can cut. Before her voice faded, dozens of purple sashes, like a violent storm or an intertwined web of death, lunged at Terayuki from all directions, above, below, left, and right, with far greater speed and power than before. They blocked all space for evasion, vowing to strangle him on the spot. Facing this dense attack, Terayuki's face remained devoid of any fluctuation, as if he were merely looking at a swarm of annoying insects. He didn't even move his feet. He simply held his Nichiren sword horizontally before him, then flipped his wrist, the blade tracing a flawless circular trajectory. Breath of Light, third form, Radiance. This time, it was a true, offensive and defensive circular slash. A dense, scorching golden ring of light, with edges rippling like the sun, suddenly erupted from Terayuki as the center, expanding rapidly in all directions. SSH, 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 SSH. The scalp-numbing, dense sound of cutting rang out like popping beans. All the purple sashes that touched the golden ring, regardless of their thickness or direction, were blocked and severed, incinerated the moment they made contact with that pure flame. Wherever the golden ring passed, the purple snake swarm was harvested as if by an invisible scythe, snapping and turning into fly ash. With just one strike, Daki's massive, all-encompassing strangulation was completely dismantled. As the ring dissipated, the ground under Terayuki sank slightly, his figure instantly blurring as he assumed the starting stance for a thrust, breath of light, first form, flash. He intended to take advantage of the moment Daki's attack was broken, and she was likely vulnerable, to close the distance at maximum speed, at least severely injuring her to seize the initiative. However, just as the power of light was frantically gathering along specific meridian paths, about to erupt and propel him into an ultra-high-speed thrust, a sharp pain, like thousands of steel needles piercing his meridians simultaneously, or as if a vital spring within his body had suddenly run completely dry, along with a feeling of emptiness and weakness, exploded from the deepest part of his body. Forcibly performing morning sun and radiance in succession was an overload for his body, which was currently depleted of its foundation and had meridians like dried-up riverbeds. The flow of the power of light suddenly cut off. The originally smooth and surging power transmission was as if choked off out of thin air. The violent backlash made his whole body stiffen, and the flash that was ready to launch was forcibly stuck at the threshold of activation, failing to execute. Fortunately, this stoppage and backlash seemed to primarily affect the operating system related to the power of light, bringing intense pain and stiffness as if his strength had been instantly drained, but it had relatively little impact on the basic mobility of his muscles and bones. His body only stiffened for an instant and did not suffer spasms or loss of control. But this momentary stiffness was obvious enough in the eyes of an Upper Moon 6 demon like Daki. Daki, who had been furious because her sashes were easily severed and was on full alert for Terayuki's next fierce counterattack, keenly captured Terayuki's extremely brief yet unusually abrupt pause, as well as the subtle distortion on his face that flashed by as if he were trying hard to endure pain. Opportunity. Daki's combat instinct made her realize instantly that this might be a huge opening exposed by her opponent. But Terayuki's terrifying strength from earlier, the way he had effortlessly and continuously severed her sashes, especially the light on the blade that made her soul tremble and feel inexplicable disgust, made her deeply wary. Why did he suddenly stop? That was clearly an excellent opportunity to attack or pursue his blade. That light is so strange. Why do I feel fear? Is he doing this on purpose? Luring me to attack, or is there some other conspiracy? In uncertainty and suspicion, Daki not only didn't launch a fierce attack while Terayuki was stiff, but instead, without hesitation, she immediately withdrew and retreated rapidly. She instantly put more distance between herself and Terayuki, more sashes interweaving into a tight defensive net in front of her. Her golden demonic eyes stared fixedly at Terayuki, who stood stiffly in place, filled with wariness, confusion, and a trace of hard to hide. Instinctive fear of that unknown light. The alley fell into an eerie silence for a moment. There was only the wailing of the night wind blowing past the alley entrance and the faint, decadent sounds drifting from the distant entertainment district. Terayuki calculated rapidly in his mind. Although the two clashes just now hadn't achieved full results due to his physical limitations, they had given him a clearer assessment of his current situation and his opponent's strength. Killing Daki, with the maximum power of light I can mobilize at once, aiming for her vitals shouldn't be a problem. But his gaze swept sharply over the distant Daki, who was uncertain yet increasingly vigilant, as if he could see through the deeper connection hidden beneath her gorgeous skin. Juyutaro is her twin demon, hidden within her body. Once I kill her now, Juyutaro will definitely appear immediately. In my current state, with the power of light circulating intermittently and my foundation depleted leading to almost zero stamina, facing that Upper Moon 6 main body, who has bizarre attacks, hard to defend deadly poison, and strength far exceeding his sister's, I'm afraid I won't last a few rounds. This realization made him calm down quickly. Fighting hard is definitely not the best policy, especially when reinforcements haven't arrived and the primary mission of rescuing people hasn't been completed. Must wait until I have enough certainty to deal with both, or at least be able to hold off the siblings. Must buy time. Terayuki made up his mind instantly. Play along with her, show weakness to the enemy. I must not let her see that I am at the end of my rope, yet I must make her feel she has a chance of winning, so she doesn't immediately call for her brother or run away. Drag it out until Tenjin rescues the hostages and arrives to join up. Or at least drag it out until Obanai arrives nearby. Only then, by gathering the strength of at least 2 Hashira, will I have certainty in dealing with Juyutaro. Just as his thoughts raced, adjusting his strategy and preparing to entangle with Daki in a more economical way. Terayuki-sama. A boy's voice, tense yet incredibly firm, accompanied by rapid footsteps, came from the other entrance of the alley. Terayuki and Daki both looked over simultaneously. They saw Kamado Tanjiro holding his black-bladed Nichiren sword, running at full speed. The flame pattern on his forehead glowed faintly in the night, his face full of gravity and determination. In an instant, he rushed to Terayuki's side, stood shoulder to shoulder with him, pointed his blade at the distant Daki, his eyes wary as if facing a formidable enemy. Terayuki frowned slightly, a flash of surprise appearing in his golden eyes. "Why are you here? Where is Inazuk?" Tanjiro stared fixedly at Daki, answering in a low, rapid voice. Inazuk found a very hidden, narrow hole leading underground in the backyard of Ajimoto House. He said there was a strange smell inside. It might be where people are being kept. The hole was too small, only he could barely squeeze in. I tried, but I couldn't get in. He told me to keep watch outside while he went in to investigate first. I was guarding outside when I heard a loud commotion and fighting sounds from here, plus the scent of a very, very strong demon. I was worried about the situation here, so I rushed over immediately. He paused, glanced at Terayuki's still pale yet unusually calm profile, then looked at the beautiful, demonic ghost in the distance exuding a terrifying aura, and couldn't help but ask, "Terayuki-sama, is this an Upper Moon demon?" "Yes, Upper Moon 6. Terayuki confirmed briefly, though his mind was racing. Tanjiro's arrival, while adding variables, might also be an opportunity to continue buying time while also achieving another goal. He turned slightly, whispering to Tanjiro in a volume only the two of them could hear, at the fastest speed, his tone carrying an unquestionable seriousness. "Tanjiro, listen well. What I'm about to say is very important. About my injuries. Some of what I told Tenjin-sama earlier was a lie." Tanjiro was stunned upon hearing this, looking at Terayuki in astonishment. Terayuki's golden eyes reflected the faint light of the distant lanterns as he continued calmly. "Shinobu-sama's diagnosis was correct. My injuries are extremely severe, my source is damaged, and I am far from recovered. Right now, I can only exert about 30% of my strength at my peak. Moreover, as you saw just now, the circulation of my power is not smooth, and I cannot fight for long." His gaze shifted to Daki, who was again showing an interested expression, seemingly evaluating the new prey. He lowered his voice further, carrying a sense of entrustment and resolve. "So, Tanjiro, the upcoming battle with her will rely on you as the main attacker. I will assist from the side, using my experience and remaining power to create opportunities for you and cover your weaknesses. This is live combat. The opponent is an Upper Moon demon, extremely dangerous, but it is also the best opportunity for you to grow rapidly and test the results of these 3 months of special training. Do you dare to take it on?" Chapter 49, Water Breathing. Tanjiro was unexpectedly involved. Instead of letting him be held back by worrying about his own injuries, it was better to use the situation to his advantage by informing him of part of the truth and pushing him forward as the main attacker. This would not only allow him to preserve his remaining strength for support at critical moments and to deal with Juyutaro, who might suddenly appear, but also give Tanjiro immense pressure and valuable practical experience. At the same time, the image of a severely injured and weakened Hashira supporting a young member against an Upper Moon would further deceive Daki, leading her to underestimate them and thus buy more time. Tanjiro's pupils contracted slightly, clearly shocked by the information of 30% strength and being the main attacker against an Upper Moon. But looking into Terayuki's calm and trusting golden eyes, and remembering the figures of the 2 Hashira fighting to the death on the Mugen train, and the teachings and expectations of Mr. Rengoku and Mr. Terayuki, a surge of heat and an unprecedented sense of responsibility instantly dispelled his initial shock and fear. He gripped his Nichiren sword tightly, his gaze becoming incredibly determined, and gave a heavy nod. I understand, Mr. Terayuki. I will give it my all. Please, guide me. Very well. A faint, gratified curve appeared at the corner of Terayuki's mouth, but his gaze remained as sharp as an eagle's. Remember, don't fight head-on. Use your sense of smell and speed to maneuver. Her attack pattern consists of those sashes, tough and flexible, but not without a trace. I will use light to interfere with and weaken them. Watch for the right moment and use the form you're most familiar with to attack her main body. The neck is the weakness, but don't overlook other vital points. Now. He faced Daki head-on again, raising his Nichiren sword slightly into a posture more geared toward defense and support. His voice returned to a normal volume, carrying a hint of deliberate fatigue and gravity. It seems tonight, the demon hunter you face won't be just one. Across from them, Daki looked at the suddenly appearing Tanjiro, whose aura was clearly much more immature, and then at Terayuki, who seemed to have handed over the lead to his junior and whose own momentum appeared withered. A flash of realization and even deeper contempt crossed her golden demonic eyes. Hihi tilde I see tilde. She covered her mouth and giggled, her laughter full of malice. A severely injured senior Hashira with a wet behind-the-ears brat of an apprentice? This is getting more and more interesting tilde. It just so happens that I haven't had enough fun yet. Let both of you, master and apprentice, become part of my collection tilde this time. I won't let you escape tilde. The purple sashes behind her danced wildly like crazed snakes once more, greater in number and faster in their assault, sweeping toward Terayuki and Tanjiro with the cruel pleasure of playing with prey. Here they come. Tanjiro let out a low shout, his pupils contracting as he stared intently at the dozens of purple sashes, strangling toward them like living things. He didn't charge in recklessly. Instead, he pushed off with his feet, retreating rapidly to the side and rear. Gripping his Nichiren sword with both hands, the tip pointing diagonally toward the ground, the rhythm of water breathing instantly flowed through his body. Water breathing third form, flowing dance. His footwork became erratic, like a stream encountering rocks, twisting and turning, narrowly passing through the gaps between two intersecting sashes. At the same time, his Nichiren sword carved out two swift slashes, attempting to slice through a third sash attacking from the side. Clang! The blade collided with the sash, producing a piercing scraping sound. Tanjiro felt a massive recoil force, numbing his arms. The sash was unexpectedly tough. It only received a shallow cut, and while its momentum slowed, it didn't break. Instead, it twisted like a venomous snake, coiling toward his wrist once more. Tusk, Tanjiro gritted his teeth, forced to interrupt his flowing dance footwork and violently twist his body to withdraw his blade, narrowly avoiding the danger of being ensnared. But in that delay, even more sashes blocked his path from above and below. Just as several sashes were about to close in, leaving Tanjiro with nowhere to hide. Get down! Terayuki's cold voice rang out almost simultaneously. Without any hesitation, Tanjiro instinctively ducked low. Swish! A condensed, thread-like, almost imperceptible golden light skimmed horizontally less than an inch above the top of Tanjiro's head. Puff, puff, puff. The three thickest purple sashes descending from above were silently and neatly severed the moment they touched the golden light, like butter being cut by a red-hot wire. The cuts were smooth and charred. The severed front sections fell limply, while the back sections snapped back like startled vipers. Tanjiro seized this momentary opening. With a flicker of a watery phantom beneath his feet, second form, water wheel. His body spun rapidly, his Nichiren sword drawing a circular slash that parried two thinner sashes attacking from the side. Using the momentum of the rotation, he leaped backward, temporarily escaping the encirclement, cold sweat already on his forehead. Well done, good judgment. Terayuki's voice remained steady. He stood his ground, merely holding his sword, his eyes calmly scanning the sashes that were slightly agitated due to the damage. The roots of her sashes are connected to her sleeves and back. There's a sequence and difference in force when she attacks. Pay attention to distinguish them. Attacking the very front or the nodes where power is concentrated is more effective. Yes, Tanjiro nodded while panting, etching Terayuki's advice into his mind. He focused again, trying to capture the patterns of the sash attacks. A flash of anger crossed Daki's golden demonic eyes, but it was mostly a playful teasing, like a cat with a mouse. Little tricks, Tilda, it seems the old-timer has some insight. How about this, then? She waved her arms gracefully, and the sashes behind her no longer attacked mindlessly. Instead, they began to strike rhythmically, in layers and waves. Some pierced straight forward, some swept horizontally, some coiled around the lower body from tricky angles, and some suddenly changed direction midair. They coordinated with each other, weaving a more three-dimensional and unpredictable web of death. Furthermore, she gave special attention to Terayuki, who had just released that strange golden light. She diverted nearly half of the sashes to attack him from different directions at even higher speeds, clearly intending to eliminate or at least pin down this troublesome supporter first. Tanjiro's pressure increased sharply. He exerted himself to perform water breathing, fourth form, striking tide. He tried to break through the sashes, attacking from the front with rapid consecutive slashes, but most of his strikes only left shallow marks or were skillfully deflected, failing to cause effective damage. Instead, because he had overextended his technique, 2 sashes attacking from behind caught his opening and pierced toward his heart. 3 steps to the left, horizontal slash. Terayuki's voice rang in Tanjiro's ear like a precise clock. He didn't even look back at Tanjiro's predicament. His Nichiren sword merely traced a few tiny, shimmering arcs around him as if casually, parrying or repelling the dense sashes attacking him. His movements were minimal, yet his efficiency was startlingly high, maintaining control over the entire situation. Tanjiro trusted Terayuki's judgment without reservation. He immediately gave up on defending his rear and, as instructed, took 3 steps to the front left, twisting his waist to put power into a heavy horizontal slash with his Nichiren sword. Puffy puffs. The 2 sashes originally aimed at his heart happened to expose a section near their roots because of Tanjiro's sudden change of direction. They were struck solidly by this anticipatory horizontal slash. Although they still weren't severed, the intense impact caused the 2 sashes to vibrate violently, and their attack trajectories were completely knocked off course. However, Daki's offensive was like a tide, one wave after another. Just as Tanjiro's horizontal slash lost its momentum, and before new strength could be gathered, 3 sashes, like long-lurking vipers, suddenly struck from his blind spots, the lower right, the left ribs, and directly overhead. The angles were tricky and vicious, completely sealing off all his space for evasion or blocking. Tanjiro's pupils shrank, and his hair stood on end. The shadow of death instantly loomed. He tried his hardest to twist his body, but his physical form couldn't keep up with the speed of his consciousness. At this critical moment, boom, 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 the 3 sashes attacking Tanjiro were instantly severed. Still shaken, Tanjiro looked toward Terayuki, only to see him slowly sheathing his sword. His face seemed a shade paler than before, and his breathing was imperceptibly more hurried, but his gaze remained calm. Terayuki's voice sounded, carrying a hint of subtle fatigue, but more so an unquestionable certainty. Your water-breathing techniques are standard, and your power application is correct, but... His gaze was like a torch as he looked at the Nichiren sword in Tanjiro's hand, which still flowed with water patterns. There is always an invisible film between it and you. You are using it, rather than resonating with it. Facing an enemy of this level and number, you cannot bring out the true continuous and penetrating power of water breathing. Instead, you will be trapped by its changes, leaving you full of openings. Tanjiro's whole body jolted, and his hand holding the sword trembled slightly. He knew what Terayuki said was the truth. In the battle just now, he had fought with immense frustration and constraint. The techniques of water breathing seemed slow and powerless against those agile and tough sashes. "Let it go," Terayuki said, looking directly into Tanjiro's eyes, word by word. "Let go of the water you learned from Mr. Yurikodaki. Use that, the one that truly belongs to your Kamato family, that truly resonates with your blood, and that allowed you to burst forth with power beyond your limits time and again on the Mugen train and during training, the Hinokami Kagura." Remember, the essence of a breathing style is to tap into the flames of your own life and will. Your flames should not be bound by flowing water. Chapter 50, Hinokami Kagura. Tanjiro stood frozen in place as a flurry of images flashed through his mind. His father dancing the Kagura by the family hearth, the searing slashes unleashed on the Mugen train, and that restless, surging heat within his body during Mr. Rengoku's special training. Yes, water breathing was undoubtedly powerful, but every time his emotions ran high and he pushed himself to the limit, his physical instinct always called out for that passionate, surging fire filled with the explosive sensation of life. He slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. When he opened them again, the confusion and struggle in his eyes had vanished, replaced by a flame of unprecedented clarity and resolve. He let go of certain obsessions, gripping his Nichiren sword's hilt, adjusted his stance, and a subtle change occurred in the rhythmic tension of his muscles. "I understand, Mr. Terayuki." Tanjiro's voice grew steady. The flame-like slayer mark on his forehead seemed to answer a call, beginning to emit an increasingly scorching and bright light. He took an opening stance completely different from water breathing, one brimming with power and dynamic movement. "Now then," he said, his eyes burning as he looked at Daki, who was preparing to launch an even more violent attack, her face a mix of shock and fury after her sashes were damaged. He spoke in a low voice. "Round 2, let's begin." Looking at the suddenly transformed Tanjiro, Daki felt a tiny sliver of unease rise in her heart, for reasons she couldn't explain, alongside the irritation from being burned by the golden light, an unease she didn't even want to admit to herself. The ground beneath Tanjiro's feet exploded as he shattered the green bricks. His figure no longer moved with the roundabout flow of water, but transformed into a straight, scorching crimson arrow, proactively charging into the swarming sashes. He abandoned the complex footwork and defensive postures of water breathing, pushing his total concentration breathing to the limit. The flame pattern on his forehead burned brightly, and his Nichiren sword no longer shimmered with water. Instead, it steamed with a visible, air-distorting heat. Hinokami Kagura, clear blue sky. It was no longer the crude imitation of the past, but a true fusion of his breathing, will, and the power flowing through his bloodline with the technique. He spun and swung his blade, unleashing not just a single strike, but a wheeling, blazing arc of flame. The air boomed wherever the blade passed. Squelch. In stark contrast to the rough friction of his previous water-breathing strikes, this was a clean, sharp sound of tearing. The moment they touched the flaming arc, the 4 sashes attacking from the front snapped at the tips like silk thrown into a bonfire. The severed ends were charred and curled, even igniting with tiny flickers of flame. Daki let out a short cry of pain, her golden demon eyes showing clear astonishment for the first time. "It's working," Tanjiro's spirit soared. Without stopping his feet, he used the momentum of the spinning arc to duck low, dodging 2 sashes passing overhead. His blade followed his body, slashing upward, heavenly blue sky. Crimson flames soared from bottom to top, spreading in a fan shape and engulfing several sashes, attempting to surround him from the front and sides. The combination of searing heat and violent slashing force tore through 3 more sashes. Broken pieces of purple cloth scattered in all directions, carrying sparks with them. Tanjiro fought with increasing vigor, his slayer mark glowing brilliantly. Every breath carried scorching white steam, and his assault was like a violent storm. Burning sun, his interlocking left and right flame slashes forced back the sashes on his flanks. Fake rainbow, his figure left behind flaming afterimages, confusing his opponent while he slashed at Daki's main body. Though blocked by the dense sashes, it still forced her back half a step. However, Terayuki's brow furrowed slightly. He could see more clearly. Every one of Tanjiro's strikes was indeed impressively powerful, but the drain on his stamina and breathing was equally terrifying. His movements began to show extremely subtle, unnecessary tremors caused by excessive force. In the gaps between his outbursts, his breathing rhythm showed almost imperceptible irregularities and elongations. The Hinokami Kagura was like a double-edged sword. While it brought great power, it also frantically burned through the user's foundation. Sure enough, after consecutively unleashing 4 forms, clear blue sky, heavenly blue sky, burning sun, and fake rainbow, Tanjiro's assault inevitably suffered a momentary lapse. He needed to catch his breath and readjust his breathing and muscles, which were somewhat disordered by the impact of the violent power. His body had grown stiff from the high-load operation. In that instant, when the old strength was spent and the new had yet to rise, as his assault slowed and his body stiffened. Die, brat. Daki seized this fleeting opening. She gave a sharp cry. The sashes she had pulled back weren't all retracted. Instead, 5 or 6 remnant sashes, only a few feet long after being mostly severed, lurked like venomous snakes. They had been drifting on the periphery of the battle, and now they suddenly shot up from the shadows of Tanjiro's blind spots and the cracks in the ground, stabbing toward his joints and vitals exposed by his violent movements. His ankles, the backs of his knees, and his waist. The angles were insidious, the speed lightning fast. Tanjiro had just completed the directional change of fake rainbow and was in the middle of recovering his breath. His old strength was gone, new strength hadn't formed, his body was stiff, and his senses were slightly dulled by his intense focus and exertion. By the time he sensed the chill from his blind spot, those remnant sashes were already inches away. He wanted to move, but the soreness in his muscles and the stagnation in his breathing made him half a beat too slow. Clang, 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 clang. 4 golden flashes of blade light, like precisely calculated lightning, struck out from several angles around Tanjiro at almost the same time. It was Terayuki. He had quietly moved behind Tanjiro's flank at some point. The Nichiren sword in his hand drew simple, sharp, straight slashes without any redundant flair, accurately striking the tips of the 4 most lethal remnant sashes aimed at Tanjiro's knees, waist, and ankles. There was no loud bang, only the crisp sound of clean cutting. The blade, infused with pure power of light, was remarkably effective against these relatively thin remnant sashes. The 4 remnant sashes snapped instantly. Simultaneously, Terayuki's left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Tanjiro's back collar and yanking him behind himself. The final remnant sash aimed at the back of Tanjiro's neck grazed his hair and missed. Huff huff, cough. Tanjiro was pulled into a stumble and fell to one knee, supporting himself with his sword. He gasped for air in large gulps, sweat pouring from his forehead like a stream, his face flushed red. The previous burst of action followed by that narrow escape made his heart pound wildly. His muscles throbbed with the soreness and stiffness of overexertion, his breathing was ragged, and the light of his slayer mark had dimmed considerably. He realized that the burden Hinokami Kagura placed on his body was too great. He couldn't sustain a long battle with it like he could with water breathing. Adjust your breathing, Tanjiro. Terayuki's voice sounded beside him, steady as ever, but carrying an unquestionable command. Don't let the power go to your head. Hinokami Kagura is an art of outbursts, but outbursts require rhythm. Remember the points where you need to change your breath and anticipate the moment your strength fails. That is often when the enemy counters. Now, breathe deeply and follow my rhythm. Inhale, exhale. Terayuki didn't look at him, remaining focused on Daki, who was becoming increasingly irritable as her attacks were blocked again. However, he used a unique cadence to guide Tanjiro's breathing. Tanjiro followed subconsciously, struggling to calm his racing heart and ragged breath, greedily seizing this precious moment of respite. Daki retracted her damaged remnant sashes. Looking at the gasping Tanjiro and the still composed Terayuki, the contempt on her face vanished, replaced by a fury at being toyed with and an even deeper killing intent. Curse you, one after another. So annoying, you have completely enraged me. She no longer held back. With a jerk of her arms, the number of sashes surging from her back and sleeves exploded once more. Their color became a deeper, darker purple, and their edges even glinted with a metallic chill. She no longer aimed for wide coverage, but condensed dozens of sashes into several thick strands. Like massive, hideous purple pythons, they let out a screeching sound as they tore through the air, smashing down with concentrated, violent force toward Tanjiro, who had only just caught his breath and hadn't fully recovered. She wanted to take his life while he was weakened. Terayuki stepped out from Tanjiro's side, positioning himself exactly in the path of the python's frontal assault. He gripped his translucent Nichiren sword with both hands, the blade pointing diagonally upward. He didn't make a large swinging motion. Instead, he aimed the tip of his blade precisely at the core point, where the strength of those pythons intertwined. Breath of light, fourth form morning sun. His voice was very soft, yet it carried a strange piercing quality. There was no earth-shattering explosion of aura. What suddenly lit up on the Nichiren sword was a pure, condensed, brilliant white light that seemed to be the essence of the first ray of morning sun. This light did not diffuse, but was highly concentrated on the blade's edge. With an upward flick of his wrist that looked simple but contained a subtle rotational force, he swung it upward. A concentrated, solid-looking beam of brilliant white light, no thicker than an arm, slashed upward against the sky. There was no explosive burst of flame or roar of thunder, only a pure quality of light that seemed capable of purifying all darkness. Sizzle. There was no loud clang of metal, only a strange sound like a red-hot iron cutting into snow or a sharp blade slicing through thick leather. That brilliant white light beam, like a hot knife through butter, sliced without resistance and with absolute precision into the core point, where the power of the sash pythons converged. The sashes hit by the light beam didn't snap and fly apart. Instead, starting from the point of contact, they instantly became charred and withered, then silently turned into falling black ash, as if they had undergone thousands of years of weathering. Wherever the light beam passed, nearly the front third of those menacing purple pythons vanished into thin air as if purified. The remaining parts were like snakes with their spines removed. They lost all power and fell limply to the sides, crashing onto the ground and walls with dull thuds. Daki let out a scream of pain sharper and more agonized than any before. She violently retracted the remaining tattered sashes and clutched her chest with both hands. Her beautiful face was distorted by intense pain, and her golden demon eyes stared fixedly at the Nichiren sword in Terayuki's hand as its light faded. Her eyes were filled with shock, rage, and an indescribable fear. The light contained in that strike just now made her very soul tremble. After swinging his blade, Terayuki did not pursue. He even took a small step back, yielding the primary position once again. His face seemed a shade paler, and his breathing became briefly hurried, but he quickly suppressed it. He turned his head and barked at Tanjiro, who was somewhat dazed by this stunning reversal. Did you see clearly? Concentrate on one point and strike the core. Don't be intimidated by a massive facade. Your fire can do the same. Now, is your breathing adjusted? Tanjiro's whole body jolted as he snapped out of his shock. He took a forceful breath and slowly exhaled, feeling the beat in his chest become strong and rhythmic again. The muscle soreness remained, but the stiffness and stagnation from exhaustion had mostly faded. The flame slayer mark on his forehead began to burn steadily again. Though not as fierce as at first, it carried a newfound stability. Yes, it's adjusted, Mr. Terayuki. Tanjiro gripped his Nichiren sword, his gaze becoming sharp and determined once more. He glanced at Daki, who was temporarily unable to organize a new wave of attacks due to her shock and injury, and said firmly, I can continue. Then go. Terayuki was brief, resuming his supporting stance. Remember the rhythm. Use your sense of smell to anticipate her attacks and emotions. Anger makes attacks sharper, but it also makes it easier to reveal openings. Tanjiro nodded heavily, pushed off with his feet, and charged at Daki again. This time, he didn't burst out blindly and frantically. Instead, he controlled his breathing more finely, his footsteps treading to the rhythm of the flames. The heat on his Nichiren sword flared and ebbed, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, like a flame lion waiting for its moment, searching for the best time to pounce. Damn it, damn demon hunters. Daki recovered from her pain and shock, which were replaced by overwhelming rage and humiliation. She had never suffered such a great loss at the hands of humans, especially that guy using light. His aura clearly wasn't strong, yet the threat of his techniques was absurdly high. But seeing that the one charging up was again that fire-using brat, she shifted most of her rage onto Tanjiro. I'm going to tear you to pieces. She screeched, Her remaining sashes no longer sought massive forms, but transformed into countless flexible, cunning purple poison arrows, shooting at Tanjiro from every angle like a torrential rain. She intended to overwhelm this annoying brat with superior speed and numbers. Tanjiro focused his mind. Clear blue sky, a flaming arc protected his body, severing several poison arrows. Heavenly blue sky, he parried the attacks aimed at his lower body. He no longer sought to win with a single blow, focusing instead on defense and evasion, interspersed with sharp counters. Every move was aimed at precision and effectiveness, while he constantly monitored his breathing to avoid falling into the stiffness of exhaustion again. Terayuki, like the coolest of chess players, drifted on the edge of the battle, his gaze like lightning as he scanned the entire situation. He no longer acted lightly. Only when Tanjiro truly couldn't evade, or when Daki's attacks contained an extremely hidden killing move, would he slice in like a ghost to neutralize the crisis with a simple but lethal golden strike, then immediately retreat without lingering. Chapter 51, Ugly Monster. While Tanjiro and Daki were locked in a fierce struggle, flames and sashes constantly clashing in the narrow alley, tearing through the air, Terayuki acted as the most patient falcon, providing support and remaining vigilant from the periphery. "Hey, Terayuki." A flashy, deep voice, laced with obvious confusion and impatience, drifted down without warning from the eaves above. Both Tanjiro and Daki instinctively stiffened mid-combat, casting distracted glances toward the source. There stood the sound Hashira, Tenjin Yuzui, clad in dark tactical gear with massive dual blades slung over his shoulders. Unnoticed, he had already crouched upon the flying eaves of a two-story tea house by the alley. His brow was furrowed as his gaze bypassed the intense battle below, landing directly on Terayuki at the edge. "What are you doing?" Tenjin's voice wasn't loud, yet it pierced clearly through the sounds of combat, carrying an unmasked bewilderment. Dilly-dallying for so long against such a pitifully weak opponent? This isn't the flashy style a light Hashira should have. The moment he heard Tenjin's voice, the tension Terayuki had been holding in his heart relaxed ever so slightly. He's here, and judging by the tone, though impatient, there was no sign of agitation or grief. It seemed he had succeeded on his end. This meant Zenitsu and Tenjin's 3 missing wives had likely been rescued. One of the greatest lingering concerns was finally resolved. Terayuki tilted his head slightly, his gaze never leaving the combat zone of Daki and Tanjiro. However, a faint, almost triumphant arc tugged at the corner of his mouth as he replied with equal clarity, training the newcomer. "Tanjiro needs practical experience. Opportunities to trade blows with an upper rank are rare, after all. I'm letting him experience it properly." His tone was relaxed, as if the scene before him wasn't a life-or-death battlefield, but a training ground. "I see." Tenjin realized the intent, but immediately clicked his tongue in annoyance. Crossing his arms, he commented from his high vantage point, "The idea isn't bad, but this brat's breathing style is a total mess. Is it fire? Is it water? It's frustrating to watch. And besides..." He glanced at Daki. Despite her fierce offensive, she was becoming increasingly flustered and irritable due to Tanjiro's growing proficiency with the Hinokami Kagura, coupled with Terayuki's occasional precision saves. Tenjin's tone grew even more disdainful. "This upper rank, isn't she a bit too weak? Is she really an upper rank? Are you sure you didn't get it wrong? Is this kind of trash really worth your time as a sparring partner?" "That's enough," Tenjin said, standing up and brushing off non-existent dust. His tone shifted to an unquestionable decisiveness. "Don't forget our real business. We haven't found the true upper rank yet. Stop wasting time on this small fry." The words had barely left his lips. Whoosh! Tenjin's figure vanished from the eaves like a ghost. He didn't jump down, he practically flickered, instantly crossing a distance of over 10 meters. He appeared right beside Daki, who was trembling with rage after hearing their conversation, and was about to unleash her full power to finish Tanjiro first. His speed surpassed the limits of visual perception. Even his afterimages were a blur. Daki felt only a slight breeze at her side, before a flashy, massive shadow was already within reach. She didn't even have time to pull her sashes back for defense. She could only turn her head in horror, her golden demon eyes reflecting the cold mask of Tenjin and the flash of his massive Nichiren sword. A strike so simple, yet faster than thought. Slash. A soft sound echoed. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Tanjiro remained in his stance, having just parried 2 sashes, flames still dancing on his blade. Terayuki had just shifted his gaze from where Tenjin had vanished back to the battlefield. And Daki's beautiful, yet hideous head had already been severed from her neck, flying upward with an expression of utter disbelief. The headless body stiffened for a second, and then a torrent of blood erupted from the severed neck like a fountain. The purple sashes that had been flailing behind her lost all strength instantly, drooping and beginning to dissipate. Thump, Daki's head rolled onto the ground, covered in dust. Silence. A deathly silence instantly enveloped the alley that had been filled with the sounds of battle just moments ago. Tanjiro stood frozen, eyes wide and mouth slightly agape, even forgetting to breathe. His Nichiren sword was still held in a combat stance, but the flames had unknowingly flickered out. He stared intently at Daki's head and body on the ground, then snapped his head up to look at Tenjin Uzui, who was casually flicking away non-existent blood droplets from his blade as if he had just done something trivial. Tanjiro's mind went blank. Owen Strike, the opponent I struggled against for so long, putting my life on the line and barely surviving several times just to hold my own and deal some damage. Tenjin-san only needed 1 strike. Is this the true strength of a Hashira? The gap between me and a Hashira, is it really this vast? A massive wave of shock, bewilderment, and an indescribable impact from having his perception of power levels completely rewritten flooded over Tanjiro like a tsunami. The hand holding his sword began to tremble uncontrollably. It wasn't out of fear, but an instinctual shudder from facing such a staggering chasm in strength. It's handled. I found the secret room beneath the Ajimoto house. My wives are all inside. They have some superficial wounds, but nothing serious. That Zenitsu kid is there too, though he's scared witless and crying his eyes out. I told him and Inasuk, who's still over at the Ajimoto house, digging a hole, to pack up and meet us here immediately. He paused, glancing at Daki's decapitated body as it slowly crumbled into ash, then looked at the stunned Tanjiro before raising a sharp eyebrow at Terayuki. It's finally settled, next we should. Before Tenjin could finish his sentence, Terayuki, standing a short distance away, suddenly had a drastic change in expression. A nauseatingly powerful aura, a mixture of extreme resentment, lethal poison, and a twisted sense of symbiosis, erupted like an invisible miasma from the direction of Daki's crumbling corpse. The sensation was slimy and cold, striking straight at the soul. It sent Terayuki's already weakened internal organs into a churn, and his golden pupils constricted instantly. Tenjin, watch your back. Terayuki shouted a sharp warning, his voice sounding slightly strained due to the sudden discomfort and the alarm bells ringing in his head. Almost at the exact moment Terayuki shouted the warning, the battle-hardened Tenjin Uzui reacted. He didn't even turn around, relying entirely on his honed combat instincts and a shinobi's extraordinary intuition for danger. His body lunged forward like a coiled spring. Simultaneously, his left hand lightning-fast gripped the hilt of his other blade on his back. And right behind, where he had originally been standing. Ume, don't be afraid, Big Brother is here. A low, raspy, weird voice, sounding like a broken bellows being dragged, rang out, filled with a hair-raising sense of tenderness and comfort. From the severed neck of Daki's dissipating corpse, a writhing, hideous mass of flesh, resembling rotting organs mixed with bluish-black muscle, struggled and tore its way out. The mass rapidly expanded and stretched, transforming into a hunched male figure with sickly green skin covered in uneven scars, hideous black spots, and twisted joints. He was bare-chested, wearing tattered black hakama trousers. Most horrifyingly, he used his scarred hands with sharp nails to carefully pick up Daki's fallen head. With a gentle, almost bizarrely devout motion, he pressed it back onto the severed neck of his sister's crumbling body. It's okay, Ume. Big Brother will make those who hurt you pay the price. The hideous green monster whispered in a raspy voice, his gaze toward the head in his arms terrifyingly tender. But when he looked up, turning his murky, violent eyes, filled with endless envy and resentment, toward Tenjin Yuzui, who had just dodged and was now looking back in shock and anger, his gaze instantly turned into that of a man-eating viper. Swish! Without a word, the moment Tenjin saw this bizarre monster and the head in its arms, the alarm bells in his heart reached a crescendo. He could clearly feel the terrifying pressure and lethal threat emanating from this new monster, which was several times stronger than the Warren from before. He had to seize the initiative. With both blades in hand, he lunged like an arrow from a bow, trailing flashy afterimages. He instantly closed the distance to Juyuteru, his two massive Nichiren swords swinging in a crosscut toward Juyuteru's head and torso with a whistle that tore the air. This strike was held nothing back, fast, fierce, and precise. It was the sound Hashira's signature offensive. HMPH, Juyuteru let out a disdainful snort. His hunched body swayed with a flexibility and speed that defied logic, moving only a tiny amount. Clang! A piercing, ear-grating screech of metal on metal exploded. Sparks flew everywhere. A flash of white light, and the two figures separated instantly. Tenjin slid back several steps. On his handsome face, a thin, warm trail of blood was winding down from the center of his forehead, past the side of his high nose. His dual blades had actually been caught by a pair of weirdly shaped, oversized curved sickles, blood sickles that were an ominous dark red. The edge of the sickle was less than an inch away from his forehead. It was that tiny sway just now that allowed Juyuteru to parry, while simultaneously slashing the tip of his sickle across Tenjin's forehead at a bizarre angle. Juyuteru remained standing there, hunched over. He held the head against his shoulder with his chin, his free hands gripping the massive blood sickles. His murky eyes watched the blood on Tenjin's forehead and that handsome face which remained dashing even when bloodied. He grinned, revealing uneven, yellowish-black fangs. His raspy voice carried a hint of unexpected amusement, but more so a morbid pleasure at seeing something perfect become flawed. Oh, interesting. I didn't expect a pretty boy like you to have such fast reflexes to actually survive. Just a scratch, though you do look a bit better bleeding than you did before, hee. That lightning-fast exchange seemed like a draw, but in reality, it was fraught with peril. Tenjin's full-power preemptive crosscut had been blocked seemingly at will, and he had nearly had his head split open in the counterattack. Tenjin, Terayuki's figure, instantly appeared beside Tenjin. His golden eyes quickly scanned the wound on his forehead, confirming it was only superficial, but his gaze remained solemn. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm fine. Tenjin raised a hand, casually wiping away the blood flowing into his eye with his thumb. His tone sounded as calm as ever, but his gaze was sharp as a knife, locked onto Juyuteru. The slight itching sensation from the wound on his forehead made him secretly wary. It's just a scratch. However, this guy is on a completely different level than the one before. It seems this is the real deal. At that moment, Juyuteru's gaze slowly shifted from Tenjin's bloodied yet handsome face to the newly arrived Terayuki. When he saw Terayuki's pale, flawless, and elegant features, especially that cold white skin that was exceptionally prominent even in the dim alley, the emotions in his eyes were instantly drowned by a morbid, frenzied, and overflowing jealousy and hatred. Unlike Tenjin's masculine handsomeness, Terayuki's beauty was more cold and refined, with skin so good it would make any woman envious. This undoubtedly provided a double dose of stimulation to Juyuteru's twisted heart. You, Juyuteru's voice trembled with extreme emotion, raspy like a demon grinding its teeth. He stared fixedly at Terayuki and Tenjin, especially their faces and exposed skin. The two of you look so good. Your skin is so white, so smooth, no ugly scars, no disgusting spots. People like you must be very popular with those shallow women, right? Huh. His breathing became heavy, his knuckles turning white as he gripped his blood sickles. His hideous green face contorted even more horrifically as his gaze swept back and forth between Terayuki's perfect pale skin and Tenjin's handsome features. Jealousy gnawed at his heart like poisonous insects. Why do you get to look so good? Why do you get to be clean and respectable, while I can only be like this, only this nauseating form? I hate you. I hate you good-looking bastards. I'm going to peel your faces, your skin, off bit by bit. I'll slash them to ribbons. I'll make you even uglier than me. You'll die filled with pain and despair. Of course, Tenjin said, wiping the blood from his forehead with a dashing, unrestrained motion. He even deliberately tilted his chin up, flashing a provocative, trademark smile belonging to the flashy god of festivals. His voice rose in pitch, filled with a matter-of-fact boastfulness. I am the great and flashy god of festivals, a handsome man. I even have 3 wives, every one of them a top-tier beauty who is devoted to me. This kind of fortune is something an ugly wretch like you could never even dream of, right? He had keenly sensed the twisted, extreme jealousy and hatred toward good-looking people in Juyuteru's words and gaze. Since that was the case, he might as well add fuel to the fire and completely enrage this clearly mentally unstable fellow. When people are extremely angry, they tend to show more openings. Demons are no exception. Sure enough, upon hearing Tenjin's blatant boasting, especially the words 3 wives and top-tier beauties, Juyuteru's hideous green, scar-covered face instantly turned a dark purple. His breathing grew ragged, a weird heh-heh sound coming from his throat. His free hand uncontrollably and frantically clawed at his own exposed, scarred, and spotted chest and arms. His sharp nails dug deep into his flesh, even drawing trails of blood, but he seemed completely oblivious, with only endless envy and rage burning in his eyes. "3 wives, he 3, ha 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 ha." Juyuteru's voice was warped, sounding like he was both crying and laughing. You damn handsome bastard. You actually have 3 wives, it's enough. It's enough to drive me insane with jealousy." His gaze snapped toward the nearby Terayuki, his eyes like poisoned hooks, wishing he could gouge the flesh right off Terayuki's body. "And what about you, you nauseatingly pale-faced pretty boy?" Juyuteru roared, pointing a blood sickle at Terayuki. "You must be popular too, right? Do you have a bunch of women swarming around you as well? Tell me." Terayuki instantly understood Tenjin's intention. His face remained expressionless, but a cold, sharp light flashed in his golden eyes. Following Juyuteru's lead, he spoke in his cold, calm tone, one that was even better at hitting a nerve, and said flatly, "I don't have a wife." Terayuki's tone was as casual as if he were discussing the weather. "However, there is indeed a gentle and beautiful butterfly doctor who has always been very concerned about my injuries and has taken meticulous care of me. Although her methods are a bit unique at times when it comes to appearance, temperament, and that one-of-a-kind gentleness." He paused deliberately, his gaze seemingly brushing past Daki, who was protected behind Juyuteru and was currently reattaching her head and growing back the connection. Then, he slowly and with absolute clarity added the final sentence. "She is likely more than 10,000 times more beautiful and pleasant to look at than that heavily made-up, ugly-hearted wretch you're protecting." Chapter 52, What Did You Say? Boom. These words were like the final spark that ignited a powder keg. Every movement, every sound from Juyuteru came to a sudden halt at that moment. His hand, which had been scratching himself, froze in midair. His snarling mouth remained agape, but those clouded, violent eyes were instantly consumed by a boundless, all-devouring darkness and madness. Ugly, caked in makeup, ugly on the inside, 10,000 times more beautiful than his sister. Every word was like a red-hot steel blade, stabbing ruthlessly into Juyuteru's most sensitive, untouchable spot. He could endure others insulting his own ugliness, but he would never allow anyone, not even in the slightest, to disparage the sister he cherished like a treasure, the one he believed was the most beautiful in the world and his greatest pride. After a brief, deathly silence, "Yueges," a terrifying roar that didn't sound human at all, as if from the deepest depths of the 9 hells, a mix of extreme fury, brutality, and a desire for destruction, erupted from Juyuteru's chest like a volcanic explosion. The sound waves were so powerful that they even shook the tiles of the surrounding buildings, making the very air seem to tremble. "I'm going to slaughter you. I'll tear you both into 1,000 pieces, skin you alive and pull out your tendons. I'll gouge out your eyeballs and stuff them in your mouths." I'll make you go to hell in endless pain and regret to apologize to my sister, ag. Juyutaro had completely lost his mind. He no longer carefully protected his sister behind him. His arm muscles bulged, veins popping out like earthworms, and the two massive blood sickles in his hands erupted with a sky-piercing stench of blood and resentment. His hunched figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only a distorted afterimage as he lunged with ferocious intensity toward Terayuki, who had spoken the sacrilegious words, and Tenjin, the nauseatingly handsome man with 3 wives, carrying a storm of death that threatened to tear everything apart. Even before the attack landed, the overwhelming killing intent and venomous demonic aura had already locked onto the two of them. Juyutaro's fury transformed into a physical storm of attacks. He swung the blood sickles in his hands wildly. It was no longer a simple physical slash. A large amount of thick, dark red blood mist, emitting a pungent stench, suddenly erupted from the sickle blades. The blood mist spread rapidly, turning into countless tiny, blood-colored flying insects or distorted tentacles that seemed alive, making a scalp-numbing hissing sound as they swept toward Terayuki and Tenjin, blotting out the sky. Wherever it passed, the blue bricks on the ground and the plaster on the walls were corroded, leaving behind sizzling white smoke and pits. This was his blood demon art, a blood poison attack containing terrifying corrosiveness and extreme toxicity. Tenjin's eyes sharpened. He didn't dare be the slightest bit careless. He crossed his twin blades in front of him, his muscles tensing as he pushed his surging fighting spirit and breathing style to their absolute limits. Sound breathing 5th form, symphony of shrill strings. He swung his twin blades wildly, not at the blood mist, but slashing the air at an extremely high frequency. The two massive shinobi blades traced countless sharp arcs of light. These trajectories weren't chaotic. Instead, they seemed to follow a certain rhythm, layering upon one another to instantly construct a visible sonic barrier made of high-frequency, vibrating blade chi in front of him. The barrier vibrated violently, emitting a piercing hum as it collided fiercely with the incoming blood-colored poisonous mist. Boom, 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 boom. Intense explosions rang out continuously. The blood mist and sonic barrier eroded and annihilated each other, bursting into large clouds of dark red and pale white shockwaves, kicking up dust and debris that enveloped half the alleyway. Vision became blurred in an instant. Using the cover of the explosion and dust, Tenjin's figure retreated rapidly, landing several times before reaching the side of Terayuki, who had been on high alert. As soon as he stopped, he coughed up a small mouthful of dark-colored bloody foam. The color quickly drained from his handsome face. The wound on his forehead, carved by the sickle, was no longer bleeding, but the surrounding skin had turned an ominous dark purple and was spreading at a visible rate, bringing waves of numbness and needle-like pain. Terayuki, Tenjin lowered his voice, speaking rapidly while cold sweat broke out on his forehead, though his gaze remained sharp. My wound is poisoned, and it's a very troublesome mixed-type blood poison that's corroding my body and fighting spirit. I've temporarily suppressed it with my breathing style and constitution, but I can't hold out for long. Intense combat will accelerate its onset. Next, I'm afraid you'll have to be the primary attacker while I support and interfere from the side, looking for an opening. Before he could finish, Terayuki coughed lightly, a rare, almost embarrassed look of apology appearing on his face as he interrupted. Cough, well. Tenjin, before we formulate a new tactic, there's something I have to tell you first. After you hear it, please don't get worked up. Tenjin froze, a bad premonition rising in his heart. He frowned at Terayuki. What is it? Speak up. That guy is about to charge over. Terayuki took a deep breath and said quickly and clearly, Actually, I lied to you before. Shinobu's diagnosis was correct. My injuries, indeed, haven't fully healed. In fact, you could say they're far from fine. My current strength is probably only about 40% of my peak. I'm sorry. Tenjin seemed to be instantly frozen. The expression on his handsome face solidified, his eyes slowly widened, and his pupils contracted sharply. He turned his head stiffly and extremely slowly. His neck even made a soft click, staring straight at Terayuki as if he were seeing him for the first time. A full 2 seconds passed before he squeezed out a sentence through his teeth, his voice trembling with extreme anger and disbelief. "What did you say?" "Haitru Terayuki." In the next instant, Tenjin was like a powder keg being ignited. His suppressed voice suddenly spiked, filled with the rage of being deceived and the panic of the desperate situation. His handsome face was somewhat distorted. "You bastard, you jerk, you actually dared to lie to me? Do you have any idea how dangerous this is? We're facing an upper moon. You only have 40% of your strength? You're really going to be the death of me." He was so angry he wanted to punch Terayuki right then and there. But the sharp pain from his wound and the terrifying demonic aura rapidly approaching through the dust forced him to suppress the impulse. A cold sense of despair coiled around his heart like a venomous snake. A poisoned sound Hashira plus a light Hashira with only 40% strength and severe hidden injuries. Facing a true upper moon demon who was clearly far more powerful and terrifying than that Warren from before. This was practically writing the word death on their faces. The slight bit of relief he felt from rescuing his wives vanished completely. "Don't worry, Tenjin." Terayuki seemed to have anticipated Tenjin's reaction. His voice remained calm, even carrying a hint of reassurance. He didn't offer an excuse or any extra movements. He simply reached out his hand, a soft and pure golden glow emanating from his palm, and lightly pressed it against the dark purple wound on Tenjin's forehead. "Huh?" Tenjin instinctively tried to dodge, but Terayuki's movement, though seemingly not fast, was incredibly precise. The moment that warm, comfortable golden light touched the wound, Tenjin felt the burning pain and numbness wash away like cool spring water, suddenly easing by more than half. The spreading of the dark purple poison marks also clearly stalled, and there was even a faint trend of them shrinking inward and fading in color. There, Terayuki withdrew his hand as the light in his palm faded. His face seemed to turn a shade paler, but his tone was relaxed. "I used the power of light to temporarily delay the poison's corrosion and purified some of the surface toxicity. The poison shouldn't break out on a large scale in the short term, and it won't affect your movements too much. However, this is only a temporary fix. To root it out, we'll have to wait for Shinobu to handle it when we get back." This is... Tenjin touched his forehead in surprise. Although the poison marks were still there, the sense of imminent death had indeed lessened. He looked at Terayuki with a complex gaze. The effect of this power of light was almost miraculous. Its ability to counter demon poison was beyond imagination. Miraculous power of light, right? Terayuki seemed to see through his thoughts and quirked the corner of his mouth slightly. "Unfortunately, the amount I can mobilize right now is only this much. However..." His tone shifted as he turned his gaze toward Juyutaro, whose hideous figure was emerging from the dissipating dust, pointing his blood sickles at them and roaring in fury. Terayuki's golden eyes flickered with the light of calm analysis. "Tenjin, don't be too pessimistic. Not every upper moon is like Upper Moon 3 from the Mugen train, possessing crushing frontal combat power and freakish recovery abilities. The gap in strength between upper moons is sometimes even larger than the gap between an upper moon and a lower moon." He paused, his tone carrying a convincing certainty. "And the one before us is only Upper Moon 6, the bottom of the ranks. His strength lies in his bizarre blood demon art, troublesome toxins, and coordination with his sister. But now, his sister has just been severely injured and hasn't fully recovered, so their coordination is greatly compromised. As for him, he's lost control of his emotions and is full of openings." Terayuki turned his head to look at Tenjin, whose expression was still grave but whose eyes had reignited with a spark of fire. He said clearly, "So don't worry. From here on, I will support you with everything I have. I'll use my light to interfere with his blood demon art, purify the toxins, and create opportunities for you. And you." The corner of Terayuki's mouth curled into a sharp arc. "Use your most skilled and most flamboyant combat style. Listen, calculate, capture his rhythm, and complete your musical score. The moment the musical score is complete, victory will be ours." Hearing this, Tenjin was first stunned. Then a flash of unexpected light crossed those eyes that were always filled with flamboyant confidence. He even let out a whistle, though the poison marks on his forehead and the powerful enemy before him made the gesture seem somewhat inappropriately carefree. "Ho, I didn't expect that, Terayuki. You're quite familiar with my flamboyant fighting style, aren't you? You even know about the musical score." As Tenjin spoke, he unhesitatingly extended his two massive shinobi blades toward Terayuki, blades facing up, offering them as naturally as if he were handing over a cup of tea. "Come on." Terayuki looked at the twin blades, nearly as wide as door planks and glinting coldly in the dim light. For a moment, he didn't react, his golden eyes showing confusion. For what? "Enchant them." Tenjin acted as if it were a matter of course, even gesturing with his eyes toward the crystalline Nichiren sword in Terayuki's hand. His tone carried a hint of don't play dumb urgency. "Just like what you and Rengoku did on the Mugen train. Use your light to add some seasoning to my blades too. Against this thick-skinned and poisonous ugly freak, having more countermeasures is never a bad thing." Terayuki. He looked at Tenjin's two wide, thick, and hyperbolically designed giant shinobi blades, a completely different style from Rengoku's relatively normal Nichiren sword, and fell into a brief silence. "Enchanting these two door planks." "It's fine." Terayuki sighed helplessly, extended his left index finger, and lightly drew it across his right palm. The motion was very gentle, only opening a small cut that seeped a few drops of bright red blood. He carefully and evenly smeared those few drops of blood onto the frontmost part of Tenjin's giant shinobi blades, covering about a third of the area. He didn't cover the entire blade, as that would consume too much energy. He chose to enchant the part most commonly used for slashing contact. A faint golden glow quietly permeated the cold, glinting edge as the blood was smeared, adding an imperceptible, warm, and sacred golden border to the cold metal. "Hey, Terayuki, could you be a bit nicer to me?" Tenjin looked at the weak golden glow that barely covered a third of the edge and was almost invisible. His mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but complain, "Just this much? What's this supposed to do? Rengoku's sword wasn't as wide as yours, and he didn't have as many." Terayuki withdrew his hand expressionlessly, the wound on his fingertip already slightly healed under the effect of the power of light. "Besides, in my current state, this is all I can do. This bit of light should be able to purify the blood poison upon contact to some extent and deal extra damage to that guy. Use it sparingly. It might save your life at a critical moment." "Tusk stingy." Tenjin complained verbally, but his eyes became much more serious. He withdrew his twin blades, feeling a faint sense of warmth and purification coming from the front of the blades, completely different from usual, and his heart settled slightly. He stopped wasting words and took a deep breath, suppressing the dull pain from the forehead wound and the sluggishness caused by the poison. His gaze became as sharp as a blade again, locking firmly onto Juyutaro, who was now clearly visible in the dust and enraged to the extreme because his sister had been insulted. "Here I go." Before his voice even faded, the ground beneath Tenjin's feet exploded. His figure turned into a flamboyant stream of light as he dragged his twin blades behind him, charging head-on toward the furiously lunging Juyutaro with a death-defying posture. "Perfect timing. Pretty boy, I'm going to tear your mouth open first." Juyutaro roared, his twin blood sickles whipping up an even thicker and fouler-smelling bloodstorm as he smashed them toward Tenjin's head. Clang, 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 clang. In the next instant, a dense, scalp-numbing series of metallic clangs erupted in the alleyway like a torrential downpour. Sparks flew wildly from where their weapons collided, stretching out like the most brilliant festival fireworks, almost merging into a single sheet of light. Tenjin and Juyutaro, one agile and flamboyant, his twin blades dancing like the wind, the other hunched yet possessing infinite strength, his blood sickles swinging wildly like a demon. Both had pushed their speed and strength to the absolute limit. Their figures crossed, collided, separated, and collided again at high speeds. The light of the blades and the shadows of the sickles almost turned into two blurry phantoms that constantly crashed into and bounced off each other. The naked eye of an ordinary person couldn't capture their specific movements at all, seeing only countless afterimages, and hearing the continuous, eardrum-shattering din of clashing metal and flying sparks. Every collision made the surrounding air hum under the strain, and the ground beneath their feet continuously cracked and sank. Chapter 53 Battle. Tenjin pushed the characteristics of sound breathing to their limit. Every strike of his dual blades carried a unique vibration and sound wave, attempting to interfere with and disrupt Juyuteru's attack rhythm and the condensation of his blood demon art. Juyutero, however, relied on his superior brute force, his demonic physique, and the corrosive blood poison attached to his blood sickles to frantically suppress Tenjin. The two fought inseparably, appearing to be evenly matched for a moment. However, just as the two were in the heat of battle, drawing almost all the attention, a purple figure quietly slid out from the shadows behind Juyutero. It was Daki. Although her head had been reattached, the scar on her neck was still obvious, and her face was much paler. She clearly hadn't fully recovered. But at this moment, her golden demonic eyes flickered with malice and cunning. Seeing a tiny gap where Tenjin clashed with her brother, his old strength spent and new strength yet to arise, several purple sashes shot out like venomous snakes from a hole. They silently bypassed the frontal battlefield and, from an extremely tricky angle, pierced straight toward Tenjin's defenseless back and nape. She intended to cooperate with her brother to kill this sound Hashira, who had 3 wives and was handsome enough to drive her brother mad with jealousy, in a single sneak attack. "Your opponent is me." A calm, cold voice rang in her ear like a phantom. Daki's hair stood on end, and her attacking movements suddenly froze. She hadn't even seen how the opponent appeared in front of her side. Terayuki had blocked the path between her and Tenjin at some point, his white haori fluttering slightly in the turbulent air currents. He held his Nichiren sword in one hand, the tip pointing diagonally at the ground. There was no expression on his pale face, only those golden eyes, like amber frozen in winter, coldly reflected Daki's startled face. Once Daki regained her composure and saw that the one blocking her path was the unrecovered light Hashira from before, a twisted smile, a mix of contempt, malice, and a hint of anger at being underestimated, instantly appeared on her face. "HMPH, it's you, the fellow with only half a life left who's still getting in the way." Daki sneered, the sashes behind her rising again like a circle of snakes. "What, after being in a hurry to send your comrade on his way, are you rushing to your own death too? With that look of yours where a gust of wind could knock you over, you dare to stop me?" Terayuki did not respond to her mockery. He didn't even look at the restless sashes. He simply slowly raised the Nichiren sword in his hand. The moment the blade was raised level with his line of sight, the aura around him changed. It was no longer the weakness and sluggishness he had deliberately hidden before, nor was it the calm observation he showed while assisting Tanjiro. An extremely restrained yet sharp focus and resolve, as if capable of piercing the night sky, suddenly rose from him like a drawn sword. Although his face was still pale and his aura wasn't particularly strong, the gold in his eyes was startlingly bright, as if 2 clusters of cold flames were burning quietly within them. He didn't shout the name of the technique, but in the next instant, Breath of Light First Form, Flash. Swish! A golden beam of light, condensed to the extreme and as thin as a needle yet incredibly fierce, suddenly erupted from the blade. At a speed far exceeding sound, it flashed and vanished. Daki only felt her vision suddenly filled with a pure, white light, so intense it seemed capable of scorching the soul. That light wasn't ordinary brightness. The sense of purification and penetration contained within it made her instincts as a demon let out a shrill scream. A sharp pain came from her eyes, and her vision instantly blurred. It was as if she had been burned by a strong light, temporarily losing her sight. "Now," Terayuki thought to himself. In the instant, Daki fell into a panic due to blindness, and her sash attacks became disorganized. The ground beneath his feet sank imperceptibly. His entire being seemed to turn into a phantom that merged into the night wind. Breath of Light First Form, instant. There was no earth-shattering momentum, no gorgeous or dazzling light and shadow. Only a straight golden line, so fast it exceeded the limits of visual capture, flashed through the air. The starting point of that line was where Terayuki had originally stood, and the end was Daki's slender, fair neck. Terayuki's figure appeared like a ghost a few steps behind Daki, maintaining the posture of having swung his sword. On the Nichiren's sword in his hand, a faint golden light was slowly receding. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. The expression of terror and bewilderment on Daki's face froze. She subconsciously raised her hand to touch her painful eyes, but just as her hand was halfway up, chur, a very slight sound, as if a sharp blade were cutting through thin silk. A golden line of light, as thin as a hair yet encircling her entire neck, suddenly lit up and then vanished. In the next moment, Daki's beautiful head separated from her neck once more, flying upward. The headless torso stood frozen in place, the cross-section of the neck as smooth as a mirror. There wasn't even much blood spraying out, only faint scorch marks and weak golden light particles flickering and dissipating. As her head tumbled through the air, Daki's golden demonic eyes, temporarily blind but struggling to open wide, were filled with the same unbelievable horror and confusion as when she was first beheaded by Tenjin. Beheaded again. This time, she hadn't even seen how he drew his sword. Is the strength of the Hashira always this great, even for a Hashira who hasn't recovered from serious injuries? Daki's head rolled onto the ground, her temporarily blind golden demonic eyes filled with shock and resentment. But strangely, her body did not immediately turn to ash, nor did her severed neck spray a large amount of blood. Instead, it began to squirm, growing fine granulation tissue. There seemed to be invisible threads connecting her to the head on the ground. The head even began to tremble slightly, its eyes rolling to stare fixedly at Terayuki. Her lips opened and closed, letting out a venomous hiss. As expected, being a part of Upper Moon 6, a simple beheading could not truly kill her. Terayuki watched this scene, his golden eyes sinking slightly. As expected, it wouldn't work. The twin demons must be beheaded simultaneously. He could feel that although continuously using flash and instant just now seemed to behead her easily, it had actually placed a significant burden on his current state. The circulation of the power of light within his body became more sluggish. A dull pain came from his empty internal organs, and his breathing grew slightly hurried. He needed time to catch his breath now, and couldn't immediately deliver a finishing blow or stop Daki from recovering. Meanwhile, the fierce battle on the main battlefield had already reached a fever pitch, its danger far exceeding this side. Clang! A deafening explosion almost tore the night sky apart. Tenjin and Juyuteru's figures collided violently once again. This time, it was no longer high-speed probing and skirmishing, but a straightforward, frontal clash of power and skill without any frills. With dual blades in hand, Tenjin pushed sound, breathing to its limit. Every strike was accompanied by the shrill whistle of air being torn and unique shockwaves. He no longer pursued elegant arcs or complex variations. Instead, he swung the two massive, door-like shinobi blades into two violent silver whirlwinds. Cleaving, hacking, lifting, sweeping, parrying, crashing. The most basic and direct swordsmanship turned into a continuous, heavy storm of death in his hands. Wherever the blade went, the air was sucked dry, and the ground was plowed into deep furrows. Juyutero was equally frenzied. The stimulus of his sister being beheaded again made him completely abandon reason, leaving only the instinct for destruction. The two giant blood sickles in his hands no longer released large-scale blood mist. Instead, he compressed all his demonic energy and malice onto the sickle blades. He swung the blood sickles without any technique, using only the most primitive and violent smashing, swinging, hooking, cutting, and strangling. Every swing carried a wind-breaking sound like a ghost's cry. The dark red sickle blades pulled foul-smelling afterimages through the air, clashing frantically with Tenjin's silver sword light. Bang, 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 bang. The loud bangs of metal clashing were as dense as 10,000 war drums beating in the ear at the same time. Sparks were no longer scattered. They were like erupting volcanic lava, constantly exploding and splashing at the point where their weapons met, stretching into dazzling lines of fire that made the dim alleyway flicker between light and dark. The two figures crossed, separated, and collided again at high speed amidst sparks and dust. Their speed was so fast that only blurred outlines and constantly exploding shockwaves remained. Tenjin struck with a mountain-splitting cleave, aimed directly at Juyuteru's crown. Juyutero didn't dodge. He swung his blood sickle upward in a sky-burning lift. Amidst the loud bang, both of their bodies shook simultaneously. Tenjin took advantage of the momentum to change his move. His other blade slid along the back of the first, in a going-with-the-flow horizontal slash toward Juyuteru's waist and abdomen. Juyuteru's reaction was startlingly fast. His other blood sickle was like a scorpion's tail, an iron lock across the river, intercepting the waist strike. Clang! Another straightforward clash. Tenjin's webbing between his thumb and forefinger felt numb, and the poison marks on his forehead throbbed with pain. Juyuteru was also shaken back half a step, but the madness in his eyes grew even stronger. He stepped forward abruptly, his dual sickles on the left and right like a demon's pincers. Two dragons emerging from the sea, they strangled toward Tenjin's neck. Tenjin crossed his dual blades in front of his chest, cross-sealing the gate, holding them firmly in place. The two wrestled for power, their muscles bulging, and the ground beneath their feet cracked inch by inch. In this moment of stalemate, a fierce light flashed in Juyuteru's eyes, and the muscles in his right arm twisted and snapped strangely. Whoosh! The blood sickle in his right hand actually flew out. It wasn't a direct shot. The moment it left his hand, it was controlled by his clever strength and residual demonic energy. As if it had a life of its own, it drew a bizarre arc in the air, bypassing the two in their frontal stalemate. With a shrill whistle, it spun and slashed toward Tenjin's defenseless back. This sneak attack was incredibly sinister and came from a tricky angle. Behind me, Tenjin's combat experience was vast. Although he didn't look back, he sensed the evil wind approaching by listening to the sound. At this moment, both his blades were holding up Juyuteru's left blood sickle. He simply couldn't turn back to defend. In the nick of time, he actually forced the shinobi blade in his left hand, the one holding the opponent's sickle, to perform an incredibly flexible wrist flip, as if he had no bones. He flicked it backward from the gap under his armpit and sighed. Clang! Another loud bang. Tenjin's left-handed back-flicked shinobi blade narrowly parried the spinning, attacking flying sickle. A huge impact came from behind, causing his whole body to shake violently. His chest felt a surge of blood, and his throat tasted sweet. But he gritted his teeth and used the countershock force from the parry to pour all his strength into his right-hand shinobi blade. Taking advantage of the moment, Juyuteru's frontal pressure slightly decreased due to his distraction in controlling the flying sickle. Tenjin let out a violent shout. He pushed his right blade forward along the edge of the opponent's left sickle, then turned the push into a slash, a ruthless, slanting kunlun, aimed at Juyuteru's right neck, which was slightly exposed because he was controlling the flying sickle. Juyuteru seemed to have expected this. His left blood sickle was still wrestling with Tenjin. Facing the blade aimed at his neck, he only slightly tilted his head and simultaneously grabbed at the air with his right hand. The sickle that had been parried away flew back into his hand as if pulled by a thread. He caught the returning sickle with his right hand, and without even looking, swung it upward to parry. Clang! Tenjin's certain kill strike was parried once again. The two fell into another power struggle. But this time, Tenjin was clearly at a disadvantage. He had first been distracted by parrying the flying sickle sneak attack from behind, consuming extra mental effort and strength, and then had forcibly erupted to slash at the opponent's neck. Although it forced the opponent to defend, his old strength was spent, and he couldn't transition to new strength in time. While Juyutero seemed to have received the move in a hurry, his demonic physique and strength gave him the advantage. At this moment, his dual sickles held up Tenjin's dual blades, and he suddenly exerted forward pressure. Ahe! Tenjin let out a muffled groan, feeling as if two great mountains were pressing down on his arms. The ground beneath his feet shattered with a crack, and he was actually pressed down until one knee slightly bent. The poison marks on his forehead suddenly turned black and spread due to this intense power struggle. A strong sense of dizziness and numbness washed over him. although he had blocked with his blades, taking the flying sickle sneak attack, and this power struggle head-on had shaken his internal organs and caused the toxin to accelerate its erosion. Not good, he wouldn't be able to hold on like this. Alarm bells rang wildly in Tenjin's heart. Chapter 54 got you? From a distance, Terayuki took everything in. He had just caught his breath when he saw Tenjin falling into a disadvantage, even being affected by the toxin, causing his heart to race with anxiety. Even if it's just upper rank 6, it's so difficult for a single Hashira to handle. Tenjin is also poisoned. I must go help him. But as soon as he moved, his gaze swept toward Daki, who was slowly recovering nearby and staring at him with venomous resentment. But this one, if I go help Tenjin and she recovers to launch a sneak attack from behind, it'll be trouble. In the instant, Terayuki hesitated. Terayuki-san. A firm and clear young boy's voice rang out. Tanjiro had arrived near Terayuki's side at some point, Nichiren's sword in hand. His eyes were clear and full of determination as he gave Terayuki a firm nod. Please go help Tenjin-san. Leave this side to us. Terayuki was slightly stunned and looked at Tanjiro. Can you do it? She is part of an upper rank after all. Even if heavily injured, she shouldn't be underestimated. It's all right, Terayuki-san. Before Tanjiro could answer, two other voices rang out almost simultaneously. Zenitsu Agatsuma and Inasu Kashibira had also arrived at the mouth of the alley, panting, one on the left and one on the right. Though Zenitsu's face still bore tear stains and the paleness of shock, his eyes were exceptionally steady as he gripped his Nichiren sword tightly with both hands. Inasu, wearing his wild boar head mask and holding dual swords, let out a provocative low growl at the recovering Daki. And there's us. Zenitsu took a deep breath and shouted loudly, as if to bolster his own courage. We won't hold you back. That's right, leave this tattooed female demon to the Great Me. Inasuk brandished his dual blades. The Great Me is going to get revenge for earlier. Looking at these three boys with burning gazes, who, though green, were full of fighting spirit and trust, Terayuki's heart settled. He no longer hesitated and nodded heavily. Fine, she's in your hands. Watch out for her sashes and regeneration ability. Yes, the three responded in unison, immediately taking combat stances and surrounding the recovering Daki. With the arrangements made, Terayuki had no further worries. He took a deep breath, mobilizing the remaining power of light within his body as much as possible to suppress the discomfort from his injuries. His gaze, sharp as lightning, locked onto Juyutaro, who was frantically suppressing Tenjin in the distance. He had to intervene in the most effective way to turn the tide. Tenjin! Terayuki shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice clearly piercing through the intense sounds of battle to reach Tenjin's ears. Listen up. These two demons are twins. They share life and power. Simple decapitation won't kill them. You must cut off both of their heads at the same time. Remember, it must be simultaneous. Tenjin, who was desperately resisting Juyutaro's heavy pressure, with sweat dripping from his forehead and the toxin accelerating its erosion, was first stunned by Terayuki's shout. Then, a light of realization and excitement suddenly erupted in his eyes. All his doubts, why that Warren wouldn't die after being decapitated twice, why this ugly monster's demonic aura was so strange and could sense his sister, were instantly cleared up. I see twin demons, shared life. Tenjin's spirit soared as if he'd been given a shot of adrenaline. He exerted sudden force, pushing his dual blades up an inch and actually forcing Juyutaro back slightly. At the same time, he let out a hearty, flashy laugh belonging to the god of festivals. Impressive, Terayuki. Your observation skills are flashy enough. That explains everything. Good, in that case. His sharp gaze swept over the largely recovered Daki, who was facing off against Tanjiro's trio, and then back to Juyutaro, who was becoming increasingly agitated and violent because his sister was surrounded. A wild, uninhibited smile full of battle intent appeared on his face. Then let's do it together, cut off both their heads at the same time. Let's put on the flashiest twin fall festival. Like the most agile leopard, Terayuki hovered on the outskirts of the battle, maintaining a subtle distance that allowed him to provide support at any time while threatening Juyuteru's flanks and back. Though the golden glow on his Nichiren's sword was weak, it was like a maggot on a bone, constantly locked onto Juyuteru. Whenever Juyuteru tried to gather power for a heavy assault on Tenjin or attempted to release a wide-range blood demon art, Terayuki would deliver a precise, swift golden strike imbued with purifying power at just the right moment, forcing Juyuteru to divert his attention or interrupt his brewing killing move. The natural suppression of the light power over demons, combined with Terayuki's seasoned combat awareness and timing, annoyed Juyuteru to no end. He was like a tiger surrounded by flies, possessing great power but unable to fully exert it. He had to constantly keep 30% of his mind alert for that pale golden figure flickering like a ghost. With the pressure greatly reduced, Tenjin, like a lion breaking free from its shackles, instantly unleashed an even more ferocious offensive. The poison marks on his forehead remained, but Terayuki's previous purification with the power of light had clearly played a key role. The speed of the toxin's erosion was greatly delayed, allowing him to focus more on the battle itself. Haha, ugly monster, it looks like you're flashy. Performance is coming to an end. Tenjin laughed loudly, his dual blades dancing with even more uninhibited wildness. He pushed the vibrational power of sound, breathing to a new height. Every slash carried an ear-splitting sonic boom, and the blade light was like a silver waterfall, continuously washing over Juyuteru. He was no longer satisfied with counterattacking. He began to take the initiative, pressing forward step by step, venting all the frustration of being suppressed earlier. Damn it, damned fly, so annoying. Juyuteru roared repeatedly. He had to block Tenjin's increasingly sharp frontal blade waterfall, while also diverting his attention to guard against Terayuki's elusive, light harassment, quickly finding himself overwhelmed. Although he was stronger and his demonic body more resilient, under the exquisite cooperation and harassment of the two, he was forced to retreat repeatedly, gaining several new wounds. For a moment, he actually fell into a disadvantage. Get away from me. Unable to land a blow, and instead being suppressed, Juyuteru's rage and agitation reached their peak. A blood-red light flashed in his eyes, and he suddenly abandoned part of his guard against Terayuki, refocusing most of his demonic aura and attention on Tenjin. He wanted to use thunderous momentum to heavily injure or even finish off this most annoying, pretty boy in front of him first. Blood demon art, flying blood sickles. The muscles in his arms bulged as he spun the two blood sickles in his hands like high-speed windmills, then suddenly thrust them forward. It wasn't a throw. Instead, from the spinning blood sickles, dozens of condensed, jagged, arc-shaped blood slashes erupted. These slashes didn't fly randomly. They were like a swarm of bees under command, weaving from different angles and at different speeds into an airtight net of death, blanketing Tenjin. The range was so large, it almost blocked all of Tenjin's space to dodge, and every slash contained corrosive blood poison. Perfect, just what I wanted. Tenjin's eyes flashed with brilliance. Instead of being alarmed, he was delighted. He crossed his dual blades in front of him, then suddenly pulled them apart to both sides, carving out two massive silver arcs. Sound breathing fourth form, constant resounding slashes. As he swung his dual blades, countless fine, high-frequency vibrational blade auras erupted from around him like sonic blades, meeting the incoming net of blood slashes head-on. Silver blade aura and blood-red slashes collided and annihilated each other in the air, exploding in a continuous, violent roar and a chaotic flow of red and white energy. The walls of the alley were scraped by the escaping shockwaves, sending debris flying and dust rising again. However, Juyuteru's strike of rage was incredibly powerful. Although Tenjin's full power, constant resounding slashes blocked most of the attacks, several managed to slip through the cracks, piercing the sonic defense at tricky angles to strike at Tenjin. Tenjin's figure flashed rapidly as his dual blades parried and deflected, resolving the last few slashes with extreme danger. But his movements inevitably showed a tiny, extremely brief moment of sluggishness during the transition from high-intensity exertion to recovery. It was in that split second. "I've caught you, pretty boy." Juyutaro, like a lurking venomous snake, caught this fleeting flaw. Completely ignoring the aftershocks of the explosion and the dust, his figure lunged forward like a phantom, instantly closing in on Tenjin. The blood sickle in his right hand, carrying a shrill demonic howl, slashed down with the force to split mountains toward the left side of Tenjin's neck, which was exposed due to his parry. This strike was fast, ruthless, and precise, concentrating all his rage and killing intent, vowing to take off this handsome head that drove him mad with jealousy. Tenjin's pupils shrank. His old strength was spent and new strength not yet gathered, and his body was still slightly off balance from the previous dodge, just as the foul-smelling sickle blade was about to touch his skin. Clang! At the critical moment, a familiar golden figure cut between the two as if teleporting. It was Terayuki. He had been roaming the outskirts to provide support, always keeping an eye on Tenjin's condition, and had rushed over at full speed the moment Tenjin showed a flaw. He gripped his Nichiren sword with both hands, holding it horizontally before him. Golden light flashed on the blade as he forcefully blocked this lethal sickle strike. Enormous force transmitted through the blade. Terayuki let out a muffled groan, his face turning even paler as the ground beneath his feet cracked. But he had arrived in time, after all, to block this certain kill blow for Tenjin. However, the moment Terayuki successfully blocked, Juyutaro's ugly face, burned by the power of light, didn't show disappointment. Instead, it twisted into a hideous and triumphant sneer. His right blood sickle was still pressing hard against Terayuki's sword, but his murky, violent eyes were locked onto Terayuki, who was now within arm's reach. "You're the one I was looking for, you meddlesome glowing bug. The target is me." Alarm bells rang wildly in Terayuki's heart. He instantly understood the opponent's intention. The feint against Tenjin was actually to lure him into a rescue. The real target from the beginning was himself, with his troublesome, light power. Without the slightest hesitation, as the blocking force hit, Terayuki exerted sudden power with his feet. Using the downward pressure from the opponent and the recoil from the ground, his body shot backward like an arrow from a powerful bow. He had to immediately create distance and escape the core of the opponent's attack. "Wanna run? Too late." Juyutaro sneered. How could he let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? The moment Terayuki retreated, his left blood sickle didn't pursue. Instead, it swung upward. Blood demon art, blood-cutting slash. Dozens of small, swift, condensed slashes, like blood-red crescents, shot out from the blood sickle like wasps leaving a nest. These slashes were smaller, faster, and denser than the previous flying blood sickles. Their trajectories were even more tricky and bizarre. They didn't fly straight, but seemed to have lives of their own, carving various arcs in the air to envelop the retreating Terayuki from all directions. It blocked all his possible dodging paths. Terayuki's expression tightened. He was midair, his old strength gone and new strength not yet gathered. Facing these covering, dense slashes, there was no way to dodge. But he didn't panic, the golden light in his eyes calm as an abyss. He instantly pushed all his remaining power of light and will to the limit. Gripping his Nichiren sword with both hands, the muscles in his wrists, arms, and even his entire body began to vibrate and slash at a frequency and precision beyond common logic. Breath of light, third form, radiance. There was no giant ball of light or barrier. The Nichiren sword in Terayuki's hand seemed to disappear, turning into a pale golden mist of high-speed vibration and humming that enveloped his entire body. No, looking closely, one could see it wasn't mist, but Terayuki performing ultra-high speed, zero blind spot slashes within a tiny range around himself at a speed the naked eye could barely track. Every slash was precise, short, and imbued with weak but pure power of light. Countless such slash trajectories overlapped, forming an absolute defense circle around him made of fine golden blade light that seemed impenetrable. Ding 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 ding, ch. In the next instant, dozens of blood-red crescent slashes hit this high-speed, vibrating golden blade light defense circle like a rainstorm. The dense sound of metal clashing and energy annihilation exploded like popping corn. Blood-red and golden light consumed each other and splashed frantically. The The defense circle formed by radiance successfully shattered, deflected, and bounced away most of the incoming blood slashes the moment they made contact. However, the power and quantity of Juyuteru's premeditated pursuit were truly not to be underestimated, especially with the slash angles being so tricky, coming from all directions simultaneously. More importantly, Terayuki's current state was far from his peak. The power of light in his body was already nearly gone, his meridians withered. Maintaining this ultra-high frequency, radiance, which demanded extreme control and strength, was exceptionally difficult for him. The light of the defense circle was dimming rapidly, and the speed and range of his slashes showed imperceptible slowing and shrinking. Puff puff shorar. Ultimately, 7 or 8 slashes slipped through the now leaking, flickering golden blade net and struck Terayuki. At this life-or-death moment, Terayuki displayed the incredible body control and combat instinct of a Hashira-level expert. He couldn't avoid them entirely, but the moment the blade net broke, he forcibly twisted his waist, tilted his shoulders, and pulled in his abdomen and knees, moving his body as much as possible out of the trajectories of those lethal slashes. 2 blood blades grazed the outside of his left shoulder and upper arm, cutting 2 moderately deep gashes. Blood instantly gushed out, staining his clothes red. 1 slashed across his right ribs, similarly only cutting skin and flesh, but the burning pain and the numbness from the blood poison made his breath hitch. The most dangerous were 2. 1 almost grazed his left waist and abdomen, cutting a deep, long wound that bled profusely. The other, as he twisted, slashed across his right forearm holding the sword. Though it avoided arteries and tendons, it still left a deep cut. Blood dripped down his wrist, and his sword hand trembled slightly. Terayuki landed unsteadily, his feet faltering. He retreated several steps before barely standing firm, using his Nichiren sword to prop himself up. Several new wounds were added to his body, his white clothes stained with blood, making him look quite battered. Although most wounds avoided vital points and were primarily flesh wounds, the injuries to his waist, abdomen, and right arm clearly affected his movement. His face was as pale as paper, his breathing became heavy and erratic, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Clearly, that last-ditch radiance, defense, and the subsequent injuries had placed an enormous burden on his already terrible state, and his power of light was almost completely depleted. He sneered, giving Terayuki no chance to breathe at all. His dual sickles once again turned into a suffocating storm of death, locking all attack focus firmly onto the injured, panting Terayuki, who seemed to have little fight left in him. Chapter 55's score is complete. Glowing bug, let's see how you hide now. I'll tear you apart first. Juyuteru's twisted grin and killing intent pierced toward the wounded Terayuki like physical icicles. But in the next instant, a silver figure stood between them with the force of 1,000 thunderclaps. Your opponent is me, you ugly freak. Tenjin roared, his dual blades whipping up ear-piercing sonic booms like 2 frenzied silver beasts, slamming violently into Juyuteru's blood sickles. He no longer held anything back, pouring all the fury and anxiety stirred up by Terayuki's injury into the edges of his blades. Clang, 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 clang. The two engaged in a fierce exchange once more. Tenjin's swordsmanship grew even wilder and more violent, each strike carrying a suicidal determination, completely abandoning flashy techniques for the most primitive collision of power and speed. Although Juyuteru held the upper hand, he was forced by Tenjin's sudden desperate fighting style to temporarily abandon his pursuit of Terayuki and respond with everything he had. Blood sickles and shinobi katana clashed frantically in the narrow alleyway, sparks and shock waves constantly exploding as cracks spread across the ground and walls. The two fought with blinding speed, their forms turning into 2 blurred afterimages, with only the continuous ringing of metal and splashing sparks proving the intensity of the battle. After several breaths, both seemed to have reached a fever pitch, simultaneously letting out a roar and pouring their entire strength into their weapons for a single, unadorned, all-out clash. Boom! Amidst the massive explosion, both were knocked back by the terrifying recoil, plowing deep furrows into the ground as they once again pulled apart. Dust and smoke filled the air. Juyutaro steadied himself, his blood sickles hanging low, his murky and violent eyes staring fixedly at Tenjin, who was also panting slightly but whose gaze remained as sharp as a blade. His raspy voice carried a twisted, heartfelt jealousy and confusion. "You are not quite the same as the so-called Hashira I've encountered before." He paused, his gaze sweeping over Tenjin's handsome but blood-stained face, then glancing at Terayuki in the distance, who was struggling to stand straight, covered in blood but still upright. The jealousy in his tone was almost overflowing. "People like you, born with talent, with power, and with such a sickeningly good shell, it really makes me mad with envy." Hearing this, Tenjin was stunned for a moment. Then, as if hearing an utterly absurd joke, he actually began to laugh low and self-deprecatingly. His laughter was filled with an indescribable complexity of emotions, bitterness, helplessness, and a nearly desolate pride. "You say I have talent." Tenjin looked up, his face covered in blood but his eyes shining with startling intensity. He shook his head, his tone carrying a clarity that saw through the world. "If you think that simply being able to stand here, swing a sword, and fight monsters like you counts as talent, then it only proves you've seen far too little, you ugly freak." In his mind, many figures flashed by. That paragraph. That 14-year-old who reached the rank of Hashira in just 2 months with talent that could be called demonic, Muichiro Takedo, and the figure behind him, who despite bearing near-fatal wounds, could still burst forth with a light that made demons instinctively fear, and was even now standing stubbornly. Compared to them, what did his little bit of talent even amount to? Juyutaro could not understand the meaning behind Tenjin's complex smile and words. He only felt it was the mockery of a winner, which made him even angrier. His sharp teeth ground together as he hissed, "HMPH, I don't know what you're laughing at. But you won't be laughing for long. You think you can save him." He pointed his blood sickle sharply at the distant Terayuki, a cruel and triumphant smile appearing on his face. "That brat behind you who plays with light has been slashed so many times by my blood sickles. My poison has long since seeped through his wounds into his blood, spreading throughout his body. By now, it has likely invaded his organs and corroded his marrow. He absolutely, definitely cannot be saved. You will soon have to watch your companion turn into a pool of pus in pain and despair." Juyutaro's words were like cold, poisonous arrows, instantly piercing the place Tenjin worried about most. He whipped his head around to look at Terayuki. Terayuki was still standing there, his white haori mostly soaked in blood. His left abdomen, right arm, shoulder. There were gruesome wounds everywhere, blood dripping from the hem of his clothes and pooling on the ground. He leaned on his Nichiren sword with one hand and clutched the deepest wound on his left abdomen with the other. His head was slightly lowered, his breathing heavy, appearing severely injured and in terrible condition. However, Tenjin's gaze locked onto Terayuki's face. Though that face was pale to the point of being translucent and his lips had lost their color, his expression was exceptionally calm, even carrying a hint of icy mockery. Those golden pupils were looking past him, staring coldly and without a ripple at the laughing Juyutaro. There was no trace of the fear or pain of impending death, nor the blue-black distortion that should come from poison. No. Tenjin's heart skipped a beat. If it were truly as this ugly freak said, and the poison had reached his organs, Terayuki's complexion and gaze could never look like this. At the very least, there would be signs of poisoning. Sure enough, just as Juyutaro's laughter subsided slightly, Terayuki's hand clutching his wound loosened a bit. He slowly raised his eyelids and responded clearly with that voice that was still cool and calm, yet carried undisguised ridicule. You mentioned poison." He coughed lightly, the corner of his mouth even curving into a faint, contemptuous arc. "Just this trash poison of yours, spawned from an inferior blood demon art and filled with filth and resentment." Terayuki's voice wasn't loud, yet it seemed to possess a strange piercing quality that brought Juyutaro's laughter to a screeching halt. "The moment your poison entered my body." Terayuki paused, a faint light seemingly swirling in his golden pupils. It was already purified and eliminated from its very source by my light. It doesn't even have the right to stay in my blood for a single heartbeat. The grin on Juyuteru's face froze completely, his murky eyes bulging wide, filled with unbelievable shock and rage. Impossible. How could my poison? The heavy stone in Tenjin's heart crashed to the ground at Terayuki's words. A light of pleasant surprise erupted in his eyes, but it quickly transformed into a deeper battle intent and killing intent toward Juyuteru. So that's how it was. The power of light could not only heal and delay poison, but it could actually purify demonic poisons so thoroughly. This was practically the nemesis of all demons who relied on poison techniques. Did you hear that, you ugly freak? Tenjin gripped his dual blades tightly again, a smile appearing on his face that was the most flamboyant and coldest since the battle began. Your poison is nothing more than dust brushing against the skin of our Lord Light Hashira. Now, it's our turn to put on the final, flamboyant, curtain call for you and your precious little sister. The other side of the battlefield was equally intense. Having undergone the baptism of life and death during the Mugen Train incident, followed by months of Kyojuro, Rengoku's hellish training, and Terayuki's targeted guidance, the strength of Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Inazu Kashibira was no longer what it once was. More importantly, having spent these months together, training together, being scolded together, and struggling to survive under Kyojiro's passionate lash, their coordination had reached a level of mental synchronization. At this moment, facing Upper Moon's 6 Daki, who, though heavily injured by Terayuki and mostly recovered, was still not to be underestimated, the three did not struggle as Tanjiro had when facing her alone. Instead, through their exquisite cooperation, they were subtly gaining the upper hand. Shut up, you annoying brats. Daki was both shocked and furious. She hadn't expected these 3 boys to burst forth with such troublesome combat power when working together. She controlled dozens of purple sashes, attacking the 3 like a violent storm, attempting to forcibly crush them with quantity and quality. However, now, Zenitsu. Tanjiro's nostrils flared slightly as he captured a slight change in the frequency of the sash attacks caused by Daki's growing impatience from her failed offensive, and he immediately barked the order. Understood. Although the remnants of fear still lingered on Zenitsu Agatsuma's face, his eyes were exceptionally focused. His body suddenly crouched low like a fully coiled spring, his Nichiren sword held at his waist. Thunder breathing, first form, thunderclap and flash, 6-fold. ZZZZT. Blinding golden lightning exploded with a roar. Zenitsu's figure instantly transformed into a jagged, jumping bolt of lightning. It wasn't a straight line, but rather 6 incredible right-angle directional shifts in midair within an extremely short time. Every shift precisely struck a key note of power, or a weak point in the attack trajectory of a sash. Bang, 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 bang. 6 rapid explosions practically merged into one. The 6 most lethal sashes that had been trying to block their movement spasmed and snapped away like lightning-struck snakes, their attack rhythm instantly shattered. Zenitsu's figure appeared behind Daki's flank, panting slightly, but with a hint of post-breakthrough excitement on his face. Good job, Zenitsu. Inasuke's eyes beneath the boar mask erupted with a fierce light. He had been waiting for this. The moment the sash formation was disrupted, he crossed his dual blades above his head and let out a wild roar. Beast-breathing 7th Fang, spatial rend. He was no longer charging brainlessly. Instead, he concentrated all his primal power into his legs, bursting forth with terrifying speed. Charging low to the ground like a true beast, his dual blades out front in a cross-staring position, he lunged straight for Daki, who was momentarily stunned by the failure of her sashes. His charging path was not a straight line, but followed a beast-like intuition, passing exactly through the gaps in the sash attacks. Daki hurriedly controlled her remaining sashes to defend while her body retreated rapidly, trying to pull away and regroup. But Inasuke's desperate-style assault was too powerful, forcing her to focus most of her attention on her frontal defense. However, she forgot that there was never just one hunter. Hinokami Kagura, Waltz. A scorching arc of fire slashed down from above and to the side of her retreat path without warning. It was Tanjiro. Using his extraordinary sense of smell and observation, He had already predicted Daki's retreat direction and leaped into the air ahead of time, waiting for his moment. The timing of this waltz was perfect, striking just as Daki's old momentum had faded and her new strength had yet to form, her mind fully occupied by Inazuk. What? Daki was horrified, only having time to throw her neck back desperately while barely condensing 2 sashes to block the side of her throat. Squelch! The burning Nichiren sword slashed through violently. Although slightly hindered by the sashes and failing to completely sever the head, the sharp blade still cut deep into the right side of her neck, nearly halfway through. Blood erupted like a fountain. The intense pain caused Daki to let out a shrill scream, her demonic aura becoming erratic. Oh meh. At almost the exact same moment Tanjiro's blade bit into Daki's neck, Juyutaro, who was locked in a fierce battle with Tenjin and Terayuki on the main battlefield, let out a heart-wrenching roar as if his own heart had been gouged. He could clearly feel the heavy injury and intense pain his sister was suffering. This caused his already furious emotions to spiral completely out of control, his attacks becoming even more frenzied, lethal, and reckless. Get lost! Juyutaro forced Tenjin back with a heavy slash, his blood sickles whipping up a towering wave of blood as he charged recklessly toward Terayuki, who had momentarily lost focus due to the sister's injury. He would tear this glowing brat apart first, then go save his sister. Terayuki, Tenjin shouted urgently. Clang! Terayuki gritted his teeth, pouring his remaining strength into his Nichiren sword to barely parry the enraged blow. But the massive force caused his wounds to burst open, blood spraying as he slid backward, his face as white as paper and his aura withered to the extreme. Tenjin, Terayuki suppressed his dizziness and intense pain, shouting hoarsely to Tenjin, who was trying to re-engage Juyutaro, "Is it ready yet? I can't hold on much longer." "I know, stop nagging." Tenjin wielded his dual blades like a reef in a storm, stubbornly pinning down Juyutaro, who wanted to rush at Terayuki, while roaring back. But his eyes became incredibly sharp and clear in that moment, as if the last bit of fog had been cleared away. "It's almost there, just one last bit. Look closely, you ugly freak." Clang, clang, tang. After several more lightning-fast exchanges, Tenjin's figure moved through Juyutaro's violent attacks like a butterfly through flowers. Though it looked perilously close, he always managed to evade fatal blows by a hair's breadth encounter or parry with exquisite swordplay. His eyes were fixed on every subtle movement of Juyutaro, the twitching of muscles, the rhythm of breathing, the flow of demonic aura, and especially the unique trajectories and openings of those blood sickles. Now, a brilliant light erupted in Tenjin's eyes, and a smile appeared on his face that was the most radiant and flamboyant since the start of the war. He suddenly stepped back, crossing his dual blades in front of him in a strange starting posture, his voice filled with unparalleled confidence and control. "My musical score is complete." Chapter 56, that sentence is also a lie. In the next instant, Tenjin's entire demeanor shifted abruptly. He was no longer responding passively. It was as if he had instantly seen through everything. Every slash of Juyutaro, every change in technique, and even every omen of his blood demon art being unleashed, flowed and played out in his mind like clear musical notes. Left diagonal slash, follow up with a right sickle upward sweep, then blood poison spray. Tenjin chanted silently in his heart, his body having already reacted in advance. Clang, his left blade tapped out effortlessly in advance, just in time to block Juyutaro's heavy left sickle diagonal slash. At the same time, he tilted his body slightly, and his right blade slashed upward at an eerie angle, not only parrying the following right sickle sweep, but even using the momentum to slice a wound into Juyutaro's right arm. Juyutaro was shocked and furious, opening his mouth to spray blood poison, but Tenjin seemed to possess foresight. With a shift of his feet, he slid to Juyutaro's side and rear, perfectly avoiding the fan-shaped range of the poison mist, while simultaneously backhanding a slash toward his knee joint. "What?" Juyutaro was both shocked and angry, hurriedly dodging and parrying, but Tenjin's attacks were like a maggot on a bone, always able to predict his movements in advance, attacking where he must defend and defending where he must attack. Clearly, his strength and speed hadn't suddenly increased, but relying on that godlike prediction and exquisite technique, Tenjin had actually reversed the situation to suppress the berserk Juyutaro. He forced him to retreat repeatedly, left and right in disarray. "Terayuki!" Tenjin shouted toward Terayuki, who was barely standing, while suppressing Juyutaro with fluid movements. "Now, do it." Terayuki took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging metallic taste of blood in his throat and the tearing pain throughout his body. He knew this was the last chance. He madly squeezed and gathered the very last trace of power of light remaining in his body, without reservation, into the Nichiren sword in his hand. The crystalline blade began to emit an unbearable hum, and the dazzling golden light flowed and condensed like substance, forming a scorching white ball of light at the edge of the blade that was constantly compressing, collapsing, and so bright it was impossible to look at directly. It was as if he were holding a miniature sun. Breath of light, sixth form solar flare. Terayuki used his last ounce of strength, gripped the Nichiren sword that felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds with both hands, raised it high, and then thrust it with all his might toward Juyutaro, who had been forced back by Tenjin and had just revealed an opening. There was no flashy trajectory, only a straight, scorching white comet that had condensed all light and heat, seemingly capable of piercing through everything. The power of this strike caused the very air to distort and burn. Even someone as strong as Juyutaro felt a fatal threat. He no longer cared about attacking Tenjin, roaring as he crossed his dual blood sickles in front of him, erupting with all his ghost energy in an attempt to withstand this strike that was like a falling sun. "Don't think you'll succeed, you ugly freak." How could Tenjin let him have his way? Just as Juyutaro was fully defending against Terayuki's solar flare, a cold light flashed in Tenjin's eyes. The power of sound wave vibration on his dual blades condensed to the peak. His figure cut into the other side of Juyutaro's guard, the gap exposed by his defensive posture, like a phantom. His blades crossed, and with a sonic boom that tore through everything, he struck fiercely. Sound breathing, fifth form, string performance, resounding echo. Here, the curtain was about to fall, while on the other side of the battlefield, the battle between Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inosuke against Daki had fallen into a stalemate. Although the three of them coordinated tacitly, and their strength was not what it used to be, Daki was, after all, a part of Upper Moon 6, and her survival instinct and ferocity had been thoroughly ignited. She no longer pursued flashy attacks, but instead retracted all her sashes to defend, like a huge, tough purple cocoon, protecting herself firmly in the center. She only used the most devious and vicious methods to stab out deadly sashes from the gaps in the cocoon to counterattack, not seeking to kill, but only to delay, interfere, and constantly look for opportunities to strike back. Damn it, this woman is like a turtle hiding in its shell. Inosuke slashed wildly with his dual blades, hitting the interwoven sash defense with dull thuds, but it was hard to cut through. "I can't get in at all." Zenitsu's thunder-breathing, first form, Thunder Flash could break through the outer defense instantly, but Daki's sashes were too numerous and dense. Every time he broke through one layer, more sashes immediately wrapped around, preventing him from continuing his advance, forcing him to keep moving and harassing. Her defense is too tight, and she seems to be deliberately stalling. Tanjiro's flame mark on his forehead was burning brightly. The slashes of Hinokami Kagura hit the sash barrier time and time again, scorching and tearing parts of the sashes, but Daki's regeneration speed was not slow either, and she cunningly kept shifting her center of defense. Tanjiro could smell that the center of the cocoon was emitting a scent, mixed with fear, resentment, and a trace of desperate madness. It can't go on like this. Tanjiro felt anxious, his gaze involuntarily glancing toward the main battlefield. He could see and smell the scorching, terrifying light energy condensed on Mr. Terayuki's body like a small sun, and the fluid, magnificent musical score of Mr. Tenjin, who was in complete control of the battle. The two had already gained the absolute upper hand, and Juyutaro's defeat was evident. That decisive blow, the one that required simultaneous decapitation, seemed ready to erupt at any moment. Faster, faster. Tanjiro's heart pounded in his chest, and every breath carried hot white steam. Mr. Terayuki and Mr. Tenjin are about to succeed. I cannot hold them back here. If I can't cut off Daki's head in time, Juyutaro might revive, and everything Mr. Terayuki and Mr. Tenjin have done, the risks they have taken, will all be in vain. Even, they might be in danger. A strong sense of responsibility, worry for his companions, and the urgent desire to never be a burden and to protect others surged and collided in Tanjiro's chest like hot magma. He wanted power. He wanted to break this turtle-like defense faster, stronger, and more precisely. I must do it, I must protect everyone. This thought was like the final catalyst. Under the combined effect of extreme pressure, anxiety, and the determination to protect, Tanjiro felt his body temperature rising crazily, as if his internal organs were burning. The speed of his blood flow was frighteningly fast. The sound of his heart beating like a drum filled his eardrums, and every breath became scalding, as if the air he inhaled carried sparks. Too. He gasped, his vision even blurring and distorting due to the high body temperature. But at the same time, an unprecedented, violent, and pure power was being forcibly awakened and squeezed out from the deepest part of his body. On his forehead, the flame mark that was originally just brightly burning suddenly deepened and changed. From the original scorching orange red, it turned into a deeper, more fierce crimson color, as if magma were flowing beneath it. The shape of the mark also became more complex and flamboyant, like a true burning fire totem branded onto his skin. Slayer mark awakened. Tanjiro, your forehead. Zenitsu was the first to notice Tanjiro's change and exclaimed. Inosuke also tilted his boar mask, sensing the violent aura suddenly erupting from Tanjiro that made even him feel palpitations. Tanjiro, however, seemed not to hear. The world slowed down in his eyes, sound seemed to drift away, leaving only his own hot breathing, which pulled like a bellows, and the heavy and powerful beating of his heart. Power and unprecedentedly powerful force, accompanied by burning pain, filled his limbs and bones. Zenitsu, Inosuke, Tanjiro roared, his voice hoarse but full of unquestionable determination, cover me, one last time. Understood, although Zenitsu and Inosuke were shocked, they executed without hesitation. Zenitsu's figure turned into a zigzagging golden thunderbolt, thunder breathing, first form, thunder flash, eightfold. With faster speed and more changes than before, he slammed into one side of the sash barrier, attracting a large number of sashes to intercept and chase him. Leave it to me, beast breathing, fourth fang, slice and dice. Inosuke roared, his dual blades no longer seeking to sever, but with maximum force, he slashed crazily at the other side of the barrier, creating huge noise and destruction, further distracting Daki. Just at the moment when the barrier was in brief chaos, due to their fierce attacks and the uneven distribution of power, Tanjiro moved. The explosive power brought by the awakened Slayer mark caused the ground under his feet to explode. His figure was no longer running, but like a cannonball pushed by flames, he slammed straight toward the fleeting weak point in the defense created by Zenitsu and Inosuke at a speed far exceeding his previous limits. The sashes trying to intercept along the way were directly melted and bounced away by the scorching heat waves naturally radiating from his body, and the suddenly surging crimson flames on the Nichiren sword in his hand. What? Daki, in the center of the barrier, was horrified. She could feel a scorching heat and killing intent that made her soul tremble breaking through the defense, heading straight for her. She screamed, mobilizing all the sashes she could, frantically weaving them in front of her, trying to make a final layer of obstruction. But Tanjiro, who had opened the Slayer mark, had his speed, strength, and perception all raised to another level. Hinokami Kagura, Burning Bones, Summer Sun. He gripped the Nichiren sword tightly with both hands, and from bottom to top, he slashed with all his might. A flame crescent, more condensed and hotter than ever before, with a color close to crimson, soared into the sky. It was no longer spreading in a fan shape, but highly concentrated toward where the blade pointed. SSHHH. The flame crescent cut into the frozen sash defense like a red-hot kitchen knife cutting into butter, splitting the last few layers of hastily assembled sash defense in two. The scorching high temperature even caused the edges of the broken sashes to directly carbonize and burn. The defense was completely torn open. Tanjiro's figure, with an unstoppable momentum and a crimson flame trail, broke through all obstacles and rushed in front of Daki, whose face was distorted by extreme fear. Between the two, there were no more barriers. Daki's golden demon eyes reflected the shocking crimson slayer mark on Tanjiro's forehead and his cold, resolute eyes. The shadow of death instantly swallowed her. She wanted to scream, wanted to retreat, wanted to call her brother, but it was too late. Tanjiro's blade had already been swung. A strike that condensed all his awakened power, will, and the determination not to drag his companions down. Dance. Simple, sharp, fatal. Crimson flames wrapped around the blade, drawing a perfect and cruel decapitation arc, precisely sweeping past Daki's slender neck. Pache. The soft sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh and bone. Daki's beautiful head, carrying solidified horror and confusion, separated from her neck and flew upward. The headless body stood stiffly in place, the cross-section of the neck smooth, then licked and scorched by the crimson flames, making a sizzling sound. Almost at the same time, Tanjiro swung his sword to cut off Daki's head. On the main battlefield, Terayuki's solar flare, compressed to the extreme, and Tenjin's long-predicted resounding echo sound, wave-slash simultaneously hit Juyuteru, who was firmly locked by the musical score and unable to attend to anything else. The twin demons, the brother and sister's heads, were cut off almost simultaneously on two battlefields not far apart. The dust slowly settled. The intense sounds of battle and the terrifying ghost energy retreated like a tide. Only a mess remained on the ground, the thick smell of blood and burnt odor, and the figures of 5 demon hunters, standing or crouching, gasping heavily and covered in blood. They won. They defeated the Upper Moon Demon. Bang! With a dull thud, Terayuki finally could not hold on. The Nichiren sword in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter, and his whole body, as if the bones had been pulled out, fell straight backward, crashing heavily onto the ground full of gravel and blood, splashing up a small patch of dust. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, and the wounds on his body oozed blood again due to the vibration, staining the ground beneath him red. That face, which was already pale, was now completely bloodless, his lips chapped, and his golden eyes, though still open, had lost their focus, filled only with deep exhaustion. Almost at the same time, Tenjin Yuzui also exhausted the last bit of strength he was using to hold on, sitting down on the ground with his back against the half-broken wall behind him. His handsome face was covered in blood, sweat, and dust, and the poison mark on his forehead, though no longer spreading, was still hideous. His gorgeous clothes were damaged, revealing his strong but equally scarred body underneath. He put down his heavy dual blades, his arms trembling slightly from exhaustion, and he also gasped like an ox. Mr. Terayuki, Mr. Tenjin, Tanjiro, Zenitsu Agatsuma, and Anasu Kashibira, seeing the two fall, although they were exhausted themselves, immediately ran over, surrounding the two with faces full of worry. Almost as they arrived, 3 slender but swift figures also swept in from the alley, exactly the 3 wives Tenjin had rescued, Suma, Makio, and Hinetsuru. Although their clothes were a bit messy and their faces slightly pale, their eyes were sharp and their movements agile. The 3 immediately surrounded Tenjin, skillfully checking his injuries, especially the poison mark on his forehead and the deeper wounds on his body, their faces full of heartache and lingering fear. Lord Tenjin, how are you? So many wounds, this poison. Don't move around, let us handle it simply first. Tenjin let his wives tend to him, just waving his hand weakly, but his gaze went over them, falling on Terayuki, who was paralyzed on the ground not far away with unfocused eyes. Using his last bit of strength, he gritted his teeth and accused him. Haitru Terayuki, you bastard, you son of a B***H. His voice was hoarse, but the resentment in it was clearly audible. You actually dared to lie to me, saying your injuries were 70–80% healed, and it turns out you only had 40% of your strength. No, not even 40%, just like this. you dared to sneak out of the butterfly mansion and run to this godforsaken place. You really are." He seemed to want to find harsher words, but was choked with anger for a moment, and after panting twice, he continued. "I really must tell Shinobu, let her properly. Fix you up, soak you in the bitterest medicine vat." Hearing the name Shinobu, Terayuki's unfocused eyes seemed to focus for an instant. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing an extremely weak but slightly you're too naive mocking smile, his voice so low it was almost inaudible. "Still want to tell? Shinobu, do you think she will let you off, taking a severely injured person to execute a dangerous mission, and letting the severely injured person almost die in the hands of a demon?" He paused, seemingly feeling the blow wasn't enough, and added another sentence, his tone carrying a kind of broken pot broken fall honesty. "Also, actually it wasn't 40%, probably only about 30%, actually. Chapter 57, why did you come in person?" Tenjin was stunned at first, then his eyes suddenly widened, and the hint of schadenfreude that had just risen on his face because of the mention of Shinobu was instantly replaced by a more violent rage. He struggled to sit upright and pointed at Terayuki, his fingers trembling with anger. "Haino Mitsu, Tiruyukai, you bastard, can a single word of truth ever come out of your mouth? 30%. You dared to come and cut down an upper rank with me with only 30% of your strength." His chest heaved with anger, which pulled at his wounds, causing another round of grimacing. Suma, who was beside him, hurriedly held him down. "My lord, calm down, don't get upset." Tanjiro and the other two watched the two Hashira-level adults exposing and blaming each other like children after the battle. They looked at each other, wanting to laugh but not daring to, only able to hold it in with great effort. However, right at that moment, a cold, slimy, subtle aura, like a venomous snake slithering in the shadows, appeared without any warning. Everyone instantly became alert and turned their heads in unison to look. They saw a tall, thin man wearing the black uniform of the Demon Slayer Corps, with a small white snake wrapped around his neck. Half of his face was covered in bandages, revealing only a single, slender, cold, snake-like eye standing there silently. It was the serpent Hashira, Iguro Obanai. His face was expressionless, and his exposed snake eye, like the coldest ice crystal, slowly swept over the messy battlefield in the alley. The fallen Terayuki, Tenjin sitting on the ground surrounded by his wives, and the three nervous young boys. His gaze finally landed on Tenjin and Terayuki. There was no surprise or praise in his eyes, only a nearly physical, cold scrutiny, as if it could freeze a person solid. The silence lasted for several seconds, so oppressive it made it hard to breathe. Finally, Iguro Obanai spoke slowly, his voice hoarse and flat, yet carrying an invisible pressure as every word reached everyone's ears clearly. "Oh." He tilted his head slightly, and Kaburamaru raised its head accordingly, flicking its tongue. "It seems I haven't arrived at the right time." His gaze swept back and forth between Tenjin and Terayuki, finally fixing on their battered faces. If I remember correctly, Iguro Obanai's tone remained steady, but the chill within it grew heavier. Someone sent a message saying the plan was for tomorrow night to start the operation after I arrived. Correct. He paused, seemingly giving the two time to reminisce, before continuing at a deliberate pace, yet each word was like a needle. As a result, just a few hours ago, my Kasugai crow suddenly told me like it was going mad entertainment district. Battle, come quickly. I used my breathing style and traveled all night without stopping for a moment. He paused again, the coldness in his snake eye almost overflowing as he slowly spat out the last sentence. "And as it turns out, I've rushed here just to see your post-battle summary." Within the alley, there was a deathly silence. Even Tanjiro and the other two subconsciously held their breath. Tenjin's three wives also stopped what they were doing, looking nervously at their lord. Tenjin and Terayuki glanced at each other, both seeing thick embarrassment and a hint of "we're doomed" despair in the other's eyes. Under Iguro Obanai's emotionless gaze, the two felt like students caught slacking off by their teacher in class. Well about that." Tenjin coughed dryly, attempting to squeeze out a flamboyant smile to ease the atmosphere, but paired with his blood-stained and exhausted face, it had the opposite effect. Iguro, let me explain. This was actually an accident, really. Terayuki also struggled to prop himself up a bit, nodding weakly but sincerely in agreement. That's right, Iguro. Our original plan was indeed to rescue the people today. I had already found the demon's stronghold and intended to wait for you to arrive tomorrow so we could act together and surround the upper rank. It's just that we didn't expect to suddenly run into the demon tonight. It was purely an accident, really. Tenjin nodded frantically from the side, with a frequency comparable to Zenitsu's leg speed when activating Thunderclap and Flash. Right. Purely an accident. We didn't expect to bump right into them either. You can't blame our poor planning. The enemy was too cunning and launched a sudden attack. Iguro Obanai listened quietly to their incoherent excuses, the expression on his face not changing at all. That snake, I still watched them coldly, as if saying, "Keep lying, go on." Terayuki sighed helplessly, a hint of lingering fear and honesty in his golden eyes. Though his voice was weak, he tried to keep it clear. It really was like that, Iguro. We aren't fools. The opponent was an upper rank. 3 people working together would certainly be more stable and safer. Our original plan was to wait for you to arrive before acting. It's just that plans can't keep up with changes. After the encounter, there were innocent civilians around, and the Warren Rika and the others were still nearby. If we had chosen to retreat then, they would have certainly died. We couldn't just stand by and watch them die, so we were forced to start the battle. Tenjin also nodded vigorously from the side, adding, "And that ugly freak attacked us right away, giving us no room to maneuver. We were forced to fight back." Iguro Obanai listened quietly, his slender snake eye scanning their faces back and forth as if judging the truth of their words. He looked at the shock that hadn't yet fully faded from the faces of Tanjiro and the other 2, as well as the tragic traces left by the battle around them, and fell silent for a moment. Kaburamaru moved gently around his neck, flicking its tongue. Ultimately, Iguro seemed to reluctantly accept this explanation. He asked no more, only coldly dropping a sentence. Don't let there be a next time. Missions can be flexible, but risking the lives of our own is something only a fool would do. After saying that, he didn't even wait for the Kakashi Corps to arrive for the handover. With a flicker of his body, he seemed to blend into the shadows of the alley and vanished silently, as if he had never appeared. He left behind only the exhausted survivors in the alley and the messy battlefield. Not long after, the members of the Kakashi Corps arrived at the scene efficiently and in an orderly manner. They wore uniform attire, moved swiftly, and had a clear division of labor. One group began quickly sealing off both ends of the alley and controlling the scene to prevent uninvolved people from approaching. Another group carried stretchers and medical kits, walking briskly toward the location where Terayuki and the others were. However, when Terayuki saw the figure of the person leading the Kakashi Corps, his already pale face instantly turned even whiter, almost showing a deathly gray, and his breath even hitched. That familiar, gentle purple was like the most precise death warrant, walking unhurriedly at the very front of the Kakashi Corps. Kachu Shinobu had an impeccable, refreshing smile on her face. Her amethyst-like eyes shimmered with a warm luster under the faint light of dawn as she looked toward them. Her steps were light and elegant, as if she were not walking on a bloody battlefield, but strolling through the wisteria-filled courtyard of the Butterfly Mansion. "It's over, I'm dead." Alarm bells rang wildly in Terayuki's heart, and he was instantly overwhelmed by a massive desire for survival and panic. He could almost feel the coldness about to erupt beneath Shinobu's gentle smile, enough to freeze him solid. "No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. I think I can still be saved." Using his last bit of strength, he forced an extremely stiff, surprised smile onto his face that looked worse than crying, trying to make his voice sound relaxed as if nothing had happened, even carrying a bit of "why are you here" surprise. "Yo, Shinobu, why did you come personally?" Terayuki tried to make his tone sound casual. "For this kind of cleanup, just leave it to the colleagues from the Kakashi to handle. You're so busy." He wasn't able to finish his sentence. Kachu Shinobu had already reached his stretcher and leaned down slightly. Her purple eyes curved into two gentle crescents as she gazed at him with a beaming smile, her voice as soft as a spring breeze. "Ara, what kind of things are you saying, Terayuki-san?" She reached out a fair, slender hand, and her fingertips seemed to inadvertently and gently brush against the edge of the deepest wound on Terayuki's waist, which was still slowly oozing blood. Her fingertips were ice cold, and when they touched the warm, wet blood and the torn flesh, Terayuki's whole body jolted. He tensed up, and cold sweat instantly soaked his inner shirt. "I heard that your injuries hadn't healed, yet you couldn't wait to come out and perform such an important mission." Shinobu's voice remained soft, carrying just the right amount of concern and a trace of imperceptible, cold irony. "As the head of the Butterfly Mansion and your colleague, how could I not be worried? Of course I had to come personally to see how our great light Hashira-sama fought heroically and showed his great power." Her fingertips lingered near the wound for a moment, as if carefully appreciating the hideous injury, before she slowly withdrew them and sighed softly. Her tone carried a full sense of self-reproach and regret, but in the depths of those purple eyes, there was no warmth at all. "It seems my medical skills are indeed lacking, failing to properly treat our light Hashira-sama. To think that during your recovery, you still develop so many complaints and misunderstandings toward me, your primary doctor. This is truly a failure on my part. It's over." That girl Ai really told her everything without missing a word. Terayuki let out a miserable wail in his heart, feeling the last bit of hope vanish. That simple-minded girl, couldn't she have helped beautify it a little? Now it's completely over. He felt Shinobu's gentle gaze as if it had turned into countless cold needles, precisely piercing every nerve that had lied and every wound that had burst open, making him feel like he was sitting on pins and needles, unable to stay still. Shinobu, let me explain." Terayuki tried to make a final struggle, his voice dry. "It's not what you think, Just then, Tenjin Yuzui on the adjacent stretcher saw that things were going south. He felt he couldn't let Terayuki take all the fire alone, and besides, it looked like Terayuki had already been taken down. So he quickly coughed dryly and tried to interject, steering the responsibility toward the urgency of the mission and special circumstances, while also trying to slightly clear himself of the suspicion of abducting a seriously injured person. "Kachu, actually, the main responsibility for this lies with me." Tenjin tried to make his smile look sincere and a bit helpless. "The mission was indeed too urgent. My wives' lives were on the line, and Terayuki..." He volunteered. "I saw that his condition seemed okay, so I had a moment of poor consideration. It definitely won't happen again." Kachu Shinobu seemed to only just notice Tenjin Yuzui. She turned her head slightly to look at him. The smile on her face was still flawless, but the temperature in her eyes seemed to quietly drop a few more degrees, like condensing ice crystals. "It's quite all right, Sound Hashira-sama." Her voice remained soft, yet it carried an unquestionable, cold understanding. "You did it for the mission. It was an emergency, I completely understand." She paused, her gaze sweeping over Tenjin's similarly battered face and body. Her tone remained steady, yet every word was like a knife, carrying a needle-in-cotton irony. Even if it was for a mission, casually dragging along several members whose injuries hadn't healed, even our esteemed light Hashira-sama, who just struggled back from the brink of death and needs absolute rest, to execute a suicide mission facing an upper rank, is excusable, right? After all, the mission comes first. The rules of the Demon Slayer Corps can be flexibly adapted in emergencies. Her gaze returned to Terayuki's pale face, then glanced at Tenjin. That final "wouldn't you say so" fell lightly, yet it was as heavy as 1,000 pounds, blocking all of their unuttered excuses. Tenjin Yuzui was completely speechless, choked by these completely understanding and excusable gentle words. The flamboyant smile of the god of festivals that he was forcing could no longer be maintained, leaving only embarrassment and a hint of hindsight terror. He opened his mouth, but found that any explanation under Shinobu's seemingly reasonable yet actually defining gaze, which labeled their behavior as disregarding companions' lives and operating against regulations, appeared weak and even a bit shameless. "It's over." Tenjin's heart also sank. It seemed that this time, not only Terayuki, but even he had been thoroughly recorded in the insect Hashira's thick little notebook. If he ever got injured and had to go to the butterfly mansion in the future. That special medicinal soup and meticulous care. He shuddered, not daring to think further. But fortunately, he had a backup plan. Terayuki had completely given up resistance, like a quail targeted by a venomous snake and knowing there was no escape. He hung his head in resignation, losing even the last bit of strength to struggle. He knew that in front of Kachu Shinobu, any explanation or excuse was futile and would only make the consequences worse. He only hoped now that Shinobu's punishment could be a bit. Well, for the sake of having just fought side by side and slaying an upper rank, slightly less original. Kachu Shinobu didn't give them any more chances to speak. She straightened up, and the smile that was gentle enough to make one's heart skip a beat retracted slightly, replaced by the professional, calm, and unquestionable tone she used during work as she clearly instructed the standby Kakashi members around her. Immediately lift the light Hashira and sound Hashira onto stretchers carefully. Prioritize treating their external injuries, clean and disinfect, stop the bleeding and bandage, and stabilize suspected fractures. Be gentle, but move quickly. Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Asok, you three come over as well to receive basic checkups and bandaging, especially for wound cleaning and toxin screening. Her gaze swept across the messy alley where demon blood flowed, and she continued to command. The blood and toxins of the upper rank demon remaining here are no small matter and must be handled according to the highest risk pollutant procedures. Thoroughly clean, incinerate, and purify, the soil also needs special treatment. No hidden dangers can be left behind. Yes, Shinobu-sama. The Kakashi members responded in unison and immediately began to act efficiently. Soon, professional medical stretchers were carefully brought over. Terayuki and Tenjin Yuzui were moved onto the stretchers by the Kakashi members with extremely professional, gentle yet firm movements. At the moment his body was lifted and sharp pain came from his wounds, Terayuki couldn't help but look once more at Kachu Shinobu, who was standing to the side, quietly seeing them off with her purple eyes. That gaze was calm and rippleless, yet it made Terayuki feel that it was even more hair-raising than facing Juyuteru's blood scythes. Chapter 58, I'm very disappointed in you. Returning to the butterfly mansion, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the noisy and bloody entertainment district. It was filled with the familiar, reassuring scent of herbs and wisteria flowers, yet it was also shrouded in an invisible layer of low-pressure frost. Tenjin Yuzui was settled into a clean ward. Although he had many wounds, most were superficial flesh wounds. The most troublesome toxin on his forehead had been effectively controlled by Terayuki's previous power of light purification and had not deeply eroded his system. Under the watchful supervision of his three wives, the nurses of the butterfly mansion meticulously cleaned, disinfected, and bandaged his wounds. The process was somewhat painful, but Tenjin gritted his teeth and didn't make much sound. He only occasionally glanced toward Terayuki's ward next door with a hint of fellow sufferer concern and a silent prayer of good luck to you. Meanwhile, in the private treatment room next door belonging to Terayuki, the atmosphere had dropped almost to the freezing point. Terayuki lay quietly on the examination bed, his upper body clothing removed, revealing deep and shallow wounds on his pale skin that, while initially treated, still looked hideous. Kachu Shinobu stood by the bed with her back to the window. The backlight made her face somewhat blurry, but those amethyst-like eyes shone with startling brightness and an equally startling coldness in the shadows. She didn't say a word, yet her movements were exceptionally precise and swift. Cleaning the wounds, removing potential debris, applying a special cooling analgesic ointment, and wrapping them with sterilized gauze and bandages. Every step was meticulous, perfectly demonstrating the exquisite medical skills of the master of the butterfly mansion. Her fingertips occasionally and inevitably touched Terayuki's skin. The temperature was even colder than it had been in the entertainment district, as if it lacked any of the warmth belonging to a living person. Throughout the entire process, Shinobu did not speak a single word. Even her breathing was so light it was almost inaudible. only the slight clinking of instruments, the sound of ointment being applied, and the subtle friction of the bandages being wrapped echoed in the excessively quiet room, creating a pressure that made it hard to breathe. Terayuki looked at her tightly pursed lips and her expressionless profile, his heart feeling like 15 buckets in a well, constantly going up and down in agitation. He knew she was angry, and very, very angry at that. He wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere, even if it was just to explain that the wounds weren't really that heavy. He opened his mouth and had just let out a breathy sound. "Shinobu, actually these injuries of mine are just. Please do not speak to me." Shinobu's voice rang out calmly, interrupting him. She didn't even look at him, her gaze focused on the bandage she was knotting, her tone as flat as if she were stating a medical fact. "My medical skills are too poor," she continued, her hands not stopping as she neatly tucked in the end of the bandage. "If you converse with me during the treatment, it might cause unnecessary secondary injury to your condition due to my distraction or error. For your safety and rapid recovery, please remain quiet." The words were polite, even carrying a hint of thinking of you, but the detachment and icy sarcasm within them pricked Terayuki's heart like needles. He sensibly shut his mouth and could only watch as Shinobu finished the final bandaging, then straightened up and began to pack away the medical instruments. After dealing with all the wounds, Shinobu finally turned her gaze toward Terayuki, but those purple eyes held no emotion, only a businesslike scrutiny. She spoke, her voice still flat and waveless, like a precise medical report. "Tests show no residual demon poison in the body. The power of light purification effect was complete. There are 17 external injuries in total, 13 of which are superficial scratches and abrasions, which have been cleaned and bandaged. 4 are deeper, located on the left waist, right forearm, left shoulder, and outer right thigh. No foreign objects were inside the wounds, and suturing is complete. Preliminary healing is expected within 2 weeks. Please avoid large or forceful movements of these limbs and your torso in the near future to prevent the wounds from reopening and affecting healing." She paused, seemingly thinking if there was anything else to add, then continued in that emotionless tone. "As for the depletion of your life essence and power of light caused by forcibly pushing your power earlier, there are currently no signs of deterioration, but the recovery speed remains extremely slow. This cannot be cured by external medicine. Absolute rest is still required. Avoid any form of power consumption and mental burden, and rely on time and natural sunlight for slow recuperation. This is currently the only, and most effective, method." Having said all this, she seemed to think she had finished her duties. She picked up the packed medical tray and turned to leave, as if staying 1 second longer would be a waste. "Shinobu." Terayuki grew anxious and almost instinctively reached out, grabbing her wrist, the one still holding the gauze, just as she was about to pull away. It felt icy to the touch. "I was wrong." Shinobu's footsteps stopped. She didn't immediately pull away, but slowly and very stiffly turned around. Her face once again wore that flawless, gentle smile, but in those purple eyes, there was still no hint of warmth, only a bottomless coldness and disappointment. "Lord Light Hashira," she said, gently pulling her hand back, her voice soft yet every word like ice, "where could you have possibly been wrong? You simply went out for a walk, and together managed to slay a demon ranked as Upper Moon 6, achieving such an unparalleled feat and removing a major threat for the Demon Slayer Corps. How can you speak of being wrong? I should be congratulating you." Terayuki's heart sank. He knew that the more polite Shinobu was, and the more she congratulated him, the angrier and more disappointed she truly was. He lowered his head, not daring to look into her eyes, his voice dropping as well, filled with unprecedented sincerity and regret. "I shouldn't have spoken ill of you, nor should I have disparaged your medical skills. You take such good care of everyone in the Butterfly Mansion. At the time, I was, speaking without thinking, talking nonsense." He paused, his fingers unconsciously tugging gently at the corner of Shinobu's sleeve, a gesture that was almost childishly pleasing and dependent. His voice grew even softer, carrying a faint, unnoticeable tremble and plea. "Little Shinobu, I really was wrong." "Little Shinobu." This form of address was like a stone cast into a deep pool, stirring violent ripples in the calm, waveless lake of Shinobu's heart. This was the first time Terayuki had called her that to her face. This was the exclusive nickname that once belonged only to her dearest sister, the sister who had shone as warmly as sunlight but was ultimately swallowed by the darkness. Shinobu's body swayed almost imperceptibly. The smile on her face finally vanished completely, replaced by a complex expression mixed with disbelief, pain, and a deeper disappointment. She looked at Terayuki's bowed head, at the unfeigned regret on his pale face, and heard that long-lost, pleading little Shinobu. However, this did not bring her the slightest comfort. Instead, it was like a key, opening the floodgates to all the worry, fear, grievance, and anger that had accumulated in her heart over the past few days. You think... For the first time, Shinobu's voice lost all its calm and pretense, carrying an uncontrollable tremble and sharp pain. She took a sudden step forward, the mist in her purple eyes finally condensing, yet she stubbornly refused to let it fall. You think I'm angry because of those bastards' words you said? Yes, those words were excessive and hurtful. But I caught you, Shinobu, am not so petty as to hold a grudge and brood over a colleague's few joking, childish disparagements. Her chest heaved violently, as if she were using all her strength to control her emotions. Her voice gradually rose, carrying an excitement that bordered on a breakdown. What I am angry about is that you disregarded your own body, which had just crawled back from death's door. You dared to sneak out of the butterfly mansion behind my back to once again carry out such a dangerous mission, facing a demon in a life-or-death situation. Wasn't the lesson of the Mugen train enough? You almost died. You were unconscious for 3 whole months. 3 months. Do you know how I spent those 3 months? Every single day worrying if you would stop breathing the next second. Every time I changed your medicine, every time I checked on you, I was afraid of seeing a worse result. Do you think your life is so tough, so remarkable, that you can just gamble with it over and over again so casually? Her eyes were bright red, and tears welled up but stubbornly refused to fall. She stared intently at Terayuki, as if wanting to carve his current pathetic and bewildered appearance into her heart. What I am even angrier about is why this time was the same as the last. As soon as you go out, you happen to encounter an upper moon again. You saved Mr. Rengoku, and this time you just happened to save Mr. Tenjin, who was in danger. You always manage to appear at the most critical moment, always just right, to turn the tide and change what would have been a tragic ending. Haitru Terayuki. This was the first time she had called him by his full name with such a tone of heartbroken lament, her voice filled with helplessness and questioning. Why must you always keep things from me? It was the same before the Mugen train departed, and this time when you secretly followed Tenjin. Do you know how scared I was? How scared I was in my heart when I heard from AI that you had left with Tenjin, and heard her stammering, yet perfectly repeating those words of yours about not caring and even belittling my medical skills. I was afraid that, like last time, you would be carried back at some unknown moment, unconscious and covered in blood, and no matter how I called or treated you, you wouldn't respond. I was afraid I wouldn't be able to save you. I was afraid the medicine of the butterfly mansion would no longer work on you. Shinobu's breathing was rapid. A single tear finally escaped and slid down her pale cheek, but she quickly raised her hand and wiped it away forcefully, as if it were a symbol of weakness. She took a deep breath, seemingly having exhausted her last bit of strength. Her voice dropped, carrying a deeper weariness and a kind of disheartened disappointment. I'm not insisting on interfering with your actions, nor do I distrust your judgment and strength. But we are colleagues, we are. Comrades who can fight side by side and trust each other with our backs on the battlefield, right? At least that's what I always thought. But what about you? Time and again, you keep the most dangerous parts, your true intentions, and even the real state of your own body hidden away tight. You make me feel that all my concern, all my worry, all the effort I put into finding ways to treat and care for you is redundant, that I am not trusted by you. What do you take me for? A tool that only needs to listen to orders and heal wounds. She gave Terayuki one last look. There was no longer anger in that gaze, only a heavy weariness and detachment, as if something that had always held them together had shattered at this moment. "Terayuki, I really am very disappointed in you." After saying this, she seemed to have used up all her strength and courage. She could no longer face Terayuki's face, which had instantly turned as pale as paper and was filled with helplessness and shock. She turned abruptly and almost fled, rushing out of the treatment room, leaving only a bang of the door closing, not particularly heavy, yet sounding as if it had slammed against one's heart. The door closed, sealing away the last bit of warmth from Shinobu's scent of wisteria and bitter herbs outside. The treatment room fell into a dead silence. Only the gradually fading light outside the window cast a long, lonely shadow on the floor. Terayuki sat blankly on the examination bed, maintaining his reaching gesture. His fingertips seemed to still hold the fleeting sensation of the soft fabric when he had tugged at her sleeve and the icy temperature of her wrist. Every word of Shinobu's final speech, every question, every sob, was like a red-hot branding iron, searing his heart over and over again. It was sharper than Juyuteru's blood sickles, emptier, and more painful than the exhaustion of his essence after universal illumination. So, what she was angry about was never those joking disparagements he used to fool Tenjin. She was angry that he didn't cherish himself and risked his lifetime and again. She was angry that he once again chose to bear it alone, excluding her from his circle of trust. She was angry that he seemed to never truly view her as a comrade to whom he could entrust his back and share his secrets. Disappointed. Terayuki repeated the word in a low voice, his voice dry and hoarse. His heart felt as if it were being gripped and kneaded repeatedly by an invisible hand. The dull pain made it almost impossible to breathe, and even the newly bandaged wounds began to throb with pain. This pain was far deeper and harder to bear than any physical trauma. It was a dull ache born of being rejected, pushed away, and even given up on by the person he cared about most. Before, he had only thought about how to hide that unspeakable secret, how to achieve the goal of changing the future, how to deal with the potential questioning of his colleagues, and how to use seemingly reasonable lies to cover other lies. He had been calculating and self-righteous, yet he had never truly or seriously considered how his seemingly unavoidable concealment and arbitrary actions would hurt those who sincerely cared for and worried about him, especially Shinobu, the girl who always used a gentle smile to disguise her heart and valued the safety of the butterfly mansion and every comrade more than her own life. He hadn't considered the worry and the sense of distrust he brought them. He seemed to have truly done wrong, and he was wrong to a ridiculous degree, wrong enough to hurt someone deeply. He was the only one left in the treatment room, along with the sky being swallowed bit by the twilight outside. Terayuki slowly, extremely slowly, curled up his body and buried his face deep into his cold palms, his broad shoulders trembling almost imperceptibly. A sense of helplessness heavier and colder than when he was gravely injured and dying, along with overwhelming regret, submerged him completely like a tide. This time, there was no sunlight to dispel the gloom, because the one who had created this gloom was none other than himself. Chapter 59, I Like You. The next day, as the faint morning light filtered through the clean paper windows of the clinic, the room was illuminated with a transparent brightness. The light dispelled the night's chill, but it could not clear the heavy, stagnant, and almost tangible sense of estrangement and awkwardness permeating the air. Kachu Shinobu, like a precise clock, pushed the door open and entered on time, carrying her usual medicine tray. Her face once again bore that impeccable, almost perfectly formulaic gentle smile. The curve of her lips and the warmth in her eyes were the same as usual, as if the girl who had lost control of her emotions, wept in disappointment, and spoke heart-wrenching words last night was merely a too vivid hallucination. Only the two extremely faint dark circles under her eyes, skillfully concealed with powder, betrayed a hint of the truth. She didn't look at Terayuki, walking straight to the bedside and placing the medicine tray gently on the low table. Her movements were soft and standard, yet carried a businesslike, brook-no-argument sense of distance. She first checked the deepest wound on Terayuki's waist and abdomen, applied a new, bitter-smelling ointment, and rewrapped it with snowy white bandages. Her movements remained professional and efficient, but the temperature of her fingertips was even colder than yesterday. When she touched his skin, Terayuki couldn't help but shrink back slightly. Next, she picked up the bowl of dark brown herbal medicine that was still steaming slightly. Gently stirring it with a small spoon to dissipate the excess heat, her movements meticulous. Throughout the entire process, she didn't say a word. She didn't ask how the wound felt, didn't give any instructions, and even kept her breathing deliberately light, as if trying her best to minimize her presence and finish the treatment process as quickly as possible. Terayuki leaned against the headboard, his gaze fixed unblinkingly on her lowered profile. The morning light outlined her soft, yet slightly tense silhouette. Her long eyelashes cast shallow shadows on her eyelids, trembling slightly with her subtle movements. Looking at her, his heart felt as if it were weighed down by a giant boulder soaked in ice water. Heavy, cold, and so stifling he could barely breathe. After Shinobu left last night, the phrase "I'm so disappointed in you," along with her final cold and resolute gaze, echoed and swirled in his mind like a most vicious curse. It gnawed at his remaining sanity, keeping him awake all night and making his wounds throb. He knew that this time, the nature of the situation had completely changed. It wasn't a minor friction that could be easily brushed aside with banter or a sincere apology. He had touched her bottom line, concerning trust, comrades, and life. Just as Kachu Shinobu brought a spoonful of medicine at the right temperature to his lips, the familiar, reassuringly bitter fragrance of the herbs wafted into his nose, only to further stir the roiling bitterness and trepidation in his heart. Terayuki finally couldn't help himself. His Adam's apple bobbed as he spoke in a dry, raspy voice, his tone cautious and tentative. "Shinobu." The hand Kachu Shinobu used to deliver the medicine paused almost imperceptibly, but the movement was so small it was nearly undetectable, and she quickly regained her steadiness. She didn't look up or respond, merely signaling him to drink the medicine with her calm, waveless purple eyes. There was no urging or impatience in that gaze, only a businesslike indifference. Terayuki's heart contracted, and he obediently opened his mouth to swallow the spoonful of medicine. An extreme bitterness exploded on the tip of his tongue and slid down his throat, yet it was not even a 10,000th of the agony in his heart. He swallowed with difficulty. Seeing Shinobu scoop up another spoonful, her poise so calm it was almost cruel, he finally mustered his remaining courage and said in a tone as calm as possible, yet still carrying an unmistakable tremor, "Shinobu, about last night?" "Aye." "Terayuki-san." Kachu Shinobu interrupted him gently, her voice as calm as if she were discussing the heat for processing medicinal herbs today rather than the heart-wrenching argument from last night. She didn't even stop her feeding motion, simply stating facts. Your external wounds are recovering adequately, but the depletion of the power of light and the exhaustion of your life essence cannot be healed overnight. It requires long-term, absolute quiet rest and systematic recuperation. As she spoke, she continued to bring the spoon to his lips, her movements smooth and natural, as if completing a preset program. While the Butterfly Mansion is well-equipped and suitable for wounded members to recuperate, it is, after all, a place of complex affairs with frequent foot traffic. There are also many emotional fluctuations and emergencies among the various patients. Her gaze fell upon the dark liquid swaying in the bowl as she analyzed flatly. For you, who needs extreme mental tranquility and the avoidance of any external interference or emotional upheaval to nurture your fundamental injuries, this environment may not be the best choice. It might even hinder a complete and steady recovery. Her words were clear and logical, spoken entirely from the perspective of a top physician considering the patient's optimal recovery. But every word was like a small block of ice being stacked on Terayuki's heart, causing it to sink bit by bit into an icy abyss as a chill spread through his limbs. Therefore, I have given it careful consideration. Shinobu finally looked up, her amethyst-like eyes gazing calmly at Terayuki. Gone was the intense anger and deep disappointment of yesterday. All that remained was a pure, clinical assessment belonging to a healer, along with a crystal-clear, polite distance. Once your external wounds have basically healed and the stitches are removed, allowing you to move around freely without causing secondary injury, Her voice was clear and steady, carrying an unquestionable decisiveness. Please leave the butterfly mansion and return to your own Hashira estate to recuperate. The environment there is quieter and more independent, making it more suitable for your long-term rehabilitative training and rest. What? Terayuki's eyes widened suddenly, his golden pupils constricting in shock. He looked at Shinobu in disbelief, the bedsheet he unconsciously gripped bunching into a ball. Leave the butterfly mansion, return to his own estate. Why? Terayuki's voice rose slightly due to the sudden surge of excitement and panic, carrying a fluster and a hint of grievance he hadn't even noticed. My injuries aren't fully healed. My power of light hasn't recovered. I still need treatment and care. The Butterfly Mansion is the best medical facility in the Demon Slayer Corps. You're here, the best medicine is here, and it's the most suitable place for recovery. I don't want to leave. He urgently listed reasons, as if doing so could change her mind. The Butterfly Mansion is indeed a place that provides medical treatment for all wounded members of the Demon Slayer Corps. Shinobu's voice remained steady, even adopting a touch of appropriate, apologetic softness. However, the resolve in her words was coldly clear and unmistakable. But the primary principle of the Butterfly Mansion is to treat and accept those members who are willing to trust their comrades, actively cooperate with treatment, and refrain from making unauthorized decisions that jeopardize their own recovery. Terayuki-kun's recent actions have proven multiple times that you do not fully trust the diagnostic and treatment plans of the Butterfly Mansion, and you lack the most basic cautious awareness and cooperative attitude toward your own injuries. She set down the medicine bowl and picked up a clean cloth, gently wiping a bit of medicine residue that had accidentally stained the corner of Terayuki's mouth. The movement was as gentle as if she were handling a fragile piece of precious porcelain, but her eyes were as cold as a frozen lake in midwinter, reflecting not a hint of warmth. More importantly, her voice lowered slightly, yet every word was clear, striking the silent air. The Butterfly Mansion does not welcome those who do not trust their comrades. A person who cannot maintain basic honesty with the comrades they fight alongside, who habitually shoulders the most dangerous parts and true intentions alone, even at the cost of their own safety to hide things, cannot be ensured the most proper and reassuring care by us, even if they stay at the Butterfly Mansion. Because no one knows if at some moment you will once again, for some unavoidable reason, hide your true condition or physical state and take unauthorized action, placing yourself in danger and causing those who care about you unnecessary worry and fear. I didn't distrust you, Terayuki wanted to defend himself urgently, to pour his heart out. But as he spoke and met Shinobu's calm, waveless purple eyes, which seemed to have long since seen through the essence of everything, all his intense words were like hitting an invisible wall of ice, frozen stiff and stuck deep in his throat, unable to utter another syllable. Part Gemini 3-1 flashlight. Yes, everything he had done, from hiding his injuries to leave with Tenjin, to bearing the burden alone during the fight, to all those self-righteous concealments before last night. How could he possibly have the right to confidently say the words, "I trust you"? Your actions have already said everything, Terayuki-kun. Kachu Shinobu shook her head gently. The formulaic smile on her face was tinged with a faint, genuine exhaustion, as if dealing with him was an incredibly draining task. Your fondness for Butterfly Mansion is perhaps merely a habitual reliance on the relatively comfortable, well-cared-for environment here, or some kind of, towards my role as a healer. She paused, seemingly searching for a more precise word, and ultimately chose a phrasing that made Terayuki's heart ache, some kind of temporary delusion born from the need for treatment. But that does not change the root of the problem. She stood up and began to methodically tidy up the scattered instruments on the medicine tray, her movements efficient as she prepared to leave. Her tone returned to its initial flatness, as if she were simply giving a routine medical instruction. Until your external wounds have healed, I will continue to be responsible for your daily treatment and medication. As for the road ahead, please, Light Hashira, take care of yourself. I wish you a speedy recovery and a return to the battlefield. Wait. Seeing Kachu Shinobu finish packing and turn to leave, and in such a way, almost like an expulsion, a complete drawing of boundaries, cold and rational to the point of cruelty. The panic that had been fermenting in Terayuki's heart since last night, combined with the sharp premonition that he was about to lose something truly important, instantly breached all dams of reason. He could no longer care about the pain of his wounds, his embarrassment, or any careful deliberation. He suddenly reached out and grabbed the wrist of Kachu Shinobu, who was preparing to turn away with the empty medicine tray. His hand trembled slightly from the exertion, his fingertips cold, yet he gripped it tightly, as if it were the only piece of driftwood a drowning person could grasp. "I don't want to leave Butterfly Mansion." Terayuki lifted his head, staring intently at Kachu Shinobu's suddenly turned profile. His eyes held an unprecedented, almost obsessive seriousness, and an urgent, almost pleading light that he hadn't even realized himself. "I don't want to leave here either. I don't want to leave your side." He was incoherent, his mind in chaos, but one thought remained crystal clear. He could not let her walk away like this, could not be pushed away like this, exiled to a cold, empty world without her. Driven by extreme panic and a desperate, all-or-nothing impulse, the words that had lingered in his heart for so long, words he had always suppressed for various reasons and never truly pondered or faced, burst forth like a trapped beast breaking free from all restraints. "I like you, Shinobu." As the words fell, the treatment room plunged into a dead silence. Even the birds chirping outside the window and the faint sounds in the distance seemed to vanish in that moment. Terayuki could clearly feel the slender wrist he held in his palm stiffen instantly, the cold temperature seemingly transferring to his fingertips. He held his breath, his heart pounding wildly in his chest, threatening to shatter his ribs. He stared intently at Kachu Shinobu, watching her eyelashes tremble slightly. His heart was filled with immense anxiety and a faint, absurd expectation that even he felt was ridiculous. Perhaps such a straightforward, reckless confession could make her understand his feelings, could make her soften, could make her stay. However, none of the reactions he had anticipated occurred. There was no gasp of surprise, no shy avoidance, no offended anger, not even the slightest ripple of emotion. Kachu Shinobu simply stood there quietly, her back straight, allowing him to hold her wrist without immediately pulling away. Time seemed to flow for centuries in the suffocating silence, or perhaps it was only a few seconds. Then, slowly but firmly, she began to pull her wrist inch by inch from Terayuki's palm, which was damp with sweat from his nervousness. The movement was not fast, one could even call it gentle, yet it carried an irresistible, unquestionable, and chilling force. The force was not great, yet it easily shattered all of Terayuki's persistence. She finally lifted her head to look at Terayuki. The morning light happened to fall upon her face, making her amethyst-like eyes appear clear and bright, yet shockingly cold. The last lingering trace of emotion within them had completely calmed and frozen, leaving only bottomless depths mixed with exhaustion, realization, and something more piercing and despairing than the intense disappointment of last night. A cold, absolute disappointment. Terayuki-san, her voice was very soft, as light as a falling feather, yet it was like the sharpest ice blade. Each word, clear and distinct, sliced through the stagnant air and precisely, cruelly sliced into Terayuki's heart, which was pounding wildly from expectation and fear. "You have disappointed me so much." She paused, looking at Terayuki's instantly pale face and those golden eyes that had suddenly lost their luster, her tone calm to the point of cruelty. "Now, can even these words be used as an excuse to make me stay?" She no longer looked at him, as if one more glance would be a waste of time. She turned, picked up the packed medicine tray, and left the treatment room without looking back, her pace still steady but slightly faster than when she had arrived. The wooden door closed gently behind her with a soft click. In the oppressive silence of the room, however, it sounded like a 1,000-pound hammer slamming into Terayuki's already overwhelmed heart. Terayuki sat blankly on the bed, his hand still outstretched, stiff as a statue. His palm still retained the sensation of Kachu Shinobu's slender, cold wrist, a sensation that had finally and mercilessly slipped away. Her final words, "You have disappointed me so much," echoed and amplified in his ears, along with her chillingly calm tone. It was more piercing than her accusations from the night before, leaving him with a bone-chilling coldness and bewilderment. He had confessed. He had exhausted his last ounce of courage, cast aside all his reservations, and shouted out those words that had been buried deep in his heart, words whose weight he himself had not fully understood. Yet, it had only earned him deeper alienation, more absolute disappointment, and a door that had been mercilessly closed in his face. He seemed to have made things worse, so bad that it might be beyond repair. However, Terayuki, immersed in his immense shock, bewilderment, and self-loathing, did not see, and would never know outside the door that slender purple figure did not leave the moment it closed. She leaned against the cold, hard wall, her knuckles white and trembling slightly as she gripped the medicine tray. The cold, calm, impeccable mask on her face shattered instantly, revealing a rare, almost wretched panic. She bit her bloodless lower lip, trying to calm her suddenly erratic, drum-like heartbeat. But her cheeks and ears were uncontrollably and rapidly suffused with a scorching crimson, a red so vivid it spread down to her slender neck, half hidden by her collar, like red plum blossoms suddenly blooming in the snow. As if starved of oxygen, she took several hurried, silent, deep breaths, her chest heaving slightly, before she could barely suppress the strange, surging heat and the palpitations that threatened to overwhelm her reason. She closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, a trace of lingering moisture and self-reproach remained in her gaze. She hurried away as if fleeing, her slightly uneven footsteps echoing through the wooden corridor, as if something terrifying and unsettling was chasing her from behind. Only her exquisitely shaped earlobes, flushed so red they seemed ready to drip blood in the morning light, and the uncontrollable trembling of her fingertips, silently betrayed that her inner state was far from the calm, cold, and unfeeling facade she presented. Those emotions were too complex and overwhelming. Even she herself could not fully decipher them in that moment. Chapter 60, The Second Meeting. Inside the consultation room, Terayuki sat blankly on the cold bed for a long time, until the brilliant morning light outside the window gradually shifted, turning into the blazing white light of noon, then slowly staining with the warm orange of dusk, until finally, the last sliver of daylight was gently swallowed by the deep blue of night. Shinobu's last words, the cold and decisive sensation when she withdrew her hand, and the sight of her back as she walked away without a single lingering glance replayed and froze in his exhausted mind like the clearest nightmare. "You've disappointed me too much." These words were sharper than Juyuteru's blood sickles, emptier than the void of depleted essence after universal illumination, and more corrosive to the mind than any known demon poison, making him feel a slowly freezing chill from the inside out. He slumped back onto the bed, feeling numb even to the pain of his wounds being pulled as he adjusted his posture. He gazed at the ceiling, blurred and dim with the deepening twilight, his mind a chaotic mess, until only 3 large words remained, circled in bold with an echo, circling and crashing there in vain. "I'm screwed." This time, he had truly messed up. He had smashed it to pieces, completely and utterly, with no room for redemption in sight. What he thought was an ultimate confession and a last-ditch effort to make amends had, under Shinobu's cold and cruel analysis, likely become the most frivolous, irresponsible, and perhaps even the clumsiest form of sophistry and deflection. She didn't even give him a chance to explain, make amends, or even just get close, directly pronouncing a death sentence. Leave once your wounds are healed, for the Butterfly Mansion does not welcome those who do not trust their comrades. And his confession, in her eyes, was perhaps just a footnote that made this judgment seem even more farcical and disappointing. A massive wave of dejection, mixed with a strange, hollow panic, grew and spread like cold vines from the deepest part of his soul, tightly wrapping around his heart and squeezing tighter until he could barely breathe. It seemed he hadn't just messed up his relationship with Shinobu, but had also lost himself. In the days that followed, the Butterfly Mansion seemed shrouded in an invisible, low-pressure frost. Kachu Shinobu still arrived on time every day to change Terayuki's dressings, check on him, and deliver his decoctions, performing all the procedures meticulously and perfectly fulfilling her duties as a top physician. However, the communication between the two was limited to the most necessary and briefest of medical dialogues. "Time to change the dressing. Please turn on your side. Temperature is normal. Please finish this bowl of medicine while it's hot." Her voice was always calm, gentle, and polite, yet it carried a formulaic coldness that kept people at a distance. Whenever Terayuki tried to speak, even if it was just to ask how is the weather today, or to clumsily bring up an irrelevant topic, Shinobu would, in the softest yet most unquestionable way, lead the conversation back to the recovery of his injuries or simply end the dialogue with a please rest well. Speaking will affect the efficacy of the medicine. She no longer maintained eye contact with him for long, and she deliberately kept a safe distance in her movements, as if he were just a troublesome patient, in need of special care, rather than the Terayuki-kun she once joked with, complained to, or even showed her true emotions to. This deliberately maintained, cold doctor-patient distance caused the atmosphere of the entire butterfly mansion to drop by several degrees for some reason. The nurses lightened their footsteps, spoke in hushed tones, and even when Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inasu came to visit, they could feel that invisible oppression and became cautious. Everyone vaguely knew that the light Hashira seemed to have annoyed the insect Hashira, but the specific reason was unknown to anyone, leaving them to guess secretly and exchange worried glances in private. And while the butterfly mansion maintained this fragile peace on the surface, the second Hashira meeting regarding Haitru Terayuki was quietly convened in that familiar, dim, quiet room at the initiative of Kachu Shinobu. It was once again a secret gathering, bypassing the master. The Hashira present were the same as last time. Wind Hashira Seinmi Shinizugawa, Sound Hashira Tenjin Yuzui, Love Hashira Mitsuri Kenroji, Serpent Hashira Iguro Obanai, Paragraph Muichiro Takido, Water Hashira Jiutomioka, Flame Hashira Kyojuro Rengoku, and the insect Hashira Kachu Shinobu, who presided over the meeting. The light from the oil lamps cast the flickering shadows of the seated group onto the walls. The atmosphere was even more solemn than the last time because this time, there were more specific and difficult-to-explain facts that needed to be analyzed. Kachu Shinobu sat at the head of the table, her face devoid of her usual gentle smile, her purple eyes appearing exceptionally deep and calm under the candlelight, even carrying a hint of sharpness. She recounted the entertainment district incident from beginning to end as objectively, and in as much detail as possible, including how Terayuki had coincidentally intervened, how he had proactively requested to follow, how he had demonstrated an understanding of the nature of the twin demons during the battle, and how he had accurately pointed out the key requirement of simultaneous decapitation at the final moment. She also mentioned Terayuki's misleading statements about his injuries and the slander and defamation he had directed at her medical skills and character, while at the Butterfly Mansion in order to obtain permission to go out. Of course, she did not mention a word about the heated argument in the consultation room, nor that heart-pounding confession and the even colder rejection, as if that interlude had never occurred. In conclusion, Shinobu's voice was clear and steady, echoing in the silent room Terayuki-kun's series of actions during this entertainment district incident, whether it was the timing of his intervention, his understanding of the targets, his deliberate concealment of his own state, or his predictive judgments during the battle, all point once again to a fact we cannot avoid. He possesses key information about the upper moons, and perhaps even Muzen Kibitsuji himself, that far exceeds our current intelligence level. Furthermore, he chose to explain it with vague reasons like premonition, coincidence, or keen observation, deliberately concealing the true source and completeness of the information from us. Her purple eyes slowly scanned every Hashira present, her gaze finally landing on the slightly frowning Tenjin Yuzui as her tone grew heavier. I believe we must seriously reevaluate. Just how much more does Haitru Terayuki know that we don't about the weaknesses, movements, and abilities of the upper moons, about Muzen's schemes, and even about the future of the Demon Slayer Corps itself? And what is the true motive behind his choice to conceal this information? This has already far exceeded the scope of what special constitution or innate premonition can explain. Tenjin Yuzui crossed his arms as he listened to Shinobu's statement. Although he also felt there were many suspicious points about Terayuki, he recalled their experience fighting side by side in the entertainment district and how Terayuki had fought to the death to assist him, even using his remaining power of light to help purify the toxins. His ill will toward Terayuki was not strong. Instead, he felt Shinobu's accusations were a bit too sharp. He scratched his head and spoke up. "Kachu, could you be making a bit of a fuss? I was present for the entire incident this time." While that kid is a bit mysterious and doesn't tell the whole truth, I don't think he necessarily knew everything in advance. Think about it, when I first went to the Butterfly Mansion to borrow people, I happened to run into his 3 noisy Tsugyuko making a scene, which caught his attention and led him to proactively ask what was going on. To me, it didn't seem like a premeditated intervention, but rather like he encountered something interesting or a colleague in trouble and joined in as the opportunity arose. You know his personality. After lying in bed for 3 months, he was probably bored to death. Kachu Shinobu listened quietly, and only after Tenjin finished did she slightly tilt her head, her purple eyes looking at him calmly, her voice still without a ripple. "Is that so? Is that what you think, Tenjin-san?" She paused and, in a leading tone, gently tossed out a question. "Then, please recall carefully, from the moment you left the Butterfly Mansion and infiltrated the entertainment district until the final battle. Was there any moment where Terayuki-kun said something, made a judgment, or gave a suggestion, the kind that sounds like something he should have known, rather than a conclusion he could easily reach through on-the-spot observation and analysis?" The casual expression on Tenjin's face froze instantly. He subconsciously began to follow Shinobu's lead, rapidly recalling every detail of the entire trip to the entertainment district. From Terayuki's proactive request to follow, to his claim of already having some gains at the rendezvous, to his understanding of the relationship between Juyutaro and Daki, and his certainty about simultaneous decapitation. And the things Terayuki had said to him about the musical score. The more he thought, the tighter Tenjin's brow furrowed, and his expression gradually became solemn. Details he hadn't cared about at the time now seemed inexplicably eerie when linked together under Shinobu's prompting. Terayuki's knowing always seemed to be one step ahead of their discovering, and that certainty didn't seem like a guess, but more like a statement of fact. Seeing his troubled expression and deep thought, a flash of realization crossed the depths of Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes, but her tone remained flat. "It seems Tenjin-san has already recalled something." Her words drew everyone's gaze to Tenjin Yuzui. With his brow furrowed and his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table, Tenjin spoke slowly, his voice carrying uncertainty and deepening doubt. "The 5 of us split up to gather intelligence, agreeing to meet at noon the next day to summarize. Yet when we gathered the next day, Terayuki told us directly that he had probably already found the demon's stronghold. At the time, I just thought he was efficient, lucky, or had gotten the key information from the Warin Rika. But thinking about it now, the entertainment district is so large, and the 3 target shops have complex backgrounds and heavy security. How did he, a newcomer with no clear clues or inside help, lock onto the demon so accurately and quickly in just one night? This efficiency is a bit unnaturally high." Iguro Obanai's raspy voice rang out, full of scrutiny. "This doesn't directly prove he knew in advance. Perhaps he has extraordinary observation skills, or used some scouting method we're unaware of." Tenjin shook his head and continued, his gaze turning sharp, "And he seems to have an unusual understanding of my fighting style and even my musical score." He looked at the 2 most senior Hashira present, Paragraph and Jiyu Tomioka, and asked in a heavy voice, "Haimjima-san, Jiyu, my musical score technique requires extremely high battle rhythm and anticipation, and only works against specific opponents and situations. I haven't used it fully in actual combat for a very long time. Have either of you privately mentioned or described exactly what my musical score is to Terayuki?" Jaiomai Haimjima pressed his hands together and slowly shook his head. "Namu, never. Although I have had exchanges with donor Terayuki, they were mostly about Buddhist principles and beliefs. We never discussed the specific combat techniques of the other Hashira." Jiyu Tomioka also shook his head expressionlessly. No, he was succinct. The other Hashira, such as Seinmi Shinazugawa, Mitsuri Kenroji, and Muichiro Takedo, knew even less about it. They weren't even sure what specific ability of Tenjin's the musical score referred to. Tenjin took a deep breath, the confusion in his eyes growing. But in the entertainment district, facing Juyutaro, Terayuki said to me, "Use your most skillful and flamboyant way to complete your musical score." Not only did he know the term musical score, but he also seemed very clear about its function and significance. How did he know this? He paused, his voice growing deeper. And then there's the key intel that twin demons must be beheaded simultaneously. At the time, I also thought it was his keen observation, deduced from seeing Juyutaro emerge from Daki's body and the demonic connection between them. But combined with how quickly he found the demon's stronghold and his knowledge of the musical score. Looking back, his words were too certain, too matter-of-fact, as if he knew this rule long ago rather than discovering a pattern during the battle. Kyojuro Rengoku had been listening with a serious expression, but when Tenjin mentioned Terayuki's understanding of fighting styles, his golden red pupils suddenly contracted as he remembered something, and his face changed instantly. He spoke in a low voice, his tone carrying a hint of unbelievable realization. The Mugen train, when facing Akaza, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Rengoku. Kyojuro Rengoku clenched his fists and recalled, "At that time, I was in a fierce battle with Akaza. His destructive kill, Compass Needle, can sense fighting spirit and predict attacks, making him extremely difficult to deal with. After Terayuki arrived, he only watched for a moment before telling me with absolute certainty during a gap in the exchange. His Compass Needle is based on sensing the flow of fighting spirit." Rengoku looked at everyone, his eyes sharp. I was focused on the battle then, and only thought his eyesight was amazing and his warning timely. But thinking about it now, Akaza's Compass Needle is the core secret of his blood demon art. How did Terayuki accurately state its principle and the direction for a countermeasure in such a short time, after only a few glances? It's almost as if he knew all along. In the quiet room, there was a deathly silence, broken only by the occasional crackle of the oil lamp's wick. Tenjin's doubts about the rapid localization of the demon's stronghold, the knowledge of the musical score, and the certainty of the twin beheading, added to Kyojuro Rengoku's shocking recollection about Terayuki seeing through the core of an upper moon three's blood demon art at a glance. These fragments pieced together pointed to a possibility that made all the Hashira feel a chill down their spines, yet they could no longer easily dismiss it as coincidence, premonition, or talent. Haitru Terayuki, the newly appointed Light Hashira who possessed the power of light, had risked his life to save his colleagues, and was held in high regard by the master, seemed to truly possess some kind of precognition ability regarding the future or the truth that they could not understand or reach. And he chose to reveal this information in scattered, obscure, and even misleading ways. Why is he hiding it? How much does he know? What is his ultimate goal? Chapter 61 Testing. Bang! Seinmi Shinizugawa reached the end of his patience and slammed his palm onto the heavy wooden table. The dull, heavy thud caused the flame of the oil lamp on the table to flicker violently. The scars on his face twisted, and his eyes grew fierce as he growled, suppressing his rage, "That bastard. He's absolutely hiding a lot of things from us. What premonitions, what fate, it's all total bullshit. I'm going to the Butterfly Mansion right now, drag him out of bed, and get the truth out of him. Let's see what other stories he can cook up." Kachu Shinobu's purple eyes shifted slightly as she cast a calm glance at the agitated Seinmi, her voice devoid of emotion. "If you go now, you'll only get the same result as last time. He will repeat that same rhetoric about fate and premonitory dreams, perhaps adding even more moving details and helpless sighs. And then, can you distinguish which words are true and which are false? Aside from alerting the enemy and making him more guarded against us, or even potentially triggering an unnecessary conflict, you won't gain anything. Then, what do you suggest we do?" Seinmi Shinizugawa grabbed his hair in frustration and glared at Kachu. "Just wait here like this. Wait for him to foresee something else and then hide it from us while he goes off to do something big. This time we were lucky, and he only faced Upper Moon 6. What if next time he foresees Upper Moon 1 or Musen himself? Is he going to sneak off to his death then, too? Iguro Obanai's raspy voice came from the shadows, carrying a snake-like coldness and decisiveness. Sane me is right. We cannot continue to let this slide. A comrade who holds unknown key information yet chooses to hide it from his allies is potentially no less dangerous than a known upper moon. We must take action, at least to place him within a controllable range and find out exactly what he knows, and whose side he is truly on. But Kyojiro Rengoku spoke in a deep voice, his gold and red eyes flickering with a complex light. He looked around at everyone, his tone firm. We also cannot ignore the facts. Terayuki participated in the operation to slay Upper Moon 6. He saved me, and he saved Tenjin this time as well. In battle, his sword is always pointed at the demons, and the power of light suppression of demons is real. He is still our colleague, a comrade in arms who has fought alongside us and is worthy of being trusted with our backs. We cannot easily negate all of this, or even push him to the opposite side, simply because of suspicion and unexplained circumstances. Tenjin Yuzui also furrowed his brows, his expression somewhat conflicted. He touched the poison marks on his forehead that had faded significantly. They were proof that Terayuki had purified him using the last of his power of light. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. To be honest, when fighting with him in the entertainment district, although that kid spouts total nonsense and almost got me into trouble, I can feel that his hatred and killing intent toward demons are real, and he fights hard enough. Moreover, he paused, seemingly trying to find a less subjective reason. Finally, he turned his gaze toward Kachu Shinobu, who had been stating things calmly, his tone carrying a hint of a probe, as if seeking some form of confirmation or support from her. Setting aside his mystical talk and secrets when interacting with him normally. It's actually quite comfortable, right, Kachu? He doesn't put on airs, he's quite interesting sometimes, and he works hard helping out at the Butterfly Mansion. You should. Feel the same way, right? Tenjin deliberately directed the topic toward Kachu, wanting to see how this colleague, who understood Terayuki's behavior best and seemed the most angry, would evaluate Terayuki's character. Perhaps hearing some positive evaluation from her mouth could slightly ease the current tense and suspicious atmosphere. Kachu Shinobu fell silent for a moment. Her amethyst-like eyes lowered slightly under the light, her long eyelashes concealing the complex emotions that flashed within. She had to admit that Tenjin was right. Before those accidents and secrets occurred, the daily interactions with Terayuki in the clinic, the pharmacy, and the courtyard were indeed relaxed and comfortable. He would help process medicinal herbs, though he was occasionally clumsy. He would listen seriously to her explanations of pharmacology, though he sometimes asked wild questions. He would silently hand her a cup of warm water when she was busy, and even that occasional glimpse of almost pure concern and gentleness, which seemed at odds with his great strength, had once given her a long-lost sense of warmth. But it was precisely this comfort and warmth that, when recalled now, gave her a stinging sensation of being deceived and used, as well as a deeper sense of unease. Was even that daily interaction a part of a deliberate disguise or calculation? Interacting with Terayuki-san on a daily basis is indeed fairly harmonious. Shinobu finally spoke slowly, her voice returning to a business-like calm, though a very slight strain could be detected if one listened closely. When assisting with the affairs of the Butterfly Mansion, he is mostly serious and responsible. However, that is a separate matter from the issue we are currently discussing. Personal perceptions cannot replace judgment based on facts and risks. Iguro Obanai seemed very impatient with Shinobu and Tenjin's tendency towards sentimental memories. He coldly interrupted the potentially straying topic, his snake-like pupils sweeping sharply over Kyojiro and Tenjin. Kyojiro, Tenjin, there must be a limit to acting on emotion. This isn't a matter of whether it's comfortable or interesting. The core of the problem is that he does not treat us as true comrades who can be trusted and entrusted with secrets. What he provides are only fragments of information that have been filtered, beautified, and perhaps even misleading. His voice dropped low, yet became even sharper. This time he hid the vast majority of his strength and injuries and followed Tenjin to the entertainment district. Yes, the result was good, and Upper Moon 6 was slain. But have you thought about what would have happened if Juyuteru's strength had been just 30% greater? What if Terayuki's power of light hadn't purified the poison in time? What if Tanjiro and the other two hadn't been able to stall Daki in time? What would the ending have been? Tenjin might have died from the poison and the encirclement, and Terayuki himself would have perished due to his injuries and exhaustion. Isn't this hanging his own life, and the lives of his comrades, on that tightrope of unprovable and unpredictable premonitions? Obanai's words were like a bucket of ice water poured over the fire of defense that had arisen in Kyojiro and Tenjin's hearts due to their combat camaraderie. They could not refute him. From a rational perspective, Terayuki's behavior was indeed full of uncontrollable risks. While putting himself in danger, he also invisibly dragged his comrades into greater dangers that could result from information asymmetry. He keeps us all in the dark, playing the role of prophet and savior alone. Obanai concluded, his tone grim. This is not how a comrade should act. It is too unstable, too dangerous. We cannot, and absolutely should not, entrust the future of the Demon Slayer Corps and each of our lives to a mouth that only ever tells half-truths and to his ethereal premonitions. We must know the truth. We must make him give an explanation that can truly convince us, or at least control the risks he may bring within an acceptable range. Silence fell over the quiet room once again. Kyojiro Rengoku pursed his lips tightly. Tenjin clicked his tongue in frustration, and even the most volatile Sanmi Shinizugawa temporarily suppressed his urge to rush off and find Terayuki, thinking with a dark expression. Iguro Obanai's words, though cold, pointed out the most core concern: the lack of trust and uncontrollable risk. Kachu Shinobu slowly shook her head, her purple eyes calm, but the rational light within them was undeniable. She looked at Iguro Obanai, who insisted on taking hardline measures, and analyzed clearly, directly questioning him will not produce any results, Obanai, based on my understanding of Terayuki-san. She paused, the honorific sounding particularly distant in this context. He is quick-witted, eloquent, and extremely good at constructing logic. If we don't have solid evidence that he cannot refute and instead just press him based on suspicions, he will only respond with more carefully woven explanations that sound reasonable yet are ethereal and unfalsifiable. Fate, strong premonitions, revelations from dreams, intuition and observation during battle. He has a complete system of rhetoric. We will only get lost in the linguistic maze he leads us through, and in the end, we will gain nothing but increased suspicion and estrangement from each other. Jaiomai Heimjima pressed his hands together, tears falling silently, his deep voice carrying compassion and deep thought. Namu, if conventional questioning is ineffective, should we report this to Oyakata-sama for a decision? Oyakata-sama's wisdom is as vast as the sea. Perhaps he can see through everything and give us guidance. Upon hearing this, Sanmi Shinizugawa snorted, his tone carrying an understanding of the master's nature and a hint of helplessness. Tell Oyakata-sama. With Oyakata-sama's personality, he'll likely give unconditional trust and tolerance to that guy who talks nonsense but just happened to save Kyojiro and Tenjin. He might even comfort us and tell us not to overthink it and to trust our comrade. When that happens, our hands will be tied instead. Everyone fell silent, nodding slightly. Master Kaguya Yubayashiki's benevolence and trust in every member were the reasons they loved and respected him. But in this matter, it could indeed become an obstacle to uncovering the truth. The master would never allow them to conduct any investigation or interrogation that might harm Terayuki just after he had achieved a great feat, and while he was still recovering from serious injuries. Iguro Obanai's snake-like eyes were cold as he rasped, since overt questioning is ineffective and reporting to Oyakata-sama is unfeasible, there is only one path left. We must conduct an investigation in the shadows to obtain the information we need to verify or falsify his claims. We can no longer just observe and wait pointlessly as we did before. We must take more active and covert, yet not overly aggressive actions toward Haitru Terayuki. We need to know what he is hiding, why he is hiding it, and what this ultimately means for the Demon Slayer Corps. His words pushed the meeting toward the most crucial and delicate decision-making phase. The ensuing discussion became intense and in-depth. How could they effectively investigate and constrain Terayuki without excessively provoking him, violating the Demon Slayer Corps code of ethics, or alerting the master. After repeated arguments, weighing of pros and cons, and the collision and compromise of their respective positions, a plan of action that seemed most feasible for now gradually became clear and received the tacit or explicit consent of most Hashira present. Location monitoring and movement restrictions. Given Terayuki's characteristic of always happening to appear on key battlefields, a stricter grasp of his whereabouts must be maintained. While his injuries are unhealed, and he remains at the Butterfly Mansion, elites from the Kakashi Corps, who excel in concealment and tracking, will set up monitoring around the perimeter of the Butterfly Mansion and Terayuki's possible activity range under absolute secrecy. The goal is not to restrict his freedom, but to ensure that if he leaves the Butterfly Mansion or heads to a non-mission area, it can be detected and reported immediately. The core principle is, he cannot be allowed to accidentally escape our sight and get involved in an encounter with an upper moon again. This move aims to control unpredictable risks and prevent him from taking solitary risks due to a premonition or dragging his comrades into unplanned crises. Verbal probing and information elicitation. Direct questioning is ineffective, but information can be obtained or verified through seemingly casual conversation. This task needs to be executed by someone who has a relatively harmonious relationship with him and is less likely to trigger his strong guard. Views on upper moons that may be encountered in the future. They could hypothetically discuss how to deal with other upper moons to see if Terayuki provides suggestions that are too specific, as if he has seen them. His explanation for the source of his premonitions or dreams. In a relaxed atmosphere, they could curiously ask if these premonitions have more specific patterns or triggers. Knowledge of certain secrets or history within the Demon Slayer Corps. They could tentatively mention details about the origins of breathing styles, certain special events, or figures that only Hashira level or senior members would know, and observe his reaction. However, when the discussion reached the specific executor for this probing task, a subtle hitch occurred. Everyone instinctively looked at Kachu Shinobu. As the person who had the most contact with Terayuki at the Butterfly Mansion and was theoretically most familiar with him, she was undoubtedly the best candidate to obtain information. But Shinobu refused immediately and clearly, without almost any hesitation. "I am not suitable for this task." Kachu Shinobu's voice was steady, but her purple eyes were lowered, avoiding everyone's gaze. Currently, between Terayuki-san and me, due to some disagreements on treatment and recovery philosophies, communication is not smooth. If I perform the probe, the effect may be counterproductive, easily triggering his alertness and resistance. This task is better left to Rengoku-san and Yuzui-san. Her reasons sounded logical, but many present noticed the imperceptible stiffness and distance in her tone. Despite the many suspicions, throughout the entire discussion, not a single person suggested the possibility that Terayuki might be colluding with demons. This was not an oversight, but a tacit consensus. Whether it was his combat performance at the Mugen Train and the entertainment district, his undisguised hatred and killing intent toward demons, or the protective desire for the weak and concern for his comrades he usually showed. Even if his methods were problematic, they made it impossible for all the Hashira present to associate him with words like traitor or mole in their hearts. Kyojiro Rengoku was right. He was a comrade who had fought to the death alongside them. Tenjin Yuzui's feeling was also correct. Setting aside those mysteries, interacting with him did indeed provide a strange sense of comfort and peace of mind. Even the most furious Seinmi Shinizugawa and the most vigilant Iguro Obanai always focused their attacks on his hiding and uncontrollability rather than betrayal. Deep down, everyone actually recognized Terayuki's essence as a comrade. It was precisely because of this that his distrust and hiding made them feel so frustrated, uneasy, and even carry a hint of sadness and anger at not being trusted. What they wanted was not to judge a traitor, but to understand an eccentric comrade who made them worry, and to bring the risks he might bring within a controllable range. Ultimately, the secret meeting ended in a heavy and complex atmosphere. A more active, but also more covert plan of observation, restriction, and probing targeting the light Hashira, Haitru Terayuki, was thus finalized. Kyojiro and Tenjin accepted the far-from-easy chatting task. The Kakashi Corps received new top-secret orders, and Kachu Shinobu sat alone in the quiet room for a moment after everyone had dispersed, staring at the dancing lamp flame, complex emotions that no one could understand churning in the depths of her purple eyes. Chapter 62, Purgatory Visits. In the afternoon, the sunlight was lazy and generous, casting bright, warm patches of light across Terayuki's sickbed through the clean paper windows, while tiny specks of dust floated in the air. This should have been a time for peaceful rest, yet the atmosphere in the room was completely at odds with this warmth, as if shrouded in an invisible layer of ice. Kachu Shinobu had just finished changing his dressings. Her movements remained precise and efficient, like the most intricate instrument, without a single wasted motion. Cleaning, applying medicine, bandaging, it was all done in one fluid motion, showcasing top-tier medical skill. Yet throughout the entire process, she remained silent, even keeping her breathing intentionally light, as if afraid of revealing any unnecessary emotion. Her amethyst-like eyes focused intently on the wound, yet it was as if they were separated by a frozen lake, reflecting none of the warmth that belonged to Shinobu, only the pure, cold scrutiny of a healer. This impeccable, pure, and cold professionalism made Terayuki feel even more ill at ease and uncomfortable than any heated argument or scolding. His wounds seemed to throb with a faint chill. Seeing her pack up her things and pick up the medicine tray to leave, Terayuki finally couldn't help himself. Before that suffocating silence could close in again, he spoke up tentatively, with a hint of cautious supplication, his voice still hoarse from his unhealed injuries. "Shinobu." "Mr. Terayuki," Kachu Shinobu said without looking up. Her voice was calm and waveless, as if stating medical orders, directly cutting off his unspoken words, whether they were an apology, an explanation, or perhaps just meaningless small talk. Wound recovery requires absolute rest. Fluctuations in emotion and speech can affect healing. Please try to speak as little as possible and keep your mood stable. Her words were polite and considerate, entirely for the patient's well-being, yet they carried an unquestionable sense of distance. Her hands holding the medicine tray were steady, and her turn was fluid and natural, the hem of her haori tracing a cold and decisive arc as she moved, without a hint of lingering attachment. Click! The door was gently closed, sealing off the inside from the outside. Terayuki watched helplessly as that flash of purple disappeared behind the door, maintaining his half-raised hand posture before finally dropping it in defeat, sighing heavily as his chest felt painfully tight. For the past few days, Shinobu had treated him with this impeccable attitude that completely isolated him within the confines of a doctor-patient relationship, leaving him feeling even more frustrated and anxious than any direct anger. Just as he was staring blankly at the ceiling, feeling annoyed and helpless, the door was knocked upon and immediately pushed open. The person who entered was Kyojiro Rengoku. Kyojiro Rengoku looked much better than before. Although his right arm was still in a sturdy cast fixed to his chest, his gait was steady, his golden red eyes were still bright and spirited, and his face wore his customary, energetic smile, as if he could dispel all gloom. "Terayuki, I heard you woke up. How is your recovery? I just finished my follow-up check on my side, so I stopped by to see you." Kyojiro Rengoku's voice was loud and full of concern as he strode to the bedside and sat down naturally in the spot where Kachu Shinobu had just been sitting. Seeing Kyojiro Rengoku, Terayuki forced himself to perk up and managed a smile. "Rengoku, you look much better. I'm all right, not dead yet." "That's good." Kyojiro Rengoku nodded vigorously and then began to share his recent work with enthusiasm. Speaking of which, those three boys, Tanjiro, Zenitsu, and Inasuke, have been training even harder since returning from the entertainment district. Especially Tanjiro. His mastery of the Hinokami Kagura is improving rapidly. I adjusted the training methods according to some of the ideas you mentioned earlier regarding rhythm and burst points, and the results have been excellent. Listening to this, Terayuki's mind was pulled back slightly, and he nodded. All three of them have great potential, especially Tanjiro. His Hinokami Kagura resonates with his bloodline, and his future is limitless. Zenitsu's speed and Inasuke's intuition also need proper guidance. You have taught them well. The two chatted for a while about training the youths, exchanging some insights. The atmosphere was, for once, a bit relaxed. Kyojiro Rengoku shared interesting anecdotes and difficulties from training, and Terayuki offered some pertinent advice. Although his spirits were still somewhat low, he was at least able to hold a normal conversation. After talking for a while, Kyojiro Rengoku seemed to change the subject casually. His tone remained cheerful, but there was a hint of inquiry in his eyes. By the way, Terayuki, there's something I've been quite curious about, and I thought I'd ask you now. Terayuki looked at him. What is it? It's about back when we were on the Mugen train. Kyojiro Rengoku gestured to his right hand in the cast, as if recalling the battle at that time. You used your blood to, enchant my Nichiren sword, didn't you? The power of that strike was truly magnificent. Later, when I mentioned it to the others, everyone was quite interested. I wanted to ask, can this enchantment be prepared in advance? For example, storing some of your blood beforehand, or studying the principle. Might it become a powerful weapon against the upper moons? Hearing this, Terayuki was slightly taken aback, then gave a wry smile and shook his head. This question was not unexpected, as the effect of his power of light enchantment was indeed conspicuous. It's not that I don't want to, Rengoku. Terayuki explained, his tone sincere. It's that it cannot be done. My blood, or rather the nature of the special power of light it contains, rapidly loses its potency once it leaves my body. The effect can only last for a very short time at most. There is no way to store or transfer it. That time on the Mugen train was only possible because of the emergency. I applied the blood directly to your sword and immediately entered the battle, allowing the power of light to be triggered the moment it touched the demon. If left alone, it would turn into ordinary blood before long. It is more like an energy channel temporarily connected to my life source, rather than an item that can exist independently. I see, Kyojiro Rengoku exclaimed in realization, nodding vigorously with a calm expression, seemingly accepting this explanation. I thought as much. It seems you need to be present personally after all. He paused, looking at Terayuki with burning eyes, his tone carrying undisguised admiration and a hint of subtle guidance. Speaking of which, you were truly amazing back then. Not just the enchantment, but also your judgment regarding the compass needle ability of Akaza. You took one look and pointed out the key. If you hadn't warned us in time, that battle would likely have been even more difficult. Your keen eye and judgment are truly superb. It was nothing. Terayuki felt a bit embarrassed by the praise, habitually raising his hand to rub the back of his head, a shy look appearing on his pale face. The situation was critical, so it was just a spur-of-the-moment idea. I carefully observed his movement patterns and fighting spirit flow, combined with a bit of intuition, I suppose. I got lucky and guessed right. His explanation remained vague, attributing the credit to observation, intuition, and luck, mirroring the rhetoric he had used to preempt Shinobu. Kyojiro Rengoku chatted for a few more minutes about combat details, asking questions about their coordination and response at the time, all of which Terayuki answered one by one. His answers were standard and proper, containing both reasonable analysis and retaining an appropriate amount of ambiguity. Kyojiro Rengoku chatted with enthusiasm, but Terayuki could feel that he seemed to be constantly trying to steer the conversation in certain directions, such as the process of his understanding of the demon's abilities, the basis for his predictions of the battle situation, and so on. However, Terayuki handled it naturally enough, without revealing any obvious flaws. After talking for a long time, Kyojiro Rengoku seemed to have obtained quite a bit of intelligence, but upon closer reflection, it seemed he hadn't gained any key information that went beyond the known scope or could conclusively prove Terayuki's precognition ability. Terayuki's answers always circled within the framework of reasonable deduction, combat experience, keen observation, and a bit of intuition. In the end, Kyojuro Rengoku seemed to realize that continuing to ask probably wouldn't yield any new discoveries and might instead arouse Teruyuki's suspicion. He looked at the sky outside the window, laughed heartily, and stood up. "All right, I won't disturb your rest anymore. You still look pale, so get more sun and hurry up and heal your wounds. Once we've both recovered, we'll spar together again." "Yes, definitely." Teruyuki nodded, watching Kyojuro Rengoku leave. The door closed once more. Teruyuki leaned against the headboard, gazing at the excessively bright sunlight outside the window. The fleeting sense of relief he had felt due to Kyojuro Rengoku's visit quickly dissipated, replaced once again by a deeper fatigue and bewilderment. Kyojuro Rengoku's visit and that seemingly casual small talk vaguely made him feel something unusual, but he was unsettled at the moment, with more of his thoughts entangled in the cold, stalemated relationship with Shinobu, leaving him with neither the time nor the energy to deeply contemplate the underlying meaning behind Kyojuro Rengoku's visit. Chapter 63, I Am Not As Good As Him. The night at Butterfly Mansion was dead silent, with only the faint chirping of insects in the distance and the subtle sound of a breeze brushing against the eaves. The moonlight was cold and clear, like mercury poured upon the earth, dyeing the courtyard and roof tiles in a layer of hazy silver radiance. Teruyuki sat alone on the roof of the main building of Butterfly Mansion, his back against the cold ridge, looking up at the incomplete crescent moon in the sky. He could not sleep. Shinobu's cold and distant attitude, and the words that echoed repeatedly in the night, "Not trusting your companions, I am very disappointed in you," were like the most stubborn vines, strangling his heart and tightening with every breath, causing a dull, heavy pain. Am I really wrong? This thought in the silent night became increasingly clear and impossible to avoid. Shinobu was right. Between companions, it should be a relationship of mutual trust where one can entrust their back to the other. Rengoku trusted him, Tenjin also entrusted his life and death to him during battle, and Tanjiro and the others trusted him without reservation as their master and Mr. Teruyuki. Even Shinobu, beneath those daily interactions and seemingly strict discipline, was that not a form of silent care and trust? But they trusted me, yet I have never truly trusted them. Teruyuki smiled bitterly, burying his face in his bent knees. He had hidden his greatest secret, the foresight regarding the future, and his confusion about his own identity as a transmigrator. He had hidden his true injuries and condition, repeatedly placing himself in danger, causing those who cared about him to live in fear. He used carefully woven lies and half-truths to isolate everyone from the truth. Was this not the deepest form of distrust? But how can I tell you all? A sense of powerlessness and absurd sorrow welled up from the bottom of Teruyuki's heart. Tell you that Akaza would come to the Mugen train, tell you that the entertainment district hid the Upper Moon Six, tell you that Tenjin might become disabled, tell you how many Hashira would sacrifice themselves in the future, how many people would die. And then what? What about the source? This ultimate question, like an insurmountable chasm, lay before his eyes. Should I stand before them and calmly say, "Because I know the future, because you are just characters in a manga, in a story I have read"? This thought made even him feel a shiver of horror and blasphemy. No, that is not it. Every day here, every battle, every injury, every laugh and tear, the hot-blooded feeling of fighting side by side with Rengoku, Tenjin, and Tanjiro, the secret palpitation and warmth when interacting with Shinobu, the daily bits and pieces with everyone at Butterfly Mansion. All of this was too real. Everyone's joys and sorrows, everyone's persistence and sacrifice, everyone's vivid lives and souls could never be summarized by the words manga characters. They were living, breathing people, companions he was willing to protect with his life. They were the meaning and bonds of his existence in this world. But if they are real, then what about me? A deeper confusion surged into his heart. Haitru Teruyuki, this person who possessed the power of light, appeared inexplicably in this world and carried the ability of foresight. Was he real, or was he a phantom arranged by some absurd dream or a higher existence? Sometimes, even I cannot tell anymore. just as he was unable to extricate himself from the deepening self-doubt and regret. A very light, deliberately heavy sound of footsteps came from the eaves below, gradually approaching. Terayuki did not move, nor did he deliberately hide his presence. He knew who it was. Tanjiro lightly leaped onto the roof, his movements nimble and silent. He walked to Terayuki's side, did not speak immediately, but sat down quietly, imitating his posture, hugging his knees, and looking toward the same moon. The night wind blew his deep red hair on his forehead, revealing the bright red slayer mark below that had faded, but could still be distinguished if looked at carefully. After a long while, Tanjiro turned his head, his clear red eyes looking exceptionally bright and gentle under the moonlight, and he spoke softly, his voice carrying the straightforwardness and concern unique to a youth. "Mr. Terayuki, what is wrong? I can feel. You are very confused and very sad. Is it because of the matter with Miss Shinobu?" Tanjiro's sense of smell and perception had always been keen. He could naturally detect the unusual low pressure at Butterfly Mansion these past few days, as well as the heavy and oppressive aura on Terayuki. Although he did not know exactly what had happened, he could guess that it had to do with the discord between the two Hashira. Terayuki did not deny it, just gave a loam, his voice a bit hoarse, something like that. "Can you tell me about it?" Tanjiro hesitated for a moment, but still asked, his tone sincere, "Did you have a fight? In my impression, whether it is Mr. Terayuki or Miss Shinobu, you are both very, very gentle people. For you two to be like this, it must be a very important and very sad matter, right?" Terayuki was silent for a moment, the moonlight outlining his pale profile and tightly pressed lips. Finally, he nodded and admitted, "It is my fault. I failed the trust Shinobu placed in me. I made her disappointed in me." He paused, as if organizing his words, and also as if judging himself. "Because I am always hiding many things from her, always putting myself in the most dangerous places, and also said many insincere, even hurtful things to her. It seems I have never learned how to truly trust my companions, how to be honest. Am I really a qualified companion like this?" His voice was full of self-doubt and deep exhaustion. Tanjiro listened quietly, without immediately refuting or comforting him. He thought for a moment and asked, "Mr. Terayuki, you have many secrets, secrets you cannot tell us, right?" Terayuki nodded, not denying it. "Yes." "Is that so?" Tanjiro was thoughtful, then looked at Terayuki seriously. "Then, why not tell everyone? If it is something that is troubling and very sad, saying it out loud might make it feel a little better. Everyone will definitely try hard to understand and want to help you." Terayuki pulled at the corner of his mouth, revealing a bitter smile, his gaze cast toward the distant night sky. Tanjiro, if a secret could be easily spoken, could be understood and accepted by everyone, then it probably wouldn't count as a real secret. Some truths are too bizarre, too heavy. Once spoken, what changes might not just be relationships, but could even bring about unpredictable disasters. He could not afford to gamble. Tanjiro seemed to understand the deep meaning in Terayuki's words. He did not ask for the specific details of the secrets, just nodded and accepted this explanation. Then, a warm and firm smile appeared on his face, a smile that seemed able to dispel the coldness of the night. "But Mr. Terayuki," Tanjiro's voice was clear and powerful. "No matter how many things you hide from us, in my heart, you are a very good, very reliable, and very gentle person." He counted on his fingers, one by one, his eyes bright. "Back on the snowy mountain, facing me who violated the core rules by bringing a sister who had turned into a demon, it was you and Jiwoo who spared us and gave Nezuko and me a chance. Later at the Hashira meeting, it was also you who stood up to speak for us, fighting for the opportunity to prove that Nezuko would not hurt anyone. On the Mugen train, you fought alongside Rengoku and protected everyone. In the entertainment district, you came to help us despite your serious injuries, saved Tenjin and his wives, and killed the Upper Moon." Tanjiro looked at Terayuki, his eyes filled with complete trust and gratitude. "I don't know what specific purpose or considerations you had when you made those decisions back then. But I know that every time you swung your blade, you were protecting others. Every time you spoke, you were fighting for a chance of survival for the weak. Every injury you sustained was for your companions and the mission." Your actions told me more clearly than any words. You are a senior and companion worthy of trust and worth following. That is enough." Terayuki turned his head abruptly to look at Tanjiro. The youth's clear eyes had no shadows under the moonlight, only a vast expanse of sincere honesty. At that moment, Terayuki felt a corner of his heart covered in thick ice seemed to be gently melted by this pure gaze and these words. Bitterness and warmth intertwined and surged into his throat. "Thank you, Tanjiro." Terayuki's voice was a bit choked. He blinked hard to force back the untimely moisture, expressing his sincere gratitude. After thanking him, his gaze inadvertently fell on Tanjiro's forehead, where the flame-shaped slayer mark, which had originally just been a mark, could now be faintly seen under the moonlight to have a clearer, more complex outline than before, and the color had settled into a deeper, crimson red. Although dim, it carried an introverted, undeniable sense of power. Terayuki was silent for a moment. He knew what this was. This was the Slayer mark, the power exchanged by overdrawing one's life potential, the cursed brand that meant the one who activated it would not live past 25. The hesitation lasted only for an instant. Looking at the youth before him, with his clear eyes and heart set only on protecting his sister and companions, Terayuki felt that there were some responsibilities and truths he could no longer continue to hide. He took a deep breath, deciding to at least tell him the truth about the Slayer mark. Terayuki's voice became serious, and he pointed to Tanjiro's forehead, "This mark on your forehead. Its shape and color, are they not different from before?" Tanjiro was stunned for a moment, raised his hand to touch his forehead and nodded. "Ah, this? Yes. Back in the entertainment district, when facing that female upper moon demon, I only thought about having to quickly cut off her head, not being able to drag you and Tenjin down. I was so anxious, and then, I don't know how, I suddenly felt my body become very light, strength surged up, my speed became faster, and in one go, I broke through her defense and cut off her head. Since then, my forehead has been like this. It's not obvious usually, but when I use force or am emotionally excited, it seems to be clearer." Terayuki looked at him and said slowly, "This mark is called a Slayer mark. It is a state that can only possibly be awakened when a breathing style user's body temperature rises to 39 degrees, their heart rate exceeds 200, and they hold a strong obsession that surpasses their own limits. It can significantly enhance the awakened person's physical abilities, including strength, speed, reaction, and perception." Tanjiro listened, feeling a bit bewildered but also vaguely sensing something. Then, "Is this a good thing?" Terayuki shook his head, his golden pupils appearing exceptionally calm under the moonlight, even carrying a trace of pity. "Not entirely. Tanjiro, you must remember. The awakening of the Slayer mark means that your body's potential has been excessively, even overdraft-like, stimulated. It brings powerful strength, but at the same time, it is accompanied by a price that is almost a curse." He paused, looked into Tanjiro's eyes, and said clearly, word by word. "Throughout history, practically no swordsman who has awakened the Slayer mark has lived past 25. The night wind seemed to pause at this moment. The moonlight shone coldly on the two of them. The expression on Tanjiro's face froze. He blinked, seemingly unable to fully understand the meaning of this sentence for a moment. "Not live past 25. After a few seconds of silence, the bewilderment on Tanjiro's face gradually faded, replaced by a strange calmness and even a knowing sense of relief. He lowered his head, touched his forehead again, then raised his head, and toward Terayuki, revealed his habitual, slightly silly but incredibly warm and brilliant smile. "It's okay, Mr. Terayuki." Tanjiro's voice was very light, but exceptionally firm, as if stating a fact that could not be more natural. "As long as I can protect Nezuko well, as long as I can be with everyone, kill Muzan Kibutsuji, let no one in the world be hurt by demons anymore, and let Nezuko turn back into a human. Everything else is not important." His eyes were clear to the bottom, without fear, without unwillingness, only a heart of pure determination and calmness. As if a lifespan of 25 years, compared to what he wanted to protect, was as light as a feather. Terayuki stared blankly at the youth before him, looking at the smile on his face that was so pure it didn't contain a single impurity, and listening to his calm, yet heavy as 1,000 pounds words. An indescribable, complex emotion mixed with admiration, heartache, and self-abasement, like a tsunami, impacted his heart. I am not as good as him. This realization was so clear, so cruel, and yet so taken for granted. Tanjiro could calmly accept a shortened lifespan to protect his sister and companions, putting aside all personal gains and losses. While he, on the other hand, was still worrying about his secrets, his situation, and a relationship that might be irreparable, doubting himself, and even not daring to fully trust these companions who were willing to entrust their lives to him. In front of Tanjiro, this clear mirror, Terayuki saw his own cowardice, entanglement, and selfishness. He was speechless. Any language seemed pale at this moment. He could only reach out, forcefully and cherishably, and ruffled Tanjiro's soft, deep red hair, turning all his surging emotions into this simple action. Chapter 64, Sword Forging Village. The conversation with Tanjiro that night on the roof was like a ray of moonlight piercing through the gloom in his heart. Though cold, it brought a certain clear revelation. Terayuki sat alone under the moonlight for a long time, until the eastern sky began to turn white. Those churning feelings of self-doubt and the anxiety over how to explain himself seemed somewhat insignificant, even pretentious, in the face of Tanjiro's pure, almost cruel, resolve. Since this secret cannot be told, then I won't tell it. Terayuki finally made a decision, not to give up but to choose another path. I'm sorry, Shinobu. I cannot tell you, or everyone else, the whole truth. But I can prove it through my actions. What I want to change is not just the future of a few people. What I want to change is everyone's ending. Terayuki had been hesitating before, because according to his memories, the entertainment district incident would be immediately followed by an attack on the swordsmith village by Upper Moon 4, Hantingu, and Upper Moon 5, Jayako. Although Love Hashira Mitsuri Kenroji and Muichiro Takedo ultimately survived, the process was extremely perilous, and the swordsmith village paid a heavy price. If he happened to appear there again and acted with foreknowledge, it would be even harder to explain to his already suspicious companions. However, Terayuki did not know that 2 secret Hashira meetings had already been held regarding his various acts of foresight. His explanations had long since left deep doubts in the hearts of Rengoku, Tenjin, and the others. He thought it was just hard to explain, but in reality, the foundation of trust already had cracks that could not be ignored. But after that night, Terayuki no longer hesitated. Rather than continuing to spend his energy weaving one lie after another that would eventually be exposed to deceive these companions he cherished, it was better to devote all his energy to how to more effectively slay demons and overturn tragedies. Lies are a burden after all, but the blade swung at a demon will never betray one's will. He took action immediately. Early the next morning, he wrote a sincere and well-reasoned letter to the master, Kagura Yubayashiki. In the letter, he mentioned that after the battle in the entertainment district, he had gained new insights into the use of the power of light and had conceived a new type of weapon that might more effectively carry or even amplify the properties of the power of light. He needed to personally go to the swordsmith village to have in-depth communication and experimental forging with his exclusive swordsmith, Kanamori Kozo. At the same time, he also tactfully mentioned that he had heard the unique hot springs of the swordsmith village had miraculous effects on healing injuries and nurturing one's essence, and he hoped to take this opportunity to speed up his recovery to face future battles in better condition. The reasoning was perfectly logical, combining both the urgent need to increase combat power and practical considerations for a wounded person's recovery. The master, Kagura Yubayashiki, replied quickly. His words were filled with concern for Terayuki's injuries and expectation for his new concept. He readily approved the request and instructed him to prioritize rest and recuperation, saying the forging could be done gradually. When this news reached Kachu Shinobu's ears, she was in the pharmacy organizing newly arrived medicinal herbs. Her purple eyes lingered on the letter for a moment, her face expressionless. According to the principle of paying attention to Terayuki's movements, established at the Hashira meeting, his trip to the swordsmith village should have been included in the scope of observation. But after a brief thought, Shinobu felt it didn't seem very necessary. The previous 2 times, the Mugen train and the entertainment district, he had actively intervened. One could even say he sought out dangerous missions. But this time, he was going to the swordsmith village to forge a weapon and soak in the hot springs to heal. Shinobu analyzed calmly. The location of the swordsmith village was one of the Demon Slayer Corps' highest secrets, heavily guarded, never discovered by demons, and had an extremely high safety factor. In theory, it was impossible for him to accidentally encounter an upper moon there. Unless... She paused, a ridiculous thought flashing through her mind. Unless Terayuki knew the swordsmith village was about to be attacked. But she immediately dismissed the thought. The swordsmith village had been safe for hundreds of years. Its security measures were such that even the Hashira didn't know its exact location, and Musen Kibutsuji hadn't been able to find it in 1,000 years. How could Terayuki foresee that there would be danger there? It was completely illogical. It seemed that this time, he really just wanted to heal and forge a weapon. Shinobu finally reached a conclusion, and the string in her heart that had been taut due to previous events loosened slightly. Perhaps he really just needed time and space to recover, and to temporarily avoid her and the suffocating atmosphere of the butterfly mansion. She even vaguely felt that letting him leave for a while would be good for both of them. Thus, she raised no objections and didn't give extra instructions to the Kakashi Corps to increase monitoring of Terayuki on his way to the swordsmith village. She simply performed her duties, checking his wound recovery one last time before he left and giving him instructions for the journey and the hot springs, her tone still flat and distant. The wound healing is acceptable, but be careful of the long, bumpy journey. Don't soak in the hot springs for too long, keep the temperature warm. If you feel any discomfort, stop immediately. The new weapon concept is good, but forging is mentally taxing, so don't overexert yourself. I wish you a safe journey and a speedy recovery. After speaking, she turned to attend to other matters without giving him another glance. Terayuki watched Shinobu's departing back, opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He silently packed his simple belongings and, under the secret guidance of the Kakashi Corps members, quietly left the butterfly mansion, embarking on the road to that sacred place hidden among the mountain mists that had never been disturbed by demons, the swordsmith village. Under the secret and efficient escort of the Kakashi Corps members, Terayuki made several transfers and finally arrived at the secluded swordsmith village hidden deep within the mountain mists. Although he didn't encounter any danger along the way, the long journey combined with his unhealed injuries still left him clearly exhausted. Being carried on the backs of successive Kakashi members saved energy, but was quite bumpy. Upon arriving at the village, the first thing that caught his eye was a scene completely different from the Demon Slayer Corps headquarters. There was no atmosphere of solemnity. Instead, it was replaced by the constant, rhythmic clanging of hammers, and the air was filled with the unique scent of charcoal fires, metal, and sweat. The houses were mostly sturdy stone and wood structures, and the largest building in the center, the workshop where the swordsmiths gathered to forge, could be seen emitting billowing heat and white smoke. Terayuki didn't rush to rest, but, following his memories and the directions of the village gate guards, went straight to find his exclusive swordsmith, Kanamori Kozo. Speaking of which, he had almost never officially met this swordsmith responsible for forging and maintaining his Nichiren sword. The reason was simple. Ever since he received it, Terayuki's Nichiren sword had never broken, and it rarely even needed major repairs. The blade infused with the power of light killed demons too easily, and even nicks were rare. He could handle daily maintenance himself, so there was little need to communicate with the swordsmith. In a workshop where the furnace was burning brightly, and filled with various tools and semi-finished blade blanks, Terayuki met Kanamori. He was a burly middle-aged man with bronze skin from years of being near the furnace and knotted muscles. He was shirtless, focused on hammering a piece of red-hot tamahaging, sweat dripping down his sturdy back. Hearing the noise, he looked up, revealing a simple but sharp-eyed face. Seeing Terayuki's uniform and the unique, translucent Nichiren sword at his waist, he froze for a moment, then realized, "Are you?" Lord Terayuki. Terayuki nodded and briefly explained his purpose. He didn't beat around the bush and directly proposed his concept. He wanted to forge a double-edged sword, shaped like a traditional Eastern double-edged longsword, rather than the single-edged takai common for Japanese swords. He explained that a double-edged design would provide a larger reflective surface and more balanced light refraction angles. In theory, this would allow him to more easily diffuse and reflect light when using the power of light for attack or defense, creating a wider range or more complex optical effects. This might help develop new battle techniques to compensate for his current lack of strength and limited moves due to his injuries. Kanamori was a bit surprised at first, as the traditional shape of Nichiren swords had been honed over 1,000 years for a reason. But after hearing Terayuki's ideas about the properties of the power of light, reflective surfaces, and light manipulation, the veteran swordsmith's eyes gradually lit up. This was undoubtedly a highly challenging and creative idea. He immediately put down his work, pulled Terayuki aside, spread out some rough paper, grabbed a charcoal pencil, and began to discuss enthusiastically. From the length-to-width ratio of the blade, the thickness gradient, the shape of the spine, the direction of the fuller, to the material and weight distribution of the crossguard and hilt, how to ensure the weapon's strength, toughness, and balance while maximizing the light effects Terayuki mentioned. The two of them talked back and forth, getting deeper into the discussion and completely losing track of time. It wasn't until night fell and the lamps were lit in the workshop that Kanamori stopped, still wanting more. He patted his chest and promised he would immediately start researching suitable steel ratios and forging techniques to produce an initial design draft and a prototype as soon as possible. Terayuki also breathed a sigh of relief. He was truly lucky to meet a skilled swordsmith who was open to new technologies and ideas. Bidding farewell to Kanamori, who was still excitedly pondering, Terayuki felt a sense of relief mixed with the exhaustion of the discussion. He remembered the healing effects of the swordsmith village's hot springs mentioned in the master's letter, and decided to go for a soak to soothe his tense nerves and still aching wounds. Following the villagers' directions, he walked along the bluestone path toward the hot springs on the mountain behind the village. The swordsmith village at night had a different kind of beauty. The lights blurred into warm halos in the mist, and the sound of hammering became sparse, making the mountain even more tranquil. Just as he was about to reach the entrance of the hot springs, a familiar figure stepped out from a side road. It was the love Hashira, Mitsuri Kenroji. Mr. Terayuki. Mitsuri saw Terayuki immediately, her eyes lighting up. She walked over quickly with a surprised smile on her face. Long time no see. Why have you come to the swordsmith village too? Are you here to forge a new weapon, or to soak in the hot springs to heal? Terayuki stopped and nodded to this cheerful and straightforward colleague. Miss Mitsuri, it has indeed been a long time. I'm here for both. Mitsuri clasped her hands together, her eyes shining with admiration. Mr. Terayuki, you're really amazing. I've been hearing the battle reports from the Kasugai crows lately. You and Mr. Tenjin actually succeeded in slaying Upper Moon 6. That's incredible. Terayuki shook his head, his tone flat. Tenjin contributed more, I only assisted from the side. Without his musical score and frontal distraction, the battle wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Oh, you're both very impressive. Mitsuri said with a giggle, then naturally followed up, but I still think Mr. Terayuki is a bit more impressive. After all, you've seen 2 upper moons and survived both times. She paused, as if remembering something, her tone becoming somewhat emotional and sympathetic. It's a pity Miss Shinobu and the others. Ah. Halfway through her sentence, Mitsuri suddenly realized she might have let something slip. She quickly covered her mouth, a flash of chagrin and panic appearing in her pinkish-green eyes. Mr. Terayuki. Mitsuri immediately changed the subject awkwardly, her face turning slightly red as she pointed toward the hot springs. I just saw Tanjiro go in for a soak. You should hurry too. Hot springs are great for recovering from injuries. I'm going to get something to eat first. I'm starving. After saying that, without waiting for Terayuki to respond, she turned and scurried away like a startled deer, leaving behind a somewhat hurried silhouette. Terayuki stood there, looking in the direction Mitsuri had disappeared, his brow furrowing slightly. He had heard the name she blurted out, Miss Shinobu and the others. Although she had corrected herself in time, combined with her panicked reaction afterward, it wasn't hard for Terayuki to guess that what she originally wanted to say was probably "it's a pity Miss Shinobu," and the others were so worried or something similar, before realizing the person involved was right in front of her and quickly stopping. It seems that even Mitsuri knows about what happened between Shinobu and me. A complex mix of emotions welled up in Terayuki's heart, a bit of helplessness and a bit of embarrassment. He naturally assumed that Shinobu had informed other familiar Hashira, like Mitsuri, about his bad behavior of disobeying medical advice, acting on his own, and lying so they could help keep an eye on him to prevent him from acting recklessly again. After all, with Shinobu's serious and responsible personality, it was entirely possible she would do that. Oh well, if they know, they know. He shook his head, putting this small bit of awkwardness behind him. Without thinking further, Terayuki stepped toward the hot spring entrance. The warm scent of sulfur mixed with steam brushed against his face, dispelling the night's chill. He shed his clothes and stepped into the comfortably warm water, letting it envelop his tired body and aching wounds, letting out a sigh of relief. The nerves that had been tense for many days seemed to find a moment of relaxation in the misty heat. Chapter 65, Muichiro. The next day, the sun was shining brightly, and Terayuki strolled leisurely through the swordsmith village. The pace of life in the village was starkly different from that of the Butterfly Mansion or the headquarters. There was less of a somber urgency and more focus and a sense of daily life. The clanging of hammers against iron was the eternal background noise here, and the air was a mix of charcoal fire, metal, sweat, and the scent of the mountain forest. He walked at his own pace, observing the focused figures of the swordsmiths at work, feeling a sense of secluded tranquility. The tension that had gripped his heart for days seemed to relax slightly. However, this tranquility was soon broken by the sound of a somewhat heated argument. The sound came from near a relatively secluded warehouse at the edge of the village, which seemed to store some special equipment. Terayuki looked toward the sound and saw 3 figures standing in front of the warehouse door. 2 of them were people he knew. One was Tanjiro. The young boy had his arms spread wide, shielding a small boy who looked no more than 10 years old, dressed in a swordsmith apprentice's outfit, his face bearing a rare expression of seriousness and anger. Standing opposite them was the Mist Hashira, Muichiro Takedo. Muichiro still had that same expressionless, cold look, wearing his Demon Slayer Corps uniform with a sword at his waist, his light mint-colored eyes calmly gazing at the 2 people blocking his path. I said, I'm going to use the doll in this warehouse for training. Muichiro's voice lacked any inflection, yet it carried an indisputable weight. His gaze fell upon the small boy who was clutching a key tightly, his face pale with fear. Give me the key. You know a Hashira's time is precious. It shouldn't be wasted on such pointless arguments. But, the little boy's voice shook with fear, but he still shook his head stubbornly. It's about to break. Tanjiro also raised his voice. Although he maintained basic respect for his Hashira senior, his tone was firm. Muichiro-san, it's wrong to force people like this. The swordsmiths put in immense effort and heart to forge weapons and support us. They shouldn't be treated however you want just because they don't have combat power. Muichiro seemed indifferent to Tanjiro's words. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over Tanjiro, his tone remaining cold. For swordsmiths like you who have no direct combat power, isn't the meaning of your existence to provide weapons and help to demon hunters? Now I need to use this doll to improve my strength so I can slay demons more effectively. This is exactly when you should be playing your part. Delaying is wasting a demon hunter's time to grow stronger, which indirectly fuels the demon's arrogance. His logic seemed to make a bit of sense, but the cold implication within it, treating non-combatants as mere tools, made Tanjiro even angrier, his cheeks puffing out. Just then, Terayuki walked over. The sound of his footsteps drew the attention of the 3. Muichiro turned his head, his light mint eyes landing on Terayuki. He paused for a second, seemingly recognizing him, and uttered 2 words in a declarative tone, Light Hashira. Terayuki nodded to him in return, then looked at the arguing parties and asked, "Miss Hashira, what's going on? What are you arguing about?" Muichiro answered succinctly, pointing to the warehouse. "I want to use the doll inside for training, but they won't give me the key." He paused, turning his gaze back to the boy clutching the key and the angry Tanjiro, his tone carrying a trace of imperceptible impatience. "Give me the key quickly. Do you know a Hashira's time is precious? For blacksmiths like you with no combat power, it only makes sense if you do your best to help demon hunters. Obstructing is worthless." Tanjiro immediately retorted, "Muichiro-san, you can't say that. Although part of what you say makes sense, and we do need weapons, and the swordsmiths are working hard for that, help shouldn't be forced. Respect is mutual," and Terayuki-san said. Terayuki raised his hand and gently pressed Tanjiro's shoulder, signaling him to calm down. He looked at Muichiro, his golden eyes appearing gentle yet firm in the sunlight, and his voice rang out clearly. "Muichiro, Tanjiro is right. That's not how you should put it." He took a step forward and met Muichiro's calm gaze, his tone unhurried but carrying a quiet power. The Demon Slayer Corps has never been an organization that can exist solely on Hashira or demon hunters. We are a whole, a collective of people from many different positions and with different abilities, united for the same goal: to eradicate demons and protect humanity. His gaze swept over the nervous little boy, then back to Muichiro as he continued, "Hashira and other members are fundamentally no different. It's just that we've been granted greater power, and thus, we've been entrusted with more responsibility to stand at the forefront and face the most vicious enemies. But this absolutely does not mean we can ignore or belittle the contributions and value of our comrades in other roles." Terayuki pointed toward the faint sound of iron working coming from the village, his tone solemn. "Without the Nichiren swords forged by the swordsmiths with their heart's blood and through thousands of hammerings, what would we use to slay demons? Without the members of the Kakashi Corps risking their lives to relay information, transport supplies, and treat the wounded, how would we obtain intel, maintain supplies, and retreat in time? Without the medical staff of the Butterfly Mansion meticulously treating us and researching pharmacology, how could we return to the battlefield as quickly as possible after being injured?" He looked at Muichiro and said word for word, "Whether it's the swordsmen who swing their blades to slay demons, the swordsmiths who forge those sharp edges, the doctors who save the dying and heal the injured, or the Kakashi who rush about for communication. Every single one of us is an indispensable part of the Demon Slayer Corps, a comrade to whom we can entrust our backs and who is worthy of respect. Strengths vary and roles differ, but the heart that strives for the cause and the effort and sacrifice given have no hierarchy. To belittle any link is to weaken the strength of our entire collective." Terayuki's words were clear and powerful, echoing in front of the silent warehouse. Tanjiro's eyes lit up as he listened, and he nodded vigorously. The little boy clutching the key also looked up, staring blankly at Terayuki. The original fear in his eyes was gradually replaced by a sense of being touched and recognized. He hadn't expected that this legendary Lord Light Hashira, who had slain an upper rank, would view powerless swordsmiths like them in such a way. Muichiro listened quietly. A very slight ripple seemed to flash through his light mint eyes, but it quickly returned to its usual indifference. He didn't immediately retort. He just looked at Terayuki as if pondering the meaning of those words. After a while, the little boy seemed to have made up his mind. He took a deep breath and took a small step forward. Though still a bit nervous, his voice no longer trembled. "I am Kotsu. What's stored in this warehouse is the mechanical doll Yoriichi Type 0, built by my ancestors. It's for swordsmen to use for high-difficulty combat training, but because it's been in disrepair for years." He looked at Terayuki, then at Tanjiro, and finally his gaze landed on Muichiro. Gathering his courage, he said, "But if Lord Mist Hashira and Lord Light Hashira really need to use it for training to improve your strength and slay demons, then I can give you the key." With that, he carefully held out the bronze key he had been clutching. Muichiro looked at the key, then at Terayuki. In the end, he said nothing and just silently took the key. He turned and used the key to open the warehouse's heavy wooden door. The light inside was dim, and dust danced in the beams of light that filtered in. An ancient-looking, life-sized wooden mechanical doll, stood quietly in the center of the warehouse. The doll was dressed in simple clothes and held a wooden sword. Although it was stationary, it inexplicably gave off a sense of solemn, inviolable dignity. Especially that lifelike, calm, and expressionless face, which faintly hinted at something divine. It was the Yoriichi Type 0, modeled after the image of that legendary swordsman from the Sengoku period, the user of the origin-breathing, sun-breathing, Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Teruyuki looked at the doll, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. So this was Yoriichi Type 0, a creation directly linked to Yoriichi Tsujikuni. Complex emotions welled up in his heart, curiosity, as well as a subtle awe felt when facing a legendary figure. In the training ground, the dust had not yet fully settled. The fierce battle between Muichiro Takedo and Yoriichi Type 0 had just ended. The air seemed to still hold the whistling of blades cutting through the air and the lingering echoes of wooden swords clashing. Muichiro's breathing was steady, as if that high-intensity battle had just been a warm-up. He casually tossed the slightly warm bronze key to Teruyuki, who was watching from the sidelines. "Your turn." Muichiro's voice still lacked inflection. His light mint eyes swept over the bandages around Teruyuki's waist, which faintly smelled of medicine, and he added, "Be careful. It's fast." Teruyuki caught the key. It felt slightly heavy in his hand. He nodded and said his thanks. There was a moment of silence between them, with only the wind blowing through the bamboo forest and the distant sound of iron working providing some background noise. To Teruyuki, this brief silence was just a normal gap between training sessions. However, Muichiro Takedo seemed to be seized by a fleeting thought that suddenly surfaced from the depths of his memory and was difficult to capture. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling aimlessly somewhere in the void. In his usual flat, somewhat ethereal and uncertain tone, he murmured intermittently, as if talking to himself. Before, the insect Hashira seemed to have held a meeting. A meeting, Teruyuki's attention had just been pulled away from the exquisite yet oppressive battle between Muichiro and Yoriichi Type 0. Hearing this, he was slightly taken aback. He instinctively thought of Kachu Shinobu. Given Shinobu's serious, almost harsh personality, it was perfectly normal for her to express dissatisfaction or remind other colleagues to watch out for him. The severely injured patient who didn't follow doctor's orders during a routine Hashira exchange or meeting, because of how he had previously sneaked out of the Butterfly Mansion, participated in the Entertainment District mission, and returned heavily wounded. This was completely in line with Shinobu's way of doing things, being responsible for her comrades and rigorous about the rules. Thinking along these lines, he couldn't help but feel a bit sheepish, mixed with a sense of as-expected helplessness. It seemed Shinobu was truly quite angry, to the point of filing a complaint even at a Hashira meeting. He could almost imagine Shinobu using that gentle yet indisputable tone to explain the situation to the other Hashira, and asking them to assist in supervising him. But Muichiro's next words turned that bit of sheepishness into something strange. Muichiro's brow furrowed slightly, as if he were trying hard to fish out fragments from his chaotic memory. He spoke even slower, and his words were even more ethereal and uncertain. "I don't remember clearly. A lot was said. It was complicated. It seemed something about a legend or intelligence. You were also mentioned." He paused, a rare flash of confusion crossing his light mint eyes, as if those fragments of words were difficult to piece into a complete picture. In the end, he just shook his head and cast his empty gaze back to the Yoriichi Type 0 standing still in the middle of the field. It was as if that intermittent murmur was just a meaningless, random drift in the long river of his thoughts. He forgot it as soon as he said it, or perhaps, to him, it wasn't worth looking into in the first place. Listening to this fragmented, vague, and incoherent information, Teruyuki's sense of helplessness deepened. He knew his previous concealment, arbitrariness, and deception had truly hurt Shinobu's heart and trampled on her trust. Now it seemed this disappointment and dissatisfaction were so strong that she couldn't even suppress them during formal exchanges among colleagues. Although Muichiro's words were unclear, the phrase "mentioned you," combined with the somewhat abrupt words "legend" and "intelligence," made Teruyuki feel that Shinobu had probably brought up his vague talk about premonitions and fate, as well as his behavior of always being able to coincidentally intervene in key events, as some kind of anomaly to be wary of during the meeting. Perhaps she had also expressed concern about this uncertainty. She really is completely disappointed in me. Has it even come to the point where it's being discussed in a meeting? A trace of bitterness welled up in Teruyuki's heart, but it was more of a calm acceptance of reaping what one sows. He had long expected this day would come. He just hadn't expected to find out through Muichiro's near-sleep-talking manner. Chapter 66, Eating. Pushing aside these chaotic thoughts for the moment, Teruyuki steadied himself and refocused his attention on the training before him. He stood once again before that silent wooden puppet that seemed to possess a soul, Yoriichi Type 0. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the dense bamboo leaves, casting mottled spots of light. A few rays happened to fall upon the crystalline Nichiren sword in his hand, the blade shimmering with a faint, seemingly living golden glow that formed a subtle contrast to his somewhat somber mood. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and slowly drew his Nichiren sword. The soft hum of the blade leaving its scabbard was exceptionally clear in the silent training ground. Click and click, click, click. The sound of the mechanism starting up was like rusted gears being forcibly turned. The next moment, the standing Yoriichi Type 0 seemed to be suddenly injected with violent life. 6 wooden arms swung simultaneously at speeds and angles that defied common sense. The 6 blades transformed into a dazzling, impenetrable web of death, whistling as they tore through the air, descending upon Teruyuki's head. In an instant, Teruyuki felt as if he had been swept into the eye of a storm composed of pure killing intent and some supreme, primordial sword principle. Yoriichi Type 0's attacks were not only incomparably fast and sharp, but also contained a terrifying pressure that pierced through all feints and pointed straight to the essence. Every slash seemed to have calculated all possible avenues of his evasion or parry, carrying a sense of destiny that felt as it should be and unavoidable. So fast and this trajectory. Teruyuki's pupils constricted. His figure, like a slender willow in a gale, twisted and swayed within the smallest of spaces. At the same time, he incorporated the precise grasp of lines and points left over from his breath of light into every parry and dodge. Amidst the sky-covering wooden blade light, like walking on a tightrope over a bottomless abyss, he struggled immensely to find that single line of survival. Clang, 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 clang. The dense sound of wood striking wood, enough to make one's scalp tingle, exploded like popping beans. Sparks continuously splattered where the Nichiren swords collided. Teruyuki fought defensively, his footwork unpredictable, yet he was still forced to retreat repeatedly by the 6 wooden blades that seemed to possess independent wills. Cold sweat soon seeped from his temples. What was most critical was that the deepest wound at his waist, which had only just healed, began to send waves of tearing, hidden pain from the intense and continuous twisting, dodging, and parrying, as if warning him of his body's limits. The weakness of lacking strength was fully exposed before this tireless, mechanically precise puppet, with its incredibly tricky attack angles. Several times, Teruyuki's parries were slightly lacking in strength, his arms going numb from the immense force contained in the wooden blades. The Nichiren sword nearly slipped from his grip, forcing him to rely on his superior reflexes and footwork to forcibly dissipate the force and twist away, narrowly avoiding the subsequent chain of pursuit, looking quite disheveled. However, under this immense, suffocating pressure, the golden pupils in Teruyuki's eyes held no fear. Instead, they flashed with an increasingly bright, almost scorching excitement and focus. This pressure, this ultimate experience of facing the source of swordsmanship and a trace of the legendary swordsman's spirit, was exactly the whetstone he currently needed. He could clearly feel that every seemingly disheveled parry, every thrilling dodge that brushed past the Grim Reaper, was frantically squeezing out the remaining potential in his heavily injured body, forcing him to utilize every ounce of strength and every sliver of spirit to its peak. At the same time, in the confrontation with Yoriichi Type 0's attacks, which contained supreme sword principles, he gained a deeper, more subtle understanding of the breath of light he had mastered. Those transitions that were originally somewhat stagnant seemed to have been cleared of some obstacles under the pressure of life and death. Those vague ideas about the application of strength gradually became clear amidst the collision of real combat. After training, Teruyuki dragged his sore, exhausted but mentally hyperexcited body to the hot spring behind the mountain once again. The warm spring water effectively relieved the muscle soreness and the discomfort of his wounds, and the steaming heat allowed his tense nerves to relax. Soaking in the hot spring, his mind repeatedly replayed every detail of the battle with Yoriichi Type 0. Those exquisite and oppressive attack trajectories made his understanding of sword techniques seem to deepen by a fraction. By the time he finished at the hot spring, it was already evening. The appetizing aroma of food wafted from the dining hall of the swordsmith village. Teruyuki changed into clean casual clothes and strolled inside. There weren't many people in the dining hall, mostly swordsmiths and apprentices who had finished their day's work, sitting in twos and threes, eating while talking in low voices. Teruyuki got some light food and found a quiet seat by the window. He had just taken a few bites when he heard a slight but continuous crisp sound of bowls and dishes colliding nearby, as well as the faint movement brought about by an astonishing speed of eating. Teruyuki subconsciously turned his head to look. A few seats away, Mitsuri Kenroji was sitting there, and in front of her, a high stack of empty bowls was piled up, almost blocking half of her face. She was holding the latest bowl of rice, devouring the food inside at an astonishing speed. Her cheeks were puffed out as she ate, and her pink and green braided ponytail swayed gently with the chewing motion, her expression satisfied and focused. Seemingly noticing someone watching her, Mitsuri raised her head and met Teruyuki's gaze. She choked instantly, hurriedly patting her chest to swallow the food, her cheeks quickly flushing with a shy crimson. She scrambled to push the stack of high empty bowls to the side, but nearly knocked them over. "I am sorry, Teruyuki-san." Mitsuri's voice was somewhat flustered, and she said softly and embarrassedly, I think. I ate a bit too much. Did I scare you?" Teruyuki looked at her shy and anxious appearance, looking as if she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, and couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head, his tone gentle. "It's fine, Mitsuri. You need to be full to have the strength to kill demons, don't you? Besides, this should be a part of your innate talent, the source of your great strength. There is no need to feel sorry for it." Hearing Teruyuki say this, Mitsuri's eyes lit up instantly. The flush on her face had not yet faded, but her smile had already bloomed again. Really? Teruyuki-san, do you really think so? Don't you think? It's very strange, a girl eating so much. Of course it's true. Teruyuki nodded affirmatively, his gaze calm and sincere. Forms of strength are diverse. Your appetite proves that your body possesses energy reserves and conversion efficiency far exceeding that of ordinary people, which is a rare advantage in battle. Mitsuri smiled happily and nodded vigorously, seemingly putting down the burden in her heart. But she soon noticed the almost untouched, pitifully small portion of food on Teruyuki's tray and asked curiously, "Then, why do you eat so little, Teruyuki-san? Other Hashira have much larger appetites than ordinary people due to their breathing styles and training consumption. But you eat even less than many ordinary people. Is this really enough? Won't you be hungry?" Teruyuki put down his chopsticks, thought for a moment, and explained, "This has to do with my breathing style and constitution. Everyone's appetite is large because breathing styles and high-intensity combat and training require consuming a large amount of energy, which must be supplemented from food. But I..." He paused, his gaze seeming to pierce through the dining hall window, cast toward the darkening sky outside. "My power of light has a special resonance with sunlight. During the day, sunlight naturally supplements a portion of my energy. Although it cannot completely replace food, it can greatly reduce my need for ordinary food. So, I only need to ingest a small amount of nutrients to maintain basic life activities. Eating too much might instead place unnecessary burdens on my digestive system and affect the pure operation of the power of light." "Wow, so that's it." Mitsuri listened, understanding only half of it, but the admiration and envy in her eyes were almost overflowing. That's amazing. I'm so envious of you, Terayuki-san. You can save so much money on food just by sunbathing, and you don't have to worry about being looked at with strange eyes by others for eating too much. My appetite has been exceptionally large since I was a child, and my strength is also not like a girl's. I'm always called a monster strength girl, bottomless pit, and things like that. When she reached the end, her voice lowered again, with a trace of imperceptible disappointment. Terayuki looked at her slightly lowered head, his heart softening. He put down his chopsticks, his tone even gentler, with a hint of soothing amusement. It's okay, Mitsuri. Those comments are only because they don't understand your uniqueness and preciousness. In my view, watching Miss Mitsuri being so energetic and enjoying food is, in itself, a pleasant enjoyment. Your honesty and frankness are more moving than any deliberate restraint. He paused, pointed to the tray in front of him, and joked. Besides, thanks to you, watching you eat so deliciously, my appetite seems to be a little better than usual. Mitsuri raised her head abruptly, the gloom on her face swept away, and she burst into a bright smile again, nodding vigorously. Thank you, Terayuki-san. She seemed to have regained her appetite and courage, picked up her bowl, and continued to eat happily, only this time, her movements were slightly more refined, and the smile on her face never disappeared. Terayuki also picked up his chopsticks again and slowly ate the simple food in front of him. Chapter 67 Lightsaber. A few days later, one afternoon, the sunlight was just right. Terayuki had just finished a round of adaptation training with Yoriichi Type 0. This time he didn't activate the doll, just stood before the silent doll, simulating and deconstructing the attack trajectories from their previous battle in his mind. Sweat soaked his bangs, but his eyes were exceptionally clear. Terayuki-kun, Terayuki-kun. A crisp, familiar voice accompanied by light footsteps approached. Terayuki reined in the aura he had been immersed in while contemplating sword principles and turned to look. He saw Mitsuri Kenroji waving, jogging over from not far away. Her pink and green ponytail bounced lively behind her, and her face wore a bright smile. Mr. Tekken asked me to come find you. Mitsuri ran up close, catching her breath slightly. Her voice was full of excitement for him. He said the basic form of the item you wanted is finished, and he wants you to go over quickly to see if it suits you. He looked so excited. Terayuki's heart stirred. The progress on his new weapon was faster than he had anticipated. Tekken's efficiency and enthusiasm were admirable. Thank you for letting me know, Miss Mitsuri. I'll head over now. I'll go with you. Mitsuri naturally followed his pace, chattering as they walked, her light green eyes curving into crescents. I'm also super curious about what the new weapon Terayuki-kun design looks like. Mr. Tekken has been full of energy this time, locking himself in the workshop for several days. The furnace fire has hardly been extinguished. Even the village chief was chased out when he went to call him for dinner. Everyone is saying that a weapon that could make Mr. Tekken work so hard must be incredible. The two crossed the village and headed toward the largest smithy, where the furnace fire burned day and night. Before they even entered, a heat wave far exceeding that of other workshops rushed to meet them, accompanied by the clanging, rhythmic sound of metal being forged, like the most vigorous drum beats. Inside, Tekken was only wearing a leather apron with countless small holes burned into it by sweat and sparks. His tough, sturdy upper body was completely bare, his bronze skin glowing with an oily sheen under the reflection of the furnace fire, and sweat rolled down like streams along the well-defined grooves of his muscles. He was working closely with two assistants who were also drenched in sweat. One held the glowing red sword blank with tongs, while the other controlled the placement of the forging hammer. Tekken held a small hammer, precisely striking specific parts of the blade to perform the final shaping. With every hammer strike, sparks flew, emitting a crisp, deafening ring that carried an indescribable power and beauty. Seeing Terayuki and Mitsuri enter, Tekken only used his eyes to signal toward a special wooden platform nearby covered in soft animal hide. His hand movements didn't pause for even a second. All his focus was concentrated on the sword blank. On the wooden platform, a sword lay quietly. Its shape was completely different from the standard Nichiren sword Terayuki was accustomed to, and from all the Nichiren swords produced in the swordsmith village. The blade was not the slightly curved katana style, but straight and slender. Its length was clearly more than a palm's width longer than a standard Nichiren sword, and it was about 2 fingers wide. From the guard to the tip, the thickness decreased uniformly, and the lines were as smooth as a concentrated beam of light. Most striking was that it was double-edged. Under the flickering light of the furnace, the 2 edge lines flowed with a cold, clear, water-like light that nevertheless held a hidden sharpness. The color was not the dark red or bright red common after a successful Nichiren sword forging, but a hue closer to silver white. Looking closely, the silver white seemed to be mixed with some extremely fine crystal powder that shimmered with starlight. As the angle of the light changed, it would occasionally refract a hint of a 7-colored rainbow halo. The spine of the sword was not simply flat, but had an extremely subtle, smooth curve, as if light were naturally converging, along with layered, dark forging patterns that seemed to contain a certain rhythm. The guard was a simple, perfect circle, with a small, uncarved piece of pale gold jade embedded in the center that naturally contained a warm, restrained glow. Inside the jade, a misty light seemed to flow slowly. The hilt was longer than a typical Nichiren sword, wrapped in dark, sweat-absorbing, non-slip specialized fabric, allowing for flexible gripping with one or both hands. The entire sword lay there quietly. Although not yet sharpened, it already emitted a peculiar, restrained, yet sharp aura. It didn't look like an inanimate object. It was more like a sleeping light waiting to be awakened. Done. Just then, Tekken let out a low shout, completing the final round of precise forging. He signaled the assistant to put the sword blank back into the furnace to heat it until it was glowing white, then personally used long, specialized tongs to clamp it out. With an extremely steady and accurate motion, he slowly inserted it into a bucket of strange-colored cooling liquid that had been prepared nearby. Hiss! The scorching hot sword blank made contact with the cooling liquid, emitting a long and violent vaporization sound. Large, dense clouds of white mist billowed up, instantly filling more than half the workshop, carrying a strange scent that was a mixture of metal and some kind of mineral fragrance. When the white mist dissipated slightly, Tekken fished out the long sword, which had completely cooled and now presented a stable silver-white luster with star-like specks, and carefully wiped it dry with soft chamois leather. He walked to the wooden platform, his rough but rock-steady hands cherishingly and solemnly stroking the cold, smooth blade, as if caressing a newborn baby. He turned to Teruyuki. His voice was a bit hoarse from long-term concentration and high heat, but his tone was filled with unmistakable confidence and anticipation. Light Hashira, try it. It's exactly according to your requirements. Double-edged, straight blade, with the center of gravity about 3/10 forward, which is good for piercing and thrusting, while also balancing the power and speed of large-scale slashes. The main material of the blade is tamahagane that has been refined many times, mixed with a trace amount of my treasured stardust gold, powder to increase toughness and channel energy, as well as crushed sunflame stone. Legend has it that this stone is only occasionally found near craters where the midday sun is fiercest, and it can naturally store trace amounts of sunlight essence. The forging patterns have also been adjusted, which should better conduct, resonate with, and perhaps even amplify your special power of light. He paused, his eyes behind the Hayatoko mask shining amazingly, staring fixedly at Teruyuki. However, theory is theory. How it performs in practice, and to what extent this sword can be utilized in your hands, you can only truly know after you have used it, fed it blood, and nurtured it with your power. Teruyuki took a deep breath, suppressing the waves rising in his heart caused by this sword blank that seemed tailor-made for him and far exceeded his expectations. He reached out, his fingers slowly brushing over the cool hilt wrapping, then steadily, his 5 fingers closed around it. The moment his palm perfectly fit the hilt, an extremely faint, yet incredibly clear vibration, as if sounding directly in the depths of his soul, came from inside the blade. That was not the sound of ordinary metal vibrating under stimulation. It was more like a sleeping spirituality being awakened, a resonance of homologous energy. Immediately after, in the shocked eyes of Tekken, the 2 assistants, and Mitsuri, the entire sword, from the tip to the hilt, suddenly lit up with a layer of soft and stable pale golden halo. That light was not dazzling, but pure and warm, as if the sword itself possessed life, breathing, and glowing. The crimson light cast by the roaring furnace fire in the workshop seemed somewhat dim and lackluster under the reflection of this seemingly soft, pale golden halo. Even more miraculously, those fine particles of stardust gold and sunflame stone on the blade seemed to come alive in the halo, slowly flowing and flickering along the forging patterns of the blade, creating an incredibly clear response and resonance with the power of light slowly recovering and flowing within Teruyuki's body. He could even feel a faint but pure warmth flowing backward from the hilt into his arm, nourishing his exhausted meridians. It succeeded. It really succeeded. Tekken slapped his sturdy thigh hard, his voice trembling with excitement. Even the Hayatoko mask couldn't hide the wild joy and pride bursting from his eyes. As expected, the material ratio, the forging heat, the pattern direction, everything is correct. It can resonate with you. It can carry and echo your power. Ha ha ha, good, what a true light sword. The two assistants nearby were also dumbfounded, their mouths hanging open wide enough to fit an egg. They had forged countless Nichiren swords, but they had never seen such a miraculous scene. A sword that could glow on its own and interact with its wielder with such clear energy. Mitsuri Kenroji covered her mouth with both hands, her light green eyes widened, filled with pure amazement and joy. Oh my, how beautiful! It's really glowing. It's like it's breathing. Teruyuki, it recognizes you. It's responding to you. Teruyuki felt an unprecedented sense of connection and a faint, surging power emanating from the longsword in his hand. It felt as if the sword was not an external object, but a natural extension of his arm. The power of light, which still felt slightly sluggish when circulating within his body, now felt unprecedentedly smooth as it flowed through the blade, even receiving a faint purification and amplification. With a slight flick of his wrist, he performed a simple yet standard sword flourish. Swish! A golden trail of light carved a beautiful and solid arc in the air, as if it had briefly sliced and captured the light, lingering for a full 2 seconds before slowly dissipating into the air. A fine sword, Teruyuki exclaimed sincerely, an irrepressible joy flashing in his eyes. Give it a name, Light Hashira. Tekken requested solemnly, his tone as if performing some kind of ritual. Every sword that possesses a soul and resonates with its swordsman deserves a name. Its name will accompany it into battle and be carved into its spirit. Teruyuki looked at the longsword in his hand, its brilliance restrained yet undeniably extraordinary. Almost without thinking, a name that seemed natural and extremely plain and straightforward to him slipped out: Glowing Sword. The workshop instantly fell into a dead silence. Tekken, 2 assistants. Mitsuri Kenroji, A. After a brief silence, Tekken's head, wearing the Hayatoko mask, snapped toward Teruyuki. Even through the mask, one could clearly feel the suddenly rising resentment, a mixture of shock, disbelief, and the feeling of, I worked so hard to forge this divine weapon for you, and this is the crappy name you give it. The veins on his thick arms throbbed, and his hand gripping the iron tongs tightened repeatedly. His voice sounded as if it were being squeezed out from under a red-hot anvil, sparks flying. Glowing, sword, you call the resonant masterpiece that I poured my heart and blood into, spent my treasures on, worked sleeplessly, and barely managed to forge, glowing sword. You. He was shaking with rage, unable to find the right words to express his inner collapse, and could only point at Teruyuki, his fingertips trembling. Cough. Mitsuri, standing nearby, finally couldn't hold it in. She burst out laughing, but then seeing Tekken's nearly tangible killing intent and Teruyuki's purely innocent expression of "Isn't this name very fitting? It is indeed glowing," she quickly covered her mouth tightly to stifle the rest of her laughter. However, her shoulders and body shook uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed bright red, and she was laughing until tears almost came out. After a long while, she finally managed to catch her breath, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and tried to persuade him with a solemn yet still amused tone. That. Teruyuki, isn't this name a bit too direct? Such a good, powerful, and beautiful sword should have a cooler, more magnificent, and more fitting name. As if to verify Mitsuri's words, the longsword in Terayuki's hand, which had been steadily emitting a warm, pale golden light, suddenly flickered rapidly. Its originally bright and soft radiance dimmed and withered at a visible rate, and the blade even emitted a faint, subtle vibration like a low hum of grievance and dissatisfaction. Terayuki. He looked down at the sword in his hand, which seemed to be throwing a tantrum with its dimmed light, then looked up at the about-to-explode Tekken and Mitsuri, who was struggling to hold back her laughter. He finally realized, a bit belatedly, that the name he had given might probably, perhaps, indeed be a bit inappropriate. Terayuki coughed, trying to defend his simplicity and clarity. I think it's very descriptive. It is indeed glowing, and the name is easy to remember. No, absolutely not. You are not allowed to use this stupid name. Tekken roared, his voice shaking the roof tiles, causing even the furnace fire to flicker. If you dare to call it by that name, I will throw it back into the furnace and melt it down right now. I mean it. Terayuki, please, think about it again. Mitsuri also pressed her hands together, looking at him with those watery, pleading eyes, and tried to offer suggestions. For example, flowing light, dawn, or radiance, they all sound beautiful and are related to light. The light of the sword in Terayuki's hand flickered weakly again, seemingly uninterested in the more delicate names Mitsuri suggested. However, its protest against the name glowing sword was expressed even more clearly and firmly. Terayuki was completely helpless. He was not good at giving elegant names, always believing that a weapon's utility and ease of use were the most important things, and that a name was just a code. But it seemed that this newly born sword with its budding spirituality, its creator, and even the only bystander witness, had all cast a firm vote against his naming taste. He focused again, examining the longsword in his hand. It flowed with pure brilliance, perfectly carrying and echoing his power of light. It was an extension of his breath of light, a manifestation of his will, and a sharp weapon to cut through the darkness. Then let's call it Lightsword. Terayuki compromised, dropping one character. It sounded a bit more concise and powerful, and closer to its essence. The workshop fell silent again. Tekken rubbed his rough chin, carefully eyeing the longsword whose light seemed to have frozen as it awaited the verdict, then looked at the earnest Terayuki and commented in a muffled voice, Lightsword, although it's still as simple as a code name. It's a bit more decent than that ghastly name from before. At least it sounds like a sword. Mitsuri Kenroji blinked, repeating it softly twice. Lightsword, Lightsword. A smile bloomed on her face again, and she nodded vigorously. It sounds very cool, very sharp. And it goes well with Terayuki's Light Hashira title and Breath of Light. I think it's great. As if it had finally received a barely passing name, the straight longsword in Terayuki's hand emitted a clear hum. The originally dim and flickering light became stable and bright again, the pale golden halo flowing warmly. It no longer protested, even faintly revealing a sense of satisfaction that said, "This is acceptable." "It's fine." Tekken finally nodded, effectively accepting the name. Finally, he added in a serious tone, however, Terayuki, remember, this is just the initial form. It is currently an unpolished gem, a newly sharpened blade. You need to constantly use it in actual combat, use your breathing, your will, your light to fight, to nurture, and to break it in. Only then will it truly become an inseparable part of you, and perhaps, as you grow, it will develop new, unique changes. Do not let it down. I understand, Master Tekken. I will take your teachings to heart. Terayuki bowed deeply to this taciturn but highly skilled swordsmith, who had poured his heart and soul into this sword. This respect came from the bottom of his heart. Terayuki sheathed the sword. When the blade was completely sheathed, the warm light receded. But the moment the blade touched the inner wall of the scabbard, a faint trace of golden light could still be seen flowing along the scabbard before disappearing. He secured the light sword steadily at his waist, on the left side. A heavy, yet incredibly reassuring and solid sense of connection, and a faint feeling of power emanated from his waist. Chapter 68 is the target me. The joy of obtaining the light sword and the vague anticipation for the future had not yet fully settled in his chest, when the night of the swordsmith village arrived silently. Unlike the scorching scene of the day, with its noisy furnaces and the clanging of iron forging, the village at night appeared exceptionally quiet and peaceful. The fires in most workshops had already been extinguished, leaving only a few scattered lights that bloomed into warm orbs in the gauze-like night mist. In the distance, towards the hot spring cave on the back mountain, milk-white steam lingered all year round, resembling a fairyland under the moonlight. The air was filled with the cold scent of the mountain forest at night, mixed with the faint, lingering smell of charcoal and the fragrance of grass and trees. Terayuki gripped the hilt of the light sword tightly, slowly adjusting his breathing in the cold moonlight, attempting to connect his mind more deeply with his new partner. The faint, warm current within the blade that resonated with his power of light brought a sense of reassurance. However, this peace did not last long. A sudden, sharp discomfort and nausea, like a cold viper, slithered up his spine without warning and rushed straight to the top of his head. This feeling was different from the cold, evil aura he felt in the entertainment district before Juyuteru erupted from Daki's body, and different from the pure, tyrannical pressure he faced when confronting Akaza earlier. It was stickier, more bizarre, carrying a twisted, almost blasphemous artistic aura, yet the terrifying demonic aura contained within it was no less intense. Upper rank. Terayuki's pupils contracted sharply. His brain didn't even have time to analyze which one it was, but his body, driven by instincts honed in countless life-or-death battles, lunged with all his might to the front right, like an arrow shot from a powerful bow. At the same time, the single-edged Nichiren sword he always kept at his waist had already been drawn half an inch. Screech! A jarring sound, like the highest quality silk being torn apart mixed with the sound of liquid squirming, exploded behind where he had originally been standing. The ground where he had just stood, along with several thick, straight, green bamboo stalks nearby, were instantly and neatly cut and twisted as if by an invisible, extremely sharp, yet strangely smearing blade. The cross-section was not a smooth surface, but flashed with a bizarre, dazzling flow of light, like the glaze flowing on painted porcelain, brilliant yet ominous. Immediately following this, a more terrifying scene occurred. The cut surfaces of the bamboo, as well as the traces carved into the ground, began to rapidly soften and dissolve, turning into pools of viscous liquid bubbling with tiny bubbles, colorful like an overturned palette, emitting a pungent, strange smell mixed with pigments and rotting flesh. In the moment Terayuki lunged, rolled, and steadied himself into a half-kneel, he had already fully drawn that spare single-edged Nichiren sword, holding it horizontally in front of him, the cold blade reflecting the moonlight and his solemn gaze. His eyes were like lightning, locking onto the source of the attack. In the air about 3 zhang behind his original position, an unnatural ripple like a stone thrown into water rippled silently. At the center of the ripples, a strangely shaped, garish pot that was extremely unsettling appeared out of thin air. The pot was about half a person's height, its body covered with twisted, grotesque ukiyo-e-style paintings that seemed to be painfully fused and forcibly spliced together from numerous creatures, the colors intense and eye-piercing. At the mouth of the pot, sticky, colorful slime of the same origin as the liquid on the ground was slowly dripping, landing on the bamboo leaves below, immediately corroding them into small, smoking holes. Immediately after, the body of the pot cracked, stretched, and deformed like a living thing. A demon with a short stature, sickly indigo skin, a head shaped like a pot lid, fish gill structures on both sides, pointed ears, and a face so ugly and grotesque it was indescribable, grew out of the pot, appearing completely under the cold moonlight. His protruding, goldfish-like eyes, dull yet harboring cruel interest, turned, precisely locking onto Terayuki, his gaze filled with the playfulness of a predator and a kind of condescending scrutiny, as if admiring precious materials about to be obtained. Upper rank 5 Jayako. Terayuki's heart sank, as if clutched tightly by a cold hand. How could it be him? According to the trajectory in his memory, Jayako's attack on the swordsmith village should have primarily targeted the missed Hashira, Muichiro Takedo. How could he have suddenly come after him, and in such a hidden, almost assassination-like way. Oh my, tilde not a slow reaction, light Hashira. Jayako spoke in his sharp, strange voice, like two pieces of rough porcelain rubbing against each other, his tone carrying an exaggerated, nauseating aria, which was particularly jarring in the silent bamboo forest. As expected of a special existence that Muzan-sama personally named, must be specially cared for, and eliminated as soon as possible tilde that pottery etching, just now, if it were an ordinary Hashira, might have already become a gorgeous part of my next artwork tilde. It's a pity I didn't succeed in one go tilde. Muzan, personally named, must be eliminated. Terayuki caught the keywords in Jayako's words, and the chill in his heart deepened, like cold water poured over his head. Sure enough, continuously intervening in the upper rank battles, especially the uniqueness of the power of light and its restraining effect on demons, had completely attracted Muzan Kibutsuji's attention and fear. He had even listed him as a priority target for elimination, not hesitating to send upper rank 5 specifically, and perhaps even changing the original attack plan. This completely disrupted his expectations and preparations. Jayako's sudden appearance meant that his original plan to assist Mitsuri Kenroji in dealing with upper rank 4 Hantingu had failed before it even began. And he himself had to face an unexpected, mysterious, and capable upper rank 5 alone. And this was in an unfavorable situation where his injuries had not yet healed, and his new weapon had not yet been fully broken in. However, the heavier and colder his heart felt, the more Terayuki pulled a trace of an extremely sarcastic, mocking cold smile on his face. He had never been the type to take a beating without fighting back, especially when facing these disgusting demons. HMPH, Terayuki sneered, his gaze unabashedly sizing up Jayako's grotesque figure and the garish pot beside him, the disgust and contempt in his tone almost overflowing, each word like a poison-tipped needle. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's one of Muzan Kibutsuji's subordinates, and one who plays with a chamber pot at that. But he deliberately dragged out his tone, the mockery on his face growing thicker. Even if it is a chamber pot, your taste is too poor, isn't it? Asymmetrical, colors gaudy like an overturned dye vat, and the design is even uglier than anything, making people lose their appetite at a glance. It's truly disgusting. Terayuki paused, his gaze moving from the pot to the twisted, ugly face of Jayako himself, slowly and clearly adding the last sentence, as if stating an indisputable fact. And you looking like this, with this disgusting chamber pot beside you. It's truly a perfect match, really a perfect match. The strange smile that originally carried cruel interest on Jayako's face froze instantly, and then, like shattered porcelain, peeled off piece by piece. In his goldfish eyes, the cruel interest receded like a tide, replaced by incredulous astonishment, and then rapidly drowned by a violent rage that had completely offended and blasphemed his lifelong art and existence. His entire indigo skin flushed with an abnormal purple red due to extreme anger. His fish gills opened and closed violently, his pointed ears twitched, and the finger pointing at Terayuki trembled, his sharp nails rubbing against each other, making a jarring sound. What did you say? Cam, chamber pot, ugly, perfect match. Jayako's voice rose sharply, so shrill it almost pierced the eardrums, filled with rage and a kind of near-collapsing madness. Ignorant, stupid, lowly insect, what do you know about art? This is supreme beauty. It is the ultimate fusion of life and color. It is an eternal, immortal masterpiece. How dare you? How dare you blaspheme my pot with your dirty vocabulary? Blaspheme my art. Blaspheme the perfect form bestowed upon me by Muzan-sama. I will take you and dissolve you into my most beautiful painting. Let you experience what true beauty is in eternal despair and pain. Jayako was completely enraged. Terayuki's few poisonous words that precisely stepped on all his triggers were like lighting a powder keg. He no longer had any composure to toy with his prey. His demonic aura exploded, and thick, gorgeous, colorful liquid surged madly from the pot beneath him, from his skin pores, as if it had a life of its own. Blood demon art, 1,000 needles fish kill. Following his shrill roar, those surging colorful viscous liquids instantly solidified and stretched, turning into countless sharp needles as fine as ox hair. yet flashing with 7-colored poisonous light, shooting towards Terayuki like a torrential rain. Where the needle tips passed, the air made a hissing, corrosive sound, and even the moonlight seemed to be stained with poisonous color. Breath of Light third form, Radiance. Terayuki gritted his teeth and whispered, pouring his remaining power of light madly into the single-edged Nichiren sword in his hand. The blade erupted with densely vibrating golden light, like a high-speed rotating light shield, protecting him in front. Clang, 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 clang. The 7-colored poison needles rained down on the defensive circle of radiance, making a dense sound like rain. Most were shredded and bounced away. But many fish that slipped through the net penetrated the light net, which appeared thin due to his injuries and lack of strength, grazing his body, bringing up trails of blood, and a burning, numbing sensation. The strange blood poison on the needles began to corrode his nerves and muscles. Can't defend passively. Terayuki's eyes turned sharp. He exerted force under his feet, and his figure suddenly blurred in the gaps of parrying, Breath of Light first form, Flash. He concentrated his remaining strength into his legs to explode, attempting to close the distance with extreme speed and take Jayako's ugly head directly. However, his speed in the eyes of Jayako, who was well prepared and had strange abilities, was still too slow. Too slow, insect. Jayako mocked shrilly, not dodging or avoiding, just sticking out a finger and pointing lightly. Blood Demon Art, Blood Prison Bowl. The air in front of Terayuki's sprinting path suddenly twisted and compressed, and thick, gorgeous colorful liquid appeared out of thin air, instantly expanding into a huge, translucent, colorful water ball, completely wrapping Terayuki inside. The water ball wall was thick and tough, and the inside was filled with that disgusting liquid, without any gaps. Terayuki was caught off guard, and was completely trapped in this blood prison bowl. He immediately felt suffocated. There was no air at all inside the water ball. The viscous liquid blocked his mouth and nose, squeezing his chest cavity, and his lungs felt like they were burning. Even worse, the foundation of the breathing style that Demon Slayer Core swordsmen rely on to fight lies in adjusting breathing. Once the rhythm is disrupted, the power is greatly reduced, not to mention being completely unable to breathe. The flow of the power of light in his body instantly stagnated and became chaotic. Tilda. Jayako floated outside the blood prison bowl, admiring Terayuki's wolfish appearance as he struggled in vain in the water, his face quickly flushing red and purple due to hypoxia, and laughed strangely. How is it? Light Hashira. There is no room for you to catch your breath in here. Tilda, those fancy breathing styles of your Demon Slayer core can't be used, right? Stay inside obediently and slowly experience the taste of suffocation and despair. To punish you for those previous remarks that offended my sacred art, I have decided not to let you die too quickly. I will torture you to death bit by bit, slowly Tilda. He waved his hand gently, and 2 more bizarre goldfish, seemingly spliced together from colorful glaze and flesh, swam out from the garish pot beside him. The goldfish hovered in the air, their mouths opening and closing, aiming at Terayuki, who was unable to move in the blood prison bowl. Whoosh! A thin, 7-colored sharp needle with a barb at the tip shot out from one of the goldfish's mouths, easily penetrating the water wall of the blood prison bowl and precisely piercing into Terayuki's right shoulder. The needle entered the flesh very deeply, the barb stuck in the bone joint, bringing heart-wrenching pain. Terayuki shuddered violently in the water, the pain blurring his consciousness for a moment, but the more fatal thing was the feeling of suffocation. He opened his mouth, but only cold liquid poured into his throat, bringing a burning, stinging pain and deeper despair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 goldfish were like the cruelest executioners, taking turns spitting needles. One needle after another, with vicious precision, penetrated the water wall and nailed into Terayuki's body, left leg, flank, left arm, back. Every needle avoided the absolute vital points, yet brought maximum pain and blood loss. The blood poison spread rapidly with his blood, eroding his vitality and numbing his nerves. Terayuki was completely trapped in this colorful water prison, unable to breathe, unable to exert force, and even unable to move his body slightly. He could only be like a human target, passively enduring the torture like being sliced one needle after another. Severe pain, suffocation, cold, numbness. Various pains intertwined, impacting his will like a tide. Warm blood gushed out from the blood holes one after another, dyeing the surrounding viscous, colorful liquid, staining the water prison into an ominous dark red. His thinking began to become slow and blurred. Black spots appeared at the edge of his vision, his ears were buzzing, and Jayako's shrill, strange laughter seemed to come from a very far place. What to do? Am I going to die? A cold thought surfaced. Is there anyone who can arrive in time? Tanjiro, Mitsuri, Muichiro. Whoosh shift. Another needle piercing through his left thigh. Whoosh shift. Another needle grazing his ribs, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone. Teruyuki already had a dozen gruesome penetrating and tearing wounds on his body, and the rate of blood loss was alarmingly fast. His complexion changed from flushed to ashen, his lips purple, and his pupils began to uncontrollably dilate and scatter. Jayako seemed a little dissatisfied with Teruyuki's silence. He leaned close to the blood prison bowl, his ugly face almost pressed against the water wall, and shrieked, "Hey, stinky brat! Scream! Shout! Let me hear your painful wails. That is the most wonderful accompaniment to my great art. Oh, that's right, Tilda." He seemed to have just remembered, clapping and laughing strangely. "You can't even catch your breath now. How can you make a sound? What a pity, Tilda, then. I can only use your blood and trembling to please me, Tilda." Chapter 69 marks, Am I going to die? Teruyuki's consciousness slowly sank into the cold darkness. "I'm sorry, Shinobu." Shinobu's face emerged with incomparable clarity within his gradually fading consciousness. Not the Shinobu of the present, who was cold and disappointed in him, but the Shinobu from long ago, the one who, under the corridor of the Butterfly Mansion, would meticulously examine his wounds, her tone stern yet unable to hide her concern. The Shinobu who, over countless days and nights, brewed medicinal soups for him, researched treatment plans, and watched over him in silence. The Shinobu who, on that night he insisted on heading to the Mugen train, stood at the entrance of the Butterfly Mansion with moonlight shining on her slender shoulders, watching him deeply with her purple eyes, and ultimately saying only one thing, "Teruyuki, come back alive." "It seems I have deceived you again." Endless guilt and bitterness overwhelmed him. "This time, I can't go back. Shinobu, seeing my corpse, you will surely be very sad. You will secretly cry again. I'm sorry for disappointing you, again and again." Memories flipped rapidly like pages blown by a gale. Finally, they settled on that night on the roof of the Butterfly Mansion, under the moonlight, where Tanjiro's clear, calm red eyes and the boy's relieved yet immensely firm voice seemed to traverse time and space, ringing once again in his ears as they neared silence. "It's all right. As long as I can protect Nezuko, as long as I can work with everyone to slay Musen Kibitsuji, so that no one in the world is harmed by demons anymore, and let Nezuko turn back into a human, nothing else matters." Tanjiro's words were like a final heavy hammer, shattering the last shell in Teruyuki's heart, constructed from fear, selfishness, and hesitation. Tanjiro. In Teruyuki's unfocused pupils, a faint glimmer of light seemed to gather once more. "I am not as good as you. Even though I possess the unique gift of being a transmigrator and am guided by the plot, even though I bear the power of light and am favored by the sun, even though I am a Hashira, respected by my comrades and trusted by the master, even though I can know the future and possess the so-called advantage of foresight, yet I have always been timid and indecisive. I was afraid they would question the reason for my foresight, afraid of the unknown after my secret was exposed. I wanted to change the life of everyone I cared about, wanting them all to spend their remaining days in peace and safety. I even didn't want them to know how to awaken the Slayer mark, didn't want them to bear the price of burning away their life. I possessed so much information and methods that could potentially fight demons and reverse tragedies, yet because of my fear of sacrifice, fear of death, and fear of the chain reactions brought about by changing the known, I kept them tightly clutched in my hands, only daring to cautiously nudge things from the periphery. And you, Tanjiro, ever since your sister became a demon, have lived a life of precariousness, displacement, being hunted and being suspected, suffering through endless hardships. Yet you have such pure, such calm resolve. To protect your loved ones, to end the calamity, you are willing to bear the curse of a shortened lifespan, casting aside all concern for your own life and death. In front of you, I am like a selfish, despicable wretch, only concerned with calculating how to preserve the life paths of those I know, while turning a blind eye to the countless strangers who, for 1,000 years, and at this very moment, are being persecuted by demons and seeing their families destroyed. In Teruyuki's heart, that last shred of unwillingness, fear, and anxiety about the consequences of change melted away rapidly, like snow under the sun. In its place was an unprecedented, cold realization, and a heavy yet one that suddenly made his soul feel light: resolve. If everyone in this demon slayer corps, if every person in this world who knows of the demon scourge and possesses power, were as timid and indecisive as I was before, calculating gains and losses, fearing sacrifice, and only seeking to protect their own small circles, then Muzan Kibutsuji would run rampant forever, and this man-eating darkness would never have an end. 1,000 years of demon scourge, endless sacrifices. Teruyuki slowly closed his eyes, no longer looking at the ugly face of Jayako right in front of him, and no longer feeling the increasing, bone-deep agony in his body. His consciousness sank inward, deep into his heart, which had nearly stopped beating due to blood loss and asphyxiation, and into the source of his meridians, which were ice cold due to the depletion of the power of light. Compared to this, what is it to sacrifice my own life? A life that didn't belong to this world in the first place, and which I have been lucky to live for so long. Furthermore, the corners of his mouth, amidst the thick, viscous blood, curled up extremely faintly into an arc of near liberation, yet filled with incomparable determination. This is my true mission for coming here. Not as a bystander who knows the plot, trying to patch things up, but as a warrior. To fight, to burn, to change that fated ending. No more suppressing. No more fear. No more hesitation. Teruyuki clearly knew the conditions for awakening the Slayer mark. Body temperature rising above 39 degrees, heart rate exceeding 200, and holding an intense obsession that transcends one's own limits. All conditions were ready. The high temperature brought on by asphyxiation, the heart that was on the verge of collapse under the stimulation of blood loss and severe pain, but was forcibly awakened by his intense resolve, and the scorching obsession that now filled his soul, surpassing the fear of death, surpassing the worry of exposing his secrets, and even surpassing the guilt and reluctance regarding a certain person. The obsession that he must slay the demon before him, must survive to fight until the very last moment, and must completely end this 1,000-year blood debt, like a volcanic eruption. Teruyuki no longer tried to control his chaotic breathing, no longer tried to suppress the blood boiling from pain and resolve, or his heart that was on the verge of its limit. He released all suppression of his body's instincts, pouring all his will, all his vitality, all his power of light, all his guilt, resolve, fighting spirit, and heart of protection. Everything, like fuel, was crazily, decisively, and unreservedly thrown into the furnace named life. Boom! It was as if something had exploded deep within his body, in the most fundamental place. In the center of Teruyuki's forehead, it felt as though lava was flowing beneath his skin, so scorching that it almost incinerated his final consciousness. Just at that critical point of near-total collapse and annihilation. Hiss! An extremely faint sound of burning, yet one that seemed to ring out from the depths of his soul. A mark, like the imprint of the most scorching sunlight, suddenly appeared on his pale forehead. It was not a flame like Tanjiro's. It was an extremely simple pattern, yet one that contained an indescribable majesty and an ancient aura. A perfect, golden ring with concise lines, and in the center of the ring, a point of even more brilliant light. It radiated pure and scorching light and heat, like a miniature sun branded onto his brow. Slayermark awakened. The moment this sun appeared, everything inside the blood prison bowl that trapped Teruyuki changed. The blood that had been continuously pouring from his dozen wounds, mixing into the mucus and staining the water prison dark red, seemed to be instantly injected with infinite life and purifying power, suddenly erupting with a blinding, scorching golden light. This golden light was not gentle. It carried an extreme high temperature and a sacred aura that burned away all filth and purified all evil. Sizzle, sizzle. The teeth-gritting sound of intense corrosion and evaporation erupted wildly. The colorful mucus enveloping Terayuki, those blood prison bowls that Jayako had meticulously constructed, and which contained the power of his strange blood demon art, melted, vaporized, and were burned to nothing at an astonishing speed in the face of this suddenly erupted golden bloodlight, like snow encountering a scorching sun. It was not broken. It was purified and erased from its very source. What? Outside the water prison, Jayako's ugly face twisted instantly, and for the first time, his goldfish eyes revealed incredulous horror. He could clearly feel that his connection to the blood prison bowl had been forcibly severed by a tyrannical, overwhelmingly purifying force. What made his soul tremble even more was that the light Hashira, who should have been dying in the water prison, was now emitting a terrifying aura that made him instinctively feel extreme danger, making him want to flee immediately. The light contained in that aura was completely different from before, as if it had undergone a qualitative change. Almost without thinking, his figure turned into a stream of colorful light, and he violently retreated backward. At the same time, he waved his hands frantically and shrieked. Blood demon art, thousand needle fishkill, frenzied tide. Blood demon art, vortex tide. Countless poison needles, denser, thicker, and more brilliantly colored than before, poured toward the center of the collapsing water prison like a colorful waterfall flowing in reverse. At the same time, from the gaudy pot beneath him, a thick, glue-like colorful vortex erupted, attempting to entangle and delay Terayuki, who might break out of the water prison. However, everything happened too fast. Boom! The entire blood prison bowl exploded completely under the impact of the golden blood light erupting from within, like a water balloon that had been burst. The colorful mucus and blood demon art energy contained within were ignited and purified the moment they touched the outside air by the escaping golden flames, turning into large masses of scorching white, boiling water vapor that spread and rose wildly in all directions. The scorching heat wave snapped the surrounding bamboo in half, leaving the ground scorched black. The thick water vapor was like the heaviest curtain, instantly obscuring a radius of over a dozen zhang, blurring the view, with only the faintly flickering golden light and suffocating high temperature within. Jayako retreated to the distance, his face dark and uncertain, staring fixedly at the churning, scorching white mist, his goldfish eyes filled with vigilance and suspicion. He could not understand what had just happened, but the erupted golden light and aura made him feel a real threat. All right, legends, that's it for today. If you're ready for the next chapter, smash that like button and flood the comments right now. Remember, we've got 3 days to prove this story needs to continue. Subscribe so you don't miss the drop, and I'll meet you in the next audiobook.